Geht niet altijd tijd voor alles, niet zo exit om alipad.
Is het je ook niet op boer? Ah.
Say you're lonely, you cry the whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you.
Sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I'd cry a river over you.
You drove me out of my head without shedding a tear, babe.
Remember, I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian. You told me you were through with me. And now you say you'll love me. Well, just to prove that you do.
Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you.
You say you love me, but you lie. And all you say you love me, oh, just to prove that you do.
Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you.
I cried a river
over you. I cried a river.
Now you can too.
Hi, I'm Tony Ndoro. Now, these are strange times, the new normal. And as is often said, you are on mute. But not really. These days, you're more visible, more palpable, and more audible than ever before. Now, as we all know, the agri-sector is an early adopter of new technology. Now, with this in mind, one of the biggest agricultural expos in the Southern Hemisphere is now going virtual. Now, virtual events, of course, mean endless possibilities and an even wider audience. But the question is, what does it actually look like? Well, let me give you a preview of the first ever NAMPO Virtual. So, enter the showground with me. From the main lobby, you gain access to all that NAMPO Virtual has to offer. Now, on the show floor, visitors can choose from a variety of exhibition areas to experience the latest products and services in the agri-marketplace. From the comfort of your own space, wherever in the world that might be, come connect, come engage, come network in this virtual space. Exhibitors create and plan their own stands and activities. You create the daily program and choose how visitors can interact with you. Live chats and chat rooms, video calls, webinars, new product launches, special offers, audio-visual material, social media engagements, and a whole lot more. And best of all, visitor registration is absolutely free. So your stand is a gateway to a true brand experience for visitors. In true NAMPO tradition, there's a lot more on offer. Right from the lobby, you'll be invited to join AgriXtra at NAMPO. Now, this is a live, fully digital television studio that will broadcast on all 4 show days. Enter the virtual studio and get immersed in daily agri-talks, panel discussions. There's product information, exhibition highlights, live giveaways, and much, much more. A dynamic lineup of speakers, including the familiar faces so often seen at NAMPO, will bring you your topical discussions on all matters agri. Through this live TV channel, you get updates on all the latest news in the agricultural space and all the activations and highlights on NAMPO Virtual. This will give exhibitors a chance to communicate their offerings to visitors. Another highlight is the NAMPO main stage, waiting to entertain all visitors. There'll be dynamic keynote speakers, information and training sessions, product launches and demonstrations, as well as a host of celebrities, cooking shows, artists, and so much more. All of this at your fingertips wherever you might be around the world. So keep doing business, keep engaging, cross all borders, and keep connecting with each other in an innovative way. The time is now. Embrace it.
Dile, this COVID-19 is really presenting interesting stories to us. We would have thought that NAMPO Harvest Day would be done virtually. Normally we would have walked through the tractors and the goats and look at all the people at the beer tent. But now here we sit in a virtual atmosphere.
Yes, a virtual atmosphere, but I do think that it also offers an opportunity to be more reflective and have conversations about what's happening with agriculture. So we hope that you will join us online at the beginning of September at the NAMPO Virtual. Thank you.
En intussen gaan ek hoop om nie op TV die mayonnaise te skei nie. Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silwer skoon.
Producent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, Die vrou met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan. Plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die produsent. Is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruks, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie, voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer, in fact, duisende dankies. Daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons Dawid, wys Dawid die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdrip, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordens toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte hoop dit bring die soet saam. Eerlikwaar, in 'n kreet of ek kan dit sag sê, as ek eet, weet ek van die ongerepte eet wat julle aflê. En van die eelt wat in jou hand lê, eerlik, dit is unfair. En nou, in hierdie noue ontkoming is dit noodsaaklik, met hierdie novel corona, dat ons hy onnodige nood in ons sak vind, en dit neem tot waar die noodkreet van 'n hongersnood se slag is. Die target is, wie jou naaste is, en tog is dit die talle wat op trone is, sowel as die wie in 'n tranendal in die straten rus. Laat staan dus die politiese toutrekkery en trek aan die verbande van 'n Lazarus, want jou naaste is, in wie se longe daar nog asem is, wie eerste en laaste is, producent. Dit was die letters van producent opgebreek, jy moet dit oorlees, en ek het jou daarin gewerk, want jy kan dit ook probeer, pay food forward, so kan jy ook produseer.
Dag sê boere, ek is van Malan, die virtuele veearts. Elke jaar op NAMPO, hierdie jaar het die virus ons gepootjie, maar hy het ons nie gevang nie. Ons gaan praat oor siektes, oor biosekuriteit, parasiete, vrae beantwoord. So ons sien julle daar. Kyk intussen mooi na julle diere. Lekker boer.
NAMPO Virtual is definitely an opportunity. It's something out of the norm, especially in the South African context as well. And I think we're going to experience a lot of ways and initiatives and creativity that a lot of companies are going to come up with in the ag space that will also talk hand in hand to the type of technologies today that's available in the agricultural space. And from a John Deere perspective, I think we're going to launch a very exciting new platform or type of product, if I can call it that, that people will experience John Deere on a whole different level that they've never done before. COVID did force us to think differently, and with having a presence still with your farmers, able to communicate, and although not in person, we found TechTerrain, a digital platform that is fully accessible to continue engaging and communicating key messages to the farmers and to the agricultural industry. TechTerrain's uptake actually grew exponentially, so every episode that we launched, we're almost halfway through, we've seen exponential growth. It quadrupled between 2 weeks ago until the last week. And the feedback is that it's insightful, people learn a lot, They see and learn about new technologies in the agricultural space, but also on the John Deere products and how they can adopt that technologies to run more productive and efficient businesses. So additional component for any future marketing campaign or initiative or expo, I think will have a permanent presence. I think we learned a lot during COVID-19 and what we experienced, but I think it's accessible, and for that person that can't be there, can still engage, can still feel part, but you can also share so much additional insights using a digital platform. So definitely something that will also form part going forward with any future marketing events. We are certain that with NAMPO Virtual we'll see a positive uptake in the farmers participating in the program and the show. So we've learned recently in the recent months that with the forcements of the COVID-19 that farmers are now more curious and more adaptive towards adopting technologies. Although the fastest adopters of technology, there's still concepts that was difficult to grasp. And I think as long as it's an easy platform to have access to, the farmers will definitely join in on a platform if there's benefit for them at the end of the day. And we believe that with NAMPO Virtual, that will definitely be the case. So in terms of NAMPO Virtual, I believe strongly that the future is with us now.
Ons het noedels nodig, ramen noedels wat ons gaan braai, ons gaan 'n eier pocheer.
Goeiemôre, goeiemiddag, goeienaand. Loop saam, die my liewe, saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit. Môre gaan ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie. Koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Ja, dousies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En in ons swaai die lewe, dat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaapie so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar droom het klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my. Hennewestraat, stap saam die my liewe, saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit, môre gaan ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie, koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En die nonnie swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaapie so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar droom en klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my, in Hennewestraat.
Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swaai jou scepter, maak lawaai tot die hane kraai. Niemand weet hoe die pad gaan draai nie, niemand kan sê waar swem die haai nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swem teen die stroom op dans in die reën en stryk 'n pous. Klim uit in die styl, seil van 'n krans af en span jou vlerke. Blou is blou en pers pervers, in 'n grasdak, maar brand jou kers. Loop in die lug en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Eet 'n sak sout met die een wat jy liefhet en vra nog meer. Gee 3 maal in en kry dan in jou sin, jy weet mos hoe. Grys is boring en pink te veel, kyk hoeveel harte kan jy nog steel. Loop in die lug, moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Loop in die lug en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Verf jou kombuis 'n skokkende kleur, kom aan, kom aan, kom aan, sit jou voet neer. Groen suur lemoen, appelkoos is foos, rooi is die kleur wat die rose bloos. Rooi maak die Spaanse bulle boos. Loop in die lug en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie.
My naam is Nathaniel en ek het al die woord NAMPO gehoor. Baie mense sê, ons gaan NAMPO toe, so ek het aangeneem, dis 'n hotel in Mosambik. Toe sê hulle vir my, sal jy praat by NAMPO? Ek sê, toe kan ek eerder sing, my Portugees is nie goed nie. Toe sê hulle, nee, dis 'n plek waar boere kom vir trekkers en pannekoek. Maar nou is die fees virtueel en na 'n trekker is jy die beste waaraan ons kon dink. Toe besef ek, die meeste probleme wat ek en ander mense in hierdie dae in hierdie land het, kan net gehelp word deur boere. Ek sê toe ek is in. So my naam weer eens is Nathaniel en jy kry vir my iewers op hierdie virtuele fees. Druk net 'n knop.
ek het nie altyd tyd vir alles nie, so ek sit hom al die pad.
Oos,
Ek
is dit
hom
jou
al
ook
die
net
pad
op hoog?
baai. Ja.
Now you say you're lonely. You cry the whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. And now you say you're sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cry a river over you. You drove me out of my head without shedding a tear, babe. Remember, I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian. You told me you were through with me. And now you say you'll love me. Well, just to prove that you do. Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. You say you love me, but you lie. And all you say you love me. Oh, just to prove that you do. Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. I cried a river over you. I cried a river. Now you can too.
Hi, I'm Tony Ndoro. Now, these are strange times, the new normal. And as is often said, you are on mute. But not really. These days, you're more visible, more palpable, and more audible than ever before. Now, as we all know, the agri sector is an early adopter of new technology. Now, with this in mind, one of the biggest agricultural expos in the Southern Hemisphere is now going virtual. Now, virtual events, of course, mean endless possibilities and an even wider audience. But the question is, what does it actually look like? Well, let me give you a preview of the first ever NAMPO Virtual. So, enter the showground with me. From the main lobby, you gain access to all that NAMPO Virtual has to offer. Now, on the show floor, visitors can choose from a variety of exhibition areas to experience the latest products and services in the agri marketplace. From the comfort of your own space, wherever in the world that might be, come connect, come engage, come network in this virtual space. Exhibitors create and plan their own stands and activities. You create the daily program and choose how visitors can interact with you. Live chats and chat rooms, video calls, webinars, new product launches, special offers, audio-visual material, social media engagements, and a whole lot more. And best of all, visitor registration is absolutely free. So your stand is a gateway to a true brand experience for visitors. In true NAMPO tradition, there's a lot more on offer. Right from the lobby, you'll be invited to join AgriXtra at NAMPO. Now, this is a live, fully digital television studio that will broadcast on all 4 show days. Enter the virtual studio and get immersed in daily agri-talks, panel discussions. There's product information, exhibition highlights, live giveaways, and much, much more. A dynamic lineup of speakers, including the familiar faces so often seen at NAMPO, will bring you your topical discussions on all matters agri. Through this live TV channel, you get updates on all the latest news in the agricultural space and all the activations and highlights on NAMPO Virtual. This will give exhibitors a chance to communicate their offerings to visitors. Another highlight is the NAMPO main stage, waiting to entertain all visitors. There'll be dynamic keynote speakers, information and training sessions, product launches and demonstrations, as well as a host of celebrities, cooking shows, artists, and so much more. All of this at your fingertips wherever you might be around the world. So keep doing business, keep engaging, cross all borders, and keep connecting with each other in an innovative way. The time is now. Embrace it.
I want Dile, this COVID-19 is really presenting interesting stories to us. We would have thought that NAMPO Harvest Day would be done virtually. Normally we would have walked through the tractors and the goats and look at all the people at the beer tent. But now here we sit in a virtual atmosphere.
Yes, a virtual atmosphere, but I do think that it also offers an opportunity to be more reflective and have conversations about what's happening on agriculture. So we hope that you will join us online at the beginning of September at the NAMPO Virtual. Thank you.
En intussen gaan ek hoop om nie op TV die mayonnaise te skei nie. Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silwer skoon.
Producent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, Die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan. Plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die produsent. Is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruks, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie, voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer, in fact, duisende dankies. Daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons Dawid, wys Dawid die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdrip, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordens toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte hoop dit bring die soet saam. Eerlikwaar, in 'n kreet of ek kan dit sag sê, as ek eet, weet ek van die ongerepte eet wat julle aflê. En van die eelt wat in jou hand lê, eerlik, dit is unfair. En nou, in hierdie noue ontkoming is dit noodsaaklik, met hierdie novel corona, dat ons hy onnodige nood in ons sak vind, en dit neem tot waar die noodkreet van 'n hongersnood se slag is. Die target is, wie jou naaste is, en tog is dit die talle wat op trone is, sowel as die wie in 'n tranendal in die straten rus. Laat staan dus die politiese toutrekkery en trek aan die verbande van 'n Lazarus, want jou naaste is, in wie se longe daar nog asem is, wie eerste en laaste is, producent. Dit was die letters van producent opgebreek, jy moet dit oorlees, en ek het jou daarin gewerk, want jy kan dit ook probeer, pay food forward, so kan jy ook produseer.
Dag sê boere, ek is van Malan, die virtuele veearts. Elke jaar op NAMPO, hierdie jaar het die virus ons gepootjie, maar hy het ons nie gevang nie. Ons gaan praat oor siektes, oor biosekuriteit, parasiete, vrae beantwoord. So ons sien julle daar. Kyk intussen mooi na julle diere. Lekker boer.
NAMPO Virtual is definitely an opportunity. It's something out of the norm, especially in the South African context as well. And I think we're going to experience a lot of ways and initiatives and creativity that a lot of companies are going to come up with in the ag space that will also talk hand in hand to the type of technologies today that's available in the agricultural space. And from a John Deere perspective, I think we're going to launch a very exciting new platform or type of product, if I can call it that people will experience John Deere on a whole different level that they've never done before. COVID did force us to think differently, and with having a presence still with your farmers, able to communicate, and although not in person, we found Tech-Terrain, a digital platform that is fully accessible to continue engaging and communicating key messages to the farmers and to the agricultural industry. Tech-Terrain's uptake actually grew exponentially, so every episode that we launched, we were almost halfway through, we've seen exponential growth. It quadrupled between 2 weeks ago until the last week. And the feedback is that it's insightful, people learn a lot, They see and learn about new technologies in the agricultural space, but also on the John Deere products and how they can adopt that technologies to run more productive and efficient businesses. So additional component for any future marketing campaign or initiative or expo, I think we'll have a permanent presence. I think we learned a lot during COVID-19 and what we experienced, but I think it's accessible, and for that person that can't be there, can still engage, can still feel part, but you can also share so much additional insights using a digital platform. So definitely something that will also form part going forward with any future marketing events. We are certain that with NAMPO Virtual we'll see a positive uptake in the farmers participating in the program and the show. So we've learned recently in the recent months that with the forcements of the COVID-19 that farmers are now more curious and more adaptive towards adopting technologies. Although the fastest adopters of technology, there's still concepts that was difficult to grasp. And I think as long as it's an easy platform to have access to, the farmers will definitely join in on the platform if there's benefit for them at the end of the day. And we believe that with NAMPO Virtual, that will definitely be the case. So in terms of NAMPO Virtual, I believe strongly that the future is with us now.
Ons het noedels nodig, ramen noedels wat ons gaan braai, ons gaan 'n eier pocheer.
Goeiemôre, goeiemiddag, goeienaand. Loop saam, die my liewe, saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit. Môre gaan ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie. Koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En in ons swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaapie so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar droom, het klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my. Hennewestraat, stap saam die my liewe, saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit, môre gaan ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie, koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En die nonnie swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaapie so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar droom en klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my, in Hennewestraat.
Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swaai jou scepter, maak lawaai tot die hane kraai. Niemand weet hoe die pad gaan draai nie, niemand kan sê waar swem die haai nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swem teen die stroom op dans in die reën en stryk 'n pous. Klim uit in die styl, te seil van 'n krans af en span jou vlerke. Blauw is blauw en pers pervers, Jy bly nog in 'n grasdak, maar brand jou kers. Loop in die lug en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Eet 'n sak sout met die een wat jy liefhet en vra nog meer. Gee 3 maal in en kry dan in jou sin, jy weet mos hoe. Grys is boring en pink te veel, kyk hoeveel harte kan jy nog steel. Loop in die lug, moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Loop in die lug en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Verf jou kombuis 'n skokkende kleur, kom aan, sit jou voet neer. Groen, suur, lemoen, appelkoos is foos. Rooi is die kleur wat die rose bloos. Rooi maak die spotse bulle boos. Loop in die lug en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie.
My naam is Nathaniel en ek het al die woord NAMPO gehoor. Baie mense sê, ons gaan NAMPO toe, so ek het aangeneem, dis 'n hotel in Mosambik. Toe sê hulle vir my, sal jy praat by NAMPO? Ek sê, toe kan ek eerder sing, my Portugees is nie goed nie. Toe sê hulle, nee, dis 'n plek waar boere kom vir trekkers en pannekoek. Maar nou is die fees virtueel en na 'n trekker is jy die beste waaraan ons kon dink. Toe besef ek, die meeste probleme wat ek en ander mense in hierdie dae in hierdie land het, kan net gehelp word deur boere. Ek sê toe ek is in. So my naam weer eens is Nathaniel en jy kry vir my iewers op hierdie virtuele fees. Druk net 'n knop.
ek het nie altyd tyd vir alles nie, so ek sit hom al die pad.
Oos,
Ek
is dit
hom
jou
al
ook
die
net
pad
op hoog?
baai. Ja.
Now you say you're lonely. You cry the whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. And all you say you're sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cry a river over you. You drove me out of my head without shedding a tear, babe. Remember, I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian. You told me you were through with me. And now you say you'll love me. Well, just to prove that you do. Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. You say you love me, but you lie. And all you say you love me. Oh, just to prove that you do. Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. I cried a river over you. I cried a river. Now you can too.
Hi, I'm Tony Ndoro. Now, these are strange times, the new normal. And as is often said, you are on mute. But not really. These days, you're more visible, more palpable, and more audible than ever before. Now, as we all know, the agri sector is an early adopter of new technology. Now, with this in mind, one of the biggest agricultural expos in the Southern Hemisphere is now going virtual. Now, virtual events, of course, mean endless possibilities and an even wider audience. But the question is, what does it actually look like? Well, let me give you a preview of the first ever NAMPO Virtual. So, enter the showground with me. From the main lobby, you gain access to all that NAMPO Virtual has to offer. Now, on the show floor, visitors can choose from a variety of exhibition areas to experience the latest products and services in the agri marketplace. From the comfort of your own space, wherever in the world that might be, come connect, come engage, come network in this virtual space. Exhibitors create and plan their own stands and activities. You create the daily program and choose how visitors can interact with you. Live chats and chat rooms, video calls, webinars, new product launches, special offers, audio-visual material, social media engagements, and a whole lot more. And best of all, visitor registration is absolutely free. So your stand is a gateway to a true brand experience for visitors. In true NAMPO tradition, there's a lot more on offer. Right from the lobby, you'll be invited to join AgriXtra at NAMPO. Now, this is a live, fully digital television studio that will broadcast on all 4 show days. Enter the virtual studio and get immersed in daily agri-talks, panel discussions. There's product information, exhibition highlights, live giveaways, and much, much more. A dynamic lineup of speakers, including the familiar faces so often seen at NAMPO, will bring you your topical discussions on all matters agri. Through this live TV channel, you get updates on all the latest news in the agricultural space and all the activations and highlights on NAMPO Virtual. This will give exhibitors a chance to communicate their offerings to visitors. Another highlight is the NAMPO main stage, waiting to entertain all visitors. There'll be dynamic keynote speakers, information and training sessions, product launches and demonstrations, as well as a host of celebrities, cooking shows, artists, and so much more. All of this at your fingertips wherever you might be around the world. So keep doing business, keep engaging, cross all borders, and keep connecting with each other in an innovative way. The time is now. Embrace it.
I want Dile, this COVID-19 is really presenting interesting stories to us. We would have thought that NAMPO Harvest Day would be done virtually. Normally we would have walked through the tractors and the goats and look at all the people at the beer tent. But now here we sit in a virtual atmosphere.
Yes, a virtual atmosphere, but I do think that it also offers an opportunity to be more reflective and have conversations about what's happening on agriculture. So we hope that you will join us online at the beginning of September at the NAMPO Virtual. Thank you.
En intussen gaan ek hoop om nie op TV die mayonaise te skei nie. Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silwer skoon.
Producent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan, plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die produsent. Is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruks, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie, voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Die dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer, in fact, duisende dankies. Daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons David, wys David die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdrip, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordens toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte hoop dit bring die soet saam. Eerlikwaar, in 'n kreet of ek kan dit sag sê, as ek eet, weet ek van die ongerepte eet wat julle aflê, en van die eelt wat in jou hand lê. eerlik, dit is unfair. En nou, in hierdie noue ontkoming is dit noodsaaklik. Met hierdie novel corona, dat ons hy onnodige nood in ons sak vind. En dit neem tot waar die noodkreet van 'n hongersnood se slag is. Die target is, wie jou naaste is. En tog is dit die talle wat op trone is, sowel as die wie in 'n tranendal in die straat en rus. Laat staan dus die politiese toutrekkery en trek aan die verbande van 'n Lazarus, want jou naaste is, in wie se longe daar nog asem is. Wie eerste en laaste is, produsent. Dit was die letters van produsent opgebreek. Jy moet dit oorlees. En ek het jou daarin gewerk, want jy kan dit ook probeer. Pay food forward, so kan jy ook produseer.
Dag sê boere, ek is van Malan, die virtuele veearts. Elke jaar op NAMPO, hierdie jaar het die virus ons gepootjie, maar hy het ons nie gevang nie. Ons gaan praat oor siektes, oor biosekuriteit, parasiete, vrae beantwoord. So ons sien julle daar. Kyk intussen mooi na julle diere. Lekker boer.
NAMPO Virtual is definitely an opportunity. It's something out of the norm, especially in the South African context as well. And I think we're going to experience a lot of ways and initiatives and creativity that a lot of companies are going to come up with in the ag space that will also talk hand in hand to the type of technologies today that's available in the agricultural space. And from a John Deere perspective, I think we're going to launch a very exciting new platform or type of product, if I can call it that, that people will experience John Deere on a whole different level that they've never done before. COVID did force us to think differently, and with having a presence still with your farmers, able to communicate, and although not in person, we found TechTerrain, a digital platform that is fully accessible to continue engaging and communicating key messages to the farmers and to the agricultural industry. TechTerrain's uptake actually grew exponentially, so every episode that we launched, we're almost halfway through, we've seen exponential growth. It quadrupled between 2 weeks ago until the last week. And the feedback is that it's insightful, people learn a lot, they see and learn about new technologies in the agricultural space, but also on the John Deere products and how they can adopt that technologies to run more productive and efficient businesses. So additional component for any future marketing campaign or initiative or expo, I think we'll have a permanent presence. I think we learned a lot during COVID-19 and what we experienced, but I think it's accessible, and for that person that can't be there, can still engage, can still feel part, but you can also share so much additional insights using a digital platform. So definitely something that will also form part going forward with any future marketing events. We are certain that with NAMPO Virtual we'll see a positive uptake in the farmers participating in the program and the show. So we've learned recently in the recent months that with the forcements of the COVID-19 that farmers are now more curious and more adaptive towards adopting technologies. Although the fastest adopters of technology, there's still concepts that was difficult to grasp. And I think as long as it's an easy platform to have access to, the farmers will definitely join in on a platform if there's benefit for them at the end of the day. And we believe that with NAMPO Virtual, that will definitely be the case. So in terms of NAMPO Virtual, I believe strongly that the future is with us now.
Ons het noedels nodig, ramen noedels wat ons gaan braai, ons gaan 'n eier pocheer.
Goeiemôre, goeiemiddag, goeienaand. Loop saam, die my lewe. Saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit. Môre gaat ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie. Koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En in ons swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar droom, het klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my. Hennewestraat, stap saam die my lewe. Saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit. Môre gaat ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie. Koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En in ons swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar droom en klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my, in Hennewestraat.
Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swaai jou scepter, maak lawaai tot die hane kraai. Niemand weet hoe die pad gaan draai nie. Niemand kan sê waar swem die haai nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swem teen die stroom op dans in die reën en stryk 'n pous. Klim uit in die styl, te seil van 'n krans af en span jou vlerke. Blou is blou en pers pervers, jy bly nog in 'n grasdak, maar brand jou kers. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Eet 'n sak sout met die een wat jy lief het en vra nog meer. Gee 3 maal in en kry dan in jou sin, jy weet mos hoe. Grys is boring en pink te veel, kyk hoeveel harte kan jy nog steel. Loop in die lig, moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Verf jou kombuis 'n skokkende kleur, kom aan, kom aan, kom aan, sit jou voet neer. Groen suur lemoen, appelkoos is foos, rooi is die kleur wat die rose bloos. Rooi maak die spatse bulle boos. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie.
Baie welkom by NAMPO Virtual. Dit is dag 3, daar's nog môre oor, maar die hele dag lê voor. Ek sal net vir jou 'n bietjie detail gee wat jy moet doen op die portaal, wat jy kan uitsien vandag, maar dit is altyd lekker om ordentlik te open. And today it's my privilege to welcome Derek Matthews, and the chairman of Grain SA. Sure, what a time, what a week it's been. I spoke last night, we just spoke with Toy Vessels just about the stats and the people visiting and the success already of NAMPO Virtual. But Derek, I'm giving it over to you just to open for us today's.
Thank you, Renee, and good morning, farmers. Goeiemôre boere. Dumelang bogetsu. What a privilege for me to share this message with you this morning. I'm going to start by reading you a poem by one Peter Skoenraad. When wrong is right and right is wrong, and nothing works the whole day long, and all you see and all you do just fails to please and works out skew, it's time to dignify your soul with thoughts that make the spirit whole, and set aside the shoddy score and take the plough and try once more. So COVID-19, what an exciting time. I say exciting because we've all gone through an emotional journey in this time. And when I say all, I mean the entire world. For myself, early, at least in March, when the lockdown was announced, my very first emotion was one of frustration and hope that this is over soon, and as soon as it is over, we can carry on and do what we have to do and get on with the job. I had just recently been elected as chairman of Grain SA, and there's just so much work to do. So there's that drive and that frustration of we need to get on with it. Then the lockdown was extended, and that emotion was replaced with one of anxiety and fear, because one realized that nothing is ever going to be the same. And we don't know how we're going to do business in the future. We don't know what businesses are going to survive. You know, will we still get all our input supplies? Will we still get our tractor spares? You know, what's going to become of us? And that anxiety and that fear. And it wasn't too long after that you realize, well, you've got absolutely no control over it. You can do absolutely nothing about it. And that gave room for a new emotion, one of excitement, one of excitement about an opportunity to do something new, to change your business, to do things differently, and for all intents and purposes, better because you know that the way you did it wasn't possible anymore, and now you have to think differently. So for me, the entire world has changed, and the mindset of the entire world has been forced into one of innovation. And our NAMPO Virtual is exactly one of those things, one of those ways which we've had to innovate. Now, I'm very privileged to be part of a global farmer network. It's a network that started in the early 2000s. Once a year, they call together a group of farmers. They have a roundtable discussion in Des Moines, Iowa. And there I've met farmers from around the world, from all walks of life, from the smallest subsistence farmer planting his BT cotton by hand in India, to the largest cattle farmer in Turkey, which imports shiploads of live cattle into Turkey and things like that. And we all sit around the table and we all share the same characteristics. We all share those things that make a farmer who he is. I've seen how farmers have this ability to look forward. I mean, what person in his right mind can take what is food, a kernel of grain which he can eat, and he can bury it in the ground, not knowing what's going to come of it. When he could have eaten it and he's put it in the ground. He could have eaten it and he's put it in the ground. But a farmer has the vision to know, and the knowledge that, and the certainty and the faith that that seed will germinate, that seed will grow, and that seed will multiply, and you will harvest something. It's all in the future. Farmers look forward. And like I described, my experience is, I experienced that of all farmers in all walks of life, farmers in all walks of life. They have that ability to understand that there's always something better coming. A cattle farmer buys a fantastic new stud bull, and once he's bought that bull, that's not that's not what's important anymore. It's the calves, it's the progeny from that bull that becomes important. So it's looking forward. A farmer has a record harvest on his grain farm. He will look back on that harvest only for one thing, to say, I did it like that, I had that success. What can I do to make it better? A farmer's best crop is his next crop. So farmers have this ability to look forward to, and that comes from, character that farmers possess. And I'm going to read for us from Romans 5, so that we can understand where it comes from. Therefore, having been justified by faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom we have access by faith unto his grace, in which we stand and rejoice in hope of the glory of God. And not only that, but we also glory in the tribulations. Now this is important. Farmers understand tribulations very well. And we also glory in the tribulations, knowing that tribulation produces perseverance. Perseverance produces character, and character produces hope. Now hope does not disappoint, because the love of God has been poured out in our hearts by the Holy Spirit who was given to us. So our hope, our vision for the future, our drive to go forward is founded in the perseverance that has been instilled in us as farmers through the Holy Spirit. And so often when farmers get together, they say, I look to the hills, from where shall my help come? And farmers often attest to the fact that we gain our strength from our faith. We have that hope, we have that vision to look forward. So farmers, what I want to tell you this morning is something my dad always told me. He says, just always carry on. Just keep on keeping on. Because to give up, to stop, is a choice. And when you've made that choice, that is final. Then it is over. It can never be the same again. So that's not an option. Just keep on keeping on. Keep on relying on your faith. Hold on to the strength that you will receive through the Holy Spirit. Let's pray together. Father, we just pray that you will encourage all our farmers today. And Father, not only our farmers, that you will encourage our nation, to all those people that are tuned into this program today. Give them the courage, give them the peace that you are in control, that you know and you have good things in store. Your will for us is not one of trial and tribulation, but one of prosperity and peace. Father, we pray that you bless this nation, that you bless the leaders of this nation, that you bless the leaders in agriculture, and that you bless all our farmers and farm laborers particularly. Keep them safe, keep them healthy, and give them the strength and courage to go out and do every day what they do, so that our nation can enjoy the fruits and your blessings. We ask this all in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Derek Matthews, Chairman of Grain SA. Yo, what a message of hope. And even where we're sitting now, the new world is, I think, filled with hope. So jy kan ingeskakel bly net hierna, so 'n bietjie so rukkie, gaan ons oorskakel na Alani in die Kaap vir jou landbou nuus.
My naam is Nathaniel en ek het al die woord NAMPO gehoor. Baie mense sê, ons gaan NAMPO toe, so ek het aangeneem, dis 'n hotel in Mosambik. Toe sê hulle vir my, sal jy praat by NAMPO? Ek sê, toe kan ek eerder sing, my Portugees is nie goed nie. Toe sê hulle, nee, dis 'n plek waar boere kom vir trekkers en pannekoek. maar nou is die fees virtueel en na 'n trekker is jy die beste waaraan ons kon dink. Toe besef ek, die meeste probleme wat ek en ander mense in hierdie dae in hierdie land het, kan net gehelp word deur boere. Ek sê toe ek is in. So my naam weer eens is Nathaniel en jy kry vir my iewers op hierdie virtuele fees. Druk net 'n knop.
Welkom by AgriXtra, hier van NAMPO Virtual. Ek is Theo Foster. Ons gesels vanoggend oor Graan SA, wat se tipe organisasie dit is, waar lê die besluitneming, wat is die fokuspunte en wat is die waardeverlede. Maar ek wil net eers begin, Jannie, ek wil julle net eers baie geluk wens. Ek dink dis 'n besondere prestasie. Ek dink is iets wat in 'n kort tyd gereël is. Net vinnig, hoe voel jy daaroor? Dit is hier is 'n NAMPO 2010 net toe 'n NAMPO gehad. Bietjie anders, maar hy's 'n NAMPO.
Ja, baie dankie Theo. Nee, ek dink, jy weet, toe die jong mense kom met hierdie gedagte met sy ou maar 'n bietjie diep asem vat en wil sê, maar kom ons probeer dit. Ons wil graag die spasie vul toe ons sien ons kon glad nie NAMPO hou nie in. Ag nee, ons is baie tevrede. Dis eintlik lekker om weer net so 'n bietjie die opgewondenheid te hê. Dis 'n totaal ander gevoel, maar ons is baie tevrede. Baie dankie.
Ek dink jy kan jou span gelukwens. Ek dink dit is besonder goed gedoen en ek dink in 'n kort tyd, dis 'n nuwe ervaring vir almal, maar wel gedaan. Baie geluk. Daar is toe 'n NAMPO 2020.
Ja, ek dink die ander ding wat ek ook bygeleer het, sommer net so te loops, is ons het ons kommunikasievaardighede as landbousektor dink ek ook verbeter om bietjie meer met die nie-landbousektor mense te praat. En ek dink dit was sommer 'n baie groot bate vir my wat bygekom het, want ons sukkel altyd om 'n storie te vertel. So hierdie was sommer 'n goeie ervaring.
Uitstekend. Derek, kom ons gesels. Jy kom al 'n baie lank pad in Graan SA georganiseerde landbou en jy's ook voorsitter van Graan SA. Derek, dis 'n ledeorganisasie. Wat beteken dit? Wat is 'n ledeorganisasie?
Goed, 'n ledeorganisasie is 'n organisasie wat sy mandaat vanaf die lede kry. Met ander woorde, dis nie 'n organisasie wat jy weet wat sal besin en dan vir lede 'n diens probeer aanbied nie. Dis 'n organisasie wat uitsluitlik moet luister na wat die lede se behoefte is en dan daarvolgens gaan optree. Nou daarin lê Graan SA struktuur is dan nou so gevorm, nê. Graan SA se heel hoogste gesag is die kongres van Graan SA wat elke jaar eerste week in Maart plaasvind. En die kongres kry sy gestand en sy mandaat vanaf die lede. Met ander woorde, die takvlak, die grondvlak lid daar op die plaas in die verre noorde of in Natal of in die Vrystaat of Noordwes, daar kom die lid by 'n takvergadering en hy beoefen sy stem en stuur 'n afgevaardigde as dit dan nou nie hy self is nie, kongres toe met die mandaat wat vanaf daai vergadering dan nou kom. So dis absoluut gebaseer op die plaas by die boere self.
So dit kom van die streeksorganisasies op streekvlak word verteenwoordigers gekies kongres toe en die kongres bepaal die rigting, die beleid en die langtermynvisie van die organisasie.
Volgens die mandaat wat daar van die plaas afkom. Ja.
En dit beteken die besluitneming eintlik sit by die lede op grondvlak.
Dis reg.
Al die pad boontoe.
Dis reg.
Hoe verskil dit van 'n maatskappy, Jannie?
Ja, ek dink mense seker as 'n mens dit nou direk so vergelyk, so jy sê maatskappye het 'n baie meer top-down tipe van ding, die direksie en die bestuur het baie meer van die besluitneming, waar ons kan nie besluite neem in die bestuur in die topstruktuur nie. Ons moet sê maar ons mandaat was so en ek dink Derek het ons nou reg gesê, ons mandaat moet net breed genoeg wees dat ons beweegruimte het, maar want dit is baie moeilik om dan terug te gaan, maar nou het ons ook strukture in soos hoofbestuursvlak waar jy een ou uit elke streek uit op 'n hoofbestuur sit om seker te maak as daar goed moet tussenin gebeur, want ek wil landbou verander maar baie, jy weet dit kan nie reën nie en dan skielik het jy droogte en dan moet jy 'n bietjie anders dink oor goede, maar ek dink 'n maatskappy het meer die bestuur neem 'n baie groter rol, die direksie neem 'n totaal ander rol as wat ons as 'n ledeorganisasie wil. En ek dink ons vermoë om te kan aanpas, as daar 'n verandering op die grondvlak is, want ek bedoel, dit is wat ons nou as boere baie leer, die oomblik as die oes nie lekker is nie, of daar's 'n graadprobleem, moet jou struktuur van so aard wees, dat daai inligting vinnig kan opkom, en dat jy vinnig dan van daar af kan werk.
Ramodisa, if I look at the membership, and obviously South Africa, it's paramount, and everybody believes that we need to be a more inclusive society, and that should be part and parcel of any organized agriculture for that matter. Do you find that Grain SA is a home, that Grain SA is a home for all farmers in South Africa, or is there still work to be done?
Well, I think Grain SA, it's a home for all agriculture, those who are farming in agriculture. You see, it's one of our objectives where we believe that we have to unite all farmers in South Africa. And both black and whites have to work together. And as we are striving for that, we engage young farmers, both black and white, both commercial and emerging farmers. There is a part where we engage Syngenta, where both black and whites are coming together. Young black and whites agriculturalists come together, doing a course where we hope that they will, at the end of the day, they will use to each other and they will feel comfortable to participate in the program of Grain South Africa.
So it's a focus and it's a progress, and from your point of view, is it working?
Of course, it's working, because at the end of the day, we are starting to see young farmers being involved in the program of Grain South Africa. They are involved in the competition. In most cases, in our competition, you will start to see young farmers who won the prizes, both commercial and emerging farmers. So it says to you, they are taking part and they are involved in Grain South Africa programs.
Jannie, ek wil nou kom na jou toe. Ons het nou, dis duidelik dat die uiteindelike, kom ons sê, insette kom op grondvlak, dis streeksvergaderings, dan gaan dit op na die kongres toe, dan word daar 'n raamwerk geskep. Wat is die fokuspunte? Wat is die doelwitte op hierdie stadium wat Graan SA probeer nastreef en waar hulle by probeer uitkom?
Ja, Theo, ek dink ons het 'n ruk terug vir mekaar gesê, kom ons sê volhoubaarheid, sustainability van graanproduksie. Dit is, kom ons sê, ons droom om dit in plek te kan sit. En dit het natuurlik nou, kom ons sê, spin-off soos, kom ons sê, job creation en food security, daai tipe van elemente. Maar
so volhoubaarheid as 'n
die volhoubaarheid. Nou ons werk op amper daai teorie wat sê volhoubaarheid is die 3 P's, Dit is profitability. So ons moet seker maak daai boer maak wins en hy kan weer terugploeg binne in sy besigheid sodat hy volhoubaar is. Die tweede P is die menseontwikkeling. Ek dink hier Ramodisa nou van daai people development goed gepraat, van nie net boere nie, maar ook leadership development en ons personeel se ontwikkeling. Daai goed is vir ons belangrik. En dan die laaste P is die planeet, Ons moet die omgewing so hanteer dat ons kinders weer eendag hiervan kan kos maak. Jy weet, as ons net dink aan al daai goed van ons met die voedselproduksie nog verdubbel en ons gaan waarskynlik nie dieselfde hektare hê wat ons nou plant van 2.4 miljoen hektaar families nie. Jy weet, hoe gaan ons produksie verdubbel, Ek bedoel so, maar ons moet die planeet oppas. So ons fokusareas in Theo, ons het, kom ons sê maar ons kernbesigheid lê dan, kom ons sê, rondom ons produktiwiteit in al daai tipe van goede wat binne in daai profitability is. Ons moet ons markte kan groei, die verbruik plaaslik en internasionaal. Ons moet ons navorsing, dit is al ons kernbesigheid. Ons farmer development program is 'n kernbesigheid vir ons. En dan het ons nou, kom ons sê, ons ondersteuningsdienste wat nou ons, kom ons sê, ons rekenaarstelsels en boekhoudstelsels en ons governance goede, wat nou maar die ondersteuning is vir daai, kom ons sê, die winsgewendheid wat in die graanekonomie lê, die navorsing en ons farmer development. Dit is ons kernbesigheid. Nou binne in daai goed gaan ons nou jaarliks en dan gaan sê ons, maar wat is nou belangrik vir die boer? En dan sê ons, gradering is nou belangrik, die differentiaal is nou belangrik, en dan moet ek nou begin, kom ons sê, die hulpbronne soontoe allokeer en die begroting opstel om daai te ondersteun, dat ons by daai fokuspunte kan uitkom spesifiek.
Ek gaan nou terugkom na jou toe, Jannie, want die volgende element is die finansiering. Hoe word die goed gefinansier? Maar Derek, ek wil net by jou, as ons nou praat van hierdie doelwitte en fokuspunte, Ek neem aan dit is 'n uitvloeisel van die mandaat wat deur die lede op die grond gegee word.
Absoluut. Dit, jy weet, soos ons nou verduidelik het, dis, jy weet, Kongres kry sy gestalte op die plaas en die behoefte word op die plaas bepaal, dit gaan Kongres toe. Kongres bepaal dan die mandate waarmee die organisasie vir die jaar gaan besig wees. Nou uit die aard van die saak sit Kongres net eenmal 'n jaar. Dan daai Kongres verkies dan 'n hoofbestuur wat dan nou 'n verteenwoordiger uit elke streek uit, wat dan nou nog steeds die skakel is met die stem op 'n daaglikse basis. Jy weet, die stem op die grond, as ek praat van die stem, dan dis daai stemmetjie wat vir ons sê, hierdie ding knyp my, jy moet nou werk maak daarvan. So jy het jou hoofbestuur, en dan jou dagbestuur, jy weet, mense is baie maklik geneig om te dink, die dagbestuur is die leierskap van die organisasie. Nee, die dagbestuur is alleenlik 'n komitee van die hoofbestuur, wat met sekere goed getaak is.
En funksionaliteite.
Ja, absoluut, jy weet, so die gesag lê absoluut by die boere, deur Kongres aanvanklik, en dan deur die hoofbestuur, jy weet, so dit word deur die jaar dan lewendig gehou.
Kom ek net so een gebruik wat ons byvoorbeeld het, by elke vergadering, dan gee Derek vir die ouens kans en sê, what is going on in your region? Sê vir ons hoe ver is jy met die oes, of hoe ver is jy geplant, en dan sê hy, hoor, hierdie is die goede. So ons kry sommer dadelik die inligting van die grondvlak af, om seker te maak ons is nog by die regte goed.
If I come to the focus area, which is paramount for South Africa, for sustainability, for food security, the programs in terms of developing new farmers, what is the basis of those programs, and are they successful?
Well, basic programs, one is to start to train the farmers, because that's one of the most important that people don't realize. You see, in most cases, people just think that to be a farmer, you must just go to a farm. But it's not. What is important, first you must give a person a knowledge. What we are doing, we are training farmers, those who are beginning with us, those who are starting to register. We are training them. They are, like Derek was saying, they are study groups where we train those farmers. Some of the programs that we are doing, the training that we are doing, how to plant maize, how to calibrate a planter, of which those are very, very important. They might be seen as they are nothing, but those are the most important things when you start to farm or to be a grain farmer. One, we have to know how to plant, when, the calibration of a planter, the calibration of a spray boom. So those are most important things. Those are our basic, where we start training our farms on.
And that means that you have a chance to make that farmer sustainable. Jannie, die finansiering. Alles wat ons hiervan praat, kos geld, daar's personeel, daar's strukture wat in stand gehou moet word. Hoe werk die finansiering van Graan SA?
Ja, ons het 'n geruime tyd gelede eintlik besluit dat ons gaan nie vir 'n statutêre heffing gaan nie, want baie kommoditeitsorganisasies word befonds uit 'n statutêre heffing. Want jy gaan bemarkingswet en die minister keer dit goed, en dan is daar 'n proses van hoe daai geld aangewend moet word. Graan SA het egter in 99 toe ons nou die klomp verskillende organisasies van koring en mielies en oliesade en so in sorghum bymekaar sit, het ons besluit ons gaan 'n vrywillige heffing hê. So op die oomblik wat ons doen is ons 'n groot deel van ons inkomste is doodgewone boer op die grondvlak wat 'n vrywillige heffing betaal na Graan SA toe, wat 'n stuk van ons befondsing is. Die tweede een is, ons het nou gesien dat NAMPO baie suksesvol gewees, en elke jaar maak ons 'n sekere gedeelte profijt uit NAMPO uit, wat ons dan net so weer terugploeg binne in die organisasie, om vir die boer eintlik so goedkoop as moontlik te maak om 'n lid te wees. En dan is daar nou, kom ons sê, van die aktiwiteite wat ons byvoorbeeld bestuur vir die Mielie Trust, wat nou vir ons sekere fondse gee, om sê maar ons farmer development kapasiteit daar neer te sit, om sekere programme te implementeer en so aan. So daai is, kom ons sê, die grootste elemente wat ons nou gebruik om die besigheid te befonds. Maar Theo, ek wil soos jaar vir jaar vat ons nou 'n slegte bloedneus, nee, ek wil ons het nie NAMPO gehou nie, en ek wil NAMPO was so suksesvol dat ons in die Kaap nou dit gedupliseer het, en ek wil, maar al daai inkomste is vir jaar nou weggeval. So nou moet jy dit wat die ou boere vir ons geleer het, jy moet reserves opbou op 'n stadium, nou kon ons van daai reserves sê, maar hoorie, ons kan die organisasie aan die gang hou, so daar is ook 'n stuk volhoubaarheid wat ons binne in ons finansies moet bestuur, maar jy weet, ons moet ook ons geld mooi aanwend, en ek bedoel, ons het ook 'n groot verantwoordelikheid, jy weet, ek dink ons is die grootste kommuniteitsorganisasie in die georganiseerde landbou, en jy het 'n bepaalde rol wat jy moet speel, maar nou moet ek bysê, nee, dit is die ander laaste bron van inkomste, is ons insetverskaffers, ons rolspelers in die bedryf, kom maak substansiële bydraes om te sê, maar hoorie, dis vir ons belangrik, dat die 'n goeie, kom ons sê, georganiseerde landbou in die graanbedryf is, en dan kom daai ouens en hulle kom befonds 'n kantoor vir die ontwikkelende boere, of hulle wees 'n sponsor vir die kongres, of sulke tipe van goed. So ons het groot waardering vir ons, kom ons sê, ons insetverskaffers wat saam met ons hierdie waard trek.
Net 'n kort antwoord, julle is, selfs al het NAMPO nie in sy normale omstandighede plaasgevind, daai inkomste het nie gekom nie, van 'n volhoubaarheidsin, die organisasie self, Graan SA, is volhoubaar.
Presies.
Derrick, ek wil kom terug na jou toe. Uiteraard is die grootste kommoditeitsorganisasie, het 'n paar elemente wat dit sensitief maak in 'n sosio-politieke omgewing. Aan die een kant voedselsekerheid, dit is 'n stapel voedsel vir die oorgrootste meerderheid Suid-Afrikaners, daai voedsel moet bekostigbaar, gesond, beskikbaar wees. Aan die ander kant is landbou sit in die grond, in die middel van die gronddebat. Waar pas Graan SA in hierdie politieke mynveld in?
Okay, dis miskien wel nie moeilik om te verduidelik nie, maar effens kompleks in die sin van Graan SA is 'n kommoditeitsorganisasie, en ek kom nou uit die geskiedenis uit, jy weet, van voor Graan SA, NAMPO, en my pa was 'n stigterslid van SAMPI, wat heeltemal die oorsprong is, jy weet, en as jy kyk daarna, dan is die fondamente van hierdie organisasie die besigheid van graanproduksie. En spesifiek in ons grondwet vandag nog is dit vasgelê dat ons apolities is. Nou, apolities beteken, daar's geen partypolitiek nie. Ons, jy weet, dis nie, ons is nie op daai terrein nie, ons beweeg nie op daai terrein nie. Dit gesê, beteken dit nie, ons mag nie, of ons moet nie, of ons kan nie, of dit is nie ons plig, om nie 'n kwessie soos grond, namens ons lede, ek wil nie die woord onderhandel gebring, maar te beredder nie.
Aan te spreek,
om betrokke te wees daarbij nie, want uit die aard van die saak is dit tog kernbelangrik vir volhoubaarheid, vir die besigheid, jy weet, as jy dit nie het nie. So Graan SA moet binne sy kultuur, binne sy grondwet, moet hy dan nou optree, en dan het ons die gebruik in Graan SA waar ons die vennote intrek, jy weet, waar grond 'n algemene saak is, en jou organisasies soos AgriXtra, TLI ensovoorts, wat dit is hulle besigheid, dit is hulle terrein, jy weet, waar jy daai vennote dan nou intrek, en of hulle ondersteun, en seker maak dat ons lede se behoefte dan ook op daardie vlak uitgedra word, jy weet, so dis hoe ons dit dan nou aanspreek.
Ja, ek dink, wat tipies gebeur, nee, kom ons sê, jy kan sê grond is 'n algemene saak, ek wil die dieselrabat is eintlik 'n algemene saak, jy weet, kom ons sê Eskom is 'n algemene saak, maar dit het so geweldige impak op die graanbesigheid, nee, dat Graan SA moet capacity avail, jy weet, in beskikbaar maak, selfs op nasionale vlak, soos by kom ons sê, die nasionale organisasies, soos AgriXtra en so, om juist daai ding te gaan, want ons kan nie laat die pap daar op die grond val nie. Ek wil, ons moet seker maak, daai dieselrabat bly in plek, en dat die audits wat gedoen word regverdig is, en die manier waar bereken word, en sulke goed. So, baie keer het ons daai leierskapsverantwoordelikheid om 'n step up te maak, en kapasiteit neer te sit, want dalk het ons toevallig die spesialiste, wat eintlik op daai veld, jy weet, kom ons sê, die land kan lei, en ek praat nou byvoorbeeld iets soos die dieselrabat spesifiek. So, maar ek wil, dis is ook vir ons belangrik om 'n bepaalde styl uit te oefen, wanneer 'n ou, kom ons sê, hierdie tipe van moeilike sosiale en sosio-ekonomiese goede aanvat.
Jy praat van styl. Dit beteken tog, as ek daarna kyk, dat daar moet kommunikasiekanale wees wat onderhou moet word. Is dit deel van die vertrekpunt, as jy praat van styl?
Ja, kyk, dis nou waar ons as bestuur baie in die middel sit, nee. Aan die een kant sit jy met die boere wat vir jou, kom ons sê, ek wil nou die woord skree gebruik, maar partykeer is dit so iets, nee, wat nou skree oor wat is op die grondvlak die probleem, en nou moet jy met daai inligting moet jy nou verwerk,
En dan moet jy nou met die regering gaan praat oor iets waar dit nou sê maar beleid raak, soos 'n invoertarief, kom ons sê nou maar soos koring se invoertarief, of wat, jy weet, die gradering is onder 'n wet in, of 'n statutêre maatreël oor inligting of een of ander so iets. So ons moet definitief daai inligting kry, maar in daai verwerkingsproses het Graan SA nou 'n bepaalde kultuur van hoe vat ons hierdie goed vorentoe, hoe gaan onderhandel ons, en dit sê nie ons onderhandel swak nie, dit sê maar net, jy weet, ons moet ook volhoubaar onderhandel, want môre wil jy weer teruggaan na die ou toe. Jy kan nou die minister hier oor die kop slaan oor dat hy nie 'n koringtarief afgekom het, maar môre moet hy weer vir jou 'n nuwe mark oopmaak om jou mielie China toe te vat. Weer daai selfe minister.
So daar's 'n mandaat as dit gaan oor die volhoubaarheid van die industrie om te sorg dat al die rolspelers die heeltyd oop deure het vir julle.
Korrek.
En daai kultuur moet gehandhaaf word. If I look at the Ramodise, the future of grain and grain farming of in South Africa. Obviously this year in the northern side the maize is a great harvest with a nice price. Are you confident and are you optimistic about the future around grain and grain farming in South Africa?
Well, of course, I think there's a future. Why? Because if you look at our membership, or you look at the farming community in the whole country, young farmers are coming. There are young farmers because if you see young people starting to participate, you start to have a hope of the future because it's our future. So their participations, you see, says to us, there is a future in agriculture or in a grain a commodity. The other thing it's when you look at the way people are in need of food, there is that challenge. And you go to the rural areas, you'll find that young people shows that they want to participate, that the only problem that will maybe disturb it's the resources for both black and white. You'll find that, you see, there's a challenge. People think that it's only for the black farmers, but we also have a challenge of young coming up commercial farmers of white guys, where they are saying, but we are just left behind. What are you doing for us? As I was saying, we started to engage them with the Syngentas. And also in our black guys, our black young emerging farmers, we engage them in our study group so that at the end of the day, they must start to participate and take part in the future.
Jannie, van jou kant af 'n sluitingsopmerking, hoe voel jy oor die toekoms?
Nee, baie positief. Ek dink maar net, jy weet, en ek dink nie dit was net COVID nie, maar ek dink net georganiseerde landbou gaan 'n bietjie moet mooi gaan kyk oor, jy weet, wat is ons rol vorentoe, en ek dink nie dit is meer business as usual nie. Iewester gaan ons moet na ons styl kyk, ons gaan na ons mandaatprosesse moet kyk, en ons gaan moet ook educational wees, nee, in terme van, jy weet, besef daai ou op die grond, as hy nou net hierdie een probleem uitgesorteer het, dat dit is nie, weet, nou kan dalk 'n probleem op 'n ander plek uitdop, of as jy nou met hierdie minister 'n betleier in die gang het, dan gaan jy ander implikasies hê. So ek dink daarso is 'n klomp verandering toe wat nodig is, maar wat ek oor opgewonde is hier's 'n klomp jonger mense wat ons begin vertrou het met besluitneming en wat besig is om baie mooi deur te kom, en ek dink daai ouens gaan dalk met minder bagasie gaan hulle mekaar vind, en ons gaan baie beter kan doen soos hierdie leierskapsopleiding wat ons met hulle doen om die land vorentoe te vat.
Derek, as voorsitter van Graan SA, hoe voel jy?
Om die Engels te gebruik, farmers are eternal optimists. Jy weet, optimisties, as jy nie optimisties is nie, dan sal jy nie boer nie. Dit gesê, daar's bepaalde uitdagings, daar's baie ernstige uitdagings, ons kan nie lig maak daarvan nie, glad nie. Inteendeel, ons as organisasie se fokus moet nou baie duidelik en helder op die winsgewendheid wees. Jannie het die 3 kern fokusareas het hy uitgewys, en winsgewendheid van graanproduksie is onder geweldige druk. Nou dit word jaar na jaar gesê, dit word jy weet mense raak amper gewoond daaraan, nê. Maar daar's bepaalde voorbeelde en bepaalde realiteite wat ons nou jy weet en vorentoe met die publiek gaan deel en met ons insetverskaffers gaan deel wat gaan maak dat ons mooi verstaan en dat ons die vermoë het. Ek het geen twyfel dat ons veral die Suid-Afrikaanse boere die vermoë het om dit aan te spreek en dit reg te kry. Nie net ten goeie van onsself nie, maar ten goeie van die land, sy ekonomie en sy mense.
Dankie menere. Wel, ek dink van my kant af as ek luister na hierdie gesprek, Graan SA is 'n ledeorganisasie. Dis die plig en die verantwoordelikheid van elke lid, waar jy ook al is, om in te skakel in die streek en seker te maak dat jou stem, jou prioriteite en dit wat jy wil oordra, uitkom by die Kongres, sodat Graan SA werk daarvan kan maak en dit kan implementeer. Ek is seker ook dat Graan SA se mandaat is om volhoubare boere op die grond te hou vir die langtermyn toekoms. Dit beteken Graan SA moet deure oop hou, moet kommunikasiekanale oop hou. Graan SA kan nie deure afskop nie. Daai deur moet oop wees en hy moet toeganklik wees, want die mandaat is die volhoubaarheid van landbouers op die langtermyn. Van my, Theo Forster, hier by NAMPO Virtual. Geniet die volgende 2 dae, ons is later weer terug.
Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silverskoon.
Producent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan, plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die producent. Is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruks, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie, voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer, in fact, duisende dankies. Daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons Dawid, wys Dawid die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdruk, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordens toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte hoop dit bring die soet saam. Eerlikwaar, in 'n kreet of ek kan dit sag sê, as ek eet, weet ek van die ongerepte eet wat julle aflê. En van die eelt wat in jou hand lê, eerlik, dit is unfair. En nou, in hierdie noue ontkoming is dit noodsaaklik, met hierdie novel corona, dat ons hy onnodige nood in ons sak vind, en dit neem tot waar die noodkreet van 'n hongersnood se slag is. Die target is, wie jou naaste is, en tog is dit die talle wat op trone is, sowel as die wie in 'n tranendal in die straten rus. Laat staan dus die politiese toutrekkery en trek aan die verbande van 'n Lazarus, want jou naaste is, in wie se longe daar nog asem is, wie eerste en laaste is, producent. Dit was die letters van producent opgebreek, jy moet dit oorlees, en ek het jou daarin gewerk, want jy kan dit ook probeer, pay food forward, so kan jy ook produseer.
Dag sê boere, ek is van Malan, die virtuele veearts. Elke jaar op NAMPO, hierdie jaar het die virus ons gepootjie, maar hy het ons nie gevang nie. Ons gaan praat oor siektes, oor biosekuriteit, parasiete, vrae beantwoord. So ons sien julle daar. Kyk intussen mooi na julle diere. Lekker boer.
NAMPO Virtual is definitely an opportunity. It's something out of the norm, especially in the South African context as well. And I think we're going to experience a lot of ways and initiatives and creativity that a lot of companies are going to come up with in the ag space that will also talk hand in hand to the type of technologies today that's available in the agricultural space. And from a John Deere perspective, I think we're going to launch a very exciting new platform or type of product, if I can call it that people will experience John Deere on a whole different level that they've never done before. COVID dit forced us to think differently, and with having a presence still with your farmers, able to communicate.
Welkom by Agri in Motion. Ons is hier by NAMPO Virtual. Ek is Theo Foster. Nou, in die BBP syfers was die landbousektor een van die enigste sektore, eintlik enigste sektor wat groei getoon het. En tog was dit in 'n moeilike omstandighede. Maar die een voordeel wat landbou gehad het, dit was 'n essensiële diens wat beteken dit kon aanhou bestuur word. Dit kon aanhou gebeur. Maar nogtans het dit uitdagings gehad en ek gaan later gesprek voer oor waar die nuwe normaal gaan wees, of soos Bill Gates daarna verwys, true normal. Daarmee bedoel hy, ons het 'n ou posisie gehad, ons het 'n veranderende posisie gehad, maar uiteindelik gaan ons teruggaan na 'n posisie iewers tussen hierdie. Maar ek wil nou eers gesels oor hoe die landboubesighede, landboumaatskappye deur hierdie COVID-pandemie gegaan. En ek gaan sommer begin by jou, Kobus. Kobus, julle is 'n groot verskaffer van insette in die landbousektor in Suid-Afrika. Hoe het julle dit ervaar? Hoe moes julle besigheidsmodelle verander? En as jy terugkyk, wat het julle reg gekry en hoe het jy dit ervaar?
Ja, dankie Theo. Ja, ek dink 'n wonderlike tyd waar ons deurgegaan het. Ek dink ons maatskappy sien die bietjie positief ook wat gekom het uit die hele COVID situasie. Ongelukkig weet ons daar was heel wat negatiewe gebeure ook gewees, maar uiteindelik het ons baie lewens gespaar deur hierdie streng proses te volg. Nou as 'n maatskappy waar digitale transformasie 'n strategiese doelwit of 'n strategiese prioriteit is, het baie van ons goeders was besig om in plek te kom, maar die tydsraamwerk het geweldig kort geword. So ons is baie vinniger, moes ons dan sekere van ons planne wat oor 'n jaar of oor 18 maande geïmplementeer word, het ons vorentoe getrek.
So julle het by Bayer het 18 maande 3 weke geword.
Ja, dit het baie vinniger gebeur. Gelukkig het ons maartmaand beplan. Nou tradisioneel in maartmaand het ons baie boere daar reg oor die mielieproduserende gebied van Suid-Afrika. Daardie dae kon nie plaasvind in April en Maart nie as gevolg van die eerste fase van die inperking. Maar wat ons toe gedoen het en saam met wonderlike maatskappye soos Brand Republic kon ons toe voortgaan en aanlyn boere daar aanbied. En ons het toegesien en dit het baie duidelik geword dat ons produsente in Suid-Afrika is gereed vir 'n meer aanlyn tipe benadering, maar wat ons wel gesien het in baie boere se ervaring was, natuurlik moes ons nog steeds die fisiese kontak bewerkstellig en ons kon voortgegaan het daarmee ook.
Maar julle van jou kant af het iets wat 12 maande, 18 maande, 24 maande later sou gebeur het, is teruggedruk.
Ja, definitief ja, want soos jy weet met digitale transformasie wil jy besigheidsprosesse vernuwe of jy nuwe besigheidsprosesse skep wat moontlik bietjie ontwrigtend kan wees en dan wil jy jou kliënte interaksie wil jy gaan verbeter en as 'n maatskappy wat baie kliënte gesentreerd is hierdie dan 'n uitstekende geleentheid om uiting te gee aan daai op 'n vroeë stadium nou reeds.
John Deere, uiteraard is dit 'n handelsmerk wat krities is in veral in oestyd in die somerreënvalgebied in die mieliearea en die oestyd het gebeur in hierdie inperking. In terme van julle manier van doen, hoe het jy dit ervaar?
Weet jy, die eerste ding wat ek wil sê is, ek dink ons het weer die waarde besef van 'n gemeenskaplike doel. En ek dink daar was 'n gemeenskaplike doel reg oor die industrie gewees, om te sê, ons moet landbou aan die gang hou, ons moet die produsent kan bly ondersteun, en ons moet kan seker maak dat ons kan toerusting lewer. So met 'n gesamentlike doel is dit maklik om jou besigheidsvennote om 'n tafel te kan kry. Baie trots om te sê, dat ons het nie nodig gehad om ons deure vir een dag toe te hou nie. Tesame met 'n baie sterk handelaarsnetwerk, en ek kan hier verwys na Jacob Efkrese, is een van ons handelaars in Suid-Afrika, weet om saam om 'n tafel te kon gesit het en planne te maak. Ek moet erkenning gee aan georganiseerde landbou, AgriXtra en die Landboubesighidskamer, om daai kommunikasiekanaal met die regering oop te hou. Punt 1 om ons oop te hou as essensiële besigheid, om ons toe te laat om die hawens oop te kry, om toerusting in te kry, om ons toe te laat om onderdele uit te voer. So dit is al daai gesprekke wat ons moes gehou het. Maar weer eens terug te kom, die doel was daar gewees, ons wil ondersteun industrie. Ek dink uit 'n besigheidsoogpunt uit, uit 'n leierskapsoogpunt uit, daar is nie 'n proses vir COVID-19 gewees nie. En ek dink baie koöperatiewe besighede vandag is baie prosesgedrewe. En ek dink ons het baie vinnig geskuif van 'n prosesgedrewe organisasie toe na 'n besigheid wat jy moet steun op op ondervinding. En basies trek op hoe goed jy die industrie verstaan, hoe goed jy met jou kliënte kan kommunikeer. En die gesprek rondom 'n omni-channel, en Dirk, ek weet nie wat die Afrikaans vir omni-channel is nie, so jy moet dalk help hierso, is...
Hy kan so lank dink terwyl ek vir Jakob vra.
Skep verskeie kanale, waardeur jy met jou kliënt kan besigheid doen en kan kommunikeer. En dink hierdie is een van die platforms wat ontwikkel is in daai tydperk.
So dit is maar wat vir my baie interessant is in wat jy sê is dat jy moes steun op kundigheid in die besigheid en op mense wat dit verstaan. Jakob, van julle kant af, en ek kom net draai vir 'n oomblik terug na die baie groot mielieoes wat moes ingeneem word in hierdie periodes. Hoe het julle dit ervaar?
Matthew, ek wil hom so trappie teruggee. Ek dink ons is almal deeglik bewus hier is 'n graanplatform. Maar ek dink ons moet verstaan dat daar industrieë in die landbou is soos die wynbedryf wat onder geweldige druk was en nog steeds is, wat markte waarskynlik in die toekoms gaan verloor vir hulle uitvoerproduk. Ons verstaan almal die bierindustrie, gars wat direk hierso relevant is, gaan waarskynlik in die toekoms ook onder druk kom. En die BBP syfer is 'n refleksie van 'n oomblik in tyd wat baie positief is op die rug van 'n groot oes, goeie pryse. Maar ek dink ons moet verstaan in die toekoms is daar nog probleme wat opgelos moet word. Van 'n landboubesigheid is dit so dat ou altyd 'n kompeterende beginsel in jou besigheid het. En COVID het eintlik geforseer om te begin fokus op jou bestaande besigheid. Die voordeel is almal het gedoen. So ons sal een of ander tyd weer moet terugbeweeg om fisiese interaksie te hê met kliënte om daai basis te behou. Die graansektor, soos julle weet, het 'n redelike groot oes ingeneem. Eintlik 'n baie moeilike oes want hy was lank. Hy het begin met lae oordragvoorrade, so daar moes baie geskuif geword het om seker te maak meelenaars kon hulle mielies kry en seker maak dat daai gedeelte van die ekonomie aan die gang bly. Ek dink almal landboubesighede van bo tot onder in die waardeketting het ontsettend goed saamgewerk om alles in hulle vermoë te doen om seker te maak dat die waardeketting in stand gehou word. Ons weet daar was probleme met voorsiening van diesel, 'n legio redes daarvoor. Ons het gesien wat met die ekonomie op 'n makrovlak gebeur het. By die silo's was ons gelukkig genoeg dat meeste landboubesighede het 'n redelike goeie netwerk van silo's. Ons self moes 1 of 2 keer silo's toemaak om skoon te maak nadat daar positiewe gevalle was, maar dan kon jy daai graan herkanaliseer na 'n ander silo toe om seker te maak dat die lewering sou aangebeur. Want die lewering se tyd is sy tyd. Hy word op Safex verskans. So ou moet seker maak dat die regte goed op die regte tye gebeur. Maar ek dink die waardeketting tot 'n groot mate kon in stand bly.
Dirk, ek wil net eerstens vir Graan SA en vir jou sommer net sê baie geluk met hierdie NAMPO virtuele oefening. Ek dink dit was ek dink almal kan baie bly wees dat daar was 'n NAMPO 2020. Hy het anders gelyk as ander jare en ek dink in die toekoms gaan hy ander komponente gaan bykom, maar ek dink vir 'n begin, ek dink wel gedaan en vir almal wat betrokke daarbey is, ek dink dis uitstekend dat daar 'n NAMPO 2020 was. Dirk, hoe het julle dit ervaar die hele COVID situasie?
Ja, dankie Theo en ek moet sê hierdie was 'n spanpoging. Dit was nie 'n Graan SA dit was letterlik 'n 6 weke spanpoging wat al die deelnemers en al die vennote bymekaar kon sit en sê kom ons maak iets werk. En ek dink dis wat lekker is van landbou. Landbou is baie goed georganiseer. Jacques het genoem so die georganiseerde landboustrukture kom baie maklik inspring en help met kommunikasie, met die regte goed in praktiese plekke insit en ook verduidelik oor wat is die komplikasies as sekere goed gebeur, nee, want ons het ook in 'n kritiese tyd ingegaan waar ons begin oes het en waar al daai goed, oomblik as 'n ou oes moet dit klokslag loop. En ek dink dit was die goeie deel van landbou is laat ons so goed georganiseerd is en laat ons vinnig planne in plek kan gaan sit. So van 'n georganiseerde landbou se kant af was dit 'n besige tyd. Dit was regtig 'n besige tyd want ons moes planne op die tafel gaan sit. Ons moes daagliks met die regering gaan sit het om te sê hoe maak ons seker dat ons kosvoorsiening kan doen? Hoe maak ons seker dat die hele aanbodketting nog steeds kan hardloop soos wat hy moet hardloop? Permitte uit te sit en ek dink die grootste uitdaging was op die einde van die dag ook kommunikasie. So daar was regulasies, maar hoe was hy geïmplementeer op grondvlak? En om vinnig daai probleme te kry en vinnig oplossings vir dit te kry was die groot deel. En dan soos Jakob genoem het, ongelukkig is daar bedrywe wat nie so goed afgegaan het en om seker te maak om te verduidelik wat die implikasies van daai is. En wat is die implikasies wat maak dat dit oor die langtermyn invloede gaan hê. En gelukkig kon ons vir meeste van die goed daarom oplossings kry en baie vinnig oplossings kry. Maar ongelukkig is al bedrywe wat nog steeds aan die sukkel gaan wees met dit. Maar ek dink die voordeel vir my in die hele struktuur het ek gesien, met ander bedrywe het hulle gesukkel want hulle was nie so goed georganiseer.
Sou jy dit gelykstel aan Jacques wat praat van 'n gesamentlike doelwit? Was dit deel van die oplossing?
Definitief, ek dink daai eerste 3 weke het almal die doelwit gehad en selfs van ons af na die regering se kant toe was die hoofding om te sê nou moet voedsel voorsien kan word en het ons daai gemeenskaplike doel gehad om te sê hoe kry ons die oplossings vir die? Ons het BFAP ingekry om 'n voedselmonitering te doen waar weeklikse vraelyste uitgegaan het oor waar is die blokkades in die stelsel en ons kon vinnig oplossings kry vir die goed en dit het goed gewerk, maar definitief daai een doel om by een punt uit te kom het net almal nader getrek en te sê nou moet ons saamwerk.
Professor Jannie Rousseau van Wit Sake Skool praat van die regulasies as jy terugkyk was kranksinnig. En miskien is dit waar landbou in 'n ander posisie was, dat daar was 'n georganiseerde kommunikasie wat gehelp het dat die landbouregulasies in sekere gevalle stem ek saam was dit kranksinnig, maar nie deurlopend nie. Kobus, as jy kyk na hoe ons waar 'n nuwe normaal en kom ons vat Bill Gates se woord true normal, want ek dink nie dis nie 'n ou normaal of 'n nuwe normaal, hy gaan iewers tussenin wees. Wat het julle geleer uit hierdie verkorte digitalisering wat die toekoms 'n groter rol gaan speel as wat dit sou gespeel het?
Ja, so ek dink dit is baie belangrik soos ek net genoem het, ons produsente is gereed van die Kaap tot in die binneland, maar wat baie belangrik gaan wees is dit gaan amper 'n blended approach wees. Ek dink daar gaan 'n kombinasie wees.
Daar gaan elemente van alles wees.
Elemente van alles, so ek dink wat nou baie goed werk en ek dink ons sien dat dit met NAMPO Virtual ook, daar gaan komponente wees wat ons gaan vorentoe neem en as maatskappy het ons ook nou deur die evaluasieprosesse gaan. Sekere projekte, tradisionele projekte is gestop en dit gaan nie weer herlewe in die toekoms nie want ons gaan dit vervang met sogenaamde digitale platforms in die toekoms. Maar wat baie belangrik is, dit gaan oor wat jou kliënt wil hê en hoe met jou kliënt interaksie hê. Of dit 'n klein boer is van 1 hektaar of 'n boer van 5000 hektaar. Ek dink dit gaan belangrik wees, dit gaan die kuns wees want ongelukkig in hierdie tyd het ons gesien dat ons kliënte ongeag in watter gewas jy betrokke is, gebombardeer was deur inligting en dit was nie noodwendig altyd dit wat die produsent op daardie stadium nodig gehad het nie. So ek dink daar gaan 'n redelike skill set change kom waar ons bemarkers en ons eie personeel en dan oor ander platforms ook sal moet sien wat is presies nodig, hoe moet ons kommunikeer en hoe kan ons dit verbeter.
Bayer is 'n multinasjonale maatskappy. So hierdie uitdaging wat jy nou van praat, ons praat oor Suid-Afrika hier en dit is 'n graanplatform, maar Bayer is wêreldwyd. Is daar van die goed wat ons by hulle kan leer en wat hulle by ons kan leer en hoe werk daai kommunikasie?
Ja, definitief. So daar's platforms intern waar ons bemarkings of strategiespanne natuurlik hierdie beste praktyke uitrol. Ek dink ons het gister gesien waar een van ons senior bestuurders vanuit Amerika deelgeneem het aan die NAMPO platform. Dit het uitstekend gewerk en ons het gesien nou kan ons intyds baie meer direk met ons Suid-Afrikaanse produsente kommunikeer. Natuurlik ons Suid-Afrikaanse produsente is van die beste in die wêreld en ons sal graag wil hê dat hulle meer gereeld blootstelling kry aan internasionale idees, soos wat gister byvoorbeeld met die koolstofkrediete uitgekom het. 'n Nuwe konsep vir Suid-Afrika, maar iets wat geproef word.
En jy kon nie internasionale ouens bytrek. Julle het 'n baie groot en ek neem aan baie suksesvolle program in die afgelope klompie maande gedoen, tekterrein. Dit was juis gemik om hier. Vind jy dat daai tipe goed gaan internasionaal traksie kry?
Verseker. Ek wil aansluit by Kobus. Ek dink 2 punte wat vir ons uitgestaan het is die eerste ding is, kan jy my ondersteun in tye van krisis? En ek dink dis wat die kliënt vir ons gevra het en dis wat ons vir ons besigheidsvennote gevra het. Nee, so ek dink ons het vinnig gesien wie is blote verskaffer en wie is 'n besigheidsvennoot. So ek dink daai gesprekke uit my oogpunt gaan vinnig verander om sê kan jy my ondersteun in 'n krisistyd? Dis die eerste ding. Die tweede punt is vir my kom terug na my konsep van omnichannel. Dis hy gee vir my 'n kanaal as 'n kliënt waarmee ek met jou kan kommunikeer. 'n Kanaal van my keuse.
'n Addisionele kanaal van jou keuse.
Yes. So ek wil vir jou 3, 4, 5 kanale kan neersit en sê meneer die kliënt, of jy kan direk met my skakel of ons kan deur 'n digitale platform gebruik of telefoon of ek dink baie van die verbruikers het oorgegaan om nou hulle maandelikse kosvoorraad digitaal te koop, nê. kan ons daai selfde ervaring vir 'n besigheidskliënt gee. So ek dink dis waar ons op hierdie stadium mee worstel. En Tekterrein is maar een van daai platforms. Ek dink as ons kyk na ons kykerstal, die groter gedeelte van die kykerstal kom eintlik uit Amerika uit.
Werklik.
So ons het 'n platform geskep met die fokus op Afrika of Suid-Afrika vir Afrika, maar die grense is plat. Is dalk 'n swak vergelyking, maar ek voel wat ons ook gesien het in die veebedryf is baie meer aanlyn bulveilings. Nou die voordeel is vir die verkoper is nou baie wyer. 'n Koopkrag wat sterker is as sy buurman. En ek oor eenvoudig dit dalk nou. Maar ek dink dit geld vir besighede wêreldwyd. Dis jy kan jou net nou baie wyer span sonder om addisionele kostes aan te gaan. Die uitdaging is hoe as jy so 'n produksie soos 'n Tekterrein aan mekaar sit, hoe maak jy seker dat jy is relevant vir 'n globale speler?
Dit gaan en dit dink ek gaan 'n uitdaging in die toekoms wees, want hierdie tipe van digitale soos hierdie virtuele gesprek lewe op die internet, lewe in die kuberruimte. Jakob, aan julle kant julle is 'n diensverskaffer aan kommersiële boere en natuurlik opkomende boerprogramme, maar kom ons fokus kommersiële boere op verskeie raakpunte. Hoe gaan hierdie ervaring verander in die toekoms?
Ek hoop ons sal dit beter kan doen. Ek dink wat ons sal nalat om te doen as ons nie vandag duidelik stel nie. Ek dink georganiseerde landbou met spesifieke verwysing na Graan SA het 'n spreekbuis geword vir boere. Ons het vroeg in die seisoen 'n fout gemaak en as gevolg van die interaksie met Graan SA kon ons daai fout binne 'n dag reggestel het. Net omdat die ouens weet hulle kan met van die land af met iemand 'n verteenwoordiger praat, die boodskap kom by die landboubesigheid en jy sorteer dit uit. So dit raak al belangriker dat 'n ou voortaan jou boere, jou produsente, die ouens wat by jou koop en aan jou verkoop, deurlopend goeie diens kan lewer. Ek dink die een probleem met die aanlyn platforms is jy het nie altyd die emosie van die ou wat vir jou luister wat terugkom nie. So ou moet nog jy moet nog steeds 'n bietjie fisiese interaksie om dit te verstaan. Maar ek dink hierdie ding het ons baie geleer. Ek sluit aan by Kobus. Alles het baie vinniger gebeur. Ons almal het al jare lank allerhande kamerasisteem in ons raadsale en ons het dit nou begin gebruik. En dit is baie meer effektief. Ek dink ons sal van die goeie behou, maar daar's verseker nog steeds 'n braai kan jy nie wen nie. So ons sal definitief in die toekoms nog steeds by ons kliënte wil uitkom sodra die goede toelaat. Jy wil niemand in gevaar stel nie. Ons het van tyd tot tyd meer om brandpunte aan te spreek by kliënte uitgekom en ons sal voortaan 'n mengsel van die twee implementeer.
Jy is nogal reg, 'n boeredag moet 'n braai hê. Jy kan op Zoom ver gaan, maar jy kom nie op die braai uit nie.
Ja, en ons gaan die garsprobleme ook uitsorteer, dink ek.
As jy kyk, hier kom nou Dirk, hier kom die heeltyd kom die gesprek deur na georganiseerde landbou, kommunikasie as 'n punt daarbey. Maar dit beteken ook dat julle die lede moet inkoop in die organisasie en die organisasie moet werklik die probleme aanspreek. In hierdie digitale omgewing, gaan julle kommunikasie wysig, verander, waar staan julle daar?
Dis een van die goed wat regtig nog altyd in georganiseerde landbou 'n groot uitdaging was. Hoe kommunikeer jy met die produsente? Hoe kry jy dit wat jy doen by die produsente uit, laat hulle verstaan wat die waarde is wat jy tafel toe bring? En wat ons nou al genoem het, die omni-kanale is 'n multikanaal, nee. So jy gaan nie net met hom praat deur 'n nuusbrief of jy gaan nie net met hom praat deur 'n boeredag nie. Dit is 'n verskeidenheid van kanale wat elke een 'n behoefte aan het en waar elke een maar sy kanaal vind wat met hom praat. So definitief dit gaan 'n nuwe strategie in die toekoms wees en ek dink deel van NAMPO Virtual het vir ons gewys dat daai goed werk. Nou, ons weet goed soos video's, al daai begin goed werk want ou kan in die land sit en net gou 'n video kyk en dan kan hy weer aangaan met al hulle presisie tegnologie, kan die trekker homself ry en hy kan 'n video kyk, nee. So dis die toekoms waartoe ons gaan. Die kuns met dit kom is oor wanneer gee jy op watter boodskap op watter platform.
En ek dink dis die ou aan die ander kant het ook voorkeur op watter platform hy met jou wil gesels. So daar's nog 'n studieveld agter dit.
En die groot uitdaging is landbou is vinnig veranderend, nee. So hy kan in 'n week se tyd verander hy van een kwessie na 'n ander kwessie toe. En hoe kommunikeer jy in tyd die regte goeder? So jy kan 2 weke terug 'n issue of 'n brandpunt uitgesit het En dan 2 weke later is dit vir daai persoon op sy plaas eers 'n brandpunt. En dan sien hy nie dadelik die kommunikasie, maar 2 weke terug was daar kommunikasie. So die kuns is daai.
En dit gaan beteken jy moet prioritiseer ook, want iets wat onmiddellik gebeur is nie noodwendig prioriteit nie. Ek wil draai na die toekoms in die laaste paar minute wat ons het. Kobus, ek wil begin by jou. As jy kyk na die lesse wat jy en wat Beyer geleer het, as jy 1 of 2 kan uitsonder, wat sal dit wees?
Ja, ek dink ons het begin daardeur, ons was op 'n digitale transformasiepad gewees. Kom ons gaan kyk nou, hoe kan ons sekere besigheidsmodelle gaan ontwrig tot voordeel van die produsent. Ek dink dit is uiteindelik die ding. Ek dink daar's 'n kostefaktor vir almal. As ons kostes onder beheer kan hou, kan natuurlik ons produkpryse ook onder beheer gehou word. En ek dink elke maatskappy gaan dit as 'n standpunt gebruik. Kom ons kyk hoe kan ons kostedruk beheer. En dan natuurlik, hoe kan ons die ervaring so positief moontlik maak vir ons produsente? En dan miskien die derde punt, en dit sluit aan by opleiding. En hierso is dit nie net interne personeel nie, maar ons moet ook ons produsente gaan bystaan om hulle te help om so vinnig as moontlik op hierdie skakels te kan inskakel en dan ook te weet waar kan hulle verlede week en 2 weke terug se materiaal gaan kry, want dit gaan relevant wees soos Dirk beskryf het, miskien oor 'n week of 2 vir daardie produsent.
Jacques, jy wat vat jy as jy gaan terugkyk op hierdie stadium, wat gaan jy klem lê wat jy nie wil verloor nie, wat moet deel word?
Ek dink uit 'n interne oogpunt uit gaan ons by oor kundige oordeel. Omring jou met mense wat kundige oordeel kan toepas, wat met beperkte inligting baie vinnig besluite kan neem.
En dit kom terug na jou punt wat jy genoem het, dat jy moes steun op mense met 'n diep verstaan van die industrie.
Korrek. Waar proses gaan ons nie altyd dra nie. Ek dink die tweede punt is verstaan die kliënt se behoefte. Want ons kon toerusting 2-3 maande later verkoop het, sou nie ons besigheid geraak het nie, maar vir die kliënt was dit krities geweest. So daai kliënte gefokus, wees kliënt gefokus. Ek dink dis die belangrike punt. En die derde ding is omtrent verstaan waar is daai breekpunt in jou besigheid, dat single point of failure. En het 'n plan in plek vir dit. Kom ons sê logistiek was ons 'n groot uitdaging geweest. Wat is die alternatiewe? Sou daar weer so iets gebeur? So daai single point of failure in die besigheid en wat is die plan agter dit?
Dis baie interessant. So hierdie het alles amper in 'n drukgang ingedruk en hy moes hou oral, anders het die hele ding platgeval.
Korrek.
Jakob, julle bedien, soos ek sê, die boeregemeenskap op baie vlakke. Wat neem jy uit hierdie ervaring uit?
Theo, ek wil nou die sondagskoolruimpie herhaal, alles wat hulle gesê het. En dan wil ek byvoeg, ek dink wat 'n ou besef het in die tyd is hoe belangrik die voedselwaardeketting is. Kan jy jou indink as ons in 'n winkel sou instap en daar was nie kos nie? Ja. Ek weet die toiletpapier was 'n probleem op 'n stadium, maar dit sou 'n ramp gewees het, nie net vir elkeen van ons.
En dit kom terug, jy het net een skakel nodig om af te breek.
Ja, en ek dink ons almal het weer besef ons verantwoordelikheid om ons produkte en dienste so goedkoop as moontlik by die produsent uit te kry, om seker te maak kos is so goedkoop as moontlik. Ek dink die een ding as ons oor 10 jaar hier sit na die volgende ramp, dat ons onthou die lesse wat ons geleer het in hierdie tydperk. Ek dink nie, en ek praat nou spesifiek van my eie maatskappy, het ons noodwendig die lesse van 2008 se finansiële krisis onthou en ons altyd geposisioneer vir daai oomblik wat iets weer breek in die wêreld. En ek dink dit is ontsettend belangrik dat ou die lesse leer neerskryf en vir die volgende generasie aangee, dat ons nie weer onder hierdie hoeveelheid druk is as dit weer gebeur.
Dis my baie interessant en ek gaan by jou afsluit, Dirk, maar Kobus het gepraat van iets wat 12 of 24 maande uit was, is verkort. Jy het gepraat van die gesamentlike fokus wat daar moet wees, maar jy kan nie steun op jou prosesse nie. En jy het gepraat van tot 'n groot mate is die lesse geleer, maar hoe maak jy seker daai les bly deel van die stelsels? Amper soos in baie gevalle vind jy dat van die ouer mense sal vir jou sê, maar pas op, moenie te vinnig met dit doen nie, want hy kan jou vang. Dirk, ek wil afsluit met jou. Die rol van georganiseerde, eerstens van landbou, na my mening, is daar 2 industrieë wat se profiel verskriklik gaan styg hiermee. Die een is die primêre gesondheidsorg, en ek praat nie van die breinchirurg nie, ek praat van die gewone kliniek suster. Daai primêre gesondheidsorg, en die ander een is die landbouwaardeketting wat kos deurtrek. Hoe sien jy gaan georganiseerde landbou verander in terme van die feit dat julle generasie het die ervaring, hoe gaan julle seker maak dat hierdie krisiservaring gaan gedokumenteer word of gaan daar bly vir generasies?
Ek dink die voordeel wat ons hierin gehad het, nee, is ons het goeie leiers binne in georganiseerde landbou gehad wat gesteun het op jarelange basisbou. En die oomblik toe die krisis nou gebeur, is dit presies soos Jacques sê, toe kon jy teruggaan en jy kon daai basisbousisteme aktiveer en sê nou is dit regtig waar ons waarde inkom en wat ons doel is. En ek dink die voordeel daarvan is om daai elemente behoue te hou. Maar elemente te hou om te sê hoe werk ons met mekaar binne 'n waardeketting? Om te sê wat is goeie kommunikasie tussen mekaar om daai deur altyd oop te hou sodat ons met mekaar kan gesels, nee. Daai tipe van goed is boublokke wat oor die jare gevestig is. Nou moet seker maak jy behou daai boublokke, maar die tweede deel is wat ek agtergekom het in die tyd is ons moenie bang wees vir verandering nie.
Ja.
Verandering bring altyd iets nuuts vir 'n ou op. Ons is altyd geneig om bietjie bang te wees vir verandering. Maar ons moenie bang wees vir verandering nie. Hier kom nuwe geleenthede uit en dit gaan nou hierna oor hoe kry jy daai balans. So wat trek jy af en wat bring jy op en om nou daai vorentoe te vat, maar die boublokke bly nog steeds die kern van die hele ding, ja.
Kobus, baie dankie. Dirk, baie dankie. Jacques, dankie. Jakob, dankie. Ek dink die vertrekpunt is soos wat ek hierdie gesprek gelees het, is verandering moet jou vriend wees. Omarm verandering. COVID-19 het 2 rolle gespeel. Dit was aan die een kant 'n versneller, iets wat 12, 18, 24 maande gevat het of selfs 10 jaar gevat het weke geword. So aan die een kant 'n versneller, aan die ander kant 'n vergrootglas. Dit het gekyk na waar foutlyne lê. Dit het foutlyne ontbloot en dit het gewys waar die ketting nie werk nie. Vergrootglas aan die een kant, 'n versneller aan die ander kant, maar dan ook 'n gesamentlike doelwit kan jou dit laat bereik. En ek dink dit het COVID-19 beklemtoon. Van my hier by Agri in Motion, by NAMPO Virtual, geniet die volgende dag of 2. Ek wil vir my paneel sê baie dankie. Ons het hier deurgekom. Landbou staan sterk na hierdie COVID-19. Alles van die beste. Mooi loop.
Ons het noedels nodig, ramen noedels wat ons gaan braai en ons gaan nou eier pocheer.
Goeiemôre, goeiemiddag, goeienaand. Loop saam, die my liewe, saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit. Môre gaat ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie. Koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En nog nie swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar drom met klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my. Hennewestraat, stap saam die my liewe, saam die Hennewestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit, môre gaat ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie, koop ons in Hennewestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En die nog nie swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennewestraat, die kom maar drom en klap daar in Hennewestraat. Die boon onder langs my, in Hennewestraat.
loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Zwaai jou scepter, maak lawaai tot die hane kraai. Niemand weet hoe die pad gaan draai nie, niemand kan sê waar swem die haai nie. Loop in die lig, jy moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swem teen die stroom op dans in die reën en strek 'n pous. Klim uit in die styl, te seil van 'n krans af en span jou vlerke. Blou is flauw en pers pervers, jy bly nog in 'n grasdak, maar brand jou kers. Loop in die lig, jy moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Eet 'n sak sout met die een wat jy lief het en vra nog meer. Gee 3 maal in en kry dan in jou sin, jy weet mos hoe. Grys is boring en pink te veel, kyk hoeveel harte kan jy nog steel. Loop in die lig, moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Jou kombuis, 'n skokkende kleur, kom aan, sit
het noedels nodig, ramen noedels wat ons gaan braai en ons gaan 'n eier pocheer.
Goeiemôre, goeiemiddag, goeienaand. Loop saam, die my liewe, saam die Hennebestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit. Môre gaat ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie. Koop ons in Hennebestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En in ons swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennebestraat, die kom maar drom met klap daar in Hennebestraat. Die boon onder langs my. Hennebestraat, stap saam die my liewe, saam die Hennebestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit, môre gaat ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie, koop ons in Hennebestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadusies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En in ons swaai die lewe, laat die kraaie gaan. Stap eentjie, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennebestraat, die kom maar drom en klap daar in Hennebestraat. Die boon onder langs my, in Hennebestraat.
Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swaai jou scepter, maak lawaai tot die hane kraai. Niemand weet hoe die pad gaan draai nie, niemand kan sê waar swem die haai nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swem teen die stroom op dans in die reën en strek 'n pous. Klim uit in die styl, self van 'n krans af en span jou vlerke. Blou is blou en pers pervers, jy bly nog in 'n grasdak, maar brand jou kers. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Eet 'n sak sout met die een wat jy lief het en vra nog meer. Gee 3 maal in en kry dan nie jou sin, jy weet mos hoe. Grys is boring en pink te veel, kyk hoeveel harte kan jy nog steel. Loop in die lig, moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Verf jou kombuis 'n skokkende kleur, kom aan, kom aan, kom aan, sit jou voet neer. Groen suur, lemoen, appelkoos is foos, rooi is die kleur wat die rose bloos. Rooi maak die Spaanse belle loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie.
Good morning and welcome to Virtual NAMPO. My name is Chris Burgess. I'm editor of NAMPO Virtual. And this morning we are having a very interesting conversation with the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, voted as one of the best government departments in the country, and also been awarded accolades for their gender composition in their management, and also greatly loved by their farmers. A great privilege to be talking this morning to Mr. Darryl Jacobs, Deputy Director General, Agricultural Development and Support Services at the Department, Mr. Lau Pinard, Deputy Director, Macro and Resource Economics, Gertrude Jacobs, Acting Director, Farm Worker Development, and Dr. Ilse Trautmann, Chief Director, Research and Technology Development. Good morning and welcome to everyone.
Morning.
Good
morning. Good morning.
Darryl, I want to start with you, and please, we will be doing English and Afrikaans, so if you're more comfortable in answering in Afrikaans, that's 100% reg. So I just wanted to ask you, I mean, you've come through a very difficult period now with coordinating, with the coordination of all the COVID relief efforts and trying to get all the various stakeholders onto the same page. What has your experience been of this process? Do you think that in a strange way, COVID has actually brought the industry closer together?
Thank you very much for that question, Chris. And yes, it has been an exciting period, eye-opening period, and in many respects, I think that COVID has actually fast-tracked a lot of developments that I think would have been lingering for quite some time. And so the moment we went into lockdown, or the president announced the lockdown, certainly what we found was, as a sector, it was critical for us to bring all the key stakeholders together. And I spearheaded that particular initiative to make sure that whether it be Agri-Western Cape, AFASA, Wardcrow, Winpro, the Fruit Producers, Exporters Forum, the full range of stakeholders as part of the virtual engagement, and we were able to identify some of the key challenges and collectively address those particular challenges. I mean, one of the major, and I think the two major issues at that point is how we deal with our farm workers, our agri workers, and make sure that farmers and farm workers were protected throughout this period, recognizing that agriculture was an essential service and therefore agricultural production needed to continue. But then there was also the issue of the need for humanitarian support. And what we saw is the incredible response by the agricultural sector. And I'm sure that Gertrude will speak glowingly around that, but we saw farmers going beyond the norm in terms of donating, even in the midst of the drought that we had experienced and the very many agricultural challenges within the Western Cape and South Africa. Our farmers went beyond the call of duty by donating masses. At one point, more than 37,000 food baskets. The extent of contribution and the was to reach out and support communities and families. And so, yes, it was extremely difficult, but absolutely an eye-opener, just the willingness and the desire to partner and basically drive major, I wouldn't say reforms, but I identify collectively what the challenges were, and in a very real way address those challenges. Depression that in terms of some of the recent figures. Thanks, Chris.
Daryl, yes, thank you for that. I mean, what stood out for me was the way that agriculture pitched in and helped, and actually stepped up to the plate, to the responsibility of as food providers, and actually pitched in and started helping to provide food. And I think that story maybe didn't come out strong enough in the mainstream media, the critical role that agriculture did play. Gertrude, from your perspective, you were also quite involved at sort of a grassroots level. What was your experience of the COVID relief efforts? I mean, did you, looking back on it now, do you think that was, despite the fact that, I mean, you know, by virtue of the fact that it was a pandemic which was negative, I mean, were there positives that you took out of this effort to mitigate the fallout of the pandemic?
Yes, Chris, thank you. And I think the key for me was the coming together that Daryl referred to earlier on. That workers, producers, everybody came together, whether it was individually on the collectively on the farm or in a bigger sense in the community, and that was key. And I think it's also key in currently the sustaining of whether it's a small soup kitchen or feeding scheme within the area. Key was also, like Daryl indicated, the donations from farmers, just to augment the food parcels that was provided by, for example, government departments or other NGOs that assisted. Because dire need was in terms of, you know, humanitarian relief, but mostly food security and income relief for all. And currently, because of that commitment of everybody, there are still ongoing relief efforts that are in place. Similarly, in terms of, you know, complying with regulations on the farms, where people had, you know, the PPE, protective equipment, that their personal protective equipment that they had to wear, there was adherence to those regulations, and everybody adhered to the regulations put in place. Certain circumstances was mitigated, whether it was that there was fewer workers on site or they worked in. But he also was, the producers ensured that in some way there was always an income to the workers' families. And for me, that is key. It showed the willingness and it showed also the commitment to overcome whatever is currently thrown at us.
Yeah, Gertrude, what I found very interesting in your presentation earlier was your focus on food gardens. I think that if the one lesson that we all learned out of the pandemic was the fact that food stays universal. And I've often thought, you know, traveling Europe, and especially if you travel through Germany, you see the Schrebergarten, the little allotments that you find all around the cities that were a response also to food shortages during the Industrial Revolution, but also after the Second World War. And that was the way that Europe responded to the food crisis. And it's interesting to me, you know, in Landbou Virtual, we recently had an article about a food garden in De Rust, in the Klein Karoo, and how that not only provides food, but it also brings the community together, and suddenly there's societal glue that pulls people together. What is your your experience of food gardens, and I mean, what is your view on them as a first line defense to alleviate poverty and hunger?
Thank you, Chris. I think, especially within the COVID, people has also realized, that it is key that they also can provide for themselves. And so currently the request or the need for food gardens has increased tremendously, even so that the department now currently shift funds to ensure that need in the different areas, not just the hotspot areas, that we assist, whether it is individual household gardens or community gardens, so that we can assist. And currently, I think, and Daryl could probably indicate much better the figures, but currently within a short space of time, we have established and currently maintained more than 1,800 farms within the province. Key focus was naturally the hotspot areas, which was firstly the Cape Winelands, and then the areas within the metro. But I think people are also understanding, that is a different kind of income that can assist us through difficult times at the moment. So yes, it's key, and it's key that we engage not only the households, but also our youths to see the opportunities that lies outside for them.
Lau, you the number cruncher on the panel, give us some sort of intimation of the conclusions that you guys have come to as to how COVID has affected the Western Cape agricultural industry in general. I mean, I know that we're still trying to sift through the fallout, and we know the wine industry has really been badly affected. But is there anything that you can, at this point, give us some indication of maybe a tendency that we can start looking at?
Thanks, Chris. Everyone is asking the same question, what's going to happen the rest of the year and what's going to happen next year. And particularly in the Western Cape also, there's a number of factors, some positive and some negative, that will obviously drive whether or not we will grow. And as you know, also the job numbers are delayed quite a bit, so we also don't know what's happening in terms of the job front. So our expectation, at least mine, from what I can see, is that obviously we're doing well in terms of the horticultural sector. There we're looking at quite good recoveries in the harvest, but also the export performance have been really well thus far. But then also that it's not for all the commodities. Our floriculture and our alternative crops, which mainly get exported by using the aeroplanes, those are down on volumes. But for most part, I see the impact of COVID, didn't affect our sector as much, as many of the others. If you just look at the GDP numbers that came out now, let's say the last week, agriculture was the only sector that actually had growth. And we've been having growth now the first quarter and the second quarter. So if you ask me, I'm thinking apart from the impact on the wine industry and the florica industry, I still think we're looking at the same numbers as BFAP and AgBiz, probably between 10 and 15% growth for this year, which will be great. But we must also remember we're coming off the back of really serious drought years where farmers have really, have to dig deep to get out of it. And so these years are really actually a recovery. But COVID will certainly have still an impact on the wider economy. And so we'll see what happens in the next 2 quarters.
Lau, if we can just maybe just stay with you for a minute. Just to give the viewers idea, statistics, obviously quite a broad purview that you guys have. But what are the main areas that you guys are looking at? I mean, what do you regard as the strategic areas of interest that need to be given a lot of attention so that the crucial decisions can be made that decide the well-being of Western Cape agriculture? What are those key areas you guys focus on?
Yeah, so thanks, Chris. So maybe the first one, before I get to the numbers, I think really essential, specifically people having to make big decisions, whether that's in government or private sector or industry bodies. I mean, it's so important that we contextualize information and really draw out the most important bits that really get to that point where you say yes or no to a particular decision or policy. And I think that's the first point, to really use the insights that we get from the data to be able to be used in decision making. But then in terms of, obviously as an economist, you can either look very detailed and zoom into the farm level, which then you look at different industry profitability, what's happening in terms of farmers being able to repay debt and employment and the like. But then also obviously at the bigger scale, what's the implication of policy, land reform policy, or trade impacts. For instance, in the media again, we were talking about AGOA, for instance. The impact that the decisions we make in terms of trade deals also have a massive implication for agriculture. So when looking at the data is really to put the context then in to say, if we lose our trade benefits with the US, what will be the implication for our farmers? Or let's say if we can open up the market for citrus to the Philippines, what will that impact be on farms in the next 10 years? So basically what we're doing is really to, with our partners, to try and take all this wealth of data and trying to make sense of it so that people can make good decisions.
So you also obviously, Lau, a big part of that is to try and filter that information through to national government. Because, when you're talking about AGOA and you're talking international trade agreements, you're talking about government-to-government negotiations there, correct?
Yes, 100%. We're trying to disseminate our information as widely as possible, obviously within our clients in the Western Cape, but we're not limited to the Western Cape. Obviously the things we're talking about here will impact the country as a whole. So for instance, the work we've done on AGOA a few years ago, that's been filtered through to national departments and at various levels. So yes, we try and take the information we have and escalate it to various organizations and departments so that it can be used. The worst thing would be doing all this research, investing public funds into them and not being able to be used and it lying on a shelf somewhere. So yes.
Ilse, it's nice speaking to you. We value our relationship, Landbouweekblad's relationship that we have with the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, and we also host a few very interesting farmers' days and events with you guys. You've also had a taste for COVID, and what I found interesting was your initiative, the milk initiative with children. And there also we heard the stories of how our producers pitched in and played their part. Just give us some of your impressions of specifically that milk project.
Chris, thank you so much. Ek kan maar seker lekker in Afrikaans praat.
Jy kan absoluut.
Chris, baie dankie en sommer baie dankie vir julle platform wat julle geskep het ook vir ons bewaringsboerdery kongres. Ons kan dalk bietjie later daaroor praat. Maar kom ons praat oor die projek 1 van die melkprodusente organisasie. Ons in die departement het 7 navorsingsplase en partykeer vergeet mense dat navorsingsplase is maar plase wat baie dieselfde is as boere se plase. So dieselfde probleme wat 'n boer op sy plaas het, gaan ons ook ervaar. En ons het 2 volwaardige melkerye, een by Elsenburg en een by Outeniqua buite George. En ons lewer ons navorsingsmelk wat maar gewone melk is. Daar word net voor die tyd proewe opgedoen op die diere, maar ons melk ook elke dag. By Outeniqua melk ons 2 keer 'n dag en daardie melk word dan verkoop aan 2 melkprosesseerders, Lactalis en Nestlé. En ons is ook geregistreer by die melkprodusente organisasie en toe kry ons die uitnodiging om 'n bydrae te lewer, een van die melk opbreng dan ook vir die COVID behoeftiges. En ons sit toe koppe bymekaar en sê, maar wraggies, ons kan nie hierdie geleentheid by ons laat verbygaan nie, want ons is ook 'n melkprodusent. En kom ons gee ook ons bydra. En ons het toe 'n R100,000 se melk geskenk van ons 2 bye. En dit is dan deur die 2 prosesseerders omskep in yoghurt, poeiermelk en ook langlewe melk. En ons het toe saam met die produsente organisasie gekyk dat ons werk in die Cape Winelands, die Kaapse wynlande wat natuurlik een van ons COVID hotspot areas was, dat ons van ons melk geskenk kry en die ander melk het aangegaan in die George omgewing. En beide die twee nie-regeringsorganisasies, Life Community Services in George en ook Shiloh Community in Action in Kaapstad was oorstel dat ek van 'n staatsdepartement melk gekry het en dit was vir ons werklik 'n voorreg om ook deel te wees van eintlik 'n sente inisiatief, maar dat ons as departement en ook as regering gesê het ons het ook iets om te gee. So dit in 'n neutedop die projek.
Dis fantasties. En nou dat jy dit noem, dit is nogal opvallend dat dit 'n staatsdepartement is wat melk geskenk het. Ek dink dit is nogal in baie opsigte uniek in Suid-Afrika. As ek net vir 'n oomblik kan stil hou op daai punt. Geef ons net 'n idee van daai oomblik toe julle besluit het, toe julle besef het, maar ons kan ook iets gee. Ek bedoel, was dit in 'n raadsvergadering, het julle onder mekaar gesels, waar het daai besef gekom, maar ons het ook iets om te gee en ons kan 'n bydrae maak. Gee net vir ons daai staaltjie, hoe dit alles plaasgevind.
Ja, Chris, ek moet daarom sê in ons departement probeer ons 'n staatsdepartement te funksioneer nie. Ons probeer soos 'n besigheid funksioneer. En ek weet die publiek daar buite, maar julle in die staat het altyd papiere in triplikaat en alles is lang prosesse, maar partykeer kan dinge regtig vinnig gaan. En hierdie was letterlik 'n e-pos kommunikasie tussen die hoof van ons veekundige wetenskappe afdeling, myself, ons hoof van finansies en die hoof van die departement, en ons het blitsig daardie besluit geneem om te sê hier is 'n behoefte en ons kan iets gee vir hierdie spesifieke behoefte ook wat in ons provinsie is. So daar was nie lang dokumentasie en dies meer nie en ons het dadelik dit met die melkprodusente organisasie gekommunikeer en dit gaan bloot 'n klein skrywe wees wat ek reeds na die hoof van finansies om te sê met daardie 100,000 donasie boet ons natuurlik 'n bietjie inkomste in ons departement in en dit sal in ons finansiële state dan ook net aangedui word. So ek dink baie keer dink mense dat hulle te lank prosesse moet volg. Ek dink as die wil daar is en as jy werklik iets wil doen, kan jy die prosesse baie vinnig laat gebeur binne die reëls en binne die regulasies. Dit was 'n geweldige lekker ervaring om iets te gee.
Ja, en ons moet julle baie gelukwens met daai inisiatief. Darryl, you've got to focus on stakeholder relations. One of the stakeholders in the Western Cape that makes it quite unique is seasonal labor. And a few years ago, we had the very uncomfortable reality of the farm worker strikes. And it was quite difficult to, as the Afrikaans expression, om agter die kap van die byl te kom about what exactly was happening there. Because in the Western Cape, because we have these very strong export industries that are growth industries, there are jobs being created. We know what the problems are with our mining industry. So we've got this huge influx of people coming down from specifically the Eastern Cape, and as I understand it, also from Lesotho. That must be quite a difficult situation to manage, because these small towns where the farming happens, they don't always have the infrastructure to accommodate the influx of these people. These seasonal workers need the work, and when you speak to farmers, are actually highly regarded for the contribution they make in our farming industry. So I'd just like, from your perspective, to give us what is the approach there? How does one manage this resource?
It's a really tough question in terms of how one manages this resource. But I think what we have seen, both during COVID, especially. And probably the biggest challenge we faced when it came to seasonal workers is how to actually get them safely across the border of the Eastern Cape into the Western Cape, and obviously back home at the end of the season. But I do think that one of the advantages is that the vast majority of seasonal workers actually live on farms, which makes a big difference. So there's no great need to establish a human settlement outside of the farming operation. So they are accommodated on farms. And I mean, one of the things we experienced is that a lot of the farms have and farmers have long-standing relationships with seasonal workers from other provinces and other countries. So it's not where every year you kind of put up an advertisement to say I need 10,000 workers or 2,000 workers. There's long-standing relationships, and that was actually the key to facilitate the movement of seasonal workers across borders, because as you know, when it was level 5 and level 4 lockdown in particular, the provincial borders were all closed, and we needed to find an easy mechanism to actually get them safely both into Western Cape and out of Western Cape. And we were able to do that with the cooperation of South African police services and the way we needed to interpret the disaster regulations, because we probably struggled, and particularly Watercrow, in terms of engagements with their representatives, had actually battled to secure seasonal workers into and out of the province. We needed to interpret seasonal workers as being essential workers who render services on a seasonal basis. And it was against the backdrop of that slight shift in narrative that we were able to secure an agreement both with South African police services and thereafter with our counterparts in the Eastern Cape, so that when the workers actually got to the provincial borders, they were allowed through, provided obviously that they met all of the necessary health protocols. But as I say, the one thing that I learned out of this process is that these are long-standing relationships. There's a relationship of trust that exists between farmers or producers and seasonal workers in particular. It's not fly by nights. There are obviously those who will take their chance, but it's the fact that it is long-standing relationships has made a big difference and has assisted in ensuring that the farmer gets the best labor, the labor that they trust. And against that backdrop, we were able to then strengthen the partnership with South African police services and facilitate the ease of movement into and out of the Eastern Cape in particular, although there are other provinces such as Northern Cape as well, and as you say, Lesotho. But our biggest challenge was around the Eastern Cape. And so, yeah, I mean, further to that, we have a farm worker division which ensures that our farm workers or agri workers are looked after. You would know about our agri worker competitions, which is about ensuring that the status of agri workers is really celebrated within this province. And all of that, I think, is part of our commitment as the Department of Agriculture to celebrate our agri workers, whether they be seasonal, whether they be permanent, everyone who has a contribution to make in celebrating agriculture. That's really why we want to celebrate them. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, and you're so right, Daryl. I mean, every year, I think it's Hortgrow has the event where the awards event for the farm workers, and it's always such an eye opener. Yeah, it's such an eye opener to see the level at which farm workers do operate in the Western Cape, because it's this highly technical export industry, a lot of it, and I mean, really sort of internationally competitive, skilled farm workers that you've got there, which is which is which is really heartening in terms of what we're trying to do in this country. And Gertrude, if I could just bring you in there. I'm not sure if this question should be directed at Daryl or yourself, but I feel, if one looks at when we had the farm worker strikes, we've really come a far way, and maybe that unrest was necessary to just focus the mind again. But from where I sit and from my perspective as an agricultural journalist, I look at the farm workers in the Western Cape and think that we're at a good place. Am I correct in supposing that?
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I would definitely agree. Sorry, Daryl?
No, I'm saying I'm quite happy if you handle that question, although I can chip in as well at the end.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would definitely agree, Chris. I think we do have excellent and well-committed workers. They're highly skilled, and they're still ambitious. For example, with our Western Cape Prestige Agri Awards, they compete in 11 different categories, and the level of development there and how they push each other, but also their commitment in terms of providing not their own families, but also for the rest of the communities, and also their willingness to engage and to further and to address the challenges that they are at the moment, but also around agriculture and having true ambition to what needs to happen further. Similarly, we also have the Prestige Agri Worker Forum that engage with our Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Ivan Meyer, and how very articulate they can express the challenges that farming communities experience, whether it is their own socio-economic difficulties or whether it's the issue of rural safety for them.
Daryl, did you want to just add something there before we wrap up?
Yeah, sure. I do think that the Prestige Agri Worker Forum, which comprises all of the winners, the annual winners of the Farm Work of the Year competitions, has given an additional and excellent voice on behalf of the farm workers of this province. And so I think what we do see is the status of our farm workers being elevated both through Agri-Got Talent competition on the one side for those who can sing, the Agri-Work of the Year competitions where we have our 15 regional competitions, but all of those are about celebrating agri-work, and there's no doubt through that process, their status has definitely been elevated in the eyes of the public, and that's something that we certainly celebrate. Thanks, Chris.
Yes, status that quite rightly should be celebrated. As I mentioned, I'm always astounded at the proficiency and the talent of these workers. Daryl, Lau, Gertrude, Ilse, thank you so much for joining us. We're quickly going to move over to an insert, and then I think that we continue our conversation. Thank you for watching, and join us in a few minutes when we continue the conversation with the Department of Agriculture in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Good day, farmers, viewers, and visitors. Today I'm releasing my 5 ministerial priorities for agriculture here in the Western Cape. The first one is structured training, education, and research. For us here in the Western Cape, research is very important because agriculture is a science, and a science needs research to back up your policy interventions. So research for us is very significant, both plant sciences and animal sciences. In addition to research, we also promote education, training here at Elsenburg. We are having the oldest agricultural training college, but it is my mission that we must have more agricultural schools here in the Western Cape. In addition, for now, I also want more agricultural subjects to be implemented in schools here in the Western Cape, because I want to create a culture for the love of agriculture throughout here in the Western Cape. The second objective, very importantly for us, is our continuous support to our farmers. We have about 16,000 farmers here in the Western Cape. Farmers are the bedrock of the economy here in the Western Cape. They constitute about 10% of our GDP growth here, and for us, continuous support to our farmers. We have just supported some of our small-scale farmers with some projects for bulls here in the Western Cape. A significant genetic material were handed over to some of our small-scale farmers. It is for us very important to continuously support our farmers. The third strategic objective here in the Western Cape is the whole issue of rural safety. Given what has happened in the recent few weeks, we are seriously concerned about rural safety. And so we have implemented a Rural Safety Ministerial Committee under my leadership to monitor farm attacks and farm murders, but more importantly, to assist our farm watchers and our community neighborhood watchers and the South African police to make our rural areas much more safer here in the Western Cape. The fourth strategic priority here in the Western Cape is market access. We are growing the agricultural sector for both the local markets but also for the international markets. 50% of South Africa's agricultural export goes on the African continent. But for us, it's also significantly important to find our market access into the European Union, to the United Kingdom, to our traditional markets, the United States and Asia. There are big markets waiting to receive our products. And so for us, market access is critically important. And I'm pleased to announce that we were able to significantly reduce the turnaround time for the market access, particularly as it relates to the turnaround time for export at the Cape Town Harbour and the Ports Authority in Cape Town. Very significantly, South Africa is the second biggest producer of citrus fruit. And so for us, it is significant that our fruit exports are also facilitated through the Cape Town Harbour. And I'm pleased with the progress being made at that harbour. But we also need new significant markets like in India as well as in China. 1.3 billion people in China, 1.1 billion people in India. We're also making significant progress to export to Indonesia. There are 260 million people, the biggest Muslim population in the world. In addition, we also have market access into the Middle East because we also want to increase our halal market export into the Middle East. And lastly, significant given what is happening in the world and also here in the Western Cape, the issue of climate change. For us, it is important to support our farmers with innovation and technology to prepare our farmers for climate change and the fourth industrial revolution. So we are using satellite technology to measure the soil content and give that advice to our farmers so that they can reduce the water consumption on their farms. We are seeing great significant progress in this particular regard. These are the strategic priorities of the Western Cape. And I want to thank all the farmers in the Western Cape, all the farmers in South Africa, because without farmers we have no food. And we have seen during COVID-19 the massive contribution of the farming community, of farmers and farm workers all over South Africa to assist us with food relief efforts. We have seen the hearts of farmers, and I want to thank all of you for the significant contribution that you have made for the love of agriculture.
what I want to address today is the post-COVID-19 future of the Western Cape agriculture and agri-processing, and how we as a provincial Department of Agriculture is going to approach this. The important thing at this stage is that for we as a department at a sub-national level, there are certain things that we need to do, and those things that we need to do is determined by the mandate that is received from the electorate at both national, provincial, as well as at the local government level. However, we must always keep in mind that there is a certain reality. That reality is depending on where you come from, what God gave us, or the cards that we were dealt in terms of the natural resources, the people of the provinces, the skills that we have, as well as the structure of the economy. And then, of course, there's always a lot of risks that prevent us from trying to achieve these objectives. These risks can be environmental, social, or economic. The structure of agriculture as we know it in South Africa and in the world is determined by a number of underlying realities. The first is that in agriculture, we are working in space, and this leads to command and control problems. It is not as if we are on a factory floor. If you're on a factory floor, you can stand on a dais and you can see whether the people are doing their job or not. In agriculture, we can't see this. We work in big spaces. The second is the geology, the climate, and the soil on which we produce are leading to a specific envelope of the possible, what you can produce or what you cannot produce. And the wine industry, particularly, is using this very efficiently in terms of the terroir and how they add the spice to the marketing value of their particular product. And of course, we are working with biological factories. No two apple trees are looking the same, no two cows are looking the same. The result is that in this particular environment, it is very difficult to automate what you are doing. Basically, you can only automate what you are doing if you are prepared to destroy the plant, harvesting it or something like that. Now, the combination of these three realities lead to the situation that agriculture is dominated by small, medium enterprises, typically the family farm. And in the Western Cape, we've got about 16,000 of these family farms in our area of responsibility. So we are believing that at this stage, the environment we are in with COVID-19 will have the same dividing impact that we in the past we talked about 9/11 or after World War II, etc. Because this agriculture, this structure of farming as we know it, are being disrupted by climate. In certain areas of the province, we are now in the 6 years of drought. Fourth industrial revolution technology are in the process of major disrupting and lead to automation and things like that. Social pressures like job creation, land reform, and now we've also got COVID-19 that are disrupting this environment we are working in. So what we need to do is like in this particular picture, we know the road is turning ahead of us, but what is happening after that? So we need to determine over the medium to long term what is going to happen and how we as a province need to respond to that. So we are busy with 3 policy processes. The first one is the future of farming in arid areas. And basically what we are doing here, it is a diagnostic and design evaluation specifically focused on the arid areas in the province. Because quite often when one do a project on agriculture in the province, your arid areas becomes a chapter or 2 in a much bigger report. We want to focus on arid areas specifically because we want to prevent our farmers to take the turn off to moed verloor se vlakte. We want them to be prosperous in future. So, we are going to explore this structure of farming in the arid areas of the province. We want to use the principles of reimagining, looking totally different at this particular environment. And then we want to link this to the National Spatial Development Framework, use it at provincial level, local government level, etc. The second process we are busy with is we are linking with the national process of the Agriculture and Agri-Processing Master Plan. The purpose of this is job creation, transformation and economic growth, and the approach being used at national is export-focused farming and to link that to district-level value chains. In our case, we believe that for agriculture to grow in the province, irrigation is key. So from our side, we've included 4 irrigation projects. The one is the Brandvlei Dam, increasing the inlet canal, Buffelias Dam. Everybody knows the wall of the Clan William Dam is going to be raised. And then in the Little Karoo, irrigation canals and development. So that's the 4 projects that we've proposed from our side. However, for us to be successful in the province, there are quite a number of interventions that can only happen at national level. Trade agreements, address non-tariff barriers, trade promotion, some financial interactions, purchasing of land for land reform, sorting out the challenges with water rights, etc. So that are all to happen at the national level for us to succeed at the provincial level. Over the longer term for the province, we are experiencing 2 uncertainties that we do not know how this is going to pan out. The first one is in terms of globalization. The global village that we've been becoming used to over the past few years. Will that continue? Or will we see a trend towards localization? For instance, in the global village, we are now experiencing with COVID-19, everybody is expecting a vaccine to be released very soon, within the next year or so. How will that vaccine be treated within global context? Will certain nations try to claim it for their own, or will it be more readily available? And this is not a new trend. We are experiencing it. We've seen it in Brexit, for instance. We've seen it in the trade war between the USA and China. So COVID-19 has actually only raised the importance of this. So how will this play out in future, and how will this impact on the agricultural sector? We are not sure. The second uncertainty is in our production base. Now, what is important to know is that COVID-19 is different from all other disasters that agriculture has experienced over the past decade. Normally, when you've got a disaster, there's a drought, your veld deteriorate. There's a flood, your roads get washed away. There's avian influenza, you have to cull the ostrich flocks. In the case of COVID-19, our production base remained intact. However, there was a lot of disruption, and with the other impacts in future, like I said, climate change, etc., we are going to experience more disruptions in future. How will the agricultural sector respond to these disruptions? Will we have to make certain changes in the production environment, or will we be able to embrace the 4th industrial revolution? So that brings us then to 4 potential scenarios where we need to focus and where we need to lead towards. The one is focusing more on local innovation. The second is set in tradition, live in that environment. The third one is probably farm local, market in a global environment. And the fourth one is where we have to embrace the 4th industrial revolution, be active on the global market, be the leading light. So in this process, or in developing this, we are currently in the phases where we are in a lot of discussions, and we would really like anybody who've got information or ideas on this post-COVID-19 environment to contact us and to be part of this debate. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and please feel free to contact us if there are any assistance that can be provided.
Well, good day everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share information with you about a very exciting industry, the fresh produce export industry in South Africa. So the industry represents 35% of agricultural exports in South Africa. It's a sizable industry. Also, we're the second largest exporter of citrus in the world. Spain is number one. We're the largest exporter of fresh fruit in the southern hemisphere. Now that is by volume, not by value. The reason why it's not by value is due to the lack of trade agreements with most of the countries that we export in the east. There's about 3.1 million tons of fresh fruit that we export to more than 100 countries per year. And it's only fresh fruit. We're not referring to processed fruit, fruit juice or anything, only fresh. The value, about 3.3 billion US dollars. Depending on the exchange rate, about 50 billion South African rand. And the industry employs 1/3 of all agricultural jobs. If you look at the National Development Plan, in the top right-hand corner, then you'll see the importance of fresh fruit. You can see avocados, mangoes, nectarines, plums, apples, pears, citrus, all of them listed there, very high growth potential, and it's also labor intensive, so a big job creator in the country. Yeah, as you know, in South Africa, we are blessed with various climatic regions. It enables us to grow fruit in all the provinces. As you can see in the Western Cape, about 70% of all the fresh fruit being grown in that province. Okay, so where do we export to? If you look at that map, you'll see the majority still going towards the EU and the UK combined. But we got a big focus on developing the markets in the Far East, Southeast Asia. We see growing consumption in the Middle East of South African fresh fruit, also in Russia. Although Africa is only 5%, it represents almost 1/3 of South Africa's apple exports, so also a growing destination. We use this map sometimes also just to show where South Africa is. So what do we export? Citrus, 60% of all the exports, followed by pome and stone fruit. That would be apples, pears, nectarines, plums, peaches, then table grapes, and then subtropical fruit, and then the other ones, blueberries, cherries, and other smaller fruit types. Just a quick look at vegetable exports. We've just listed a few there. Onions, potatoes, butternut, carrots. It's about 150,000 tons, of which 44,000 tons being sea and air freighted. The destinations, we see most of those going to Africa, followed then by the UK from our vegetable side. And this slide is just to show you the complexity of the export value chain of fresh fruit, to see how many places there are where something can go wrong, and especially in this COVID-19 situation, where we've experienced it in various places and we had to act quickly because we're working with a highly perishable product where temperature is everything and linked to that obviously time. So we can see there the fruit moving from the orchard. If it goes into the pack house, we've got inspections there. And then initially with the onset of COVID-19, we had some of the inspectors from the Perishable Product Export Control Board not allowed to travel. Although they had the permits, it was wrong interpretation by some officials enforcing the rules, the regulations. That put a lot of strain on the system. We had to intervene there. We also see then, if you go into the ports, we had quite a number of problems in the ports due to employees contracting COVID-19, some other employees then not able to work there. And that was in the middle of especially our table grape season as well as stone fruit going out, and then the onset of the citrus season. The ports of Cape Town, Port Elizabeth, Kruger, and Durban. We also then had, if you look at the bottom part of the slide, on the destinations where the fruit arrived. There was sometimes congestion in those ports, logistical challenges, getting the fruit to the wet markets. Sometimes those markets were closed, the retailers closed in the countries of destination. So everything required quite a lot of intervention from industry. But I must emphasize that we believe in partnerships. So we partnered with the various government departments to ensure that we can find a solution to these problems, because this industry is a positive and solution-driven industry. On a point of interest in this slide again, if you look from the orchard where the fruit is harvested until it gets to the end consumer, on average 40 days. So therefore we can't afford congestion in the ports, ships not sailing, trucks not moving, etc. So what were some of the challenges during, and we hope post-COVID, but during COVID as well? It put a renewed focus on our access to new markets, why we need the new markets, especially in the East. Because we also have quite a number of additional plantings, additional fruit that will come on stream within the next year or two where we need to find a home for. And we use the so-called GROW strategy, G-R-O, gain, retain and optimize within the markets. During COVID, we've also seen increased competition in the EU, for instance, where they promoted local produce. Although we are counter-seasonal and we're not competing with the products in the European market on a seasonal basis, you get some products, produce such as apples that you can store for quite a long time, and there might have been then some competition. As I mentioned, the logistics challenges in the ports, I'm glad to say that we are making good progress there, again with a partnership with Transnet Port Terminals especially. This whole COVID also put a lot of emphasis on the importance of digital trading, the entire environment, the e-certification, for instance, of phytosanitary certificates. Our trade shows that we used to attend every year in Berlin, in Hong Kong, in Moscow, in India, all over the world to promote South African fresh fruit were now either cancelled or virtual or a hybrid of virtual and some physical. So that's also another dimension, and I think we've learned quite a lot for the future as well. I've mentioned the importance of partnerships, and we saw changing consumer trends. In most of the countries where we export to, the very big focus on healthy eating, especially vitamin C. And that is good for our citrus exports as well, that push up the demand, and we see quite a big increase in the export of citrus to the various destinations. So people moving more and more towards then a healthy diet. We also see the importance of convenience. People moved quite tremendously to online shopping. And linked to that would be packaging, the varieties that you get, the so-called easy peelers, that is what your consumer want, and also ripe and ready products. We also saw again a reconfirmation of the value for values. That refers to ethical trading, trade fairly, let me rather put it like that, our fruit traded fairly, a focus on the environment, the importance of the environment again, and again the balance between quality and price. That is always one of the big challenges in the trading environment. Well, one question with a move to online is, what about the sensory experience when buying fresh produce? That we'll need to see what will happen to that. Just mentioned the new markets, some factors that we need to take in consideration when we move into new markets. What are the import duties and tariffs? Do we have reliable trading partners in that country? Do we understand the culture in the market? Is there sufficient demand and growth potential? Do we have manageable phytosanitary protocols? And what does the logistics and cold chain infrastructure look like? And preferably, it must be counter-seasonal. So in summary, again, it's a very important contributor to South Africa's economy. Again, the $3.3 billion, 300,000 jobs. It's a solution-driven industry, a big international footprint, as we said, with the largest exporter of fresh fruit in the Southern Hemisphere by volume, and we contribute quite a lot to South Africa's image abroad within trade shows and other events in which we participate. Thank you very much.
Good day. Just to introduce myself, Hugh Campbell. I'm General Manager of Hawkgrow Science at Hawkgrow. So reflecting on the lockdown, maybe the first factor was what it highlighted was the value that there is in having an industry body with an effective communication vehicle which can work in conjunction with provincial government to unpack the myriad of information that arrived on one's decks and transport that into, or transfer that into something that was usable for growers. So to have a go-to organization, also an organization that could then address industry-related issues. For instance, the issuing of permits when your labor needed to cross boundaries. So just a quick review of the past season up to date in terms of deciduous fruit. I'm going to be talking basically to pome and stone fruit, apples and pears, peaches, nectarines, plums. This past season could be seen as an acceptable one within the circumstances. Luckily, the lockdown period fell within our pome fruit section, so it had the greatest impact on apples and pears, which luckily could be stored for longer and therefore had a buffer zone. So if we look at the season, our exports were up around about 4% on last year, with our pears down 7%, not due to COVID, but generally due to production factors. What we saw within this period was a shift in terms of purchasing from wholesale markets to retail markets. So we saw that on the local side with your Pick n Pays, Checkers doing exceptionally well at the expense of the wholesale market. So we saw fair shifts in terms of produce moving in the international market. For instance, we saw an increase of 119% in the volume of apples sent and exported to Russia. So because our stone fruit were only at the tail end of, or the beginning of the COVID period, not so badly affected. However, if we look at the year that's ahead, about 13% of our stone fruit, and talking about berries, 53% of berries are exported by air. And next season, the expectation is in terms of cost, almost a doubling of costs in terms of air freight, as well as availability of air freight is going to be a huge challenge, particularly to those products like cherries, where 99% of the cherries were exported by air. So certainly we will see an impact in the season to come on our local market, and there will be a need to find alternative markets for produce that can't be shipped by air. Concern also relates to early shelf space that air-freighted fruit usually occupied. Looking at the post-COVID period as we move forward, what do we need to look at? Most probably the most significant aspect is the aspect of market access, and that's about maintaining existing markets and developing new markets. It was very evident during the COVID period in terms of the importance of having that flexibility of being able to move produce from Bangladesh market to a Russian market. So that, as we go forward in terms of industry, working in conjunction with government, is absolutely critical and is at the top of most probably every exporter's list. As well as the ability to respond to the shifts that are taking place within the market. We saw a definite increase in terms of the buy local campaign, particularly in your European markets, and of course, to our advantage, a move towards healthy eating. So obviously fresh fruit was benefited from that. And as we go into the next season, in terms of a slightly depressed world economy, the flexibility and agility is absolutely critical to be able to respond to those different markets. Again, the value of agriculture and food safety was highlighted during this period, which I think for all agriculture has been critical. And we saw those growers that were very specialized, and particularly if you had only 1 or 2 products in a particular range, were at much higher risk than those that had a broader product range. And that relates to the type of product and the markets that you're servicing, as well as the nature of the product. So one of the things that we see very clearly coming through, and if you look at breeding programs, particularly apple breeding programs across the world, Europeans are looking at a 15-month storage period. So that ability to move and store fruit in order to shift it into your marketing slots is becoming more and more of an issue. COVID exposed the fault lines during this period. We saw that in every single aspect of the industry, and I'm just going to talk to one which was highlighted, and that was the crisis that was experienced within the harbour, and particularly the Cape Town harbour. And if we look at what positives came out of that, is that through a need to actually address the situation at hand, there was much greater collaboration that took place between the stakeholders. We've seen a paradigm shift taking place within the formation of PPPs between the exporters, the private sector, and government. And as we go forward, hopefully one will be able to build on those. And the experiences of this last year will hopefully set a platform of a much more improved situation as we go forward. People talk about reverting back to a new normal. One would actually like to speak to a better normal. So whether it be working from home, whatever the new normal is, make sure that that is an improvement. So the challenges that we all sit with is how do you take the lessons learned and actually implement them? Out of adversity, one gets opportunities arise. So I think we've seen that taking place within our grower population. COVID has exposed the importance of compliance, the importance of being able to establish and follow protocols. The deciduous industry has a history of having to comply with many market requirements. For instance, the EU protocols for fruit fly and false codling moth, and various special programs. So that individual discipline that needs to take place at a farm level is then translated into an industry discipline where you have a situation where the actions of an individual farmer have an impact on the rest of the industry. So unless you have that industry discipline and mechanisms in place to actually manage that as we go forward, this is going to become more and more of a challenge and more of an issue. So I think the fact that our industry has been exposed to that in the COVID time, there were certain disciplines and aspects that they were able to implement. What is also extraordinary is the innovation that has evolved, and innovation along with flexibility as growers, pack houses, exporters have had to adapt literally on a daily basis. And that sets the climate for the future, because we know flexibility and ability to adapt is absolutely critical. Lastly, in terms of this short presentation, what is very evident in the South African situation with our current employment status at an all-time high is the critical importance of both industry and government working together to ensure that growth takes place in industries like ourselves, like citrus, like other industries in agriculture that have a high employment rate. So the last comment is that growth within our industry is absolutely critical, and there's a myriad of aspects around that which factor into that. So that's just a very short précis. Obviously, one can go into a great lot of depth in terms of all the different aspects. Thank you very much.
Goeiemiddag, my naam is Chris Burgess, ek is redakteur van die Landbou Weekblad en ons sit ons gesprek met die departement Landbou Wes-Kaap voort Ek word nou, dis vir my 'n groot voorreg om die minister van Landbou in die Weskaap, Dr. Ivan Meyer, welkom te heet, as ook Dr. Mogale Sebepetsu. Hy is die hoof van die departement Landbou, ook Dr. Dirk Trotsky, direkteur besigheidsbeplanning en strategie, meneer Anton Kreer, hoofuitvoerende beampte Fruit Produce Exporters Forum, en dan meneer Jacques de Pre, algemene bestuurder by Hortgrow. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your time. I hope we're going to have a good conversation. Dr. Meyer, ek gaan sommer met u begin. Was nou 'n baie moeilike paar maande vir die landbou, nie net uit die oogpunt uit van die COVID-pandemie nie, maar ook daar was ook 'n paar baie ontstellende sekuriteitsaangeleenthede in die landbou in die Weskaap. Jy praat altyd van dat jy die hart van landbou gesien het. Geef vir ons 'n paar net jou indrukke van hoe jy landbou ervaar het in die afgelope paar moeilike maande.
Eerstens, goeie dag aan al die lede van die paneel. Chris, baie dankie. Dit is vir my werklik 'n riem onder die hart. Want in die tydperk van COVID-19 het ek op 'n groter skaal die hart, die siel, die empatie van die landbousektor reg oor Suid-Afrika gesien en veral hier ten opsigte van die voedselverligting. Hulle het na vore gekom toe die regering nie effektief voedselverligting kon hanteer nie, het die boere hier ingegryp en om die waarheid te sê 'n katastrofe vermy. So werklik van die boere gesien, hierdie uitdrukking 'n boer maak 'n plan, het ons meer prakties gesien kry gestalte tydens COVID-19. Humanitêre verligting was kardinaal van belang, veral met die aanvanklike tydperk met COVID-19 en die boere het nie gewag vir die regering nie, want baie van hierdie regulasies is irrasioneel geweest. Die boere het deur middel van hulle eie uitgebreide netwerke saamgekom, met die munisipaliteite gewerk en daar 'n groot verskil gemaak. En ek is werklik dankbaar vir al ons boere, ons landbouers, ons plaaswerkers, ons produsente, want hulle het hier in Suid-Afrika verskil gemaak, soos ook nou onlangs bevestig met Statistiek Suid-Afrika ten opsigte van die groeikoers. Ons het gesien in die eerste kwartaal van 2020 het die landbousektor met 28% gegroei en in die tweede kwartaal met 15%. Hier het ons gesien, Chris, die veerkragtigheid van landbou en ek is baie dankbaar vir die boere se groot rol in die verband.
Dr. Meyer, as ek net vir 'n oomblik by u kan vassteek, die COVID-pandemie was een uitdaging, maar en dit is iets wat baie aktueel is op die oomblik en wat boere ook baie bekommer, en dit is landelike veiligheid. Soos ek genoem het, ons het 'n paar redelike teleurstellende, onaangename voorvalle gehad in die Weskaap. Boere is baie bekommerd. Gee net vir ons vinnig u indrukke oor hoekom gebeur dit, wie is die mense wat betrokke is en wat doen die departement, die provinsiale regering om hierdie probleem hok te slaan?
Ja, Chris, dit is hartseer wat gebeur in hierdie tydperk van COVID-19. Ons het gesien toe daar weer 'n verskywing was in die vlakke van COVID-19, het ons weer 3 ernstige gehad van plaasaanvalle hier in die Weskaap. En dit is werklik my hart bloei. Elke keer as ek hoor van 'n plaasaanval of 'n plaasmoord in Suid-Afrika, maar ook hier in die Weskaap, waar die plaasaanvalle, Chris, het ook plaasgevind in die Kaapse wynlande. En soos jy self weet, die Kaapse wynlande, grootste sagte vrugtebedryf suid van die Ewenaar. En dit het 'n geweldige impak ook op die Weskaapse ekonomie, want 45% van Suid-Afrika se landbouuitvoerprodukte kom hier uit die Weskaap. En dit is hartseer om te sien wat hier gebeur het in hierdie tydperk met ons boere, maar dis nie net die plaasaanvalle, die veediefstal of die plaasmoord nie, Chris. Dis die brutaliteit van hierdie moorde. Ek was op die plaas daar wat Chris, wat Toel Wessels vermoor was, daar in Bonnieville. Die brutaliteit. Ek het die begrafnisdiens bygewoon. Ek het 2000 mense gesien. Boere, hartseer, bitter. En daarom het ek die Wes-Kaapse regering ook versoek om 'n interministeriële komitee in die lewe te roep, sodat ons boere kan help. En ek is die voorsitter van die interministeriële komitee oor landelike veiligheid. En daar het ons besluit om die boere te help. Ek nou is self in die hof, Chris, wanneer daar plaasaanvalle gebeur, is ek in die hof om borg teen te staan. Ons het ook 'n sogenaamde hofmoniteringseenheid hier gevestig. Want dit is hartseer wat boere oorkom in Suid-Afrika. En daarom het ons ook 'n landelike tegniese komitee ingestel, fondse beskikbaar gestel vir ons boere, ons plaaswagte word geakkrediteer. Ons het vir advokaat JC Gerber, die hoof van ons hofmoniteringseenheid, en danksy omvattende hulp het ons daarin geslaag, Chris, om ook seker te maak dat 'n persoon wat betrokke was by moorde in die Kaapse Wynlande 'n suksesvolle vervolging gehad het, dubbele lewensvonnis en 58 jaar in die tronk. Ek is die minister van Landbou, maar wanneer boere vermoor word, is my fokus op die veiligheid van ons boere.
Dr. Meyer, baie dankie. Ons het ook groot waardering vir die pogings wat die Wes-Kaapse regering aanwend. En met die kundigheid wat ons in die provinsie het, is ek seker ons sal sal ons die probleem suksesvol kan aanspreek, en ons wens alle sterkte toe. Dr. Sibupetsu, welcome. You are relatively new in the job. You stand at the head of a department that has been voted as one of the best government departments in South Africa. It's a department that does a lot for its farmers. The farmers' days that we attend as agricultural journalists, it's always striking to me with what great fondness farmers speak about their department. What is your vision going forward? Where do you, with a few months that you've been in your position, if you had to sort of just give us a broad-based view, where do you think your priorities will be lying going forward?
Chris, thank you very much. I must also say that there couldn't have been a better time for me to join or to take charge as the head of department. But I think you know that the agricultural sector in the West is one of the important economic sector that delivers on the growth and jobs. So one of my main agenda really is to ensure that this sector continues to contribute to restoring hope of the citizens of the Western Cape. One, by ensuring that there is growth through the support that we provide to farmers. Farmer support is one important priority of this department. My minister can tell you more about that, but this is also an important area. So we're going all out to provide support to farmers. And what does that mean? We provide appropriate, relevant, and responsive extension support to farmers. And we think that is one of the ways through which we can ensure that the sector continues to do what the sector is better, and produce and ensure that there is food security in the province, and ensure that we continue to get forex into the Western Cape. So in a nutshell, really, that is where I see the sector going into the future, but also becoming a pillar, which it is, for the Western Cape economy. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you, Mogale. Jacques, as ek net vinnig by jou kan inkom, iets wat op alle boere se lippe is op die oomblik is die Kaapse hawe. Dit was 'n groot probleem met ons uitvoere. Ek weet julle ouens van Hortcra se kant het ongelooflike goeie werk gedoen saam met die departement om te beraadslaag en seker te maak dat ons uitvoere plaasvind. Gee ons net 'n bietjie van 'n agtergrond. Wat was die uitdagings? Waar staan ons en is ons nader aan 'n oplossing?
Verskeie ander rolspelers, ander bedrywe met ons saamgewerk. Dis nie net ons wat die hawe gebruik nie, dis baie ander vrugtebedrywe as ook ander goedere wat die hawe gebruik natuurlik. Saam met die uitvoerdersforum ook gereelde gesprekke gehad met die topbestuur van die hawe owerhede. En die groot probleme was die Kaapstad hawe het vroeër as die ander hawens COVID-positiewe gevalle gehad. So doeltreffendheid onder die personeel was 'n groot uitdaging geweest en die hoeveelheid spanne wat die skepe gewerk het was drasties verminder geweest. Maar intussen het die situasie baie verander. Die volumes het daarom afgekom. Of die volumes van ons vrugte wat ons deur die hawe gestuur het die laaste paar maande, sitrus en onsself. So dit het baie verbeter. Hier rondom Junie het skepe 22 dae plus buite die hawe op anker lê en wag om in te kom om op en afgelaai te word. So dit was 'n groot uitdaging geweest vir ons. En daar's gevalle van ons appels wat oor die 100 dae oud was voordat in die hawe oor see en by die markte uiteindelik aangekom het. So as nou 'n nuwe hernieude fokus wat eintlik al verlede jaar begin het, maar nou net vinniger gedryf is om te belê in die infrastruktuur en die toerusting en die personeel en die tegniese aspekte rondom die hawe. En ek glo as daai planne wat voorgelê is deur die regeringsowerhede uitgevoer word, sal ons op die beste plek in die hawe wees wat ons in baie jare was.
Jacques, ek wil hierdie probleem met die hawens is ook nie net 'n Wes-Kaapse probleem nie. Ons weet wat die probleme was in Port Elizabeth met die sitrusuitvoere. Wat is jou sin? Dink jy daar is 'n nuwe gees van samewerking, van 'n nuwe fokus op probleemoplossing onder al die rolspelers? Of is jy maar skepties dat dinge weer gaan teruggaan na normaal wanneer die ergste van die COVID-pandemie oor is?
Nee, ek is optimisties. Soos ek genoem het, die nuwe bestuur van die verskillende owerhede wat by die hawe betrokke is, het baie nou geskakel met ons. Ons is selfs in gesprek oor om vrugte op treine te sit in Grabouw en in Ceres. Hulle kyk na soos hulle noem inland container terminals om die druk op die paai ook te verlig. So daar's 'n verskeidenheid van planne wat voorgelê is en ek glo en ek is optimisties dat daai planne uitgevoer gaan word. Maar jy is ook reg, dis nie net die Kaapse hawe nie, al die hawens het 'n impak op mekaar. As dit moeilik gaan in Durban, het dit 'n effek op die Kaapse hawe ook en vice versa en Kuga kan jy ook insluit, want die skepe doen al die hawens aan. So as hy ergens opgehou word, het dit 'n knock-on effek op al die ander hawens en groot vertragings en groot kostes wat aangegaan moet word, ekstra kostes met logistiek en met die vervoer van op en afry van vrugte ook na hawens wat baie verder is.
Dr. Trotsky, as ek vinnig na u kan oorgaan, het seker een van die moeilikste werke in die landbou om die beplanning en die strategie te doen, veral vir die Wes-Kaap wat in die afgelope paar jare 'n paar daadwerklike uitdagings gehad het. Ons het die droogte gehad, ons het nog steeds die droogte in plekke soos die Klein Karoo wat nog erg deurloop. Daar is die bekommernis oor klimaatsverandering dat hierdie eintlik 'n langtermyn strukturele verandering is in die Wes-Kaap. En dan het ons nou hierdie dwarsklappe soos COVID wat die wynbedryf verskriklik seer gemaak het en daar's groot bekommernis oor veral familieplase binne daai bedryf. Ek weet dis 'n baie breë vraag, maar wat is die dinge wat u die meeste bekommer en wakker hou in die aande? Wat is die een of twee dinge wat jou die meeste bekommer?
Chris, weet jy, ek moet net terugkom en sê, ek het eintlik die beste werk in hierdie hele departement. Ek word 'n klomp geld betaal om interessante vrae te vra en te kyk wat is die geleenthede en die goed vorentoe. En dat 'n mens dan, en aan die einde van die dag, die implementering daarvan word deur my kollegas gedoen. So, dit is eintlik 'n baie goeie werk. Weet jy, ek dink in landbou, daar is 'n klomp uitdagings. En ons in landbou is gewoond aan uitdagings en rampe en die soort van goed en hoe om dit te hanteer. En as 'n mens nou teruggaan en kyk na die droogte wat ons so 'n paar jaar terug gehad het, dit was baie erg vir die boere en in landbou. En Lou het in die vorige paneel het hy 'n bietjie agtergrond gegee oor die navorsing en die impak en al daai soort van goed gaan. Maar landbou is gerad om probleme te hanteer. As 'n mens kyk hoe droogtes hanteer word en die res van die ekonomie is nie gerad om probleme te hanteer nie. As 'n mens gaan kyk hoe die res van die ekonomie gesukkel het met die droogte wat ons nou 2-3 jaar gehad het. As ons nou kyk na COVID-19, In landbou die meeste boere, die ondersteuningsmeganismes weet hoe om krisisse soos byvoorbeeld voëlgriep te hanteer en kwarantyne en inperking en daai soort van goed. So om COVID-19 te hanteer was nie eintlik vreemd vir landbou nie. So vir my wat my wakker lê laat wakker lê in die nag is nie soseer die probleme nie. Wat my laat wakker lê in die nag is die geleenthede wat daar buitekant is en wat ons nie noodwendig kan raak sien nie. Geleenthede in terme van markte, geleenthede in nuwe tegnologie, daai soort van goed. So ek dink daar is baie meer geleenthede daar buite as wat ons noodwendig van bewus is. Dankie.
Meneer Creer, and please, if you guys want to answer in English, please feel free. I'm just being biased and looking at the surnames. Meneer Creer, ons praat van geleenthede. Waar vir die groentebedryf, waar lê die groot geleenthede en wat is daai paar goed wat opgelos moet word om daai geleenthede daadwerklik te ontgin? Ek dink die klank is af. Meneer Creer, ek dink die klank is af. Het ons? Meneer Creer, as jy my kan hoor, ek dink kom ons gaan gou na iemand anders toe tot ons daai klankprobleem kan uitsorteer. Dr. Sebepetsu, if I can come back to you, if you can hear me just until we get Mr. Kruger's sound sorted out. You're sitting with quite a duality in the sense that you are head of a department that serves a highly sophisticated export-driven industry in the fruit industry, but you also have the mandate to support emerging farmers and to support new entrants into the commercial sector. And last year, Landbou Virtual had an interesting land symposium in Ceres with the Witzenberg Pulse initiative, and there we saw how exciting it is when new entrants into agriculture get a place at the table, specifically with these lucrative value chains, export value chains. Just give us some sense of how you guys, where your thinking is sitting in terms of supporting these new entrants into commercial agriculture.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think for us, both sub-sectors are very important. And that is why about 10 years ago, we've established what we call the commodity approach, which brings together the commercial agriculture, working together with ourselves as government and farmer formations themselves to look as to what sort of support is required for each of these subsectors. So for us, these are not competing needs, more complementary. And over the years, we have been able to, we conducted few studies which have also demonstrated that because of the partnership arrangements that we had put in place with the industry, we have been able to see some growth and if you like, graduation of your smallholder farmers getting into full commercial. So our thinking is not one that says one or the other. It is one that says this is one sector, and we're working together with both the commercial agriculture and the new farmers to ensure that we provide the necessary support. I mean, all the industries in the Western Cape have entered into a memoranda of agreement with this department, and that is what is happening. So agriculture provides free of charge mentorship support to new farmers. They also facilitate access to markets, access to technology and research and everything and the like that goes towards supporting the emerging sector. So our frame of mind is one that says this is an important sector, and we've got to sit and we've got solid partnerships going in the province with the commercial agriculture. So for us, it's a plus that we've got such goodwill and commitment of the industry to work together with government, and hence the results that are showing out there in terms of the work we do. Thank you, Chris.
Minister, sorry, HOD, I just want to quickly, the Minister has to leave. Minister Meyer, ek weet u is op pad ergens heen vir 'n ander verpligting. Ek wonder of ek net vir u vinnig kan vra 'n vinnige boodskap aan u provinsie se boere voor u gaan. Miskien 'n woordjie van bemoediging vir die wynbedryf miskien. Ek los dit in u hande.
Eerstens, Chris, laat ons eers die citrusbedryf ondersteun. I think, let me speak in English. I think firstly, I am deeply thankful for the work that all our farmers have done. We have about 16,000 farmers here in the Western Cape. But I think our job is now to do three things. Firstly, to stabilize the agricultural sector. Secondly, to adapt to the new environment, because COVID-19 is permanently changing everything. And the third phase is to work together with the agricultural sector in moving towards what we call economic recovery. And I think what we are seeing here in the Western Cape, but also in South Africa, is that the agricultural sector is the most resilient sector here in South Africa, and that's a sector that we need to respect and value and appreciate. But Chris, South Africa needs three things. We need a capable state. The Western Cape has a capable state. The Department of Agriculture in the Western Cape is a capable state. Dr. Seppo Petse is an agriculturalist. He has worked 16 years in this department. He's the right man for the job. He's fit for purpose. That's the first thing you need to support agriculture. You need people that know what they're doing. He and Dr. Trotsky are excellent officials, competent. They are part of the requirements of a capable state. Secondly, we need leadership. Leadership from the agricultural sector. That is what we have in all the organizations, both Anton and Jacques here on the show. They are providing excellently together with our farmers, Agri-Western Cape. We're working with excellent leadership. And thirdly, Chris, we need active citizenship. And I think we need good quality citizens in South Africa. And I want to conclude with this. I am now driving a campaign to have more agricultural schools here in the Western Cape. Because when you're a child or a learner at the agricultural school, come out of that school, you have a new quality person. You have a citizen that won't burn down buildings, won't won't burn down tires. But you have a farmer, and the lifeblood of a farmer is to build up, not to destroy. So I'm using agricultural schools and colleges now as a tool to create a better quality citizen. If you look at people who have studied agriculture, you see a quality person that can assist in creating active citizenship. We speak about burgerleer. So die instrument van landbouskole. Ons moet reg hierdie tydperk nou gebruik om meer landbouskole te vestig in Suid-Afrika. En dit is my missie. En ek dink die boere sal ons help om van dit ook 'n sukses te maak. Want die boere het reeds 'n groot bydrae gelewer met die landboustegniese skool, Jace Gerwel skool daar in Bonnievale. Ons het weer eens gesien, die boer maak nie net 'n plan nie, hy voer die plan uit. En dit is die toekoms. En dankie vir die geleentheid om by hierdie paneel saam te spreek. Ek het nou weer 'n ander virtuele meeting, so ek ly ook aan virtuele fatigue. Signing off for the love of agriculture.
Dankie minister, ek wil ook net sê, die citrusbedryf het nie regtig die ondersteuning nodig nie, dis die wynbedryf wat die ondersteuning nodig het. Baie dankie vir u tyd minister, alles van die beste, ons sal u seker weer raakloop op 'n geleentheid onder in die Weskaap, baie dankie. Meneer Kreer, ek wil net gou kyk of ons u klank terug het, is u met ons?
Ek hoor baie duidelik hierdie kant, Chris.
Fantasties. Meneer Kreer, ek dink, ons hoor jou baie mooi die kant ook. Meneer Kreer, ek dink die vraag was, waar lê die groot geleenthede? Almal praat van die ooste en uitvoermarkte, maar waar lê die groot geleenthede en wat is die een of twee dinge, die groot blokkades wat ons moet uitsorteer om regtig aan die gang te kom?
Chris, ja, jy is reg, die groot groei geleenthede lê in die ooste. Ons het gesien dat jou Europese mark versadig is tot 'n groot mate. Ons kan nie daardie mark agterlaat nie, ons moet daarby hou, maar die nuwe aanplantings, ek dink sluit aan by wat vroeër gesê is, die positiewe gesindheid van hierdie bedryf, dat daar baie nuwe aanplantings is, daar's groot volumes nuwe vraag wat markte moet kry. En in die ooste is daar die bevolkingsgroei, daar's 'n groeiende middelklas wat kan betaal vir hoëgehalte vrugte, daar's in meeste gevalle goeie logistiek ook, daar is dan die eet van baie van jou mense in die ooste wat vars produk gedrewe is dan ook. So daar is regtig baie groot groei geleenthede. Ons blokkasies is in die eerste plek marktoegang. Om toegang te kry tot daardie markte. Van bedryf se kant af doen ons baie. Die afgelope 6-7 jaar besoek ons daardie lande omtrent 9 van hulle elke jaar. Ons neem deel aan handelsskoue wat ons self befonds in daardie lande. Ons gesels met die invoerders, met die verskillende handelsorganisasies, saam met ons ambassades, hou ons vergaderings met daardie lande se owerhede, want marktoegang is 'n regering tot regeringsfunksie. Maar van bedryf af doen ons baie tegniese werk en ons moet dan ook die bewusmaking skep van hierdie wonderlike produkte wat ons het. So dit is die een kant, is die toegang tot die markte. Die ander kant is dan ook, wanneer ons dan wel toegang het, is die invoertariewe. As 'n mens gaan kyk na ons mededingers, die ander 7 lande in die suidelike halfrond, wat na dieselfde markte toe uitvoer, het die meeste van hulle of vrye handelsooreenkomste of voorkeurhandelsooreenkomste, wat maak dat hulle of tariefvry of met baie laer tariewe na daardie markte kan uitvoer. Suid-Afrika het niks. Ons nie met een van daardie lande 'n ooreenkoms nie, daar's iets aan die gang met Indië. Praat van Indië, ek dink ek het voorheen genoem ook dat ons betaal tussen 32 en 53% invoertariewe. Met ander woorde, as ons vrugte daar aankom, is dit klaar soveel persent duurder as die mededingers. Maar ten spyte daarvan, omdat ons hierdie hoë gehalte vrugte het, betaal die verbruiker daarvoor. Maar ons is in gesprek met die regering oor hierdie tariewe. Dit is 'n gekompliseerde ding, maar goed ja, dit is die marktoegang en dis die tariewe vir daardie markte. Miskien het 'n derde aspek dan wat eintlik interessant is die bewustheid van eerstens Suid-Afrika as 'n vrugte-produserende land, 'n vrugte-uitvoerland, en dan ook tweedens dat die mense nie bewus is van die tipe vrugte wat ons alles hier het nie. Ons kan regtig van jou sagte vrugte, reg die sitrus en subtropiese vrugte in Suid-Afrika produseer en uitvoer. So daarom neem ons aan die handelsskoue deel, sodat mense van ons kan weet, wat is Suid-Afrika, kan weet wat Suid-Afrika kan aanbied, en as ons sê nie by die skoue teenwoordig is nie, en ons mededingers is daar, dan kan die vraag ontstaan, maar hoekom is Suid-Afrika nie daar nie? Beskoue hierdie mark is nie belangrik genoeg nie, hierdie skoue is nie belangrik genoeg nie, en sommige van hierdie handelsskoue, in van daardie oosterse lande veral, as mens daar deelneem, waarborg dit vir jou dan ook 'n vergadering met die besluitnemers van die regerings in daardie lande. So alles prosesse wat ons probeer om ons marktoegang te kry. Dan het ons nou sopas 'n paar dae gelede gehoor dat ons na 11 jaar toegang vir sitrus na die Filippyne gekry het. Dit was 'n 11 jaar lange proses. So vir hopelik die volgende seisoen kan die sitrus uitgevoer word dan Filippyne toe ook. Want op die oomblik tot nou voor hierdie besluit het ons toegang vir vrugte na die Filippyne toe. Dankie eers, Chris.
Baie dankie. Ek wil vinnig net nog gevra vir Jacques en dan vir Dr. Trotsky. Jacques, net vinnig. Vir die produsente daar buite. Wie was die groot in terme van vrugte? Wie was die groot wenners en die verloders in die hele COVID pandemie wat so baie ontwrigting veroorsaak het?
Ek wil miskien net voor ek daai vraag antwoord net by Anton bylas. Hy het of jy het verwys na die ooste nou, maar ons moet glad nie vergeet van Afrika nie. Afrika is ons, as jy die plaaslike mark bytel, ons enkele grootste mark vir appels. En ek glo dat die ander vrugsoorte ook in die toekoms sal volg. Dis op ons agterstoep en ons kompetisie in die noordelike halfrond en die suidelike halfrond begin al meer na Afrika ook kyk. En as ons kyk na die populasiegroei wat daar voorspel word, is dit een wat ons definitief moet dophou. Skus terug by jou vraag, die wenners en die verloders, as mens nou vir algemeen het ons meer vrugte hierdie jaar na Europa en die VK en Rusland uitgevoer en daar was 'n definitiewe skuif gewees vanaf lande en markte wat grootliks gebaseer is op groothandel en die informele markte soos by Bangladesh en Indië en baie van die ander oosterse lande wat die verbruikers natuurlik glad nie by die markte kon uitkom weens lockdown en wat die markte ook glad nie aan die gang was nie. So daar's ek wil sê die retail gedeelte en die online gedeelte het dramaties gegroei ten koste van die groothandel en die informele markte op die stadium. Gelukkig het ons steenvrugte betyds klaargemaak en net so half hulle sterkant het die groot impak van COVID gevang. Appels en pere is bietjie meer verdraagsaam teenoor hierdie verbrekings en hierdie onderbrekings met verskeping en die lang verskeping. So dit het hom so 'n bietjie gered aan daai kant.
Dirk, vinnig net, baie dankie Jacques. Dirk, net vinnig ter afsluiting, wat ek baie interessant gevind het in jou voorlegging was, wanneer jy beskryf van die reimagining van sekere areas, in terme van julle strategie, julle beplanning en julle strategie op die pad vorentoe, en ek dink aan plekke soos die Klein Karoo, wat nou, dit is amper onontbeerlik, die nog steeds in die verskriklike droogte sit. Dit was altyd 'n baie belangrike vrugteproduserende area. Daai bedryf het baie lelik seer gekry. Geef vir ons byvoorbeeld 'n voorbeeld oor hoe jy so streek sou herbedink, reimagine en hoe sou daai proses lyk?
Vra my dieselfde vraag so oor 2 of 3 maande, ek dink dan kan ons vir julle 'n baie beter en goed deurdagte antwoord gee. Maar net vinnig, ons sit nou, ons sit almal hier so met vierkantige oë, want ons raak gewoon daaraan om via die internet en met een media te kommunikeer. 6 maande terug sou niemand daaraan gedink het nie. So skielik sit ons met 'n situasie dat meer professionele mense begin die vraag afvra, moet ek elke dag 2 na 3 ure in spitsverkeer sit om in die stad uit te kom? Ek kan mos van my huis af werk. En as jy daai vraag begin vra, dan moet jy begin vra, maar waar is my huis? Hoe skuif ek my huis na 'n plek toe waar ek 'n sekere leefstyl kan hê? En heel dikwels is daai leefstyl op die platteland. Nie noodwendig in 'n dorp nie, maar op plase en die soort van goed. So as 'n mens begin vra na 'n herbedink die toekoms van landbou in 'n spesifieke area, dan moet 'n mens ook sê, maar wat is die ekonomiese aktiwiteit in daai area? Party mense sê jy moet met sonkrag boer. Ander mense sê jy moet ander tipe van energie. Een manier, ekonomiese aktiwiteit is, hoe trek ons 'n nuwe generasie van entrepreneurs na daai area toe, wat van hierdie landelike areas, van die ariede areas, soos die Klein Karoo of die Groot Karoo, van daar af kan sit en hulle werk begin doen. So ek dink daar is, as 'n mens begin weier kyk as net jou primêre landbouprodukte, is daar in ander forme van waarde toevoeg tot hierdie area, is daar groot geleenthede. En ek dink dit is iets waaroor 'n mens sou kon gesels vir die volgende halfuur, maar ek aanvaar jy's gedruk vir tyd, so dis 'n kort antwoord op 'n potensieel baie lang en indrukwekkende vraag.
Wat natuurlik die vraag laat ontstaan, wat gaan met ons stede gebeur? Want ek sien meeste mense gaan nie terug na hulle kantore toe nie, so daar gaan groot kantoorblokke nou leeg staan in die middestad van Kaapstad. Mogali, Dirk, Anton, Jacques, baie dankie vir julle tyd. Thank you very much for your time. Mogali, especially you, all the best for the new job. We wish you all the best and every success. Dankie vir julle tyd. Ons het uit tyd uitgehardloop. Lekker om te gesels. Ons sien julle weer in die Weskaap. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our conversation with the Department of the Western Cape. I hope you enjoyed it. It was another segment in the AgriXtra part of NAMPO Virtual. Thank you very much and hope to speak to you soon. Thank you.
Good day, I'm Tommy De Lange, I'm part of AgriXtra Retail. We're excited to announce that we will reopen our AgriXtra retail outlets from the 1st of October. We currently have the infrastructure with 33 branches in 5 provinces, namely Gauteng, Eastern Transvaal, Lowveld, Eastern Free State and KwaZulu-Natal. We do offer a wide range of quality products. We believe in our relationships with our customers and fulfill their needs, whatever they want from our stores. We have support from our suppliers, and for the first 2 or 3 days we will launching a promotion that we will give vouchers to all our customers on a lucky draw, which can be collected at our 33 branches. So our friendly staff will meet our customers wherever they came from. We believe to trade with integrity. What we think and what we do and what we say, we believe in that. We also strive for service excellence as the entire team. We are accountable for our actions and we have a passion for the agricultural sector. We want to wish each and every farmer all the best for the upcoming planting season, and we believe that we can grow our business together. Thank you.
Welkom terug by AgriXtra, uitsending van NAMPO Virtual. En vandag in die ateljee saam met ons is Japie van der Westhuizen, hoofuitvoerende beampte van Stamboek. Baie welkom Japie, lekker om jou hier te hê.
Dankie Chris, dis 'n voorreg.
Japie, jy het nou onlangs 'n paar groot deurbrake gemaak, groot stappe vorentoe gemaak met genetika. Gee ons net 'n bietjie van 'n oorsig van die nuutste verwikkelinge.
Chris, ek dink die begrip op almal se lippe is genomika. Met ander woorde, waar jy in die verlede het jy basies 2 bronne van die boer afgebruik om 'n dier se genetiese meriete te voorspel. Met ander woorde, hoe gaan hy teel? Is daar baie belangrike derde bron bygekom en dit is sy genomiese profiel. En dit in effek die metodiek wat 'n ou deesdae gebruik is om dit sê vir jou presies hoe 2 diere verwant is. So as jy 'n jong diertjie het, 'n baie jong diertjie het en jy wil voorspel gaan hy 'n goeie bul wees of 'n goeie ram wees, deur sy genomiese profiel te vergelyk met die res van die populasie, met ander woorde die res van sy ras, kan jy presies vasstel hoe verwant is hy aan hulle, met ander woorde hoeveel gene deel hy met daai iemand as sy voorsaate of kollaterale verwante. En op grond daarvan kan jy baie meer akkuraat voorspel hoe hy gaan teel. Dis natuurlik nou baie belangrik by eienskappe wat jy byvoorbeeld nie op 'n bil of 'n ram kan meet nie, soos vrugbaarheid, jy weet, van verse of melkproduksie.
So jy kan net meet as hy nog jonk is.
Jy trek sy genomiese jy het sy genomiese profiel en daai skatting is asof hy al 'n klomp nageslag het. So akkuraat is jou voorspelling. So dis 'n belangrike aspek. Die ander een, ek dink wat 'n mens ook nie sommer moet lig kyk nie, is teeldoelwitte. Met ander woorde, hoe lyk die produksiestelsel waarbinne jy is? Hoe lyk waarvoor word jy betaal byvoorbeeld vir jou melk? Of wat doen die wol in terme van mikrone, wat kos dit? Of wat kry die boer daarvoor? En hoe jy dan daai teelplanne moet opstel om te sorg dat jy eintlik selekteer vir die mees winsgewende nageslag. Dit gaan nie natuurlik oor die dier self nie, dit gaan oor hoe sy nageslag gaan presteer.
Toe jy nou sê dat jy moet weet hoe die dier verwant is na ander diere in die populasie. Ja. Dit suggereer seker dat jy daar sekere drempelvlak van diere wat almal se genetika bekend moet wees.
Ja, dis die punt.
So hoeveel boere moet is daar reeds betrokke?
Ons praat van 'n verwysingspopulasie. Met ander woorde, in Engels praat hulle van 'n reference population. So jy moet eers 'n klomp diere in 'n ras moet jy genomies karteer en jy weet mos nou hoe gaan hulle teel. Dis ou bulle of selfs ou koeie wat miskien al 'n 6de kalf gehad het of wat ook al, en op grond daarvan het jy 'n baie akkurate voorspelling en dan kan jy ek wil amper sê daai verband trek tussen daai dier en 'n jong diertjie. Jy kan byvoorbeeld meer verwant wees aan jou een ouma as in jou ander ouma, veral as jy een generasie skiep.
So hoe werk dit? Maar jy is mos 'n 50-50 produk van jou ma en pa.
Dis reg, altyd 50-50,
Maar verder af in die geslagte.
Dis reg, jy's nie noodwendig 'n 25 produk van jou ouma en oupa nie. Omdat dit in Afrikaans praat ons van lukraak, in Engels random. Dis elke keer 'n random sample en daai kromosome gaan lê so oor mekaar en hulle skeer 'n stukkie af, hulle praat van oorkruising. En dan spring daar, ek wil amper sê, gene heen en weer tussen dit. So as jy een generasie weggaan. En jy sien dit ook byvoorbeeld, ons kan dalk oor rasse praat, maar in rasse ook, as jy 'n ras genees of as jy 'n nuwe ras begin en jy het 'n klomp ander rasse wat jy saamvoeg. Daai eerste generasie weet jy presies waar jy staan. Daai F1. En daarna dan kan daai ding enige kant toe gaan.
Is dit hoekom hulle sê daar's meer genetiese variasie binne 'n ras as tussen rasse?
Kyk, ek glo nie daai een. Ek weet baie mense sê dit, maar nou dat ons die genomiese profiele het, en dis jammer ons het nou nie prentjies hier nie, maar kan jy baie duidelik sien hoe rasse, ons praat van cluster, hulle lê bymekaar en dan sal 'n ander ras se kolletjies hierso lê. As jy nou genetiese afstande dit kan natuurlik wees dat die variasie groot kan wees in 'n ras, veral hierdie sogenaamde saamgestelde rasse.
Sintetiese rasse.
Ja, die ouens lag mos vir jou as jy praat van 'n sintetiese ras, want dit klink plastiek, nee, maar saamgestelde rasse of wat uit ander rasse uit ontstaan. En dan sal jy vind dat jou rasse wat oor baie dekades saamgeselekteer was en waar daar nie ander diere van buite af ingekom het nie, dat hulle tog 'n nouer band het met mekaar, 'n kleiner kolletjie vorm, as jy nou na 'n 3-dimensionele plot gaan kyk vir daai rasse.
Sê my net vinnig, hoe vergelyk Stamboek byvoorbeeld internasionaal? Ek wil, is ons aan pa met wat in die res van die wêreld gebeur, of is ons agter, of hoe lyk ons?
Ja, ek dink ons almal weet die uitdagings in Suid-Afrika om ons navorsing en ontwikkeling, jy weet, in stand te hou. So Stamboek het 'n navorsing en ontwikkeling as eenheid vir ons belangrik, dis ook vir ons belangrik om internasionaal saam te speel. So Stamboek is al 'n hele klompie jare lid van ICAR, International Committee for Animal Recording, en dis vir ons belangrik om ook ons het hulle sogenaamde Certificate of Quality, hulle kwaliteitssertifikaat, om te sê dat ons aan hulle standaarde voldoen. Nou dit sê nou nie veel in terme van of jy wêreldspeler is, heel voorspeel nie, jy voldoen net aan die standaarde. Maar ons het die genomiese modelle wat ons nou toepas nou by 3 vleisbeesrasse en 3 melkrasse, is die sogenaamde single step models, wat onpaar is met die top ouens in die wêreld wat dit aanbetref. Inteendeel, die Amerikaners byvoorbeeld vir hulle melkbeeste het nog 'n sogenaamde two-step. So ons is eintlik tegnologies entjie voor hulle wat dit aanbetref. Nou nie noodwendig op al die ander vlakke nie, maar ek voel ons is daar. Ons doen ook internasionale evaluasies by ons maras byvoorbeeld wat in Suid-Afrika, Namibië, Zambië en oral is, maar ook in Suid-Amerikaanse lande wat ons 'n geheelras ontleding doen wêreldwyd. So jy kan 'n Argentynse bonsmara met 'n Suid-Afrikaanse bonsmara vergelyk, want daai data word geïntegreer.
So net vinnig, hoe lyk die genomika projek, die groot Suid-Afrikaanse genomika projek?
Ons het dis die sogenaamde Beef Genomic Program. Ons het deur die eerste fase gegaan. Stamboek het verkies dat ons maksimum diere genotipeer, en dit het ons in staat gestel om vir 3 rasse dan genomiese teelwaardes te kon uitrol. Ons het aansoek gedoen vir 'n tweede ronde. Ek weet nie of die regering genoeg geld gaan hê om 'n tweede ronde te finansier nie, maar dit was 'n baie goeie wegspringplek. Selfs vir die rasse wat miskien op hierdie stadium se verwysingspopulasies nog nie groot genoeg diere het nie. Is ons geleidelik besig met hulle eie geld om daai verwysingspopulasies uit te brei, en as jy oor 'n spesifieke drempel gaan dan af hoeveel diere in 'n ras is, dan kan jy ook vir hulle daai dienste begin lewer.
Ja, dit is binnekort Stamboek se 125ste verjaarsdag.
Ja, eintlik was dit Augustus al.
Was Augustus?
Ja, 115 jaar.
115.
Ja, dis interessant. Ek het, jy weet, ou lees baie keer maar bietjie gaan lees geskiedenis op. Net na die Boereoorlog, Anglo-Boereoorlog in 1903, het die Landbouunie daai tyd, ek weet nie hoe dit saamgestel was, net gesê, maar Suid-Afrika moet 'n stamboek hê. En dit het hulle 2 jaar gevat, so in 1905 Augustus is Stamboek gestig. Dis fenomenaal, en wat interessant ook is die feit dat Daar's eintlik min lande in die wêreld wat iets soos 'n stamboek het. Waar jy 'n klomp telersgenootskappe het wat saam 'n liggaam besit.
Maar dis baie interessant. Ek het nie
Ja,
besef.
baie lande as jy nou FSA toe gaan of ander plekke
Hulle-
dan sal hulle rasse eie ding doen. Die Angus in Amerika of die Holsteins in Amerika doen hulle eie ding. Of jy kry tog 'n bietjie van so samespel. Die Ire is miskien die naaste aan ons, die ICBF, die Irish Cattle Breeders Federation. So hulle het ook 'n federasie waar hulle staat, KI-maatskappye en telersgenootskappe saam. So ons is miskien die naaste aan wat die Ire het. Baie lande het wel genetiese eenhede wat vir hulle die teelwaardes, die blakteelwaardes doen, soos die Kanadese of die Australiërs moet breedplan, maar hulle besit nie noodwendig daai eenheid nie. Hulle sal dit outsource of hulle sal miskien 'n bietjie aandele daarin besit.
En is dit nie ironies dat ons was net klaar met die Boereoorlog, stamboek gestig en toe 'n klomp Britse rasse begin invoer.
Ja, ek dink daar was nogal van die perde rasse daai tyd en die Holsteins was eintlik al amper 'n voorloper geweest of die Friese daai tyd. Frisians en dit is 'n Britse ding, né? Bakewell is die vader van diereteelt. 17 iets en hy het daai longhorns geteel in die Leicester skape en hy het vir 'n Burgess ou het hy gehelp in sy kudde om te selekteer en dit was amper die ontstaan van rasse waar jy homogene diere sou selekteer en hy het agtergekom maar sekere diere doen beter, groei beter, jy weet. Hy het gesê like begets like. Hy het gesien dat gene hardloop in families.
Ja.
Toe professor Lush later jare het gesê like does not always beget like. Met ander woorde, jy kan mos nou die uitskieters in 'n familie hê. So Lush het gesê jy kan familieseleksie doen, maar jy moet binne familieseleksie moet jy gaan meet om die variasie op te tel binne familieseleksie. Dis die beginsel wat ons nou nog gebruik vir blakteelwaardes. Ons sit stambome in en ons meet diere binne hulle omgewing om te kyk wat se variasie is in daai omgewing om dan die bestes daar uit te kies.
Wanneer het dit begin? 1700 sê jy?
Ja, die 1700 het Bakewell begin met dit met longhorn en beeste en Leicester skape. Ja.
Was dit nie 'n Leicester skaap wat nou so
of
was dit 'n Deksel?
Nee, Deksel. Ja, wat so duur gegaan het.
Sê my Japie, so die Franse byvoorbeeld, ek bedoel met die Charolais en daai wanneer het hulle begin om hulle rasse te ontwikkel of was dit maar meer van 'n organiese ding?
Ja, ek is nie baie seker wanneer hulle begin het nie, maar baie spesialisrasse as jy mooi gaan kyk, né. Ek dink jy kry as jy nou na die Sangas kyk hier by ons die Ngonies in die Tuli in die Afrikaner en so en jy weet dis diere wat saam met mense getrek het, want hulle het deur Afrika getrek en ek dink is bietjie nonsens wat ouens baie keer praat en sê nee, maar dit was vryparing en sulke goed. Ek het nou al baie keer gedink as ek nou 'n Zulu ou was wat beeste besit het en ek weet die koning wil swart skilde maak, dan gaan ek mos nou teen swart selekteer want dan gaan hy my beeste gebruik om sy impie se skilde te maak. So met ander woorde daai seleksieplanne kom 'n lang pad. Ek dink die mens en die hele domestikasieproses. Ek het nou 'n bietjie afgedwaal van die Franse af, maar dis dieselfde beginsel. En onthou beeste was aanvanklik baie meer doelig in terme van trek en miskien later ploeg, jy weet, toe die mens begin agterkom dat hy kan nie van vleis alleen leef nie, ek dink dit was 'n fout, maar toe is beeste gebruik daarvoor ook om te trek en om mense eintlik die binneland te explore,
die ysbeeste was hulle nie wat nou later die draak
ja, die ysbeeste ook, ja. Dis interessant nou dat ons die genomiese profiele het, dan kan ons nou sien waar die Drakensbergers cluster as 'n sanga op sy eie baie ver van ander rasse wat ouens baie keer sê nee, dit was 'n kruis van dit en dit. Hy is by homself, ja.
So dis eintlik baie unieke ras daai.
Dit is 'n unieke ras, ja.
Wanneer raak 'n ding raak 'n groep diere 'n ras?
Dit is nou dis ek wil amper sê die $1 miljoen vraag. Hulle sê in Engels beauty is in the eye of the beholder, nee, so wat vir jou miskien as 'n ras is vir my net 'n tipe, ekotipe of 'n lyn. En mense vind baie keer dat dieselfde ras in twee lande ander name het. Die Ngonies in Noord-Mosambiek noem hulle die Landien. En die Namibiërs is geneig om te praat van Sangas en nie van Ngonies nie, as 'n voorbeeld. Maar dis eintlik al lyne binne Nguni. En dis eintlik 'n moeilike ding. Daar's beskrywings in die literatuur oor, jy weet, variasie as die variasie stabiliseer in die nageslag, dan sê die ouens, okay, nou kan jy dit miskien 'n ras noem. Maar dis nog steeds 'n oop vraag wanneer dit 'n ras is. Ek dink ons meer intensiewe tipe diere soos hoenders en varke het eintlik al begin afsien in sekere gevalle van die rasbename. Hulle sal van 'n lyn praat of sal lyne inteel, dan sal hulle uitkruis en daai uitgekruiste lyne sal hulle dan sal jou produksiediere wees wat die eiers lê of die braaikuikens en hulle het miskien destyds moet legons begin of osterlops begin of so iets, maar hulle noem hulle nie amper meer rasse nie.
Maar ek wil hierdie intensiewe lyne, ek wil die diere lyk almal dieselfde. Ek wil jou intensiewe varke lyk soos hulle lyk dieselfde.
Hulle lyk dieselfde, maar hulle het nie noodwendig meer 'n naam as 'n ras nie, as dit kommersieel as daai groot maatskappye, teelmaatskappye hulle.
Wat eintlik jammer is, nee, want hoenders en varke, die ou dae van die vark stoetteler is weg, né?
Dit het baie klein geword. Die ouens het ook meer vermeerderaars geword. Jy gaan laai daghoutkuikentjies op en jy maak hulle groot. Ekskuus tog, en jy verkoop daai braaikuiken eerder as dat jy dit self geteel het.
Maar die rasse, die kolbroekras, ek wil dit is nou dit word maar net maar aangehou, nie regtig meer vir kommersiële redes nie, maar meer vir sentimentele redes. As ek verkeerd.
Ek hoop nie so nie. Ek vrek nogal oor sulke tipe goed. Jy weet en ek dink daar's nismarkte vir daai ouens regtig. In terme van smaak en miskien resepte wat jy kan en die goed oorleef. Jy weet jy het nie nodig om 'n intensiewe varkeenheid op te sit met ligreëling en allerlei tipe goed nie. So ek dink daar gaan altyd
plek
vir dit en jy weet as hierdie ouens begin foute maak met hulle teeling hier, het hulle altyd iets om op terug te val. Daar's baie lang geskiedenis in diereteelt ook wat dit gebeur het. Jy weet waar mense moes sê sogenaamde line one herefords in Amerika wat oorleef het, maar baie van die ander ingeteelde lyne het dit nie gemaak nie. En as jy nie kan terugval na onverwante diere nie, dan kan jy jouself 'n moeilikheid inteel.
Net vinnig, ons moet klaarmaak, maar net vinnig, Suid-Afrika is nogal besonder, ek sê vir my as ek dit reg verstaan, maar ons is nogal besonder met ons aangepaste genetika in Suid-Afrika, met beide klein vee en groot vee. As ons kyk na ons diere, na ons beeste, die Drakensberger, die Nguni, jy weet, okay, die Tuli is miskien nie ons ras nie, maar die punt wat ek probeer maak is dat met klimaatsverandering wat 'n werklikheid is, sit Suid-Afrika nie met 'n genetiese goudmyn in terme van ons aangepaste genetika nie.
Nee, dit is so. Ons praat van moederlynrasse, né? Moederlynrasse is daai koei wat gereeld kalf, wat die hitte kan hanteer, wat die bosluise kan hanteer, klimaatsverandering waarskynlik beter kan hanteer. So sy is die fabriek op die plaas, maar sy moet ook skies tog die vermoë hê om sou jy dan 'n ander ras op haar gebruik in 'n kruisteelprogram, dat sy daai kalf goed kan grootmaak en dat daai kalf goed kan groei ensovoorts. Met ander woorde, ons sit met 'n goudmyn. Maar ons het ook genoeg diversiteit. Ons is eintlik geseën met die hoeveelheid rasse, hierdie hoogs aangepaste rasse in sekere gevalle, maar ook rasse wat by 'n mark aangepas is. Want 'n ou moet dit ook nie uit die oog verloor nie. As die mark sê 'n karkas moet 250 of 300 weeg, dan moet jy daai karkas vir die mark gee.
Sure.
Dan moet jy 'n manier kan kry om die omgewingsaanpassing te laat trou, kan ek maar sê.
Chardonnay op 'n Nguni te sit,
byvoorbeeld.
Ja.
As 'n voorbeeld. En ek dink ons moenie dit sommer net wegwens nie. Ek dink albei is dan ewe belangrik in die proses, ja.
Japie, altyd lekker om te gesels. Ons het bietjie uit tyd uitgehardloop. Geluk met julle verjaarsdag. As ons weer almal bymekaar uitkom, dan klink ons 'n glasie op julle verjaarsdag.
Ek sal in elk geval die glasie klink, maar ek dink dan is dit net dubbel so lekker as ons bymekaar is. Baie dankie, Chris.
En ons wynbedryf het die hulp nodig. So
ja nee, ons moet die land uit die moeilikheid uit wyn drink, hoor.
Ons moet absoluut.
Ja, dis reg. Ja.
Dames en here, baie dankie vir julle betrokkenheid. Dit was nog 'n uitsending van AgriXtra hier op NAMPO Virtual. Baie dankie vir die kyk en ons kuier binnekort weer. Dankie.
Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silverskoon.
Produsent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan, plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die produsent. Is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruks, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie, voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer. In fact, duisende dankies, daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons Dawid, wys Dawid die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdrip, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordens toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte hoop dit bring die soet saam. Eerlikwaar, in 'n kreet of ek kan dit sag sê, as ek eet, weet ek van die ongerepte eet wat julle aflê, en van die eelt wat in jou hand lê. Eerlik, dit is unfair. En nou, in hierdie noue ontkoming is dit noodsaaklik, met hierdie novel corona, dat ons hy onnodige nood in ons sak vind, en dit neem tot waar die noodkreet van 'n hongersnood se slag is. Die target is, wie jou naaste is, en tog is dit die talle wat op trone is, sowel as die wie in 'n tranendal in die straten rus. Laat staan dus die politiese toutrekkery en trek aan die verbande van 'n Lazarus, want jou naaste is, in wie se longe daar nog asem is. Wie eerste en laaste is, produsent. Dit was die letters van produsent opgebreek. Jy moet dit oorlees, en ek het jou daarin gewerk, want jy kan dit ook probeer. Pay food forward, so kan jy ook produseer.
Dag sê boere, ek is Fafa Malan, die virtuele veearts. Elke jaar op NAMPO, hierdie jaar het die virus ons gepootjie, maar hy het ons nie gevang nie. Ons gaan praat oor siektes, oor biosekuriteit, parasiete, vrae beantwoord. So ons sien julle daar. Kyk intussen mooi na julle diere. Lekker boer.
NAMPO Virtual is definitely an opportunity. It's something out of the norm, especially in the South African context as well. And I think we're going to experience a lot of ways and initiatives and creativity that a lot of companies are going to come up with in the ag space that will also talk hand in hand to the type of technologies today that's available in the agricultural space. And from a John Deere perspective, I think we're going to launch a very exciting new platform or type of product, if I can call it that people will experience John Deere on a whole different level that they've never done before. COVID did force us to think differently, and with having a presence still with your farmers, able to communicate, and although not in person, We found TechTerrain, a digital platform that is fully accessible to continue engaging and communicating key messages to the farmers and to the agricultural industry. TechTerrain's uptake actually grew exponentially, so every episode that we launched, we were almost halfway through, we've seen exponential growth. It quadrupled between 2 weeks ago until the last week. And the feedback is that it's insightful, people learn a lot, they see and learn about new technologies in the agricultural space, but also on the John Deere products and how they can adopt that technologies to run more productive and efficient businesses. So additional component for any future marketing campaign or initiative or expo, I think we'll have a permanent presence. I think we learned a lot during COVID-19 and what we experienced, but I think it's accessible, and for that person that can't be there, can still engage, can still feel part, but you can also share so much additional insights using a digital platform. So definitely something that will also form part going forward with any future marketing events. We are certain that with NAMPO Virtual we'll see a positive uptake in the farmers participating in the program and the show. So we've learned recently in the recent months that with the enforcements of the COVID-19 that farmers are now more curious and more adaptive towards adopting technologies. Although the fastest adopters of technology, there's still concepts that was difficult to grasp. And I think as long as it's an easy platform to have access to, the farmers will definitely join in on a platform if there's benefit for them at the end of the day. And we believe that with NAMPO Virtual, that will definitely be the case. So in terms of NAMPO Virtual, I believe strongly that the future is with us now.
Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silwer skoon.
Producent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan, plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die produsent. Is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en
Welcome here at another episode of AgriXtra, part of NAMPO Virtual. And we're talking biosecurity this afternoon. I've got a very extensive panel joining me, both in the studio and remotely. Televali Nepfumbada, I pronounced that correct?
That's correct, thanks.
Head of Regulatory Science at Africa at Bayer. We have also in the studio Dr. Louis Buak.
Yeah.
Buak. Head of Technical Services South and Sub-Sahara Africa, Lanco. We've got Dr. Gerard Verdoren, well-known media personality, operations and stewardship manager at CropLife South Africa. He's patching in remotely. And Professor Koos Kutzer, Head of Department Veterinary and Tropical Diseases at the University of Pretoria. Welcome, gentlemen. I hope we have a very good conversation this afternoon. Dr. Verdoren, I want to just start with you. Vertel ons bietjie, wat beteken die konsep biosekuriteit? Hoekom het ons dit nodig en hoe pas ons dit toe in Suid-Afrika?
Goeiemôre aan al die kykers en ook ons span hier so. Ek het vandag net vanoggend het ek weer 'n boodskap ontvang deur die WhatsApp wat my laat besef het dat hierdie term van biosekuriteit word heeltemal wanverstaan. Daarom dink ek moet 'n ou net die grondslag skep vir wat dit beteken. Ek gaan uit twee oogpunte praat. Eerste plek uit 'n natuuroogpunt en tweede plek uit 'n landbouoogpunt uit. En vir my beteken die hele konsep van biosekuriteit die volgende plek is die beskerming van die integriteit, die kwaliteit en kwantiteit van eerste plek ons inheemse biodiversiteit, met ander woorde al ons inheemse plante en diere en natuurlik ook die ander goed wat saam met dit gaan. In tweede plek ons voedsel- en veselgewasse en derde plek ons pluimvee en ons lewende hawe. En dit gaan dan daaroor om hierdie entiteite te beskerm binne die politieke grens van Suid-Afrika teen enige invloede van buitekant of van binnekant af. En kom ek gee vir julle 'n voorbeeld daarvan. Ons sit met ernstige poreuse grense waardeur mense baie maklik kan beweeg sonder enige ondersoeke of enige inspeksies en uitplante, troeteldiere, pluimvee, vee, wildsoorte, voedselsoorte soos heuning, speserye, lewende organismes soos mikrobes en virusse en patogene en roofinsekte. Die hele wêreld hardloop vol van wat ingebring word deur eerste plek, kom ons sê maar immigrante of onwettige immigrante. In tweede plek deur mense wat net verstaan wat is die kwessies rondom hierdie goed nie. En kom ek vir julle een voorbeeld gee van waar dit ons hart slaan, is dat ons beiebedryf in Suid-Afrika is nie baie gesond nie as gevolg van 'n klomp impakte van die chemikalieë. En tweede plek as gevolg van die impakte van vreemde organismes, met ander woorde dat daar virusse en bakterieë in heuning wat nie ordentlik bestraal is nie, en dan as daai heuning vrygestel word, het dit 'n impak op ons inheemse bye en natuurlik op die byeboere, op die bestuivingsdienste wat die byeboere kan lewer vir die landbou. As jy bietjie kyk na 'n plek soos Australië en daar's op die televisiekanale is daar 'n baie goeie program waar hulle wys hoe streng hulle optree met enige invoere van enige lewendige of dooie ding wat biologies van aard is. En by ons vind dit nie plaas nie. Met ander woorde, ons kom agter hier's maatskappye wat begin om mikrobes te verkoop as sogenaamde natuurlike of biologiese plaagdoders. Daar's maatskappye wat werk met virusse in dieselfde storie. Daar's maatskappye wat werk met roofinsekte en entomopatogeniese nematodes wat ingebring word as moontlike beheermeganismes vir ons peste en pla, sonder om daai goedes deur die biodiversiteitskanale te kyk of daai goed nie moontlike impak kan hê op ons plaaslike biodiversiteit nie. En op die ouende dan tref die papaya, die waier, as jy nou kyk hier waar ek in die Oos-Kaap bly, hoe lyk dit van die kaktusse en die luitjieskaktusse en die platwykaktusse. Dit is waar die term vandaan kom. Met ander woorde, jy moet jou eie inheemse plant en dierryk beskerm en ook jou voedsel en landbou beskerm teen moontlike invloede van buitekant af. En ek seker daarvan dat professor Koos sal ook later aanheg by hierdie idee, maar dis wat my betref, ons moet verstaan onder biosecurity of dan biosekuriteit.
Prof Koos, terwyl ons nou, terwyl Gerard nou daarna verwys, kom ons gaan oor na jou toe. Ons het binne die grootveebedryf natuurlik, ons het nog steeds die brucellose probleem, ons het al die seksueel oordraaglike siektes wat ons mee sit, ons het die back and close uitbraak gehad. Ek bedoel, Suid-Afrika is 'n land wat met daadwerklike probleme sit en dit lyk net nie asof ons dit onder die knie kan kry nie. Wat is u sin van die vordering wat ons maak en waar is die areas wat ons tekort skiet?
Het is baie belangrik om te verstaan dat, soos Gerard ook gesê het, dat Suid-Afrika en ook die streek baie komplekse dieresiekte, diereproduksiestelsels het, wat ons moet self ons eie oplossings kry. So hulle verwys dikwels daarna as die dier-mens-ekosystem interfase, waar die mense, boere, landelike boere, met hulle diere, belangrik vir hulle, in aanraking kom met wilde diere, en ons het die hele spektrum daarvan, en miskien die belangrikste by ons is die buffel, wat ek dink van die groep 5 is, en wat 'n baie belangrike draer is van back and close seer. Al ons buffels, ons verwys na die SAT 1, 2 en 3 stamme, en dan natuurlik ook theilerioose en brucellose en TB. So dit is 'n groot bron van siektes waar hulle draers is. So as daar dan kontak is, en ons het 'n baie mooi voorbeeld met al die transplantparke, beskermingsareas, oorvleesparke met Mozambique, Zambia, Angola en so voort, daar's 14 van die parke, en om hierdie parke, is dit 'n baie ideale bron van siektes gedra kan word na die
Prof Koos, as ek net vir u gou kan onderbreek, ons tegniese span vra net dat jy bietjie nader aan die mikrofoon sit. Dankie.
Is dit nou? Ja. So dit is dan belangrik vir ons, die belangrike punt, die belangrikste sake in enige biosekuriteitsplan is dat jy dit kan uitvoer. Dit moet uitvoerbaar wees. En net soos met COVID-19 het ons gesien dat die beweging van mense en diere, selfs met back and claw in die COVID, moet jy probeer beperk. En vir daai rede is daar beperkings gewees, nasionaal en internasionaal, met die COVID, en so ook met back and claw hier. Jy kan nie net vrylik beweeg met jou diere in die rooi gebied nie. Daar's sperlyne en waar daar sekere inentings moet gedoen word, is kompleks, en dan ook surveillance, gereelde surveillance om te kyk wat gaan in aan daai gebiede. Maar dit is natuurlik baie moeilik om te monitor en met die onlangse uitbraak van back and claw is daar van hierdie diere beweeg na markte toe en weer van daar na voerkrale toe, na kommersiële boere en dit is belangrik dat jy 'n goeie veeartsenydiens het om te kan voorsien aan al die behoeftes van beheer van back and claw in hierdie geval, wat 'n baie belangrike internasionale siekte is. So die eerste groot stap is om beweging te beperk, dan krities is dat jy vinnige diagnose kan maak. Net soos COVID, moet jy vinnige diagnose kan maak, met akkuraat wees, met goeie toets, jy moet regte reagense en in die akute fase, in die vroeë fase, moet jy dan die agent, in hierdie geval back and claw, kan opspoor met sensitiewe molekulêre toetse en dan as hulle herstel, kan jy weer anders toetse doen. So dit is ook vir die COVID-19 doen, die serologiese toetse. So die toetsing is baie belangrik, dat jy goeie laboratoria het en dat jy goeie opgeleide personeel het en dan ook in die veld kan hulle hierdie beheermaatreëls toepas. So ek dink daar is 'n groot uitdaging vir Suid-Afrika en die streek om krities te kyk na veeartsenykunde, veeartsenydiens, wat baie moeilik is in moeilike omstandighede om dit effektief te doen. As ons dit nie kan doen nie, en as ons nie goeie biosekuriteitsplanne kan uitvoer nie, gaan ons net nie kan handel nie. Jy weet, met die internasionale wêreld, en dit het ons nou gesien met back and claw, het skep allerlei probleme as ons nie goeie planne het en meer belangrik uit planne te kan uitvoer. So politieke inkoop en bronne, resources, is krities. Daar moet genoeg finansies wees om hierdie dinge te kan doen. So dit is waaroor dit gaan, die komplekse sisteme, ekosisteme ons werk, en hoe hanteer ons terselfdertyd dieregesondheid, diereproduksie, dieresluit in gedomesticeerde en wilde diere, en dan mense, hoe nader ons kom die ekosisteme, hoe meer gevaarlik raak dit. Vleermuise, wat goed daar, en 'n verskeidenheid van zoonetiese siektes, wat dan 'n groot impak op publieke gesondheid in die land, en internasionaal, soos ons gesien het. Miskien is dit wegspring.
Baie dankie. Ja, ek dink enigiemand wat onduidelik nog that is uncertainty about what we're talking about, just think about COVID, because that was a biosecurity situation that we had to deal with. And I think a topic that we should come back to at some point is who is responsible for this. I mean, we saw with the outbreak of foot and mouth, is it farmers? Is it the state? And once we've decided who's responsible, we also need to be realistic about the capacity of these people. I mean, if you look at Namibia, the farmers are patrolling the red line areas, not the state. So I want to get back to that in a minute. But Tivali, I want to just stop with you for a moment. A very interesting case study was the fall armyworm problems that we had. Sporadically, there's still outbreaks, but there we saw how quickly one can actually get a product, a control product registered if one has to. This has always been a problem. You know, companies complain that they do application and they wait for years for the proper okay to come through. Why was it the case with the fall armyworm that we managed to get it done so quickly? And what is the problem here?
Thanks, Chris. I think luckily I used to work for the state before I rejoined Bayer in October last year. So I spent almost a decade in the Department of Agriculture.
So
Forestry,
you'll be able to
Fisheries.
tell us.
So I was part of the system. Look, I must say we were very proud of what we did in collaboration with CropLife, Grain SA, and other grower groups. What we did when fall armyworm sort of visited us, we put up a system to do emergency registrations. We didn't do that as a state alone. We did that in collaboration with the manufacturers and also in collaboration with the growers. So what we did is we put up a system that companies could follow when they lodged the applications, right? Bear in mind that this pest didn't just come from the skies, so it came from somewhere. And if we look at the countries where we suspected it came from, we could learn from them. What is it that they did to control the pest? What type of products did they have in those countries? So largely what we did was to look at, do we have this pest in South America? Do we have this pest in America? And what type of pesticides or plant protection products are they using over there? And then from there we could profile the active ingredients or products that we already have in South Africa that are used in maize that could be used to kill fall armyworm. So what we did was to just go to our list of products that are already approved in the country. That gave us a clue in terms of the risk of those particular products because already farmers were using them for other pests. It's not like we introduced new products to control that particular pest. It's products that were already approved in the country. So what we did was companies could submit data that they have from other countries. And that data enabled us to make sort of preliminary decision to say, look, if this fall armyworm spreads in South Africa and starts attacking maize or soybean or any other crop like vegetables, so obviously if we use these products, because they've been tested elsewhere, the formulations are the same, so we placed our big bet on them to say we will be able to kill fall armyworm. And then what we did is to grant companies the so-called emergency registrations. Why do we do that? We granted them emergency registrations because the data was not conclusive under South African conditions. But we had preliminary data coming from somewhere. And in that way, then farmers started having tools in their toolbox to control this pest. That's why it became sporadic, because we placed a lot of tools. On the other hand, you must remember that South Africa, or maize farmers in South Africa, they also grow biotech maize with BTG. We saw anecdotal evidence that in farms where they were using this particular technology, the damage was less compared to farms where they were using conventional maize. So immediately we knew that because of the technologies that are already adopted in the country, technologies that are available in the company that I work for now, we could see that it was helping farmers in a big way to be able to control the spread of fall armyworm. So let me come back to the issue of why does it take so long to approve products. Firstly, it's capacity issues. Look, in South Africa, registration or approval of plant protection products is not the sole mandate of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development only. It also involves participation by the Department of Health, together with other departments. So there's a lot of consultative work that has to happen, because the Department of Health will look at dietary risk, whereas the Department of Agriculture is the sole custodian of approval of these products. So the way it works is companies will lodge their dossiers with the Department of Agriculture first, and then they will do the evaluation first, and making sure that all the data that is required is there in the dossier. And then from there, they will make a preliminary decision. But let me stop there. What are the steps that are involved before companies could lodge the application? It's a lengthy process. So companies will spend almost about 10 years developing and polishing the product, right? And it's not an easy process, because a product is not designed for the South African market only. It's designed to be used globally. Otherwise, companies like Bayer would not make money if we just develop a product for the South African market. So we have to make sure that the product we develop has to pass the scrutiny of all major regulatory agencies all over the world, including the likes of the US EPA, US Environmental Protection Agency, the European Food Safety Authority, and elsewhere, so that at least we can be able to have the so-called global approvals all over the place. So it takes a lot of efforts, because there are regulatory requirements that are different all over the place.
Sure.
And there are different crops. Obviously, as a company, we'll target the so-called major crops, right? Because at the end of the day, we're not doing it for free. We would also want to recover our expenses, right? So yeah, it is a 10-year process before we may put up a dossier, and then that dossier will be forwarded to the Department of Agriculture. And it takes a lot of investments. I mean, we're talking about $300 million investment that is done over a period of 10 years. But bearing in mind that in the market we could protect our patent for 20 years, we have to get in quickly and make money.
Sure.
Right before other guys could come in with generic products. So it is a lengthy process. But coming back to why it takes too long, look, I think we could largely look at the capacity we have in the country. If we have got an agency type of a system, it may speed up the situation, right? But we need to be realistic and compare South Africa to other major economies or similar economies like Brazil. You know, it takes about 5 to 10 years in Brazil to approve a product. In South Africa, it could also take maximum sometimes 5 years, which is unacceptable because some of these products are already assessed somewhere. So the risk is already known.
But this is my point. How do we compare to other countries? I mean, do we compare, I mean, you're comparing to Brazil. So Brazil is also a developing economy.
Yeah.
So if you compare us to Brazil and you compare us to America, how do we compare? Does it take longer? I mean, are we in par?
I think it takes a bit longer there.
Where,
But
in Brazil?
In Brazil and America. But because, let's take America for an example. If the dossier has already passed scrutiny in America, why should it take more than 5 years here? Or why should it take more than 10 years here? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I do get
what I'm saying is our work should be cut in half.
Exactly.
Right? That we already know the risk that has been assessed elsewhere. So when it comes here, our scientists should be able to ascertain the risk much quicker. Because we are not the first country to approve this.
Because a lot of the
quite often you'll find that we are number 5, number 6.
Exactly. So, Gerard, you tell us, in your experience, why is it taking exceptionally long in South Africa? We hear the anecdotal evidence. Is it as bad as we think? And how do we compare to the rest of the world? And if it's bad, what's the problem?
I think it's not as good as it should be. Maybe one should not say it's so bad. It is not as good as it should be. And what Chilivale said, very important. I think what we do in South Africa, I'm talking about from the state and the government perspective, we're doing an overkill. There is no point from my side as a toxicologist to do a local toxicological evaluation of a drug. If that work was already done and screened in, for example, North America or the European Food Safety Association. Remember now that the EPA has got thousands of people working for them. So when they pass something, they've done a very thorough evaluation of that particular compound's toxicology. When you talk about the European Food Safety Association, we talk about what I would like to call the most critical of all the regulatory bodies in the world. If they say yes for something, you must know it's a solid yes. So there's no point in us in South Africa submitting that particular tox evaluation again to a local person for evaluation because it's a waste of time. If you look around the world, the principle for registering an agricultural remedy or a pesticide, which is the word we use globally, should be, first of all, to ensure the safety for people, and secondly, the safety for the environment. Now, in our country, again, we go overboard and we do all these trials over different bioclimatic regions and over different seasons. And in many cases, that might be total overkill because if you think about certain pests and diseases would only occur in one area, and it becomes quite a mission for an applicant to explain to the Department of Agriculture that it is not possible to test them in 3 different bioclimatic regions. If you think about, for example, some of the herbicides we use species, that invasive species might occur in an area covering nothing more than 20 square kilometers. So how on earth can you now try and demand it must be done somewhere else? So I think somewhere the lack of logical thinking behind the regulatory process in South Africa. The other thing that Chilivale mentioned is the lack of capacity. We talk about not sufficient number of people in the department to do the evaluations. And you can't expect the current complement of the few people left in the office of the registrar to cope with modern society. If we think back 10, 20 years ago, there were more than 3 times or 4 times the people available to do dossier evaluations. Meanwhile, agriculture in the country has exploded with many more farmers. We talk about more commercial farmers, more small farmers with a bigger demand for pesticides and a growing market for that. So there's not enough capacity. And what we find frustrating from an industry perspective is the total disconnect between different state entities. So there's, for example, when you submit your dossier, it must go from agriculture, the Department of Health must do the MRL listing, and luckily now it seems to be coming to the fore, but we battled with that for years. And there are virtually no toxicologists with state. So how can the state then do toxicological evaluations if they don't have the local people? There becomes a fight between industry and our society and then the state on all these types of things. But it comes back to the fact that we're doing an overkill. And maybe in many of the cases, we can just simply adopt the tox evaluations that were done in other countries, especially in the Northern Hemisphere. And secondly, we can extrapolate the data for the efficacy that was done in other countries. If that country, for example, you think about the Western Cape and parts of California, it's the same sort of climate, it's the same sort of agriculture. So there is no point in going to do all the trial work over again. So we need a lot more pragmatism in our regulatory department than we currently have in the country. And my appeal, and Julie Varley will know, I need to see that we have a totally new and revised act, because the act is older than anyone in the audience, and the act doesn't serve our modern agricultural society anymore. It is a huge hiccup. And we find down when we work with serious cases like the Palmer amaranth, which is a big problem for the maize farmers. We have the banana bunches top virus, we've got the Asiatic fruit fly, we've got pathogens coming in, and the department simply cannot cope with all the applications for emergencies, for example, and then for the normal applications with the few staff left. And that leaves us as an agricultural sector with a lack of tools, and it leaves our farmers at a serious disadvantage for competing with countries like Brazil and America and whoever else for the export of our produce. And if we pluck the economy out of agriculture in South Africa, then we kill the economy completely, because agriculture is the backbone of the economy in South Africa. So that is my summary of what I think the problem is in South Africa regarding regulatory affairs around the pesticides, or then agricultural remedies as they're still called in the Act.
Thank you, Gerard. I mean, what stands out for me is the issue of collaboration. We saw it with the fall army worm. We had a crisis. We sorted it out. We had a situation with foot and mouth. The government and the private sector got together. They sorted it out to a point, but then problems kicked in again. We looked at COVID. I mean, there we had a major crisis. The private sector and the public sector got together. They sorted it out. And I think that maybe we don't have enough crises to focus the mind. But I mean, as Gerard is saying, I mean, this act it's old, it's outdated. I mean, why aren't we updating it? So that disconnect is a bit worrying. But Dr. Boer, you work in the intensive industry. You work with pigs and chickens, am I correct?
Yeah, we work especially from a company's point of view, and where I've been involved is especially in the intensive animal production space until recently. And I mean, Chris, you just mentioned with regards to who is responsible, or just a little bit earlier on, who's responsible now for biosecurity. And I think one of the biggest things that we need to come to realize is that each person and each individual within that needs to take responsibility for themselves as well, and not expect somebody else to take responsibility. So the private sector, as you mentioned, need to come together, the public sector, but the farmer itself as well. And if one looks at for example, the intensive animal production, and let's talk, for example, poultry, one can clearly see, compared to some other production systems, that they are far ahead when it comes to biosecurity on farm, movement on the premises, movement of animals and that. And I think there's a lot that we can learn from there that we can apply to other systems, and for be it production systems in extensive animal production or in large animal production. And one of the key things that we see is, if you look at the intensive animal production, if you even look at the food chain, in protecting food chain is to do different prevention activities. For example, vaccination in poultry to salmonella, to reduce the risk of salmonella in people itself as well. And then there's a lot of integrated pest management, and I think Prof. Dwin will have quite a lot of insight there as well in managing your pests, like flies, for example. We know that they can act as vectors for multiple diseases. And by doing so, by having an integrated approach, having your cultural or your environmental control up to date or as best as possible, you reduce the risk of spreading disease between your animals, but between, for example, different houses if you've got a broiler establishment. And I think there's simple things that one can do, and that, I mean, a lot of the times you talk about, if you go to an auction and you purchase cattle, for example, make sure you've got a quarantine camp on your farm and quarantine that animals before you put them back into your herd. And then even better is if you go and then you treat them with not pesticides, sorry, but let's say your internal and for external parasites on the farm itself, because you don't know what you're potentially going to bring towards your farm. And those are simple things that one can do. Movement of people. I mean, we touched on, for example, swine fever, for example. We know that people can act as an important transmission or vector of it itself. We know that ticks can play an important role in your wildlife. So all of those factors need to be taken into consideration when looking at biosecurity, and each person needs to take ownership for that and accept the responsibility in assisting in managing the biosecurity on farm, be it extensive or intensive.
If one looks at the extensive cattle industry, for instance, and you look at the problem that we've had with foot and mouth, and then you look at the pork industry, and you look at the way the pork industry has managed to manage their biosecurity with a concept like compartmentalization.
Yes.
How applicable would that be, for instance? Because I mean, if you look at foot and mouth, it's very difficult to try and control the uncontrollable. I mean, you've got the red line, you've got communal areas, you've got, it's the same with a swine fever. It's very difficult to control. So my question is, how practical is it to look at a concept like compartmentalization in the pork industry and apply it in the extensive cattle industry?
Yeah, I think one can take aspects of it, and it's for example movement of animals. For example, if you had an outbreak in an area, the simple thing of it, just because, for example, if it's a disease where culling might be necessary, don't move your animals because you worsen the situation for somebody, for your neighbor, etc. Because then the area would just potentially widen where that needs to be quarantined, for example. One of the other things, if you think of compartmentalization, I mean, I believe personally it's a lot easier in an intensive as you manage, because you're managing, for example, in pigs, you're managing them in houses, and you can compartmentalize your growers, for example, from your breeder herd, etc., where that might be challenging. But I think a simple way of thinking of it in extensive is looking at veld management, for example, and how you manage your cattle and your movement of cattle between your different camps, to look at a way of potentially limiting exposure and risk if there is an issue.
So if I can go back to you, Prof. Kutzer, take something like brucellosis. Every month we get those maps from Doc Faffa and them about the outbreaks of diseases, and we all know where the big brucellosis problem areas are up in the north. I mean, we've been talking about this for years. Why aren't we getting stuff like brucellosis under control? What is preventing us from sorting this problem out?
Well, there's only one way to sort it out, and it's to vaccinate at the right time. There are vaccines, strain 19, where you need to vaccinate all your young animals. And then buying animals in from different places, animals that have not been tested and that are not clean, and that's can infect your entire herd, and that way cause severe losses for you. There are also Brucella strains in our wildlife. So the interface that I have been mentioning is that there are pertinent diseases that are carried by wildlife that cross into domestic animals. In that context, foot and mouth and African swine fever are good examples. But then there are also domestic pathogens that are in domestic animals, like cattle. Brucellosis is one that cross into the wildlife, and the same with tuberculosis. So tuberculosis, for example, in the Kruger National Park in the south, but actually in most part of the park, they are infected with Mycobacterium bovis, the cattle TB organism. So it's good veterinary inspections, cooperation of the farmers, cooperation of the industries, veterinary services, and then also obviously the research institutions for the diagnostics, because it's progressing very fast. These days, they are very sensitive and very good molecular tests. You don't have to isolate the virus or an organism. You can do PCR or sequencing techniques to characterize the agents. So I think it's a lack of cooperation between the different industries. The private sector, particularly related to foot and mouth disease, now the private sector, the government has come together and address sensitive trade issues to overcome that because of foot and mouth disease.
Gerard, if I can just go to you for a moment, what role does the human psyche play? I mean, I saw research that the Australians did about about herbicide resistance and the way farmers apply herbicide resistance and their perceptions about herbicide applications and how that plays a role in worsening the problem of herbicide resistance. I mean, die siege van boere en die siege van verbruikers, wat 'n rol speel dit in biosekuriteit? En hoe verander ons dit?
Chris, dit speel 'n ongelooflike belangrike rol. Ek dink die siege gaan saam met die concept van bewusmaking. In other words, to create an awareness about a particular problem. Now, unfortunately, the entire world, whether we talk about the motor car industry or agriculture, is focused on one thing. That's to make money as quickly and as much as possible without thinking about the long-term future of your business and your industry. En as jy nou begin praat oor hoe pas die siege van die mens in by die gebruik van plaagdoders, is dit 'n redelike ernstige probleem. Nou ek by CropLife SA hanteer al die rentmeesterskap kwessies rondom, met ander woorde, verantwoordelike gebruik en so aan, ook die misbruik. En dit is verstommend oor hoe ernstig die meeste mense plaagdoders totaal misbruik, sonder die denke oor wat is die nagevolge van my verkeerde aksie met 'n plaagdoder. Dis onafhanklik of dit nou 'n swamdoder, 'n insekdoder of 'n onkruiddoder is. En wat ons eintlik doen met hierdie verkeerde siege van ons om die goed verkeerd te gebruik of nie ordentlik te gebruik nie, is ons maak plaagdoders dood. Ons het in Suid-Afrika al 'n hele paar plaagdoders doodgemaak in omgekeerde kommetjies as gevolg van verkeerde gebruik en waar die middels uitgefaseer moet word omdat die goed te giftig is vir die omgewing om weer misbruik of omdat die produkte nie meer aktief werk om bepaalde pes of plaag of dan die swamsiekte by 'n plant te beheer en te bestuur nie. En ons het ek dink oor die wêreld hier, nie alleen in Suid-Afrika nie, maar veral by ons landbougemeenskap het ons 'n hele totale paradigma verskuiwing nodig rondom die gebruik van plaagdoders. Nou, Chilivali het al genoem van wat als gedoen moet word om 'n plaagdoder te registreer en 'n reuse klomp werk gaan daarin om te bewys die produk is wel effektief teen 'n bepaalde pes en plaag en siekte in die bepaalde gewas en dan word die etiket saamgestel. En dit is skokkend om te hoor hoe min mense etikette lees. Ek het die oproep op my noodnommer wat 'n bedryf elke dag te vra, hoe moet ek die produk meng? En dis waar die probleme kom. So daar's nie behoorlikheidssiege by die mens wanneer kom by plaagdoders. Dis 'n geval van vat die ding, meng hom, spuit hom en jy hoop maar hy werk. En dit is waar die probleem daarin kom, dat of daar's 'n swak kom ons sê soos die performance van die produk op die gewas, of daar is skade aan die gewas, of daar skade in die omgewing, of daar kom skade kom aan die mense. En as jy nou dink byvoorbeeld ons uitvoergewasse wat geweldig streng beheer word in terme van die maksimum residuelimiete, daardie ouens werk nogal baie goed om te weet as daai produk aan die kant aankom in Spanje en die residu's te hoog, dit bloot omgekeer, dit word in die oseaan gedamp. Maar wat nou van ons plaaslike bevolking wat blootgestel word aan onregmatige residue van die platos op die gewas wat hulle eet. So dit kom daarop neer dat die siege van die mens verander in 'n siege van verantwoordelikheid. Nou Koos het genoem net nou en Dr. Boog het net nou genoem met Chilivali ook dat almal het 'n gedeelde verantwoordelikheid rondom hierdie teorie of die hele beginsel van biosekuriteit. Met ander woorde, dis nie alleen vir my as die regering of die staat of 'n liggaam se CropLife SA om te doen nie. Dit is almal se verantwoordelikheid. En as ons nie almal begin saamspeel in terme van om die landboumiddels en die veemiddels ordentlik te gebruik, ordentlik te bestuur nie, gaan ons hierdie probleem nie te bowe kom nie. Professor Koester het net gepraat van, jy weet, dat in die brucellose geval, hoeveel boere doen werklik waar die vaksinering of die inenting korrek? Hoeveel boere doen werklik waar die gebruik van plaasdoders korrek? Ons weet van die gevalle waar bijvoorbeeld in die Wes-Kaap het 'n geweldige weerstand ontwikkel teen goed. Ons weet in die geval van hierbo by ons dat die dwaalende jood, daardie plantjie het al probleme as gevolg van verkeerde plaasdoder gebruik. Nou, die beginsel kom terug. As jy die etiket van jou landboumiddel of jou veemiddel streng navolg, dan het daai ding 'n bitter lang rak lewe. Met ander woorde 30 tot 40 jaar voor jy gaan begin probleme optel. Ons vind deesdae goed so diamide, wat 'n baie sagte tipe van 'n insekdoder is klaar besig om hulle self te sien, of met ander soos ou sê het, hulle sien hulle agterkante, want die goed begin weerstandigheid optel by die insek, gevolgmonteerde gebruike. En dit kom daarop neer dat die aanbevelings is baie keer totaal verkeerd, die verkope is oormatig en verkeerd, en die gebruik daarvan is verkeerd. Die gemeenskap, of dit nou die boer homself is, en of dit die gewasadviseur gaan wees, en of die gebruiker is, almal moet terugkom en begin besef, ons het 'n gedeelde verantwoordelikheid om ons inheemse diversiteit te beskerm, en ons gewasse te beskerm, en ons vee en pluimvee te beskerm, deur enige produk wat aanbeveel word of gebruik word om daai goed te laat voortgaan en te produseer, of kos te produseer, moet streng vir ons etikette gebruik word, te gaan ons hierdie goed verloor, en ons maak ons diere dood, en ons maak die inheemse diversiteit is ook dood.
Maar, Gerard, net om terug te kom daar, ek wil, jy sê self, die hele doel van waarmee ons onsself besig mee hou is, om soveel geld te maak as moontlik. En aan die ander kant het ons 'n gedeelde verantwoordelikheid. So ek wil, ons weet almal, ons is almal groot mense, ons weet as dit kom tussen geld maak en verantwoordelike gebruik, waar val die klem? So 'n mens het nog steeds seker iemand nodig om die reëls af te dwing, nie waar nie? En ek wil, het ons daai instansies wat die reëls afdwing?
Chris, ongelukkig het ons nie in Suid-Afrika soos in Amerika die EPA, die Environmental Protection Agency, wat sterk staan nie. Ons het in Departement Landbou het ons wel 'n inspektoraat wat wet 36 goed bestuur en beheer en inspeksie doen. Jy kan nie verwag dat 16 inspekteurs moet hierdie magtige nasie met 52 miljoen mense bestuur en beheer. Hulle kan beswaarlik uitkom by die werklike misdrywe rondom plaasdoders. Hulle kan beswaarlik uit by inspeksies op plase. Ek weet nie of al ooit inspeksie gedoen word nie. En dis waar terugkom wat gesê is vanmôre deur Dr. Boog in besonder, dat almal te verantwoordelikheid. So die pleidooi van ons van CropLife Suid-Afrika se kant is, kom ons los die werklike moeilike gevalle vir die inspeksiedienste waar hulle iemand moet vasvat wat regtig waar die wet oortree. Maar as dit kom by die integriteit van wat 'n mens met jouself aanvang as 'n mens en met die landboumiddels of die veemiddels, is dit bloot 'n geval van wees verantwoordelik. Want as almal verantwoordelik is, het jy inspeksiedienste beswaarlik nodig. Maar as almal nie verantwoordelik is nie, dan gaan die paar inspekteurs wat in Suid-Afrika oor is, glad nie die wet kan afdwing nie. Ons het in Suid-Afrika, ons wet 36 is baie oud. Ons nuwe wette rondom biodiversiteit en so aan is jong en dit word beskou van die beste in die wêreld. Ons toepassing daarvan word beskou as die swakste in die hele wêreld. Met ander woorde, ons gaan weer 'n keer sit met 'n vraag, maar wie gaan dit doen? Dit kom daarop neer, dit help nie jy te wet wat jy nie kan toepas nie. En dan kom dit terug na die beginsel toe van die mense moet hulle self bestuur. Moenie verwag dat die polisieman met elke dag kom aanklop en vir jou vra, spuit jy jou plaasdoders korrek nie. Dit moet 'n integriteitsding met jouself wees om te sê, ek gaan myself as 'n individu op my plaas of my tuin of 'n veeboer ordentlik bestuur en ek gaan my middels korrek gebruik want ek weet, dit gaan vir my produksie gee. Ek gaan my geld kan maak, ek gaan miskien nie miljoene kan maak want ek moet dit bestuur langtermyn, maar Ek gaan nie skade veroorsaak in die omgewing nie. Ek gaan nie mense se gesondheid bedreig met matige gebruik van die goed nie. En ek gaan ook nie die lang raklewe van produk bedreig die produkte verkeerd te gebruik en dat die organismes wat daar beheer moet word, weer gaan opbou nie. So dit kom terug daarop dat die integriteit van die mens moet verander rondom hierdie storie. Anders kan ons die storie van biosekuriteit totaal afskryf. As mens dink byvoorbeeld wat Koos genoem het net nou oor die beweging van diere, as ons sien hoe word plante beweeg, as ons sien hoe word bye beweeg, alles onwettig. En daai ou sê maar, ek wil 'n gap vat, want ek wil die geld maak, en ek hoop maar daar kom nie in nagevolg. Ek sê altyd vir my studente ook, as ek hulle oplei by universiteite, jy moet daai ding doen van, I call it conscious thinking. If you do something now, first stop for a second and think for yourself, what is the consequence of my actions? And if you move that herd of cattle, haven't been vaccinated, and crossing a red line border, you should know there's going to be a disaster. As jy jou gars of jou wat ook al oes, en daar's palmer amarantsaad wat sê goed, en jy verkoop daai mielies of jy verkoop daai lucerne op 'n ander plek, dan moet jy weet, daar gaan 'n negatiewe uitkom daarvoor wees vir die hele land. Op die ou ende skade as gevolg van 1 of 2 persone wat nie korrek optree. So kom daarop terug, dit lê by almal lê die verantwoordelikheid om hierdie goed te handhaaf.
Trevali, I want to just get back to you. We've been hearing about the overuse of plant protection products, but I mean it's also with in the livestock industry with tickercides. I mean we've got huge resistance problems there, and there is a bit of a crisis in terms of the availability of products. I mean, you know, we've got a huge problem in the Western Cape with ryegrass. As Bayer. And working in this space, are you seeing a move to softer chemicals and to maybe to alternative methods of control?
Yeah, Chris, thanks for that question. I think the magic word is integrated weed management or integrated pest management. There is no way that resistance would not happen if we just do one thing all over again and again and again. So reliance on one chemical is going to cause a disaster for us. We've already seen this in the Western Cape with ryegrass, the resistance to FOPs and TIMS herbicides. It has been there for more than 20 years with us. Those products don't work in the Western Cape. So what we have done as a company is we have brought in new products, but I can bet you, even if you come with a new one and they see it working, and farmers can just continue to use it year in, year out, and that's a disaster. So what we need is a change of mindset, right? You just said in Australia, I think they also have a luxury of having very good weed scientists there who are helping them to integrate, not to solely use chemicals to control weeds, but to also use other strategies, you know, cultural practices, right? You know, when you harvest, just burn the stuff so that you don't have a lot of loading of weed seed in the ground, you know. When they harvest, they've got like chaff cuts that can collect the material. Don't let it go back to the ground because you're just sowing the weeds all over again. So I think you need a change of mindsets. We know that our farmers cannot adopt some of these practices because of the terrain or the topography in the Western Cape. So in that sense, they would still be relying largely on chemicals. But again, they don't have to use one chemical year in, year out. I mean, there are chemicals that are sold by different manufacturers. Then you need the skill and the knowledge on how to use these particular chemicals, right? So we are happy that CropLife has got training models that people can go through, those models to be trained on how to use plant protection products. Because if we don't do that, it's not sustainable.
Sure.
Like you said, we will kill these products and then farming will suffer. So plant protection products are tools to be looked after. If we abuse them, then they become useless, right? And then we are damaging the environment at the same time. So for us, it's as much as we can come up with new chemicals, but we are scared. Resistance will just creep in. So it's a change of behavior in the farming practices.
But I mean, for a company like Bayer that is ostensibly a chemical company, I mean, are you seeing within Bayer a sort of maybe a refocus that, or a realization that we won't, in perpetuity, will be able to rely on chemicals, that Bayer at some point will have to reposition itself as a company looking at soil health maybe? Good.
I'm happy that you raised that question. Let's use maize as an example. We've got two technologies. We do have a conventional system where you can use chemicals, but we also have biotechnology where you don't have to spray chemicals for Lepidoptera pest control. So we've got genes in maize plants that can control pests. So it's a biological control system. Then we are reducing the loading of pesticides in the environment. We are also involved in biological research, wherein we are coming up with biocontrol agents as well that can also assist in controlling pests rather than to just rely on chemicals. If you look at our current portfolio, we have cancelled registration for the so-called highly hazardous pesticides. So if you look at our new portfolio that's coming on stream, you will see that the tox profile or the environmental profile of these products is favorable. And if you look at our labels, they are all supported by a robust stewardship program. We've got Gerard Verdoren on this panel. He can tell you that if you don't have a robust stewardship program behind your products, obviously you are heading for disaster, right? So you need to put the right framework, right support behind your chemicals or your control tools. So we are happy as a company that we are not only investing in chemicals, we are also investing in other tools to control pests. By doing so, we are making sure that at least we can inherit the world that's not polluted by chemicals, right? Then it's all about sustainability going forward. We want farmers to still farm for the next 1,000 years.
Dr. Boak, you work in the intensive industry. Every now and then you guys, you held up as the gold standard for biosecurity, but you're not immune. I mean, we've had bird flu. It was very difficult to control in the Western Cape. We've had swine flu, which was controlled, but I mean, you're still vulnerable. What keeps you up at night as somebody working in the intensive industry? I mean, where do you see the red flags?
So one of the things I would say from an intensive animal production and all of that is, and I sort of want to link with sustainability with regards to chemicals, and let's talk about antimicrobials that you have, is that we know that antimicrobial resistance is quite prevalent with a lot of chemicals, be it with internal parasites. I mean, even speaking more extensively towards sheep, if you think of wireworm, if you think of in your intensive side, one would say definitely with your antimicrobials that are used and resistance is up and coming more and more, and there's a lot of pressure from consumers in looking at alternative ways. So for me, one of the things that definitely keeps me up is what is the next thing? How can one promote health and well-being? Because I do believe it's a balance. It's a balance between maintaining the wealth and well-being of the animal itself, promoting sustainability in farming, and then health and well-being in the consumer. And is to find that balance in alternative potential products that one can use, be it enzymes, be it vaccinations to reduce the risk and to reduce your need for I would say especially antimicrobial products in that, because in any intensive system, the risk of disease spreading between that is so much greater due to the stocking density of animals in that. And when there's a problem, be it viral, be it bacterial, and that, it spreads quite quickly, and we do find resistance in a lot of products, which mitigates or increases your risk, be it from a profitability point of view for the farmer itself, and then from a production point of view.
We've got a few minutes left. We've got 5 minutes left. I've got a question for Dr. Kutzer, and one last one for you, Gerard. Because in terms of the livestock industry, I mean, we've also got the resistance problems with tickercides, with internal parasites, wireworm. I mean, the case of Robbie Blaine with looking at genetic selection for resistance against wireworm. Where does the new frontier lie once chemicals don't work anymore for the livestock industry? I mean, is genetics a possible backdoor for us?
I'm not so an expert in the genetic field, I'm more in infectious diseases, but they've tried genetic resistance to trypanosomes in East Africa, certain breed damas that apparently more resistant to trips. And we've seen indigenous animals, the Ngunis, apparently are more resistant to ticks and the effects of ticks. But genetics in terms of infectious diseases, like our virulent infectious diseases like Rift Valley fever, if it comes in, it kills as many indigenous so-called resistant animals or genetically resistant animals than susceptible animals. You know, we've seen cattle, for example, with foot and mouth disease, because the viruses that we've got here, it's important to distinguish whether it's the virulence of the virus or whether it's the effect of the animal, its immune system that makes it more tolerant or more resistant to infection. But the foot and mouth disease viruses, the ones that we've got, the SAT1, 2, and 3, behave very differently from the European viruses. So, and so we need our own solutions here in terms of our own problems. And in that context, there's quite an innovative project where they looked at, because the zoning for foot and mouth disease is complex and we will never have country freedom of foot and mouth disease. So it's what they refer to as commodity-based trade, where you look at the product instead of the animal and ensure that that product is, by applying food safety and risk management, is for ultimate trade and consumption for the human being.
Gerard, if we can close with you quickly, I just wanted to just one last case study. The amaranth up in the Northern Cape that was brought in from the US. That was quite a scary breach of biosecurity for South Africa. How are we dealing with that one?
Chris, unfortunately, at this stage, we're not dealing with it at all. And our hurdle lies in the fact that we have been battling ever since this weed was reported to us in getting it onto the CARA list, which is the Conservation Agriculture Resources Act list, which as a declared weed. So we don't have any tools in legislation to quarantine the area and to prevent the movement of that out of the current area. And as far as we know, it is slowly but surely spreading. So again, the citizenry, in other words, CropPass Africa, together with our resistance committee, which work on weeds and Grain SA, everybody was very keen to do the right thing. But we battled to get the state to come up with regulation to quarantine the particular weed, and therefore we don't have a tool to quarantine it, and we don't have any proper mechanism to take it on and to wipe it out completely. So that's coming back to what I said earlier on in my discussion. It's a case of making the money and not having this consequential thinking thing in your mind, and it comes back to the of as citizens, we don't regulate ourselves. We expect somebody else to regulate us, and that causes the problem. So unless we all take hands as state and citizenry, whether it is the farming sector or the agrochemical sector or the veterinary sector, and we're going to take a collective responsibility and we all work together for the improvement of agriculture and protecting our biodiversity and biosecurity, we're not going to come to the bottom of this. And it is frustrating to try and do the right thing, but you don't have the proper tools because one party in the whole chain does not do its proper work on that particular level.
And on that very sober note, we come to the end of our conversation. Gentlemen, I want to thank you all for taking part. Tilevali, thank you very much. Koos, Gerard, and Louis, thank you all for being here. Thank you for making the time. And we hope that, that things improve going into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That was another edition of AgriMotion on NAMPO Virtual. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned and we'll speak to you later. Thank you very much.
Nou gesels ons oor landboutoerusting wat eintlik geen bekendstelling nodig het nie. Dis natuurlik Klaas, die landboumasjinerievervaardiger wat trekkers en stroopers en natuurlik daai baie bekende kuilvoerkerwers natuurlik ook omvat. En om ons bietjie meer daarvan te vertel, gesels ek nou met Etienne van Wyk van Kempston Agri. Etienne, baie welkom.
Baie dankie, Gerard.
Etienne, wanneer ons kyk na Klaas, dis 'n landboumaatskappy wat al diep spore in Suid-Afrikaanse landbou getrap het. Nou hierdie trekkerreekse, watse tipe tegnologie kyk ons na as ons kyk na Klaas trekkers?
Kyk, ja Gerard, baie dankie. As jy nou vat, Klaas is nou al baie diep spore getrap en dit kom nou al van stropertyd en balertyd en hooi toerusting tyd en kuilverkerwe tyd, maar Klaas is nog redelik jonk in die trekkerbedryf, ongeveer plus minus 20 jaar, maar hulle het al soveel baie verrig en nie net in Suid-Afrika nie, maar oor die wêreld heen met hulle hoë tegnologiese trekkers en natuurlik elke dag tipe trekkers vir die boer op die plaas. So Klaas doen uitstekend goed en die produkte wat ons kan verskaf uit ons trekkerreeks uit is definitief tops en dit kan nie terugstaan vir enige ander fabrikaat buite in die wêreld nie.
Nou ons weet natuurlik van die wye reeks daar buite, maar in Suid-Afrika watse tipe trekkers bied Klaas alles? Ons weet natuurlik Klaas het hierdie massiewe groot trekkers, maar is daar ook kleiner of middelslag trekkertjies wat deur Klaas aangebied word?
Daar is Gerard, daar's twee reekse in die kleiner, kom ons sê tussen die 80 en die 140 kW klas, dis die Arion reeks. Dan het ons natuurlik die wêreldbekende Axion reeks wat ons meer na van die 150 na die 200 kW trekker reeks, dis die Axion 800 reeks en dan ons groot vlaggenskap reeks is die Axion 900 reeks wat wissel van 220 na 306 kW trekkers doen.
Nou wanneer ons kyk na Klaas se tegnologiese aanbieding, wat is van die unieke eienskappe wat ek in 'n Klaas trekker kan verwag wat my boerdery gaan help om meer doeltreffend, meer kom ons sê om my produksie op te stoot byvoorbeeld om meer doeltreffend te boer. Wat is van die tegnologiese aspekte wat ek kan verwag in daai trekker?
Kyk, die ding is die Klaas se filosofie as ek dit amper so kan stel is soos hulle noem CPS, die Klaas Power Systems en dit is wat hulle doen en hulle tegnologie gebruik en die lese wat ons gebruik is die Duitse tegnologie en doeltreffendheid en dis om daai doeltreffendheid deur die trekker te kan in die applikasie vir die boer te kan gee om doeltreffend te kan boer. En dit sluit alles wel is tyd, gaan oor tyd, dit gaan oor effektiewe brandstofverbruik en dit is presies wat al daai sisteme van Klaas of van hulle tegnologiese gevorderde masjiene wat ons bied spesifiek natuurlik aan die Axion reeks maar ook aan die Arion reeks. En dit maak dit vir ons soveel makliker om kom ons sê amper te sê ons kan dit beter aan die boere kan verskaf om hulle besighede meer winsgewend te kan bedryf.
Nou Klaas ding natuurlik in Suid-Afrika mee in 'n baie 'n wye trekkermark, maar dis ook 'n baie mededingende mark. Prysgewys, hoe vergelyk die Klaas met sy mededingers?
Kyk, ons is nie altyd die goedkoopste nie, Gerard, want ons bied soveel meer in terme van spesifikasies aan verskillende tipe applikasies wat 'n kliënt in behoeftes benodig, as dit nou bande is of dit elektronies gewys is of tegnologie of sisteme. En dit gee ons natuurlik meer in die groot trekkerreeks, want dit is meer waar jy met mededingende mark kom as dit kom by groot trekkers wat planters moet trek. Jy het al daai tipe van goed en dit is vir ons baie belangrik om dit, ek meen ons is nie altyd die beste nie, maar ons probeer groei om te streef na om die volledige toepassing te kan toepas vir 'n kliënt.
Ja, kyk, as ons dink aan Klaas, dan dink ons trekkers en stroopers, maar iets wat baie ouens nie weet nie is dat Klaas natuurlik een van die markleiers in Suid-Afrika is as dit kom by hooimaaktoerusting en weiding. En natuurlik gesels ons nou oor julle kuilvoerkerwers wat 'n ongelooflike interessante masjien is. Net 'n bietjie meer vertel die Klaas kuilvoerkerwers, hoe doen die masjiene op hierdie stadium?
Die masjiene doen baie goed, Gerard. Ons is natuurlik die markleier in terme van verkope. As dit kom by jy weet almal dink die kuilvoerkerwer mark, maar almal weet van die Klaas Jaguar. En dit is iemand praat van 'n kuilvoerkerwer, dan praat hy eintlik van 'n Jaguar, maar ook nie saak wat se fabrikaat dit is nie, want dit is die persepsie daar buite in die mark en almal ken die naam. Dit is so huisbekende naam. En natuurlik soos jy sê op die hooimaaktoerusting, ek meen ons is die markleiers aan die rondeballer markkant en ek dink ons doen baie goed daarmee.
Nou, wanneer ons kyk na Kempston, wat natuurlik die verspreider van Klaas in Suid-Afrika is, dit gaan vir ons ook natuurlik oor naverkope diens. As ons 'n Klaas gekoop het, in terme van julle ondersteuning aan die boer, wat 'n stuk Klaas masjinerie gekoop het, hoe werk dit?
Ons het 40 onafhanklike handelaars reg oor die land, en daarmee kan ons verskaf aan ons kliënte. Ons het natuurlik ons eie pakhuis in Johannesburg, weet waar ons kan uitvoorsien vir al ons handelaars. Ons doen natuurlik, kry ons parte wat van oorsee afkom, kry ons vanaf af terug van Duitsland af. En ja, ek dink met alles in ons kennis daar buite van ons tegniese persone en ons produkspesialiste is daar enige manier, enige probleem wat ons kan probeer oplos so gou as moontlik.
Dit was dan Klaas gewees en ons sien uit daarna om te sien hoe hierdie ou bekende handelsnaam nog verder in die Suid-Afrikaanse landbou groei. Design permeates every particle of our everyday life. To tell us more about this, we're talking to Tulare Matlaba. Tulare is the Global Manager for Inscape Education Group.
Yes.
Tulare, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So Tulare, tell us about the Inscape Education Group. What does the company offer?
So Inscape Education Group is a tertiary education group. So we offer tertiary education. We offer a combination of honors programs, advanced diplomas, degrees, diplomas, high certificates. We also have an online short course platform. So yeah, we're about education with a specific focus on design as well as communication-based education. Yeah.
Where are your campuses located?
So we've got campuses in Gauteng, we've got Midrand and Pretoria, in KZN Durban, and in the Western Cape, we've got Cape Town and Stellenbosch, yeah.
Now, you said that Inscape focuses mainly on design and then communication. How does the institution set itself apart from other similar tertiary institutions?
So one of the key ways we set ourselves apart is our focus on our 3 core values, which is quality, authenticity, and relationships. And from a qualities perspective, we've ensured that we're accredited and registered with the appropriate bodies. From an authenticity perspective, is making sure that whatever we're teaching in the classroom, is one, relevant, and that by we mean that it's up to date, right? It's the best information that we can provide, the best learning that we can provide. And then, when it comes to relationships, it's ensuring that, from lecturers to students to full-time staff, whoever's on our campuses is having a genuinely good experience, but also having a true experience of what learning should be. Yeah.
So when we think of design and communication, the first knee-jerk reaction is, okay, wait a second, design, how does that tie into agriculture?
Yeah.
So how does that work?
So, the interesting thing is when I knew I was coming to have this conversation with you, in my head, the first thing that popped in is our degree, a Bachelor of Design in Environmental Design. But, as one thinks about it more deeply with understanding that design is in everything, actually, all of our qualifications have a place and a part to play in the agricultural sector. Companies in the sector would need graphic designers to help communicate their message in a visually pleasing way to consumers. Interior designers and environmental designers are needed to make sure that the spaces in which we work in are comfortable, right, and make sense. And if we think about where green building is and where the agricultural sector is looking at how to be more sustainable, environmental design studies in the spaces we live in form a part of that conversation. And then you look at things like ideation, which is a study of, it's a strategic study in how to take data and insights and again, communicate them to the public or your consumers or business partners in an easy to absorb, in an easy to dissect, manner. So all of our qualifications, we've got 8 Bachelor of Design specializations. We've got a Digital and Marketing Communication Bachelor of Arts. And, again, diplomas and higher certificates, but all of them, again, speak to design as the core fundamental and realizing that actually in any sector, all of those disciplines have an immense role to play.
Yeah, to me, it's always interesting to take a look at the old tractors and see how they evolved over time. We now have more flowing lines. And I think that's all to do with your designers' ideas and creating a new modern appearance. Now, one of the things that you spoke about is environmental design. How old is this course? What does it entail?
So we've been offering environmental design as a specialization since 2017. And essentially the course is based in the built environment faculty. So at a fundamental, the students learn about the basics of architecture and of architectural design. But one of the key components in the environmental design is a specific focus on sustainability and the use of products and materials that achieve the highest standards of green, right? So in the materials that are used to make them, how they work, and their longevity. So that host of qualities, are important. So we are registered with the Green Building South Africa, and we did that because then they can help inform us continuously and keep us up to date, right? And that's again speaking to that quality and authenticity by speaking to the partners in the industry who are dedicated to these specific fields like Green Building SA. We then can inform our qualification to make sure that it addresses the right measures and standards that will be expected of our graduates in industry.
Another term that you use that I found very interesting is ideation, and especially how it relates to the use of data. Now we know that agriculture, currently technology in agriculture thrives on data. Ideation, will it find a place in agriculture in terms of working with that data?
Yeah, I come from a family of farmers from the Northwest. And again, when you look at things over time, you see how technology has permeated right into everything and how data is becoming important, right? When a farmer wants to know precisely how many seeds have been laid in a specific row, right? All of that is data. Soil, forecasts of weather, all of that is data, right? Consumers, who's buying from them, where's the stuff going around the world. So there's this mass amount of data that is being collected. But often the difficulty we find or that people experience is how do I take that data and convert it into information that I can digest? So a degree like a Bachelor of Design in Ideation is where we teach our students to not only research and to look at the world, and I mean research is part of every and any qualification, but to really look at the data, the insights, the consumer behavior, the product, whatever it is, and to take that data and then through deep analysis, convert that into information that can be expressed graphically. So imagine taking all that data about how many consumers there are and putting it together in a pictograph of some sort, or in a chart, or in a series of, or in a video series. So that's really where ideation delves in. It's our students, our graduates coming into an organization, whatever the sector is, seeing where the information is, or forming the processes to collect that information. And once that data has been collected, converting it into visual information that anyone can easily digest, so that the conversation can, go to the next level now, which is, okay, now that we have this data, now that it's information, what decisions can we make?
That sounds like an absolutely fascinating course.
Yeah.
You'll have to hold me back. I think I'm going to sign up next year.
Listen, if you want to sign up, come in. What's always been fun at Inscape is, again, the relationship part is we have students as young as 18, we have students as old as 35. And again, it's because of the uniqueness of the offering. I think you can find general degrees anywhere, but I think what sets us apart is the methodology in our delivery. Yeah.
Tell us about the partnerships that Inscape Education Group go into.
So as I've mentioned, we've got GBSA, we've had work done with companies like Standard Bank, we've worked with Belgatex. So we're always looking for partners in industry to work with us. One of the spaces that we thrive the most in partnerships is actually in our in-service training. So our third years, whether diploma or degree, are required to go do in-service training. And let me be correct, including high certificates, right? So any of our accredited courses, the students are required to go do a certain number of hours of industry training. And what we found is that our hosts keep coming back and welcoming our students into their organizations. So that partnership, it's not a formal contract that's signed. It's host, please, hold these students for 6 weeks, let them participate in the company, and the feedback we get is always positive in the majority. And we find that hosts keep calling us to say, when is that in-service training coming? So you've got your formal partnerships, as I mentioned, your GBSAs, your Belgatex, what we've done with the banking sector, and we're constantly mining for more. And then you've got the more informal partnerships through in-service training, where these hosts have a positive experience with our students and they keep coming back to ask for them. And we actually find that has been one of our keys to success, is that when our students go for this in-service training, a lot of them actually find their first job or their entry into market from this 6-week internship. Yeah.
So obviously you guys must be doing something right then.
Yeah.
Tell us about the impact of the COVID pandemic. I know that it has impacted, pretty much everywhere. How has it impacted Inscape, especially if we look at things like online learning, virtual learning?
So, at Inscape, we've got a good story to tell. We've seen remarkable success through this period, and it's always one of those tough ones, right? Because we hear of other institutions where there's been struggles. Now, by virtue of our size, but also of the way in which we manage the teaching and learning experience, our students right from year one are introduced to technology. So, you have to have a laptop to study at Inscape. The students get software, so they live out part of their educational experience online already. So really for us, the biggest challenge was just the access to data more than anything else. And we supported our students through our telecoms partner. We supported our students. We got them to the place where they could regularly attend class online. And the weird things that have come out of that, or the excitement that has come out of that, is a simple thing. I'll give you 3 stats, right? Concerning attendance to class, we've had an improvement in attendance by roughly 4%. Which might not sound like a lot, but it's the difference between 84 to 90% attendance. We've had a better rate of submission of projects, and that has actually tied to the fact that the students aren't distracted, right? Especially in the earlier parts of lockdown. A simple story to tell is a student who remarked that because they were at home, their parent knew when their classes were. So at 7 o'clock, if he wasn't in front of his laptop, the mom was asking, why are you not at class? So now the parents are over their shoulders, so they worked more. And again, the student just simply said, I wasn't distracted. I couldn't go to the mall, I couldn't do this. So actually, to some extent, the lockdown period actually worked quite well for some of our students. There were definitely difficulties. And to that, we went to the nth degree to make sure that social services were available to our students. So if a student was having a hard time mentally, mental health, they could easily contact their campus, and the campus directors would go to any means to make sure that they had access to someone to talk to and begin that journey. And I think, within the country, there's plenty of services, social services that are available, and all we would do is network the student with the appropriate social service that they need. But as a whole, for our students, COVID, the pandemic, lockdown, has not negatively affected them. We have actually seen, as I said, an improvement in certain regards, to the point where right now, I think like institutions that have seen success are probably worried, because they're worried if any of these students will actually want to come back. Because the biggest thing you hear is, I can have coffee while I'm doing my studies.
Exactly. Tell me, Tulari, students who are interested in joining your tertiary educational institution, where do they go? Who do they talk to?
Yeah, so they can find us online. Our website, www.inscape.ac. We're really pushing our social media. So whether it's Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, it's simply We Are Inscape. And then when they're on our website, they can always inquire. There's a live inquiry form. We've got a virtual open day page where they can go in and they can see student work. They can read more about each program and see the course details and the requirements. Very soon we'll be launching our scholarship program. And by launching, I mean that it'll be the time of year when students can apply, but all those details will be live on the website. So, by first week, second week, October, the announcement will have been made. And we do that program again to encourage access to education. So yeah, that's really where they can find us. They can visit any of our campuses. Our campuses are open. Obviously, when they arrive at the campus, we'll expect them to follow, COVID regulations in terms of health and safety. But they're welcome to visit. They're welcome to call in. Everything's on the website. Everything they need to contact us. If they do it on social, we'll respond. We're pretty good. We rank quite well. So we're always available. They can reach us. If they want to find us, we are there. We are advertising anywhere you can think of. So yeah, we're there. We're available.
Tulari, thank you very much. This was a very, very interesting conversation. I learned much more about design than I ever thought possible. So thank you very much for your time.
Our pleasure. Our mission is to make sure that the population, the country, the world begins to appreciate the role that design has played in their lives, and that it is literally in everything, from the shoes you wear to the car you drive to the comb you use. Design is everywhere, and whatever degree you study at any of our campuses, you will be equipped to find your place in design. Fantastic, yeah.
And there you have it. I'm very sure that I have learned an incredible amount, and I really hope that you have too. So if you're interested, get in touch with the Inscape Education Group. Give them a call, make that call, say hello, and come and join up. We'll be back right after this. See you soon.
Kali Skuman van Skuman Boerdery. Ons is 100 jaar lank alreeds in landbou en die vierde geslag is reeds betrokke in ons besigheid. En ons boer in Delmas met graan, sojabone, mielies en inmaakboontjies vir baked beans en tomatosauce. Ek dink dis belangrik om as deel van 'n graanboer lid te wees van Graan Suid-Afrika. En dan vra jy jouself, wat bring Graan Suid-Afrika vir my? En daar's 'n hele reeks dienste wat Graan Suid-Afrika lewer, waarvan ek dink van die belangrikste is om betroubare markinligting beskikbaar te stel, om seker te maak dat navorsing ten opsigte van die verskillende graangewasse wel gedoen word. Dis vir ons belangrik dat ons die jongste tegnologie en genetika moet beskikbaar hê, sodat ons kompeterend kan wees teenoor die res van die wêreld teen wie ons moet produseer. Dit is vir ons belangrik dat daar 'n goeie verhouding met die staat moet wees. Dat die gesprekke wat plaasvind namens die graanindustrie via Graan Suid-Afrika se hoofbestuur en se bestuur moet plaasvind sodat ons stem gehoor word en sodat ons rol kan speel in transformasie en in grondhervorming in Suid-Afrika. So Graan Suid-Afrika is vir my die voertuig wat dit vir my kan moontlik maak terwyl ek as 'n individu dit nie kan doen nie.
Goeiedag, my naam is Ion Gerber en ek is van Corporate Guarantee. Corporate Guarantee is 'n geregistreerde korttermynversekeraar wat 'n baie unieke benadering het tot risiko-oordrag. Risikobestuur is vir ons baie belangrik en ons glo dat kliënte baie waarde kan toevoeg om 'n bietjie 'n dieper ontleding te doen van hulle risiko's om te verseker dat jou risiko's kan begin omskep in volhoubare welvaart. Corporate Guarantee se produk dien as selfversekeringsfonds en skep die geleentheid om verskeie risiko's te bestuur in die lang en kort termyn, as ook om finansiële hulp te ontvang vir die besigheid in die moeilike tye. Premies wat betaal op die polis akkumuleer in jou eie risikobestuursfonds wat kan gebruik word om enige besigheidsrisiko te bestuur. Indien daar geen eise is nie, bou jy steeds jou eie fondse. Risiko bly die kern in die uitreiking van die polis. En indien die polis reg aangewend word, hou dit ook vir die polishouer belastingvoordele in. Die standaardproduk gee vir die kliënt 20% se addisionele risiko-oordrag. Wat dit beteken is vir elke R1 wat die polishouer byvoeg, gee Corporate Guarantee 20% se addisionele dekking in katastrofegevalle. Die 20% se addisionele dekking kan ook vermeerder word na aanleiding van die kliënt se spesifieke behoeftes. Graan SA se lede kan hierdie produk aanwend teen spesiale tariewe en klomp addisionele voordele. Die produk is ontwerp om langtermyn winsgewendheid te bevorder en risiko's meer effektief te kan bestuur. Dit beteken in die goeie jare waar daar winste gemaak word, kan fondse in 'n voorbelaste risikobestuursfonds te plaas en dit dan aan te wend in die jare wat dit moeiliker gaan. Hierdie risikobestuursfonds bied die voordele wat 'n besigheid in 'n tweede asem kan gee tydens die afswaai van 'n besigheidssiklus. Polishouers word ook vergoed vir goeie risikobestuur deur middel van 'n kompeterende geenheidsbonus wat verdien sal word op die positiewe balans van die risikobestuursfonds. 'n Eenmalige fooi is betaalbaar op alle nuwe premies vir die addisionele dekking en daar is geen maandelikse hernuwing of kansellasie fooie betaalbaar nie. Die fooi word gebaseer na aanleiding van die hoeveelheid dekking wat verlang word, as ook die risiko's wat onderskryf word. 'n Groot voordeel van die produk is die risikobestuursfonds kan as sekuriteit gebruik word waarteen daar 'n lening aangegaan kan word. 'n Maksimum van 90% van die fondswaarde kan geleen word teen rentekoerse so laag as prima -2. Hierdie skep die geleentheid vir die polishouer om steeds toegang tot sy kontantvloei te hê. So kontak ons gerus of besoek ons webwerf by corporateguarantee.co.za of by 011 787 9019.
If one look in South Africa and one look particular at our rural South Africa, the stunting of children, malnutrition is a huge factor in South Africa.
There are real opportunities for us to change the paradigm.
We can go beyond just helping farmers producing these commodities and these grain crops, but let them help them in terms of household food security.
To reduce obesity from 27% where it sits, to reduce malnourishment and look at reducing the number of people living below the global poverty level.
Nixtamalization is a really ancient technique and it started in South America. If you look at the literature, and it's really a very simple concept of processing maize.
You can really enhance the value of the end product by nixtamalizing the maize, ensuring that you have more nutrients, you have more protein in terms of niacin, you have more iron and other enhanced vitamins in the product. When it started out, it was just an idea. We saw that it was a technology that's being used regularly in Mexico to make tortillas.
We were talking about all the wonderful work in the Farmer Development Program and what can we do and what processing activities can we assist with. How can industry and government implement this in partnership?
We really had at hand the ability to support innovations that would contribute to diversification of people's diets. It's about making sure that we use the technologies for socioeconomic impact.
And this was perfected by the Farmer Development Group through the training they provided. I am so happy that Jerry and his passion for his farmers has resulted in what we see here today.
Farmers can be capacitated to use the maize they are harvesting from their arable lands to cook different types of foods after they have processed it using the slacked lime.
We brought the communities together, we got the recipes right, and these things have turned out quite marvelous in terms of use of peanuts, marmite. There's also this liquid snack that they've produced by roasting the maize and nuts together. So it's really some of the very old traditional recipes that they've brought back, but they've used the nixtamalized maize, so it's tasty, it's nutritious, and it really shows a lot of promise.
The food was really good. Once we've walked into this, after reading the concept and what people can make with masa, and once we've seen it, and I must say initially there was like, what is this? What will it taste like? Once we started tasting the different scones, the different variations on porridge, the different variations on all these breads that was presented to us, I'm really so grateful of the women who took that basic recipes and built it into something so fantastic. The next level for us is to take this and see how food scientists can come in to just tweak some of these recipes for us and help with the packaging, and that's the next step of this nixtamalization training.
Hi, I'm Tony Ndoro. Now, these are strange times, the new normal. And as is often said, you are on mute. But not really. These days, you're more visible, more palpable, and more audible than ever before. Now, as we all know, the agri sector is an early adopter of new technology. Now, with this in mind, one of the biggest agricultural expos in the Southern Hemisphere is now going virtual. Now, virtual events, of course, mean endless possibilities and an even wider audience. But the question is, what does it actually look like? Well, let me give you a preview of the first ever NAMPO Virtual. So, enter the showground with me. From the main lobby, you gain access to all that NAMPO Virtual has to offer. Now, on the show floor, visitors can choose from a variety of exhibition areas to experience the latest products and services in the agri-marketplace. From the comfort of your own space, wherever in the world that might be, come connect, come engage, come network in this virtual space. Exhibitors create and plan their own stands and activities. You create the daily program and choose how visitors can interact with you. Live chats and chat rooms, video calls, webinars, new product launches, special offers, audio-visual material, social media engagements, and a whole lot more. And best of all, visitor registration is absolutely free. So your stand is a gateway to a true brand experience for visitors. In true NAMPO tradition, there's a lot more on offer. Right from the lobby, you'll be invited to join AgriXtra at NAMPO. Now this is a live, fully digital television studio that will broadcast on all 4 show days. Enter the virtual studio and get immersed in daily agri-talks, panel discussions. There's product information, exhibition highlights, live giveaways, and much, much more. A dynamic lineup of speakers, including the familiar faces so often seen at NAMPO, will bring you your topical discussions on all matters agri. Through this live TV channel, you get updates on all the latest news in the agricultural space and all the activations and highlights on NAMPO Virtual. This will give exhibitors a chance to communicate their offerings to visitors. Another highlight is the NAMPO main stage, waiting to entertain all visitors. There'll be dynamic keynote speakers, information and training sessions, product launches and demonstrations, as well as a host of celebrities, cooking shows, artists, and so much more. All of this at your fingertips wherever you might be around the world. So keep doing business, keep engaging, cross all borders, and keep connecting with each other in an innovative way. The time is now. Embrace it.
Hi, Wandile. This COVID-19 is really presenting interesting stories to us. We would have thought that NAMPO Harvest Day would be done virtually. Normally, we would have walked through the tractors and the goats and look at all the people at the beer tent. But now here we sit in a virtual atmosphere.
Yes, a virtual atmosphere, but I do think that it also offers an opportunity to be more reflective and have conversations about what's happening on agriculture. So we hope that you will join us online at the beginning of September at the NAMPO Virtual. Thank you.
En intussen gaan ek hoop om nie op TV die mayonnaise te skei nie. Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uithaal en die bene is almal so silverskoon.
Producent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan, plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die producent. R is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruks, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie, voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Die dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer, in fact, duisende dankies. Daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons Dawid, wys Dawid die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdrip, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordens toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte
Welkom terug by NAMPO Virtual. Ek is nou hier op die ander verhoog. Ek is nou heel dit daar op die main stage, maar ek het nou besluit, ek ruil so 'n bietjie met die paneelbesprekings. En ek is gesels met Derek Matthews en hy sou gesels met Tony Ndoro, wat ek dink die gesprek, dis so 'n moeilike een, op 'n ander level gesit het, want dis die gesprekke wat ek dink hierdie land nodig het, en wat meer gebeur en meer gaan gebeur. So, ek dink die doel van hierdie gesprek is om uit te kom by die hoop en by die toekoms, maar mens begin by die sleg. So Derek, dankie dat ek met jou kan gesels.
Nee, baie dankie vir die geleentheid.
Derek, ek wil jou terugvat, en ek dink, dis die ding wat, as mens terugkyk in die verlede, 'n nuwe jaar wat begin, jy praat van in Januarie, ons het planne gehad, almal het planne gehad. Jy het gesê, mense het temas gehad, hierdie jaar is my jaar 2020 is 2020 vision, daar's konferensies opgewonde, en dan nog voor COVID, wat ons almal verras het, seker een van die grootste vrese vir enigiemand, word op 'n plaas aangeval. Jy lees van dit vir jare, jy's bewus van dit, dit is 'n swaar gelaaide onderwerp, daar's soveel emosies betrokke. Daai skok, as jy terugkyk na Januarie, maar nou voor COVID ook nog, jy weet om daai skok te kon ervaar, hoe sal jy die jaar nog steeds opsom?
Jene, COVID, jy weet, sit 'n skadu oor alle tipe goed wat gebeur, en dit klink miskien vlak as 'n mens dit sê, in vergelyking met 'n plaasaanval, jy weet, maar soos ons gesels sal jy verstaan, hoekom ek, jy weet, op hierdie stadium kan sê, COVID, jy weet, dat soveel goed gebeur, laat ou nie, die plaasaanval is 'n gruwelike werklikheid wat gebeur het, maar dis nie al wat gebeur het nie, jy verstaan. So jou vraag is, hoe sal ek die jaar verder opsom? Uit die aard van die saak, deur mekaar, jy weet. As ons die plaasaanval nou sou neem, in die afwesigheid van COVID, jy weet, dan sou daar seker 'n ander genesingsproses plaasgevind het, of dit nou stadiger of vinniger sou gewees het, weet ek nie, maar dit sou anders gewees het, jy weet. So ons moes as gesin deur 'n herstel of deur 'n genesing of deur 'n verwerkingsproses gaan wat nou deur COVID gereël is of deur COVID beïnvloed is, jy weet, en kan nou seker uitmekaar trek, is dit goed of sleg of wat, jy weet. As ek so vinnig net daaraan moet dink, so hier waar ek nou sit, is dit miskien 'n goeie ding dat COVID daar was, want daar's 'n afleiding, jy weet, COVID was 'n afleiding, maar die geboorte van ons kleinkind, jy weet, die was 'n afleiding. Als goed wat bydra tot wat help om jy weet die herstelproses of wel daar sal nooit herstel wees nie, maar die verwerkingsproses aan te help, jy weet.
En wat jy nou sê is my baie belangrik, en ek wil praat oor die herstelproses, maar voor dit, en dis hoekom ek wil teruggaan in die verlede. As mens kyk na die plaas, die familieplaas, die huis is in 1920 gebou. Jy weet, dis familie, dis 'n geskiedenis, die manier hoe jou lewe in hierdie ding is wat perfek moet wees ingaan, en ek dink dis wat 'n plaasaanval of selfs in die stad, as jy nou in 'n gewapende roofsituasie is, en jy weet, jou brein sê dadelik vir jou statistiek is teen jou. Jy weet, hier kom nou seer, of hier kom nou dood. It steals the joy, it steals the memory, but at that stage, but it can come back. Maar die trauma, was jy alert, want ons leer so baie, en ek dink dis wat mense wil leer hier uit, want ons het vinnig gepraat, en mense gaan nooit 'n onderhoud na jou toe vat nie, maar ek dink hoekom ons connected, ons was in 'n gewapende roof in Pretoria, en 'n jaar daarna was my vrou alleen in 'n roof, in 'n klein dorpie, op haar eie, en ek het gedink ek gaan doodgaan, en ek is nou nog getraumatiseerd, daar seker goed trigger points, daai goed, so, en ek is heeltemal alert, so ander mense wat ek was. Ek het die vriend wat saam met my daar was in die roofdokter gesê, there's life before the robbery and there's life after the robbery. En as jy nou daai vat, want ek dink is die raad wat ouens moet kry, is extra alertness, want ons lees van hierdie goeters. So as jy nou dink, mens verwag dit nooit nie. Jy weet, wat is daai raad om vrouens te sê, hoe moet ek op my plaas wees? Wat moet ek doen?
Okay. Jornay, ek gaan net, ek wil net 'n deel in Engels antwoord.
Yeah, please, but it's actually when you're more comfortable with
No, I'm comfortable with equally comfortable with both languages, but what I want to tell you is important because it was the very first reaction when we got our hands and feet untied. Sorry, I looked my future daughter-in-law in the eye and I said to her, this will not define us.
Yes.
This is not our life. And I think that's the start of what that initial reaction is. We cannot allow something like that, as bad as what it is, to define your future. Because if you do that, you're doomed for, then you're allowing something unacceptably terrible to rule your life. And that, in my mind, that is not a life. So that was my initial reaction. This will not define us. Okay, so my reaksie kan ek nie afdwing op die res van die gesin nie. Ons was 8 mense in die huis. Elke een van ons individueel het die trauma uniek beleef. Ons het as 'n groep saam berading gekry en in daai proses het ons gedeel hoe elkeen nou, jy weet, wat was die begin, wat was die in jou eie gemoed, waar het dit begin, waar het dit geëindig, jy weet, en deur 'n proses gegaan van uitpak, jy weet, en dit was so ongelooflik goed om dit as 'n groep te doen, omrede, toe kon ons begin begryp, hoe ervaar elkeen van ons dit ervaar, en dan leer jy respek vir mekaar, en mekaar se vrese of se reaksies en so aan. Ek byvoorbeeld maak 'n keuse, ek gaan nie in vrees lewe nie. So ek sou die volgende aand in my bed geslaap het en heel waarskynlik kon geslaap het, jy weet, nie wakker gelê het nie. Ek kan dit nie vir my vrou of my kinders verwag. Ek kan dit nie van hulle verwag nie, want hulle ervaar dit nie soos wat ek het ervaar nie. Daarmee saam sê ek nie, ek is onverantwoordelik of onverskillig of ek is Rambo, jy weet, niks gaan my onderkry nie, inteendeel. Dit verander jou lewe onherroepelik, so ding. En jy gaan 'n ander benadering hê tot goedjies, sekuriteit, jy weet. Ons het in 'n veldbrand skade aan die elektriese heining gehad. Dit was droogtejare, daar was nie geld nie. Dit was nie vir my 'n prioriteit om die elektriese heining reg te stel nie. Omrede ons woon al 100 jaar op die plaas. Ons het 'n fantastiese verhouding met die plaaslike bevolking. Daar was geen rede om te dink dat enige iemand 'n rede het om my aan te val nie. Ek was nie naïef om te dink dat 'n vreemdeling dit nie kan of sal doen nie. Dit was altyd 'n moontlikheid. Maar daar was net nog nooit 'n rede nie. So die prioritisering van die herstel van die heining was nie my prioriteit nie. Nou sal daai heining altyd in stand gehou wees. Hy sal altyd werk. Want dit is, al is ek nie bang nie vir die res van my gesin en my familie, dit is belangrike goed, jy weet, en dit is die gereedskap in jou kas om jou toekoms te hanteer en jou lewe te lei. So net 'n ander benadering, jy weet, jy kan nie laat dit jou onderkry nie. Jy moet opstaan, jy moet aangaan, jy moet jy werk doen. 'n ander keuse wat ek maak, ek het nie wraak of haat of niks, ek kyk nie elke nie blanke man in die oë en dink, jy weet, is jy die ou wat my gaan aanval of is jy die volgende, hoegenaamd nie. Ek sê met deernis, my swart kollegas was die eerstes wat by ons aangekom het. Jy weet, dis nie 'n wit swart ding nie, weet, dis misdaad en dis onaanvaarbaar, dis absoluut onaanvaarbaar, dit hoort nie so te wees nie. En 'n mens raak al moeg vir die pleidooi na die regering om te sê, doen iets aan die misdaad, en hulle doen net eenvoudig niks daaraan nie. En ek kan nou hier sit in 'n jy weet, in 'n deentjie sing oor misdaad en die regering blameer en al daai tipe goed, maar en ek sal aanhou. Ek het 'n bepaalde ervaring van polisieering in die proses wat eintlik besonder goed was.
Ja, die volke was ongelooflik.
Ongelooflik. Ek ben absoluut ongelooflike polisieering ervaar, nee. Maar in daai proses is ek so deeglik bewus van die leemtes wat bestaan. Byvoorbeeld, die plaaslike polisiekantoor, wat die eerste reaksie-eenheid behoort te wees, nee. Hulle moes eers van Bissiesflaps aan die Zolfer toe ry om te gaan brandstof insit om by die plaas te kan uitkom. Jy verstaan. Nou trek die polisiekonstabel of sersant se skoene aan en die omstandighede waarbinne hy moet werk. Hy kom op skof en hy kan nie eers 'n voertuig vol brandstof kry nie. Die gebou waarin hy werk is bouvallig en vuil en wat. Hoe moet hy met ywer sy werk doen? Jy weet, so daar's bepaalde leemtes wat vir my net opdryf. Goed wat regering regtig kan doen.
Ja. En nie doen nie.
Ja, en nie
die basics.
doen nie.
Daar is net basics. Dis nog nie eens intelligensie nie. Dis net basics, ja. Was dit vir jou 'n teleurstelling, want ek weet dit was, wat vir my baie interessant was, maar ek sal nou by my punt ook kom, dat die ouens is gevang, en die een persoon het toe nou 'n borgtog gekry, maar hy was 71. En ek was, en ek nou gepraat met Dok Fafa, en ek wil gesê, jy wil met 'n ou mens wysheid reël, maar die punt wat ek wil bykom is en hulle die ouens gevang reg oor die land. Ons praat van Alexandra en Middelburg maar die punt is, ek dink daar was vir lank 'n persepsie dat hierdie ouens WhatsApp mekaar. Jy weet, dis 'n groep. Ons gaan nou die wit boere uitroei. Maar jy sit met 'n bende rowers wat iewerster 'n tip gekry het, sit hulle die gang bymekaar. Hulle weet nie van dieselfde plaasaanval dieselfde dag in Limpopo nie. It's not the same people, it's crime. It's organized crime wat bymekaar kom. Maar dit help as hulle gevang is. Ek het dit by eerste rooftog glad nie, my vrou alleen, dit was 'n geweldige verligting toe hulle al 2 dae na kon sê, hoorie, ons het hulle gevang, wat presies gebeur het. Het jy dieselfde ervaar, maar nou ook met 'n teleurstelling, en nou ewe skielik, now you have a face. Did it help you, or a bit of a struggle?
Okay, hier kom 'n nadelige effek van COVID in, nee. Want daai proses is nou in die wiele gery. Jy verstaan, so hulle is gearresteer. Hulle is in die tronk, my laaste, inteendeel, dit was die eerste dag van COVID regulasies, van inperking, wat ek maar na die aanklaer toe is, waar ek gaan beswaar aanteken teenoor die toestand van die borg. Omdat sekere omstandighede, sekere inligting was nie in die hof aangebied toe die borgtog toegestaan is nie. So ek het dit gaan doen, maar en dan moet ek nou in 'n gesprek soos die baie versigtig wees, want alles is sub judice, jy weet. So dis 'n proses wat nog aan die gang is. Maar ja, ons is teleurgesteld dat die man borg gekry het. Hy is 71 jaar oud en sy vrou was blykbaar swanger en hy moes nou volgens glo vir haar gaan sorg. En daarom, dis die redes wat aan ons verskaf is dat hy sy borg gekry het. Nou wat van my vrou? Wat van my dogter wat swanger was, wat aangeval is? So nee, frustrasies, nee. Maar ek sê weer eens, ongelooflike goeie en hoopvolle ervaring van die polisieering. Ons is nou net in afwagting om te sien of die regstelsel gaan byhou, jy weet.
Dat is een ding wat ek opkom, wat vir my voel, ek moet dit vir jou sê, en dit was altyd, mense sê, yes, jy was net op die verkeerde tyd op die regte plek, en wat my kop geswaai het, is nee, daai ouens is op die verkeerde tyd op die verkeerde plek, because it's my place. It's my space.
Absolutely.
They at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Absolutely.
And that frees your mind
absolutely.
as well.
Kyk, die onbeantwoorde vraag is, jy weet, hoekom hy word by sy werk op 'n myn gearresteer, hoekom hy van Middelburg af by my op die plaas uit.
Ja. Dis net ongelooflik. Ons moet politiek praat in 'n balanced way. Daar was 'n ek is uiteindelik verlig dat selfs ons president gesê het en vir ons visie-president. Nou Boza gesê het, hoorie maar hierdie is nou onaanvaarbaar. Na die een moord, die onlangse moord. Hulle sê ten minste uiteindelik iets, maar ek dink dit was 'n baie moeilike politiese spel wat my woedend maak. Ons het maar hy was baie keer amper gekaap deur 'n regse groep wat in elk geval nie van swart mense hou nie. And that doesn't help us. Wat al die gesigte is van ons veg vir plaasmoorde. Because we need the government and we need the farmers to be the faces against farmers. Daai, jy weet hoe in die kommunikasie en dit bring dit ook in. Daar is definitief 'n rol van 'n politieke leier wat sê, moenie is niks om 'n wit mens dood te maak nie en ons sal in elk geval verjaag. Dis 'n ou wat bietjie ook met woede sit en dink ek sit nie in 'n township. Ag nee, dis mos nou maklik. It's easy. So politics, there's a spiritual thing about the politics, things that's been said in public. People who run everything, the post and anti-campaigns. Waar gaan ons daai balans kry? En ek dink dis ook net so great so gewees het dat hierdie conversation, ons wil hê dit moet oorspoel na swart en wit youth toe. Om die balans te kry om hierdie ding saam te fight. Hoe gaan ons dit doen?
Journey, wat is die verskil dat ek op my plaas, daar in my eie huis, aangeval en beseer of in baie gevalle dan nou vermoor is, met die volgende ou wat in 'n township deur iemand aangeval word en in sy huis vermoor of verkrag of wat ook al. Wat is die verskil daaraan? Gewelddadige misdaad is gewelddadige misdaad. Of dit op 'n plaas is en of dit in die township is, dit is onaanvaarbaar. Absoluut onaanvaarbaar. En ja, ons in die boerderygemeenskap is ons gefrustreerd dat dit blyk dat regering nie iets doen daaromtrent nie. Maar het die persoon, die inwoner van 'n township, het hy die stem wat kan sê, maar julle val my in die township aan, maar julle doen, Mitchells Plain, nee, het die Mitchells Plain gemeenskap, die stem wat sê, julle doen niks aan die gangmoorde nie, julle doen niks aan, ons word vermoor en julle doen niks nie. So dis onaanvaarbaar, of het daar of nie. En daarmee breek ek nie af die feit dat plaasmoorde 'n probleem is nie, of plaasaanvalle 'n probleem is. Plaasmoorde is geweldig. Die verskil daar is nie. In Mitchells Plain is daar met die straat af 'n polisiekantoor. Daar's met die straat af hulp. Jy verstaan? Ja. In die platteland is jy uitgelewer. Jy weet, ons kon al die stelsels in die wêreld in ons huis gehad het, nê. Ons het gesit en braai, ons het my skoonseun se verjaardag gevier, ons het die middag my dogter se ooievaarspartytjie gevier, jy's op jou gemak, jy's op jou plek, ons is ons lewe lank daar, jy's glad nie jy voel glad nie bedreig nie, niks nie, so die huis staan oop, jy weet, jy's kwesbaar in jou vryheid wat jy uitleef, en tog, en dit word binnengedring, nee. Ek gee nie om wat se stelsels jy in plek gehad het nie, behalwe as my heining nou wel gewerk het, sou die alarm afgegaan het toe as iemand wou inkom, nee. Maar ons kon nie alarm maak na 'n polisiekantoor of om hulp te ontbied nie.
Dis nie 'n panic button uit die T is 5 minute weg nie.
Nee.
Ja, that's the problem.
So dit, jy weet, daai aspek van plaasaanvalle, dink ek, sit plaasaanvalle net in 'n kategorie van sy eie. Maar dit plaas dit nie bo enige ander gewelddadige moord nie. Nee, moord is moord, dis onaanvaarbaar, klaar. En as samelewing dink ek skuld die regering, ek gee nie om wie's die regering van die land nie. Ek dink die regering skuld sy bevolking, wie ook al daai regering is, skuld sy bevolking die veiligheid. Dis sy plig.
Dis 'n feit.
Dis sy plig.
And then a last question, maybe a difficult one. If you can get those guys in a room, what will you tell them? What do you want to say to them?
You know, you ask such question. Ek sou vra hoekom. Jy weet, hoekom my, ek meen, dis al onbekend, daar was nie geld in die huis nie, daar is nooit geld in die huis nie, daar was regtig geen rede nie, ek het nie slegte verhoudings met enige persoon wat 'n rede sou gehad het om my te kom aanval nie, van enige deel van die bevolking nie. Ek het nie verhoudings wat enigstens onopgeloste of onaangespreekte geskille sou gewees het nie. Nee, so die vraag sou wees hoekom, net om 'n begrip te kry van waar, jy weet, wat het hulle besiel om dit te doen. Ons sien baie TV-programme en goed is nou wat sê, ja, jy weet, jy sal hulle vergewe en jy sal dit en dat. Dit is mos, dis wat van ons verwag, jy weet, om te vergewe en aan te gaan. So dit sou in elk geval gewees, dis nie 'n doelbewuste ding nie. Jy weet, dis deel van my persoonlike benadering van dit gaan my nie definieer nie. As ek 'n wraak sou hou en jy weet, dan sou dit my definieer, dan sou dit it would have a lasting impact on me. It would be defining me, you understand? So those are the things that won't define me. So honest answer, I really have nothing to say to the guys. I would like to understand if it was possible for them to tell me why they did it. I would appreciate that. That would help me regain my peace. You know, why if I could understand why they did it. But you know, it's very different because we all survived and we all came away with minimal scarring as far as physical scarring. But you know, as opposed to somebody who's lost their husband or lost their wife, it would need to be, that would be different. It would be completely different. So it depends on the level of the trauma and so on. But for me, I really have nothing to say to the guys. Really, absolutely nothing to say to them.
That's good. I think that's just good. And then ek het gedink dis my laaste vraag, ek besef nou net advice. Nee, want jy sê dis of jy nou die buurman in die stad het wat sien, hoorie maar, en hy sê vir my, ek kan nie nou daai heining fix nie. Of jy besef, hoorie maar, kry miskien net vir jou beams. Laat boere met mekaar praat, want ons sien dit nog steeds te veel. Ek dink kontant op plaas is 'n probleem, maar dis 'n ding op sy eie, is elke ou se besluit. Maar veral in die Weskaap. Ek was verlede jaar daar met 'n toer. Dis ontsettend baie plase, jy loop van die pad af tot by die voordeur. Dit sink eers in as dit met jou gebeur het, die extra alertness. Dat boere by mekaar kan kom en sê, hoorie maar, wees net eerlik, sê, ek kan nie nou vir my electric fencing, dan sit ons vir jou electric fencing. Jy weet, daai advice van safety. En dan wil ek ook nog steeds hoor, why are you still positive about South Africa and about farming? Die rondom die veiligheid en die veiligheidsstrukture en so, nee. Ek probeer nou net die jare dink, die laat 70s, vroeg 80s, toe het ons, wat het hulle genoem? Civil Defence System. Yes.
Nee, dit was so halwe deel van die commando's en boere is opgesit en ek kan onthou my ouers ons was baie betrokke in die gemeenskapsbeveiliging van daai tyd, nê. En daar's nou nog, inteendeel, vandag nog kanne water wat op 'n spesifieke manier gebeure is wat daai water nou vars hou, jy weet, drinkbaar hou, basies vir ewig, jy weet. En daai kanne is nou nog daar in die skuurkamer waar my ma dit gepak het. Daar was 'n bietjie kos en die benodighede en jy weet, daar was so 'n gereedheids voorbereiding gedoen. My pa was aan die hoof van die stelsel, so die radiostelsel in die beheerkamer was in sy kantoor gewees. Die brandhoof, jy weet dit, ons was baie nou betrokke by daai ding. Dit het tot niet gegaan, jy weet, in die verandering van en in sy plek het, jy weet, die commando's is verwyder en so. So al die goed het weggeraak en in daai leemte het plaaswagte en goed ontstaan. Jy weet, hier met die tyd van die verkiesing en so aan en so aan. En is jou betrokkenheid net op 'n ander vlak, jy weet. Nou net soos wat ek die keuses gemaak het dat ek gaan nie in vrees lewe en so nie. So het ek ook 'n keuse gemaak op my plaas self. Ek is nie 'n polisieman nie.
Ja.
So ek gaan nie wag staan elke nag nie, jy weet, ek gaan nie patrollie ry elke dag nie en so aan. So betrokkenheid op daai vlak is anders. Ondersteuning aan 'n buurman in enige tyd is ongevraagd. Ek meen there's no question.
Ja.
As sy veldbrand is hy daar.
Ja.
As hy 'n probleem het, is hy daar. Jy weet, as hy nie by die huis is nie, dan ry jy na sy plek toe, jy gaan kyk dan so daar's nie 'n glad nie 'n vraagteken oor betrokkenheid in die gemeenskap. Maar wat sin maak en hoe jy deelneem aan die goed is bepalend. Die advies. My ervaring nou van waar ek was, waar ek heeltemal gerus was en nie geworried was om die heining reg te maak nie, is nou, luister, jy sal nooit weet wanneer so iets met jou gaan gebeur nie, of kan gebeur nie. Dit kan met jou. Dit is 'n sleg van ons samelewing wat ons nou in lewe, so doen ten minste die basiese goed. Doen ten minste net die basiese goed, jy weet, en kyk, al is dit nie vir jouself nie, kyk net vir jou gesin so onthalwe, na wat kan jy doen om plek te stel. En vir my is die balans, op watter vlak is my sekuriteitsstelsels, tot waar dit 'n inperking het op jou vryheid, of op jou gevoel van gemak in jou eie werf, jy weet, lewe jy in jou eie tronk. Dis nie my lewe nie. Dis nie wat ek wil doen nie. Ek wil my plaas nog steeds geniet en ervaar en bedryf soos dis my eiendom, dis my plek. En almal is welkom op my plek om vir my te kom kuier, maar jy is nie welkom om te kom inbraak op my vryheid en my plek en my genot nie. So net die basiese, doen die basiese goed wat nodig is om jou in staat te stel om so 'n situasie te kan hanteer.
Sjoe, ek dink ons maak hom klaar daar, maar Derek, ek dink net jy het 'n regte doel met jou lewe. Jy weet, ek dink ons 'n plan en ons almal is nie dankbaar nie, en ek dink ons almal bid dat enige boer elke naweek, ek vrees vir elke naweek, want jy wag vir die maandag berigte. En ek dink dis net ongelooflik. So ons waardeer jou en ons bid dat die Here regtig ons mense beskerm.
Positief, jy weet, 'n mens moet positief bly. Dis om 'n slagoffer te wees is 'n keuse.
Ja.
Ek meen, dis nie 'n keuse dat hulle my aangeval het nie.
Ja.
Maar om toe te laat dat jy 'n slagoffer daarvan gewees, dit bly jou keuse, jy weet. You can rise above it.
Ja. En ek het ook gehoor, in Kanada groei die mielies, maar net nie soos in die Riemland nie. So we're not moving. Baie dankie, Derek.
Thanks, Johan.
So jy kan nog ingeskakel bly hier op NAMPO Virtual. Daar's nog baie gesprekke wat gevoer gaan word en nog vermaak op die hoofverhoog aan die ander kant.
SV105 Trading is 'n maatskappy wat ons gestig het so 'n paar jaar terug, so 10 jaar terug. Oorspronklik was dit 'n skoonmaakbesigheid. COVID-19 het ook vir ons 'n goeie platform geskep waar ons goedgekeurde protokols wat daar buite is kan toepas waar ons skoonmaak. Ons gee ook die regte toerusting vir die mense om skoon te maak. 'n Ou kan sy eie huis skoonmaak of 'n besigheid kan sy eie besigheid self skoonmaak met die tipe produkte wat ons het. Dit is goedgekeur. Ons gebruik ook internasionale standaard produkte wat in Nieu-Seeland, Australië, Dubai, Amerika gebruik word. Dit is ook goedgekeur deur die SABS hier in Suid-Afrika. Dis van die produkte wat ons verskaf. Maar uit hierdie hele SV105 maatskappy van ons wil ons graag ons eie ander maatskappye voed met een platform. Bemarking, verskaffing van die regte toerusting en ook vervoer, enige diens wat jy aan kan dink, van grafiese ontwerp, alles vloei uit hierdie een maatskappy uit.
Vise Online is an online shop, which is everybody else's a standard online shop. If there's a problem on online shop, you can directly phone someone. You're not going to talk to a robot or answering machine. You're actually going to get a human on the other side of the telephone that can communicate. If you have a problem, they're going to sort it out. We deliver in 48 hours, where other shops don't do that, they take a bit longer. We enable ourselves to deliver in 48 hours.
DCM Security is a regionally based company. We have been operating for the past 19 years. We are based in the east of Pretoria, that's where our head office is located. We provide the following services. I'm going to name them for you and then I'm going to give it a little bit of a description for you. Physical security is the very first person that you encounter when you enter a property or a business park or a shopping centre. The second services that we can provide is event security. That's anything from a birthday party where there's big shows or there's inaugurations. We also have a response services. That is where the vehicle responds to you in case of emergency by the press of your panic button and alarm system. Then we also have a fully functional technology department where we can install all your security equipment, anything from an alarm system to beams or CCTV. And then the last but the latest addition to our products is the DCM Assist. It's an app that can be downloaded on an app or an Android phone via Google Play. And the app allows you to press 3 buttons, which is the panic button, the roadside assistance button, and the medical button in case of emergency. I've just briefly mentioned all the products to you, but you're more than welcome to go and have a look at our website. It's called www.dcmsecurity.com, or you can also send us an email to info@dcmsecurity.com.
Hi, I'm Tony Ndoro. Now, these are strange times, the new normal. And as is often said, you are on mute. But not really. These days, you're more visible, more palpable, and more audible than ever before. Now, as we all know, the agri sector is an early adopter of new technology. Now, with this in mind, one of the biggest agricultural expos in the Southern Hemisphere is now going virtual. Now, virtual events, of course, mean endless possibilities and an even wider audience. But the question is, what does it actually look like? Well, let me give you a preview of the first ever NAMPO Virtual. So, enter the showground with me. From the main lobby, you gain access to all that NAMPO Virtual has to offer. Now, on the show floor, visitors can choose from a variety of exhibition areas to experience the latest products and services in the agri-marketplace. From the comfort of your own space, wherever in the world that might be, come connect, come engage, come network in this virtual space. Exhibitors create and plan their own stands and activities. You create the daily program and choose how visitors can interact with you. Live chats and chat rooms, video calls, webinars, new product launches, special offers, audio-visual material, social media engagements, and a whole lot more. And best of all, visitor registration is absolutely free. So your stand is a gateway to a true brand experience for visitors. In true NAMPO tradition, there's a lot more on offer. Right from the lobby, you'll be invited to join AgriXtra at NAMPO. Now, this is a live, fully digital television studio that will broadcast on all 4 show days. Enter the virtual studio and get immersed in daily agri-talks, panel discussions. There's product information, exhibition highlights, live giveaways, and much, much more. A dynamic lineup of speakers, including the familiar faces so often seen at NAMPO, will bring you your topical discussions on all matters agri. Through this live TV channel, you get updates on all the latest news in the agricultural space and all the activations and highlights on NAMPO Virtual. This will give exhibitors a chance to communicate their offerings to visitors. Another highlight is the NAMPO main stage, waiting to entertain all visitors. There'll be dynamic keynote speakers, information and training sessions, product launches and demonstrations, as well as a host of celebrities, cooking shows, artists, and so much more. All of this at your fingertips wherever you might be around the world. So keep doing business, keep engaging, cross all borders, and keep connecting with each other in an innovative way. The time is now. Embrace it.
Wandile, this COVID-19 is really presenting interesting stories to us. We would have thought that NAMPO Harvest Day would be done virtually. Normally we would have walked through the tractors and the goats and look at all the people at the beer tent. But now here we sit in a virtual atmosphere.
Yes, a virtual atmosphere, but I do think that it also offers an opportunity to be more reflective and have conversations about what's happening on agriculture. So we hope that you will join us online at the beginning of September at the NAMPO Virtual. Thank you.
En intussen gaan ek hoop om nie op TV die mayonaise te skei nie. Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uithaal en die bene is almal so silwer skoon.
Produsent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan, plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die produsent. R is vir die rou produk, wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek, vanaf waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene, van ouds steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruk, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie, voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer, in fact, duisende dankies. Daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons Dawid, wys Dawid die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdrip, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordings toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte hoop dit bring die soet saam. Eerlikwaar, in 'n kreet of ek kan dit sag sê, as ek eet, weet ek van die ongerepte eet wat julle aflê, en van die eelt wat in jou hand lê. Eerlik, dit is unfair. En nou, in hierdie noue ontkoming is dit noodsaaklik, met hierdie novel corona, dat ons hy onnodige nood in ons sak vind, en dit neem tot waar die noodkreet van 'n hongersnood se slag is. Die target is wie jou naaste is, en tog is dit die talle wat op trone is, sowel as die wie in 'n tranendal in die straten rus. Laat staan dus die politiese toutrekkery en trek aan die verbande van 'n Lazarus, want jou naaste is, in wie se longe daar nog asem is, wie eerste en laaste is, produsent. Dit was die letters van produsent opgebreek. Jy moet dit oorlees en ek het jou daarin gewerk, want jy kan dit ook probeer. Pay food forward, so kan jy ook produseer.
Dag sê boere, ek is van Malan, die virtuele veearts. Elke jaar op NAMPO, hierdie jaar het die virus ons gepootjie, maar hy het ons nie gevang nie. Ons gaan praat oor siektes, oor biosekuriteit, parasiete, vrae beantwoord. So ons sien julle daar. Kyk intussen mooi na julle diere. Lekker boer.
NAMPO Virtual is definitely an opportunity. It's something out of the norm, especially in a South African context as well. And I think we're going to experience a lot of ways and initiatives and creativity that a lot of companies are going to come up with in the ag space that will also talk hand in hand to the type of technologies today that's available in the agricultural space. And from a John Deere perspective, I think we're going to launch a very exciting new platform or type of product, if I can call it that people will experience John Deere on a whole different level that they've never done before. COVID did force us to think differently, and with having a presence still with your farmers, able to communicate, and although not in person, we found TechTerrain, a digital platform that is fully accessible to continue engaging and communicating key messages to the farmers and to the agricultural industry. TechTerrain's uptake actually grew exponentially, so every episode that we launched, we're almost halfway through, we've seen exponential growth. It quadrupled between 2 weeks ago until the last week. And the feedback is that it's insightful, people learn a lot, they see and learn about new technologies in the agricultural space, but also on the John Deere products and how they can adopt that technologies to run more productive and efficient businesses. So additional component for any future marketing campaign or initiative or expo, I think we'll have a permanent presence. I think we learned a lot during COVID-19 and what we experienced, but I think it's accessible, and for that person that can't be there, can still engage, can still feel part, but you can also share so much additional insights using a digital platform. So definitely something that will also form part going forward with any future marketing events. We are certain that with NAMPO Virtual we'll see a positive uptake in the farmers participating in the program and the show. So we've learned recently in the recent months that with the forcements of the COVID-19 that farmers are now more curious and more adaptive towards adopting technologies. Although the fastest adopters of technology, there's still concepts that was difficult to grasp. And I think as long as it's an easy platform to have access to, the farmers will definitely join in on the platform if there's benefit for them at the end of the day. And we believe that with NAMPO Virtual, that will definitely be the case. So in terms of NAMPO Virtual, I believe strongly that the future is with us now.
Het noedels nodig, ramen noedels wat ons gaan braai, ons gaan nou eier pocheer.
Goeiemôre, goeiemiddag, goeienaand. Loop saam, die my lewe, saam die Hennebestraat. As in moppies met kaparings daar so saam sing. Môre gaat ons seaside toe. Biste poete en 'n lekker afvalkie. Koop ons in Hennebestraat. As die fafie man ons nommertjie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Ja, doesies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En in nog niet zwaar die leven, laat die kraaien gaan. Stap eentje, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennebestraat, die kom maar drom het klap daar in Hennebestraat. Die boon onder langs my, in Hennebestraat. Stap saam die my liewe, saam die Hennebestraat. As die moppies met kaparings daar so saam sit. Morgen gaat ons seaside toe. Beste poorte en een lekker afvalkie. Op ons in Hennebestraat. As die fafie man ons nommerkie uithaal, dan hoor ons weer die ou baas praat. Kadoesies in die wind, waai tot onder in die Kaap. En die nog nie zwaar die leven, laat die kraaien gaan. Stap eentje, ek wys jou waar die Kaap is so boon onder langs my. In Hennebestraat, die kom maar drom en klap daar in Hennebestraat. Die boon onder langs my, in Hennebestraat.
Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Zwaai jou scepter, maak lawaai tot die hane kraai. Niemand weet hoe die pad gaan draai nie, niemand kan sê waar swem die haai nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Swem teen die stroom op dans in die reën en stryk 'n pose. Klim uit in die styl, die seil van 'n krans af en span jou vlerke. Blauw is blauw en pers pervers, jy bly nog in 'n grasdak, maar brand jou kers. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Eet 'n sak sout met die een wat jy lief het en vra nog meer. Gee 3 maal in en kry dan nie jou sin, jy weet mos hoe. Grys is boring en pink te veel, kyk hoeveel harte kan jy nog steel. Loop in die lig, moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie. Verf jou kombuis 'n skokkende kleur, kom aan, kom aan, kom aan, sit jou voet neer. Groen suur, lemoen, appelkoos is foos. Rooi is die kleur wat die rose bloos. Rooi maak die Spaanse bille boos. Loop in die lig en moenie vir die donker bang wees nie.
My naam is Nathaniel en ek het al die woord NAMPO gehoor. Baie mense sê, ons gaan NAMPO toe, so ek het aangeneem, dis 'n hotel in Mosambiek. Toe sê hulle vir my, sal jy praat by NAMPO? Ek sê, toe kan ek eerder sing, my Portugees is nie goed nie. Toe sê hulle, nee, dis 'n plek waar boere kom vir trekkers en pannekoek. Maar nou is die fees virtueel en na 'n trekker is jy die beste waaraan ons kon dink. Toe besef ek, die meeste probleme wat ek en ander mense in hierdie dae in hierdie land het, kan net gehelp word deur boere. Ek sê toe ek is in. So my naam weer eens is Nathaniel en jy kry vir my iewers op hierdie virtuele fees. Druk net 'n knop.
Ek het nie altyd tyd vir alles nie, so ek sit om al die pad.
Is dit jou ook net op hoog?
Ja.
say you're lonely. You cry the whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. And now you say you're sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I'd cry a river over you. You drove me out of my head without shedding a tear, babe. Remember, I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian. You told me you were through with me. And now you say you'll love me. Well, just to prove that you do. Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. You say you love me, but you lie. Say you love me. Oh, just to prove that you do. Now you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. I cried a river over you. I cried a river. Now you can too. Cry
Tony Ndoro. Now, these are strange times, the new normal. And as is often said, you are on mute. But not really. These days, you're more visible, more palpable, and more audible than ever before. Now, as we all know, the agri sector is an early adopter of new technology. Now, with this in mind, one of the biggest agricultural expos in the Southern Hemisphere is now going virtual. Now, virtual events, of course, mean endless possibilities and an even wider audience. But the question is, what does it actually look like? Well, let me give you a preview of the first ever NAMPO Virtual. So, enter the showground with me. From the main lobby, you gain access to all that NAMPO Virtual has to offer. Now, on the show floor, visitors can choose from a variety of exhibition areas to experience the latest products and services in the agri-marketplace. From the comfort of your own space, wherever in the world that might be, come connect. Come engage, come network in this virtual space. Exhibitors create and plan their own stands and activities. You create the daily program and choose how visitors can interact with you. Live chats and chat rooms, video calls, webinars, new product launches, special offers, audio-visual material, social media engagements, and a whole lot more. And best of all, visitor registration is absolutely free. So your stand is a gateway to a true brand experience for visitors. In true NAMPO tradition, there's a lot more on offer. Right from the lobby, you'll be invited to join AgriXtra at NAMPO. Now, this is a live, fully digital television studio that will broadcast on all 4 show days. Enter the virtual studio and get immersed in daily agri-talks, panel discussions. There's product information, exhibition highlights, live giveaways, and much, much more. A dynamic lineup of speakers, including the familiar faces so often seen at NAMPO, will bring you your topical discussions on all matters agri. Through this live TV channel, you get updates on all the latest news in the agricultural space and all the activations and highlights on NAMPO Virtual. This will give exhibitors a chance to communicate their offerings to visitors. Another highlight is the NAMPO main stage, waiting to entertain all visitors. There'll be dynamic keynote speakers, information and training sessions, product launches and demonstrations, as well as a host of celebrities, cooking shows, artists, and so much more. All of this at your fingertips wherever you might be around the world. So keep doing business, keep engaging, cross all borders, and keep connecting with each other in an innovative way. The time is now. Embrace it.
Wandile, this COVID-19 is really presenting interesting stories to us. We would have thought that NAMPO Harvest Day would be done virtually. Normally we would have walked through the tractors and the goats and look at all the people at the beer tent. But now here we sit in a virtual atmosphere.
Yes, a virtual atmosphere, but I do think that it also offers an opportunity to be more reflective and have conversations about what's happening on agriculture. So we hope that you will join us online at the beginning of September at the NAMPO Virtual. Thank you.
En intussen gaan ek hoop om nie op TV die mayonnaise te skei nie.
Goeiemiddag en welkom aan wat ons beskou as 'n hoogtepunt van NAMPO. En dit is 'n gesprek met die wenners van die boereplan kompetisie wat ons saam met Graan SA en Omnia aanbied as Landbouweekblad. En dit is die eerste keer in die geskiedenis van die kompetisie wat ons die wenners virtueel en die boereplanne ook virtueel aangebied het. Dit was 'n groot sukses en ek dink 'n hoogtepunt in die dekade lange geskiedenis van hierdie baie populêre kompetisie. Vandag word ons gesels ons met meneer Mikus van Rensburg, daar uit Bultfontein se wêreld uit en sy seun Deidre, albei wenners, ook ou hande op die kompetisie. Mikus, hoeveel jaar is jy al betrokke by die boereplan kompetisie?
Ja, ek het so 3 jaar lank terug deelgeneem en toe nou weer.
Dan het ons meneer Bertus Goosen uit Botswana, ook, ek dink, Bertus, ek dink jy was betrokke met die kompetisie reg van die begin af, jy neem deel elke jaar en ek dink jy wen ook elke jaar, is dit korrek?
Ja, dis die laaste 22 jaar wat ek nou deelneem. Ja, baie geseënd, elke jaar kry ek reg om een of ander iets te wen.
En vanjaar het jou dogter Nicoline ook 'n prys losgeslaan, so dit lyk asof dit die families loop, in die Van Rensburg families en die Goosen families, so baie welkom Nicoline aan die gesprek. En dan die nuweling, meneer Jakkels Leroux, wat plaatbuig en snymasjien ingeskryf het, en ek verstaan meneer Chris Skoonwinkel was redelik betrokke in die oortuiging. Dit is die eerste deelname in die kompetisie. Meneer Leroux, hoe voel u daaroor dat u vir die eerste keer wat u inskryf en 'n topprys gewen het?
Ja, ek is heel opgewonde gewees oor die ding. Dit is eintlik as 'n, ek wil nie sê 'n grap, maar eintlik is 'n grap begin. Ek en Chris het oor 'n koppie koffie gesit en gesels, hy het my vertel van die boerepatente. Ek wou al jare terug iets ingeskryf het, maar toe is dit te groot om te vat. En ek sê vir my, ek wil nog eendag wil ek tog iets inskryf. Ek het hier 'n ding wat ek sê gee laat ek sien. En soos ek maar altyd iets bou, dan neem ek maar so foto's en 'n videoetjie net om agterna self te gaan sit en kyk hoe vorder so 'n projek. En toe ek van wys toe sê nee, die ding moet aangaan. Toe sê ek nou, jy wil instuur, stuur ons hom in. Nou ja, dit is wat er gebeur het.
Sê my, so gaan
jy kan die meneer los die meneer en sê vir my Jakkals.
Jakkals, gaan jy jou wengeld met Chris deel, of sien jy dit as jou prys alleen?
Is daar wengeld? Ek het nie besef as wengeld nie. Ek het al ietsie gaan drink.
Jakkals, as ons net vinnig by jou kan bly, waar kom die idee van die boereplan vandaan? Wat is die ontstaan van die idee?
Man, ons het so 3 hoenders wat hier rondloop en ek wil vir hulle so 'n hokkie maak wat hulle eiers in lê. En toe besluit ek wil vir die plaat buig, maar ek wil my eie ding bou. Nou, ek is maar lief vir die eyster so goed, jy kan hom slaan tot hy reg is, en ou het altyd planne en goed, en toe het ek nou maar die ding begin bou en so. En ja, hier so 'n paar ander goeders ook, wat ou probeer altyd jou eie werk vir jou vergemaklik, gerieflik maak. Dis maar waar die planne vandaan kom.
Wel Jakkals, ek hoop hierdie is nou die begin van 'n lang verbintenis met die kompetisie. Ons hoop om jou volgende jaar op die skouterrein te sien by NAMPO. Bertus, julle bly daar baie ver weg van enige koöperasie of enige plek waar julle iets van die rak kan afkoop. Het dit 'n groot rol gespeel in hoekom jy so 'n gesoute planmaker is? Is dit maar net, word dit uit die nood gebore, dat jy geen ander keuse het as om 'n plan te maak nie?
Dit is wel so, maar ook my oorlede pa was 'n baie handige persoon wat ook baie goed self gemaak het, en omdat in 'n tegniese skool was, is dit maar iets wat maar altyd daar kom, en dan as jy in 'n geselskap is by iemand en iemand het 'n spesifieke probleem, en dan gaan jy maar daarna kyk en dan werk jy daaraan tot jy iets gemaak kry wat kan werk om sy probleem op te los.
Het jy al ooit ervaar dat iemand uit die gemeenskap uit na jou toe kom en vir jou vra, ek het hierdie probleem, sal jy 'n plan maak, kan jy met 'n oplossing voor 'n dag kom?
Ja, redelik, en veral baie van die swart boere in die omgewing, hulle baie gewillig om te kom vra en dan probeer mens my help waar jy kan.
Nicolien, hoe voel jy oor die prys wat jy gewen het?
Ek's bly daaroor.
En waar kom die idee vandaan? Waar het jy die idee vir jou paaltjieplanter gekry?
Die beeste en goed wat die bakke breek, toe, ja, dit sny hulle en ek het dit probeer verhoed.
Fantasties, maar baie geluk. Ons sien die appel val nie ver van die boom af nie. Ons hoop ook om vir jou volgende jaar by NAMPO te sien. Baie geluk.
Dankie.
Mikus, jy's 'n ou planmaker, jy's ook al gereeld in die Landbouweekblad. Jou toerusting wat jy bou word verkoop oor die hele Afrika heen. Jou pampoenplanter het ons ook in die Landbouweekblad al gehad. Vertel ons bietjie wat hierdie kompetisie vir jou beteken het as planmaker en vervaardiger van landboutoerusting.
Ja, nee, jy weet Chris, ek het eintlik heimwee oor toe met die eerste boerepatente. Daai tyd soos ja, ek kan sê dit was ook maar net 'n grap. Ek het net gedink, yes, ek wil deel wees van die boerepatente en dit het vir my deure oopgemaak. Jy weet daai selfvertroue wat mens kry na iets wat werk, het gemaak dat 'n ou voel maar jene as ou nog bietjie energie insit en dinge uitdink, kan 'n ou 'n besigheid daarvan maak. En so jare het ou daar 'n bietjie bekend geraak vir planne oplos en mense het probleme na my toe gebring om te los. As mense hulle opgelos het daar 'n produk ontstaan.
Sê my, Mikus, in hoeveel lande verkoop jy nou jou produkte in Afrika?
Dit moet seker so 7 of 8 wees nou op hierdie stadium.
En jou seun Deidre, hy het 'n voetpompie ontwerp. En 'n mens sien dit nou oral by die winkels en die inkopiesentrums waar mense kom. Was julle die eerste om daai voetpompie te bou?
Ja, die prototipe hy was basies die eerste ene wat die lig gesien het, ja. Maar hier is hy.
Deidre, waar het jy met die idee vorendag gekom? Waar het jy gesit en dink hierdie is die patent wat ek moet ontwerp?
Nee, daar was net 'n probleem met die wat elkeen as jy inkom, dan moet jy eers die botteltjie vat en dan jou hande spuit. Toe dink ek maar dit is maar net makliker as jy net ondertrap, jy raak nie iets aan ietsie en dan sanitize sonder dat jy in kontak kom met ander.
En hoe lank het dit jou gevat om met die idee hoe lank het jy aan die idee gesit en dink?
Nie lankie, ek het omtrent so 2 dae en toe beplan ek my en toe maak ek dit.
Fantasties. Luister, Mikus, waaraan werk jy op die oomblik? Het jy enigiets wat jy aan werk op die oomblik?
Man, ja, ons is maar nou in seisoentyd, so die meeste boere begin nou regmaak vir die volgende plantseisoen. Dan het ons heelwat belangstelling in Malawi en Lesotho op hierdie stadium. Malawi is 'n nuwe uitdaging vir my. Zambia en Botswana is redelik gecover, maar Malawi het 'n groot koöperasie wat werksywers ook wil aanhou.
Bertus, is julle besig om aan iets te werk? Tans?
Ja, ek het gereed was 'n paar groot goed wat ek al reeds reg het, maar dit was bietjie moeilik om van dit video's te vat, so ons sal volgende jaar kyk wat kon ons vir julle saambring as ons gespaar bly.
Fantasties. Sê my Bertus, het jy al ooit boereplanne patente ontwikkel wat jy kon kommersialiseer en wat jy miskien 'n klein besigheidjie kon bou uit?
Wie wat my heel eerste in die tot measure wat ek gebou het wat elke keer as die baarman 'n drankie ingooi, het ek 'n patente prokureur Suid-Afrika toe gevat en die ou het my eintlik geroof en daar het ek besluit ek gevat hom stom in die kluis en ek vergeet van dit.
Okay. Sê my Jakkals, het jy iets wat jy in gedagte het vir volgende jaar se boereplanne kompetisie?
Ons klaar hier die stoor. Ja, hier is 1 of 2 goedjies wat ek sal inskryf. En maar kyk wat gebeur.
So ons moet beslis vir Chris oorstuur om net seker te maak dat ons daar inskrywings op papier kry en ingestuur kry.
Dis reg, ek sal probeer. Ja, ek dink dis 'n goeie ding hierdie boerepatente.
Ek wil net by julle hoor, wat het vir julle as bouers van boerepatente, wat het vir julle uitgestaan onder die inskrywings? Wat het julle gedink was nogal, het julle beïndruk? Mikris, ons begin sommer daarby aan jou kant.
Ek het van die soutbak wat nie kan water kry en so wat het my dadelik gevang. En natuurlik Jakkals is 'n plaatsnyer, ek dink so enig kan ek ook gebruik.
Bertus, wat het vir jou uitgestaan?
Definitief ook hy soutbak. Hy het so 4 jaar terug 'n soortgelyke een onder in die Kaap gesien by een van die wynplase daar, die ouens ook in NAMPO Virtual en dan ook die snymasjien en die pampoenplanter van Mikris het ek al baie keer gesien, is ook 'n baie goeie idee. Ek het ook al 'n plan met hom gehad om hom bietjie te verander, maar sal eendag daarna kyk jy nie moeilikheid kom nie.
Jakkals, het daar iets vir jou uitgestaan?
Ek dink elke deelnemer se produk, as ek dit so kan stel, het 'n plek en dis die inisiatief en gedagte wat daar is om so iets te gaan bou en daar te stel, is al klaar 'n groot ding vir elkeen van die deelnemers en ek dink hier's baie jong boere ook in die landbou wat planne en goeders het, maar hulle is te bang of hulle dink dis nie goed genoeg om dit bekend te stel of soos op die boerepatente te adverteer of te wys nie. En ek dink die ouens moet deelneem aan dit. Dit laat 'n ou so dit wys landbou, ons is boere met planne. Die ouens moet dit gebruik, dit bevorder.
Ja, absoluut. Ek dink toe ons gister met Donald en Chris gepraat het, toe is daar sprake dat ons gaan moet kyk na spesifieke kategorie vir kinders en die skole bietjie meer om die skole bietjie meer te betrek. Ek is ook baie geïnteresseerd in die proses van 'n boereplan uitdink. Jakkals, as ons by jou kan begin, is dit 'n vinnige proses? Dink jy eers aan die probleem en dan moet jy eers 'n rukkie top oor die oplossing? Hoe werk daai proses by jou? Kom dit vinnig? Kom dit in die middel van die aand as jy in die stort staan?
Jy gaan nou lag vir my. Ek het al ook 'n implement of 2, 3 gebou. Dit het gekom by ek het 'n oliebadweldertjie gehad wat ek opgeweld het en toe gaan koop ek vir 'n groot welder. Toe besef ek maar ek het nou hierdie dier goed gekoop. Ek moet nou iets begin doen met dit. En so het ek maar my gereedskap uitgebrei om 'n produk te bou. En op 'n stadium het ek gedink ek gaan nou vir 'n tekenbord koop dat ek die goed nou ordentlik op skaal teken. Maar my tekenbordtekening en my prakties daar in die stoor kom nie by mekaar uit nie. So ek is 'n ou wat ek gaan sit en skribbel hier op 'n papier 'n rowwe tekening en as ek in die stoor kom dan bou ek die ding. So ek het nie ek kom nie by my vuurwerk kom nie by die prakties uit nie.
So dis maar 'n redelike organiese proses met jou. Jy bou hom en jy kyk soos die proses jou lei, ontwerp jy.
Ja, so gaan dit. Ja.
Bertus?
Ja, maak 'n paar rowwe sketstekens en dan gaan ons aan.
Bertus, met jou, hoe werk die proses? Is dit 'n eureka oomblik wat jy het of begin jy ook aan een kant werk om deur?
Ja, vandat ek 82 my vakleerlingskap begin as elektriesien, het ek as maar 'n idee gekry het ek in 'n sakboekie 'n prentjie geteken en later die prentjie weer verander en so al die boekies is nog hier in 'n laai en van tyd tot tyd dan gaan ek terug gaan blaai ek deur hulle dan. En ek maak die laaste tyd redelik baie aanskrywings by dit. Dat mense vergeet wat se anders moet by 'n plannetjie wie geteken het, jy het geen idee wat dit is. Jy veral nou dat mense bietjie groter word as daai tyd. So, maar ja, en dan is dit maar 'n werkswinkel toe en buig en sny en afsny en weer vassit. En dan natuurlik my vrou trek haar hare 2 weke voor NAMPO uit. Want dan moet alles nou skielik bymekaar kom geverf word. Dan kry jy nie verf nie en sy kry net WhatsApp as sy van die dorp af moet terugkom, bring dit en dit en dat saam. Dan het ek baie moeilikheid.
Nicoline, is dit waar vermy jy jou pa se werkswinkel 'n week of so voor NAMPO of word jy ook ingesleep?
Nee, dit is nogal interessant by sy werkswinkel om te sien wat het hy al alles gemaak.
Sê my Nicoline, en jou boereplan, was dit 'n onmiddellike, het jy onmiddellik die oplossing gesien of moes jy eers 'n bietjie daaroor dink?
Ek moes eers 'n bietjie daaroor dink.
Mikris, jy vertel ons bietjie oor jou proses. Waar kry jy jou oplossings?
Kyk, die oplossings is gewoonlik die ander ou se probleem, maar soos om Bertus wat teken, ek kan weer glad nie 'n plan teken nie. Ek het weer 'n ander stelsel. Ek werk maar in die nag om my kop uit. Ek kry dit amper reg om hom klaar te sprei, klaar te verf, te toets binne die land, binne my kop en dan begin ek om eers bou.
Wat ek ook by julle wil hoor, as julle hoeveel keer verbeter julle op die patent? As jy op die boereplan, as jy hom nou ja?
As jy moet floppe maak. As ek nou terugdink aan daai pampoenplanter, ek kan nie vir jou sê hoeveel flops ek gemaak het nie. Later wat my eie werker vir my gesê het is ek moet nou ophou want ek is besig om almal se tyd en op die ou en het hy gewerk. So ou moet nie opgee nie. Ek dink baie van planmakers en daar's maniere om 'n ding uit te werk en nou moet nie opgee nie.
Het jy al opgegee op 'n boereplan waar jy net gedink het is daar nog iets wat 'n oplossing soek in jou op jou lys?
Ja, nee, daar is goed wat ek kan gewerk het. Ek het al gesien mense moet net 'n bietjie dit los vir 'n week of 2. Want mense raak gefrustreerd as dit nie werk nie. En as dit nie werk nie, los dit eerder 'n bietjie voor mens te veel aankarring en geïrriteerd raak. Gee net so 'n bietjie breek. Maar in Jedrie se geval is ek probeer hom ook want hy het baie planne, hy het aan mekaar planne. En maar ek probeer hom en vir hom leer en sê teken dit. Eintlik partykeer het hy te veel planne om hom so 'n bietjie te breek sê vir hom teken dit. Dit ek dink is goeie ontwikkel om te teken. Onthou ons het net nooit dit geleer nie.
Ja. Deidre, wat is jou volgende boereplan wat jy aan werk?
Ek is besig so met 'n golftool waarmee mens golf kan speel sonder om die bal weg te slaan en dan kan jy oefen op jou agterjaard of so iets.
Ja, ek het daai gesien met die balletjie wat terugkom.
Ja.
Ek dink ons het in die landbeweegblad gehad. Ja. Is daar enige planmakers wat julle regtig wat julle beïndruk? Jakals, Bertus, Mikris, is daar iemand wat julle nou opkyk wat jy weet, ek was nou onlangs by BP Greiling en hy het 'n hele voerinstallasie daar gehad en daar was 'n man Willie Jones en ek was so beïndruk met sy vakmanskap. Is daar so iemand vir julle? Is daar iemand wat julle dink regtig besonder begaafd is?
Kyk, Chris, as ek kan inkom, Gombertus is maar ons almal se hero, né? Met die eerste boerepatent het jy daar ingestap en jy het eintlik voor ek die eerste boerepatent ingeskryf het jy het gegaan en gekyk wat het Gombertus hierdie jaar. Jy weet nou ek dink hy's almal wat in die boerepatente betrokke is hy maar heroes.
Het jy heroes? Het die hero 'n hero? Bertus?
Ja, vir my as vakleerling oom Willem Viljoen en Piet Huisele in my oorlede pa en dan by boerepatente ou oom Smitty. Definitief as my hero.
Is dit nog manne wat uitstal op NAMPO of nie meer nie?
Laas jaar het ek nie oom Smitty gesien nie. Ek kon nie uitvind of hy nog met ons is die ek was tot by die ou trekkers, niemand kom my daar regtig gesê het nie. So ek weet nie. Maar oom Willem Viljoen wat by die vakleerling opleidingsentrum was, hy is al oorlede, maar Piet Huis lewe nog. En dis mense wat regtig geïnspireer het wat ook tyd gevat het om jou te leer as jy vrae gehad het. Of jy nou 'n elektriese lyn geleer wat ek nou wel gedoen het, hulle het nie omgegee om jou te help te leer op die draaibank en op die swysmasjiene en van die ander toerusting nie. Dit was eintlik baie lekker en dis eintlik waar ek vandag baie bevoorreg is dat ek al daai gereedskap het oor die jare bymekaar gemaak het en ek kan dit gebruik.
Jakkals, in julle wêreld, ek dink aan iemand soos Oubaas Koetser met die AgriXtra. Is daar iemand wat vir jou uitstaan in julle wêreld wat 'n besonderse 'n planmaker en vervaardiger was?
Ja, hier's 'n paar. Ek dink elke boer is 'n hero op sy eie grond of eie gebied, dink ek. Want elke boer het wat sy eie planne wat hy maak. Ek het nie spesifiek iemand wat ek wil sê is 'n hero nie. Ek dink kom maar as jy by 'n ou kom en jy sien hy het iets gebou, dan sien raak wat hy doen en jy respekteer sy werk goed en ek self het by myself geleer wat goed, ek het nie opleiding en goed nie. By myself geleer swys en jy goed doen wat 'n ou moet doen. Ek sê altyd 'n antwoord is 'n telefoonoproep ver. Daar is soveel mense wat jy kan kontak as jy iets wil weet of goed en planne wil maak. Maar ek self het nie regtig iemand. Ek dink 'n ou wat goed kan swys. Die meeste van die ouens wat goed swys is opgelei goed, maar ek respekteer elke ou se werk wat hy doen.
Luister, ek wil net vir julle almal sê baie geluk met wat julle bereik het, baie geluk met julle verskeie kategorieë wat julle losgeslaan het. Veral vir Nicoline en Deidre, dit was fantasties om julle ook deel te hê van die kompetisie hierdie jaar. Ons glo julle gaan almal daar wees volgende jaar. Ons glo ons gaan almal op die NAMPO terrein wees waar ons weer lekker partytjie gaan hou. Jakkals, welkom aan die boereplant familie en ons hoop om ook vir julle te sien volgende jaar op NAMPO. Baie dankie dat julle ingeskakel het en 'n lekker dag verder vir julle.
Water is seker die belangrikste natuurlike hulpbron op enige plaas en om ons meer te vertel oor doeltreffende maniere om hierdie hulpbron te ontgin, gesels ons nou met Louis Liebenberg. Louis is natuurlik van Vansan, Suid-Afrika. Louis, baie welkom.
Baie dankie Gerard, baie lekker om hier so te wees.
Louis, vertel ons 'n bietjie Vansan, Suid-Afrika, waar kom die maatskappy vandaan?
Wel ja, laat ek jou 'n bietjie geskiedenis daarso rondom hulle gee. Vansan het ontstaan in Turkye in 1964 alreeds en is vandag een van die voorste vervaardigers van motors en pompe ter wêreld. Nou die afgelope 56 jaar het Vansan gegroei tot 'n wêreldwye handelsmark in die pompindustrie. Wat Vansan pompe na meer as 70 lande toe uitvoer. Gavin Bennett het in 2005 ons hoofkantore in Pretoria begin en het 'n netwerk van verspreiders reg oor die land. Ons het ook ons produkte reeks spesifiek toegepas op die Suid-Afrikaanse mark. So Gerrit, om vir jou te sê, as jy met Vansan werk, werk jy met internasionale kundigheid, as ook met plaaslike ervaring en kennis.
Louis, so wat sal jou raad aan boere wees wanneer hulle 'n boorgatpomp aanskaf?
Gerrit, dis 'n baie belangrike vraag daai wat jy het. Ja, daar's so 'n bietjie advies wat ek vir die ouens sal gee, veral wanneer hulle met probleme aankom. Maar kom ons diagnoseer eers waar kom die probleem vandaan, voordat ons die probleem kan oplos. So jy het twee faktore wat jou boorgat pomp nodig het, en dit is natuurlik jou kophoogte as ook die volume wat daai pomp moet pomp. Nou elke pomp word gemaak vir 'n spesifieke dienspunt. En as hy begin buite daai hardloop en ons het die verkeerde inligting gegee, dan gaan jy amper elke maand elke paar weke 'n nuwe pomp moet koop. En dit kos 'n klomp geld en mens wil nie daardeur kom nie. So die advies wat ek vir die ouens kan gee is hulle kan na enige boerman toe gaan of na enige handelaar wat toetse doen op boorgate, net 'n toetssertifikaat kry waar hulle weet presies wat hulle boorgat kan offer en met daai inligting na die handelaars toe gaan. Want op die einde van die dag, ons by Vansan wil nie hê die kliënte moet probleme hê nie. Ons wil eerder vir hulle 'n oplossing bied, sodat hulle pompe so lank as moontlik kan hou en die kliënt gelukkig kan wees. Want op die einde van die dag, as jy 'n kraan oopmaak, wil jy net sien water vloei.
So hoe nou gemaak as ek nie 'n handelaar of 'n boorman kan kry om die boorgat te toets nie? Waarna kyk ek dan?
Wel Gerrit, dit gebeur. Daar is gevalle waar jy nie iemand in die hande kan kry nie, of die kostes rondom net om 'n boorman uit te kry om die gat te kom toets, is ook 'n klomp geld. So die eenvoudige ding wat jy eintlik kan doen is, jy kan maar net wanneer jy jou ou boorgatpomp uittrek, net kyk waarso lê daai watervlak van jou. Ons noem hom die statiese watervlak. Dis maar net waar die water lê voordat daar enigstens gepomp word. En jy vat daai diepte, natuurlik, jy merk hom neer, as ook hoe diep jou pomp lê. En dit sal nou, kom ons sê, addisionele 20 meter wees. Dit sal die 2 kophoogtes wees, kom ek sê, wat jy sal deurvat na die handelaar toe met die vloei wat jy benodig.
Wat is van die name onder die Vansan sambreel wat boere mee bekend sal wees?
Boere is bekend met die Vansan boorgatpomp self. In ons 4-duim, ons noem dit maar ons Vansan boorgatpomp. Daai pompe sal vir jou enigiets strek van jou landbou tot jou huishoudelike markte onder die 4-duim, en dit sal vir jou tot en met 2500 liter kan bied en gate tot en met 300 meter hoog kan uitstoot. En dan het ons ook natuurlik, is ons baie trots op ons 6-duim reeks. Dis ons 6-duim tot 12-duim boorgatpompe wat uit gietyster of vleklose staal gemaak word. Nou daai ouetjies kan tot en met 500 000 liter 'n uur pomp en 500 meter hoog gooi. So met gepaard met ons pompe het ons natuurlik ons motors waarop ons baie trots is. Ons het ons oliegevulde as ook watergevulde motors as opsie waar die laasgenoemde tot en met 400 meter ook kan hoogpomp. So jy kry jou opsies van jou enkelfase wat jou 230 volt is, jou 3-fase wat jou 380 volt is, en dan 'n baie unieke en baie spesiale ding wat die boere nou na kyk is, ons het 'n spesiale motor wat jou 3-fase 220 volt is. En die ouens kyk spesifiek na hierdie motor vir solar applikasies, want hy's maar net soveel meer effektief. So die solarmark gons rondom daai en op hierdie stadium.
Ja, kyk met solar wat deesdae al hoe meer en al hoe belangriker word, kan ek net dink dat boere baie meer daar gaan gesels. Bybehore, toebehore, daai tipe van goed bied Vansan dit ook?
Ja, wat ons daarso aanbied is, en eksklusief deur Vansan het ons die Ashervat kolom en omhulselpype wat ook die leier in hulle bedryf is. So dit is fantasties om vir ons te sê ons het die Ashervat pype, as ook die borkoop hose wat vir jou diep installasies dit net meer vermaklik vir daai installasiewerk as ook die hoë drukke kan hanteer.
So Louis, doen Vansan net boorgatpompe of is daar ander tipes pompe wat ook in julle reeks beskikbaar is?
Dit is 'n baie goeie vraag daai. Ons het ander pompe en welberoemde pompe soos die testpompe is ons vertikale en horisontale multi-stage pompe, en is maar beroemd vir jou vir jou boosterpomp sets buite in die mark, net om 'n bietjie die boere te help om daai regte drukking te kry in hulle besproeiing. En dan het ons ook natuurlik 'n reeks drukpompe wat jou landbou, huishoudelik en jou industriële markte kan dek. En die ouens is baie bekend met dit as jou Jontech en jou Vansan en jou Jontech drukpompe. En daar's 'n tipe pomp vir elke applikasie.
Nou Louis, as ons kykers begin vra, hoorie, maar waar kan ek hierdie fantastiese toerusting in die hande kry? Waar kan hulle gaan soek?
Wel Gerrit, die kykers kan maar na enige handelaar toe gaan wat met pompe of besproeiing werk. Alternatief kan hulle ons skakel op 012 819-1196 en ons vriendelike span sal hulle verwys na hulle naaste handelaar in hulle omgewing.
Nou, verduidelik 'n bietjie vir my, hoe werk julle verspreiding? Waar is julle sentrums alles geleë?
Kyk, alhoewel ons hoofkantoor in Pretoria geleë is, het ons verspreidingstakke en dienssentrums reg oor die land. So ons het ons tak in die Oos-Kaap wat in Port Elizabeth gestasioneer is en nou Thys Kotse hanteer daai netjie vir ons. Ons het nou daarso in die Wes-Kaap het ons ook, in Kaapstad het ons 'n tak, Delani hardloop by hom vir ons en ons het onlangs nou in die Vrystaat ook, daar in Bloemfontein het ons 'n verspreidingstak oopgemaak en nou Jacques gaan die ouens daar so lekker kan help.
Ag, fantasties. Nou moet ek vir jou vra, nee, boere gaan vir my sê man, boorgatpomp is 'n boorgatpomp is 'n boorgatpomp. Ek sit hom in en hy pomp vir my water en die saak is reg. Wat onderskei julle produkte van julle mededingers in?
Wel Gerrit, as ek dit vir jou so kan sê, eerstens ons het ongelooflike diensfaktor wanneer dit daarso op ons kom. Ons sal dadelik 'n boer dadelik kan uithelp as daar enige probleme is. Dan verder loop ons hand in hand met ons produk van fabriek tot by handelaar. Wat seker maak daar's geen tussengangers wat die prys laai op die produk nie. So wat ek vir jou kan sê in kort is ons bied persoonlike diens asook jy kry goeie waarde vir geld.
Nou ons het nou gesels oor telefoonoproepe en waar kan hulle hierdie produkte in hande kry, maar is daar ander platforms waarop julle teenwoordig is waar ouens julle kan kontak?
Dis hy, as mense ons nog verder wil kontak, Gerrit, kan hulle ons skakel op ons sosiale media platforms wat Instagram sal wees net onder Vansan en as ook jou Facebook bladsy sal ook onder Vansan. Alternatief kan hulle ook net gaan op www.vansan.co.za en hulle sal al ons kontakbesonderhede daar kry en hulle kan ons kontak dat ons hulle kan help.
Louis, fantasties, baie dankie.
Baie dankie Gerrit.
En daar het jy dit, boorgatpompe wat tot op 500 meter hoog kan pomp. Dis baie hoog. Ons is nou weer terug, sien julle nou. Die Drakensbergers genootskap is al 76 jaar oud en tog wys die geskiedenis dat hierdie ras al moontlik voor Jan van Riebeeck se tyd in die land was. So meer inheems as daai beesteras kry jy beslis nie. Om vandag met ons meer daar te gesels ons met Willie Landman. Willie is die president van die Drakensbergers genootskap. Willie, baie welkom.
Ja, dankie Gerard.
Willie, ek wil by jou weet, ons weet nou die omgewing bepaal 'n dier se voorkoms, maar wat beteken dit presies?
Ja, ek dink die vraag word geformuleer of kom van daarvandaan waar omdat die ras al baie lank in Suid-Afrika is of in Suider-Afrika is, kry jy baie keer die vraag maar hoe lyk die dier wat in my omgewing gaan aard of gaan die Drakensberger in my omgewing aard? En dis waar dit vandaan kom wat ons sê die grootste faktor wat 'n rol speel op hoe 'n dier voorkom is die omgewing waarbinne hy funksioneer. En as ons praat van omgewing, dan praat ons nie noodwendig van die ligging nie. Met ander woorde, waar jy boer jy in Potchefstroom of boer jy in Ryds. Maar wat ons bedoel met die omgewing is, dis alle faktore wat 'n rol speel op daai dier en waarin hy funksioneer. So dit gaan eintlik maar primêr oor die hulpbronne tot die dier se beskikking, so die beskikbare kos. En daar speel die ligging wel 'n rol, want as jy op 'n spesifieke ligging is, dan bepaal dit die reënval en dit bepaal die hoeveelheid grasspesies wat daar voorkom en dit bepaal op die einde van die dag die kos wat daar beskikbaar is. Dit wat wel 'n baie groot invloed het op die dier se voorkoms en daai omgewing is die bestuur daarvan. En dis daar waar die boer of die teeler dan nou baie groot rol speel, want hy bepaal sy voervloei program, hy bepaal hoe hy diere blootstel, hy bepaal wat se veidingstrategie hy volg, hy bepaal wat se vereistes hy aan sy koeie stel ten opsigte van dragtigheid. En al daai goed speel 'n rol op hoe die dier voorkom, want dit sê vir haar of vir hom hoeveel energie is tot sy beskikking en dit bepaal sy as ons praat van voorkoms is nie hoe hy sy gesig lyk nie, dis hoe groot die dier is of hoe klein die dier is. En as diere groter word, dan raak hulle energiebehoeftes
lineêr meer en as hulle kleiner word, raak hulle energiebehoeftes lineêr minder. So dis ook wat ons van die omgewing praat, as ons sê dit bepaal die voorkoms van die dier en die boer is die ene wat dit alles bestuur.
Die Drakensberger ras dis 'n medium ras.
Dis 'n medium ras, dis soos ons gesê, dis 'n inheemse ras. Donker swart pigmente uit die aard van die saak, is die dier is swart van kleur, so het 'n blink swart vel. En saam met die inheemsheid kom natuurlik al die voordele van inheemse aangepasheid en gehardheid. Sterk swart buffelkloue om baie goeie loopvermoë en dan die swart pigment op die neus en rondom die oogpigment en dan op die eier is natuurlik baie goed vir die ultravioletstrale van die Afrika-son. So ja.
So die geskiedenis is hulle baie goed aangepas, maar as ons nou kyk na die teeling van hierdie beesrasse, jou teeler se rol in die funksionele voorkoms van hierdie dier, wat kan 'n teeler doen om dit selfs te verbeter?
Ja. So weer eens gaan daar byvoorbeeld in ons ras het ons 'n ding wat ons noem die standaard van voortreffelikheid en dit sê vir jou hoe ons graag wil hê 'n koei moet lyk of hoe 'n bul moet lyk. En ek dink baie keer is ons baie voorskrifklik daaroor en ek dink dis belangrik dat ons daai funksionele doeltreffendheid neerpen. Wat ons meer en meer sien is dat ons sien dat die raamwerk waarbinne die boer eintlik teel, met ander woorde is hy teelbeleid. So as hy sê man ek wil graag hê 'n koei moet elke jaar vir my 'n gesonde kalfsbeen en ek boer ekstensief, met ander woorde ek boer op grasweiding. Party van hulle het mieliereste, party van hulle het nie mieliereste nie. So as dit die omgewing of sy teelbeleid is, dit bepaal weer eens wat beskikbaar is daar vir die dier en dan moet jy gaan kyk watter diere presteer in daai omgewing. En dit is hoe die dier moet lyk wat dan by jou werk. Eerder as wat jy voorskryf, dis hoe die dier moet lyk. Ek dink sy moet 'n lang stert hê en pragtige wigvorm na agter en baie sterk eier en so voort. Alhoewel hulle dit moet hê, moet jy eerder die vereistes stel wat jy wil hê en dan kyk watter diere kom bo uit.
Kom bo uit natuurlik. Nou ons weet natuurlik jou dier en jou kudde wat geweldige energiebehoeftes nodig het, is daai allerbelangrike lakterende koei. En die vraag wat die ouens altyd natuurlik vra is maar hoeveel veiding het ek nodig vir 'n lakterende koei? Hoeveel grasvoeding het ek regtig nodig vir my lakterende koeie?
Dis baie interessant en oor die wêreld is al baie navorsing daaroor gedoen en alles kom terug na energie toe. So as jy 'n lakterende koei vat wat nagenoeg 450-500 kg weeg en sy het 'n kalf langs haar wat omtrent 4 maande oud is en sy's dragtig, dis hoe uitdagend dit vir haar kan wees. Dan is haar energiebehoeftes nagenoeg 125 megajoules. Nou om dit in perspektief te sit, dis soveel energie soos wat 10 volwasse mans op 'n dag nodig het. Soveel het daai koei nodig elke dag. As jy dit nou eintlik in 'n meer komiese manier wil sit, dan is dit gelykstaande aan 63 100 gram stukke sjokolade. So koei eet nou nie sjokolade nie, maar dis die hoeveelheid energie wat sy elke dag moet bymekaar maak. Nou veldgras is nie per eenheid is dit nie die meeste energie nie. En veral in die winter raak dit nog minder. Nou wat hulle gedoen het om dit te standaardiseer oor verskillende voedingsbronne is, hulle praat van 'n konsep wat hulle noem droë materiaal. So dit is die hoeveelheid energiebelaaide materiaal binne in enige voedingsstof, so het sy dit gras is, het sy dit mielies is, en dis die hoeveelheid, soos hulle sê, droë materiaal wat jy kry as jy daai ding droog vir 'n sekere periode. Nou die energie, as jy dit terugvat na kilogramme toe, dan het 'n 500 kg koei omtrent so 15 kg droë materiaal op 'n daaglikse basis nodig. In natuurlike veldgras, groen veldgras, is daar maar 30% droë materiaal per kilogram, so 300 gram per kilogram. Dit beteken daai koei moet 45 kg veldgras 'n dag eet om haar eie behoeftes te voldoen en om haar kalf se behoeftes te voldoen.
Is dit omdat die waterinhoud in daai gras hoër is?
Daar's omtrent 70% water in die gras. En in die winter raak die gras se energieinhoud raak swakker, so hulle moet omtrent 20-25 kg droë gras vreet. Nou as jy dit op 'n hoop gooi, dan dis 3 groot sakke vol kos. Jy kan amper nie glo nie. En dit as jy daai gras sien en jy weet wat sy moet vreet, dan begin jy 'n gevoel kry van hoe so 'n koei moet lyk.
Ja, en dit is natuurlik hoekom dit so belangrik is dat hulle die breë bek het om genoeg kos in te neem natuurlik, want jy wil nie hy moet daai kondisie verloor nie. Ek wil vir jou vra, ons weet een van die groot dinge waaroor beesboere altyd vir jou vra is die gehardheid van jou beesras. En natuurlik met die Drakensberge wat nou al vir amper eeue natuurlik hierso is hy baie aangepas. Wat se rol speel hierdie gehardheid en hierdie aanpasbaarheid in 'n bees se doeltreffendheid?
Ja. So weer eens het van die navorsing gewys dat as 'n dier ongemak beleef in sy omgewing, so wat hy is ongemaklik as hy nie aangepas is nie, dan kan hy energiebehoeftes tussen 15 en 20% hoër wees. So dit beteken die koei wat 15 kg vir dieselfde grootte moet sy nou ewe skielik nog 3 of 4 kg kos bymekaar maak. So dit speel 'n baie groot rol. As jy kyk na meer herlewingslandbou, meer langtermyn volhoubare landbou waar jy jou hulpbronne oor tyd wil verbeter en jy wil 'n laer impak op die omgewing hê. Ons het menigte teelers wat op die stadium omtrent geen eksterne parasietbeheer doen nie. So probeer diere selekteer of diere teel wat so aangepas en so gehard is dat hulle 'n bosluisweerstandigheid het. Nou soortgelyk as wat diere aangepas kan wees, kan jy ook daai aanpasbaarheid oor tyd uitdeel. En ek dink is baie belangrik dat die aanpasbaarheid, en as jy met 'n aanpasbare dier boer, dat jy hulle wel onder in daai omstandighede moet bly laat funksioneer. Maar die groot ding is, as diere nie aangepas is nie, beleef hulle ongemak. En daai ongemak kom terug na swakker reproduksie, so hulle kalf swakker, hulle produseer minder melk. Jy weet 'n koei wat elke liter melk wat sy produseer, kos haar omtrent nog 'n addisionele 5 na 10 megajoules toe. So baie keer is boere ook geneig om diere te selekteer wat oorvloed melk het. Maar dit is 'n baie duur ding. Jy weet, melk is duur om te produseer. So jy moet selekteer vir diere wat genoeg melk het. En ons is oortuig daarvan dat die Drakensberger is die inheemse ras wat een van die meer aanvaarbare speenkalvers produseer met die laagste moontlike insetkoste. Juis omdat hulle aangepas is en meer gehard is.
Ja, dit is 'n groot hoeveelheid ekstra megajoules wat daai koei moet inneem. Nou, hoe lyk so 'n koei wat daai ekstra hoeveelhede voer moet inneem op die einde van die dag?
So as jy sê sy moet 40 kg veldgras bymekaar maak. En sy moet 'n kalf langs haar hê, dan begin jy 'n gevoel kry van net oor 'n paar basiese goed hoe sy moet lyk. Sy moet in die aard van die saak 'n baie groot rumen of buik hê. Want sy moet elke dag van haar lewe 40 kg gras kry. As jy ekstensief met haar boer en sy moet dit in 'n groot kamp kry, dan moet sy baie goed kan loop. So sy moet goeie bene hê, nie dik of oordrewe bene nie, maar sy moet goeie bene hê, sy moet sterk hoewe hê sodat sy kan stap. Baie ouens boere met die goed in bergagtige gebiede, so hulle moet sterk kan klim. Soos wat jy vroeër gesê het, as sy daai gras moet kan vreet, dan moet sy 'n lekker breë bek hê, sy moet goeie tande hê en sy moet dit kan kry. As jy byvoorbeeld in 'n ultra hoë drukstelsel boer en daar's groot kompetisie om daai gras bymekaar te maak, dan moet sy 'n aggressiewe weier wees. Jy weet, sy moet kan gaan en haar kos gaan vreet en dit bymekaar kry. En dan is daar ook nie eet 'n bietjie en lê 'n bietjie en eet 'n bietjie nie. Sy moet gaan 40 kg so gou as moontlik eet en dan kan sy ontspan en begin herkou. Ten opsigte van as jou vereiste is dat sy gereeld moet kalf jaarliks, dan moet sy baie goed aangepas wees. Sy moet in hormoonbalans wees, so sy moet baie fyn vroulik wees in haar, jy weet, in die kop en in die nek, en sy moet 'n goeie eier hê sodat sy die kalf kan grootmaak. En weer eens, sy moet genoeg melk hê, nie te veel nie, want melk kos nog energie.
Dis baie waar. Jy het nou gesê die Drakensberger beesras gee vir jou baie goeie speenkalf. Is die Drakensbergers uitsluitlik ekstensiewe weiding beesras of presteer hy ook byvoorbeeld 'n voerkraal baie goed?
Ja. Ons is van die eerste rasse, ons het hier van die 70s af begin deelneem aan prestasietoetsing. Ons was een van die eerste rasse gewees wat dit verpligtend gemaak het vir alle lede met die positiewe en die negatiewe wat daarmee gepaard gaan. Maar daar is heel party van ons teelers wat ook besef dat die produk wat ons teel, wat 'n speenkalf is, moet na 'n voerkraal toe gaan en daai voerkraal die kalf moet tog groei daar. So daar word nogal redelike groot moeite ingesit om diere te selekteer wat ook in daai omgewing kan presteer. Heel eerste boer ons met die goed op die veld. So dis belangrik dat ons koeikuddes op die veld moet kan presteer en ons toets hulle in daai omgewing, maar dan toets hulle ons hulle ook in die voerkraal. En dis een ding wat ons sterk sê is. Ons as ras lewer nie heel waarskynlik nie die swaarste speenkalf nie. Maar daar's min twyfel dat dit een van daai kalf wat jy produseer, jou potensieel van die goedkoopste kos wat jy sal kry. Omdat die diere aangepas is, omdat jy met minder lekker kan klaarkom, want dis deel van aanpasbaarheid en dis deel van gehardheid.
Ja, soos sy voer-omsetverhouding moet uitstekend wees seker.
Ja, ek dink die voer-omsetverhouding van 'n klomp van ons diere is baie goed. Ons speen afhangende van watter omgewing jy boer, kan die kalvers van so soos 210 kg tot 250 dalk swaarder speen. Daar is rasse wat heel wat swaarder as dit speen, maar weer eens, wat kos daai kalf jou? Jy weet, so ons sê rand per kilogram kan min rasse die Drakensberger klop. En die kalf is steeds aanvaarbaar vir die voerkraal. Ons weet dat 'n groot klomp van die kalvers gaan soontoe. En hulle moet daar ook presteer.
So, Willie, baie dankie. Dit was 'n baie interessante gesprek.
Ja, dankie Gerrit.
En daar het jy dit. Die Drakensberger, ekonomiese beesras en wat vir jou baie waarde gee. Ons is net hierna weer terug. Sien julle nou.
Welcome to AgriXtra at NAMPO Virtual. Today we're having a discussion with Thabi Nkosi, who is the chairperson of the Mintiro Foundation. This is a foundation established by Coca-Cola Bottlers South Africa to develop further the agricultural industry in South Africa. Thabi, welcome to this session.
Thank you, Bumi.
I am particularly interested in the fact that this is a foundation coming from a multinational company which is invested in South Africa, actually not only in South Africa, in the whole continent. Coca-Cola, a very big brand, which has taken an initiative to play a role in the agri space. How has that come about?
So it initially came about as a result of the Competition Commission's merger conditions. So there was a time a few years ago when a number of the bottlers in South Africa were merging, and the Competition Commission had set a condition that they had to establish a fund to establish the emerging farmer sector, particularly for inputs into their own value chains for apple ties, etc. So since then, Coca-Cola has basically decided to take the stance that we would like to extend this initiative far beyond the competition condition merger conditions. We wanted to create an evergreen fund that would be a formidable player in the funding space in this country. So those are the origins, and it's been quite a long journey since then.
But let's talk about what has happened since then. I mean, actually on the ground, what have you been able to achieve?
So we set aside 400 million rands that we wanted to deploy over a period of 5 years. So far, we have committed 315 million rands. We funded 26 emerging farmers and small enterprises in the food value chain. Through that commitment, we've been able to create over 1,100 jobs across the country. So, you know, it's still early days for us, but we're quite proud of the kind of impact that we've been able to make, especially given the very innovative funding techniques that we chose to employ in the foundation.
Yeah, 315 million, you said. What was the criteria to qualify to access that amount?
So initially, you had to be a farmer that produced something that could feed into CCBSA's value chain. So primarily, let's say, apples or sugar. But once we embarked on this, we saw the impact that we're making, and we actually expanded this to cover all emerging farmers in all subsectors, as well as all micro and small enterprises that played any role in the food value chain. So all you have to be is just meet those criteria. We have a serious bias towards women and youth-owned enterprises. We also have a very particular focus on previously disadvantaged individuals.
So if I want to buy a stake in an existing agribusiness, would you fund me?
If you are an operator, if you're willing to get your hands dirty and go to the ground and do the work, absolutely. What we are very serious about is funding people that actually do the farming work. We want people who are full-time employed in the business, who undertake that kind of activity as their primary economic activity, who basically have their blood, sweat and tears in the work that we fund. And those are the kind of people that we fund. We're very, I think, careful of funding kind of Santon farmers where people are not necessarily committed to the business.
Are you saying I'm a Santon farmer?
I think so. I think so.
So you don't want to fund passive investors who buy equity in a private agricultural venture. You want people to actually operate.
Absolutely. I mean, let me just give you the kind of demographic that we fund. So it's normally family-owned farms, so families that have been on the land for a while and are now looking to, say, venture into higher value crops, or it's a community that has community-owned land and they're trying to figure out what to do with it, or it's a young woman who has inherited a piece of land from their parents and they're trying to figure out what to do here. They have some ideas, but just require a backer to get them going. So those are the kind of people that we've funded so far.
Does it matter whether the land is communal or privately owned or
No,
leased?
no, actually it doesn't. So, what we're very clear about in the beginning is that we weren't going to constrain ourselves from that point of view, because we know that in this country, communal land is a big issue and the funding that flows towards communal land has been quite lacking in the past. So we wanted to be able to come up with instruments that would assist people even with those type of farming arrangements.
Yeah. Tabu, you have been involved in this sector for a while, and you worked at AgriXtra as an economist. I don't know what else you did there. And at some point you worked at the PIC, at the Public Investment Corporation. And I think now you are associated with some private fund which is involved in agriculture. Now, what in your view are the differences in all these funding structures available in agriculture, and what can be done? I mean, if you look at all of these different available structures to actually empower the sector.
Yeah. So I have a little bit of a criticism, I think, for funders in the sector. I think our methods have been quite archaic and have been borrowed from other sectors without a whole lot of amendment that makes them suitable for the agricultural sector, especially for newcomers and emerging farmers in the sector. For instance, we're still looking at models where the collateral requirements are quite prohibitive for smaller farmers that want to enter the field. We're still looking at financiers that, largely constrain the balance sheets of their clients to the point where they can't grow beyond, that debt that they initially give them. So what we do at Mintiro, in fact, is that we apply, say, quasi-equity instruments that allow the balance sheet to have some breathing room. So we see ourselves almost as a catalyst. So we don't necessarily tie you down with having this big debt burden to pay. So we say, we're with you, we will support you on the equity front. That allows you to raise further funding, and that takes all our money much, much further. And I think those are the kind of innovative instruments that we need to start employing in the sector. The other thing is that we have this aversion against, early stage ventures, especially in agriculture. So what we find is that people who are new in the sector, who have very novel ways of farming, often struggle to raise funding. Because in other sectors, this would be seen as almost venture capital, but that's almost a foreign thing in agriculture. And we have no ways to start taking that pre-commercialization risk as financiers that allow people to really come up with fresh ideas in the sector. So yeah, that would be a bit of criticism.
So you wouldn't support the way the commercial banks or even development finance institution like the Land Bank does it?
I think there's a role to play for everyone. So it can't be a one size fits all. I think, certain products are suitable for certain types of clients. So the commercial banks have their niche. It's worked for a number of years. It works very well in the commercial farming space. But what I have seen is that those very same products are very hard to translate when you get to the emerging farmer sector, where collateral becomes an issue, where production history becomes a problem, where things like insurance become unaffordable. Those are areas where commercial banks don't necessarily have the capacity or the risk appetite to play.
I'm not sure whether you know where the name comes from, Mintiro.
Basically what it says is that our work speak for themselves. So we are, we want the kind of impact that we have on the ground to speak for itself. We don't want to do a whole lot of talking. We want the impact to be very clear. So that's largely what
So now let's talk about that. I mean, can you demonstrate that the work you've done so far can speak for itself?
Absolutely. I mean, we have so many projects that we are quite proud of. So One of the key focus areas in the beginning, when we started the foundation, was on the sugar industry. As you're aware, KZN and the sugar industry has faced quite a lot of challenges as a result of the drought and a number of market issues that have battered small-scale sugar farmers quite hard. And so we wanted to specifically target that area. And that's what we did. And there are quite a number of success stories where people were able to replant with no other financiers on board. We have a number of communities. There's a community in KZN of elderly ladies that has decided to branch out into macadamia nut farming, off their sugarcane plantation. And that was funded through the work that we do. Yeah. So, for us, that's always very encouraging.
But why did you start with sugar?
Because sugar is a critical input into CCBSA's value chain. So not only for appetizer, but also for Coca-Cola products. So sugar is a very, very important product in the soft drink industry. And we thought that it's important that we align ourselves to one of our key input industries.
But there's a lot of politics around sugar. I mean, at the moment around taxes as well as imports.
Yeah.
The Sugar Association will tell you that we allow too much imports. And which make our locally produced products finding it very difficult to survive. People are surviving on thin margins, I am told. And then, of course, these sugar taxes are also posing a threat. What do you have a view on those?
So I think, the politics are there, but what we choose to focus on are the people that are impacted by the politics. So you get the politics going on here on the policy front, on the trade front in terms of SARS, and then you get the small farmers that have to now live with this every day and live with the implications of the decisions that are made at the policy level. And that's who we choose to support. Yeah. So while we do participate in broader forums, especially because the sugar tax is a huge impact on CCBSA's business, as Mintiro, our focus is on the guys on the ground that have to really navigate this very complex space. Yeah. When it comes to the sugar tax, I think the debate is still raging. CCBSA has definitely adapted its business model to try and use less sugar in its products, etc. But I think it's still, the sugar challenge is still unfolding, and it's got a long way to go.
So what is the relationship between Mintiro, Coca-Cola bottlers, South Africa, and the sugar processors like your Tongat and RCL?
Yeah. So let me start with the relationship between Coca-Cola bottlers and Mintiro. So Coca-Cola bottlers is a founder of Mintiro Foundation. Yeah. So they basically provided the seed capital, the initial 400 million rands. Yeah. They are a backer of the foundation, although the foundation is independently run with its own investment committee, its own independent board of trustees. So the decisions that we make within Mintiro are for the benefit of beneficiaries and for the foundation itself. Yeah. So that's those two. Then between CCBSA and I guess the sugar providers, it's purely a customer supplier type of relationship. We're just, CCBSA is just an off-taker of sugar like any other user of sugar in the industry, and we just procure it from those large suppliers.
So you don't create certain advantages for the farmers that you support with the other players like your RCL and your Tongat?
So the sugar industry is extremely complex. So you have the growers, the millers, and ultimately the customers. And the growers supply directly to the millers, and that's where the South African Sugar Association and the Cane Growers Association feeds in. So that relationship is very tightly managed through the Sugar Act. And so, it works quite well, and it's worked that way for a number of decades. What our ultimate aim was for Mintiro in supporting these kind of enterprises was that they ultimately are able to reach the scale and the consistency of supply to be formidable and to be able to be sizable growers within the growing program of those large growers. So at this point, you find that it's a community here. One season there's sugar, the next season there isn't, and then the next season the quality is not what it should be. And we think that through consistent support and through consistent funding, they will be able to get to a point where they are solid suppliers and they're able to be counted meaningfully there.
So in addition to the funding, what else do you do to ensure that they get the good qualities right?
Yeah, so a hard lesson that we've learned is that initially we actually thought that money was enough. So we would deploy the funding and then we'd say, well, great, it's been deployed. Yeah. But what we've learned is that that's not enough. We've really had to tighten our post-investment support. where we've noticed that, while people are good farmers, sometimes they're not able to adapt with either changing technologies or different production methods. So we've had to really deploy our agriculture specialists to some communities, to some farmers, to help them. So there's a big element of hand-holding that we do as a foundation. The other thing is, we also fund entrepreneurs that are venturing into innovative spaces in the food sector. And what we found is that with these guys, they're very, very good at the idea, but things like business management, accounting, governance challenges just plague the business and really, really stop it from getting to its full potential. So we've had to really look at what the needs of businesses are and go beyond our role as a funder.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, you would naturally have gotten involved too much in the sugarcane space because of your vested interest in procuring sugar for your beverages. But what's your next biggest concentration in terms of in the agri space after sugar?
So after sugar, we're really going after high value crops, so permanent agriculture. So things like apples, citrus, macadamia nuts, and very high value, short cycle crops like blueberries, etc. And we're doing this quite deliberately. We've noticed that there are really high upfront investment costs for these type of crops. And so what we found is that young black, emerging farmers have really struggled to get into these sectors, largely because of the very, very high upfront costs that are associated. They also require a financier that can deploy patient capital. So basically allow you 5 years to let the trees mature before you can sell. And so we've seen that this is a big gap in the market. And so really the next phase of our funding is very specifically targeting areas where we know funding has been a challenge, and that includes the high value crops.
Do you really find people in that space who are willing to bid their time for more than 5 years before they get anything?
Absolutely.
I would imagine that's very difficult for an emerging small farmer starting up, and they are told, listen, you must just plant and wait for 5 years.
Well, unfortunately, that's the growing cycle of most of these high value crops. So, an orange, you need to wait for at least 3 years before you see anything. For an avo, it's about a 4-year wait.
Yeah.
So generally...
So how do you support them in that period?
Exactly. So there, you're basically deploying equity funding into that. So you're saying to the business that we are with you for the long term, for at least another 10 years. We are willing to be patient with you. But we also help them to try and, supplement their income in the short term. So for instance, some farmers would have livestock operations in addition to the permanent agriculture operation.
So like give them some short-term...
Exactly. Yeah. Or they would have any other ways of making money. But essentially what they need to know is that they have a financier who is patient, who's not going to come knocking at year 5 looking for their repayment. And so that's what you need in that space.
Yeah. And in your experience, we spoke earlier about how you have been involved in different financing institutions around agriculture in South Africa. What do you think are the things that you think were missing in this thing? There's a whole debate about transformation every year. Actually, it's a perennial thing, but we don't seem to be getting anywhere. Some people are frustrated, and I don't think this sector is transforming. They still think it's still largely white, dominated by the big commercial guys that are very established. In your experience, what do you think are the lessons of what we can get from what you have been exposed to fast-track transformation?
Sure. That's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one. I think you're being too harsh. I think that we have made a lot of progress. I've been active in this sector for over a decade, and I can tell you it's a completely different sector. The way that we produce is world-class. The type of things that you see on the farm is, you think you're in a Hollywood movie. So we've definitely made a lot of strides. Yeah. What I've seen politicians try to do to address the transformation issue, which is try to bring in a whole lot of emerging farmers and create thousands of these micro enterprises. Yeah. While it is, I think, encouraging to see people on the land, we're not creating commercial grade farmers. Yeah. And I think the focus has been on keeping farmers perpetually emerging, and I think that is a big concern for me. So what I'd like to see is us focusing on a very, very small group of high potential farmers, and rather than going for quantity, go for the quality and really aim to make these big macro and big enterprises that we see, in the more established agricultural circles. So I don't quite support the very, very small subsistence farming model where government is supporting people annually keeping them small.
Yeah, but those are like more like survivalist type of enterprises.
They are, and I find that it's, they are romanticized. So, we've seen debates in the political space about, bringing back the land, about people wanting to be back on the land. And I think there's a very romantic type of notion about that type of livelihood and working the soil, etc. But at the end of the day, it's about creating sustainable livelihoods, creating incomes where people can support their families, where people can go to school, where there can be generational wealth that is built. So we really need to balance the notion of like this, going back to the soil with really creating proper commercial enterprises that can support development.
Well, I would imagine that has to do with maybe linkages to markets. Because if people realize that they're having access to markets, it is an incentive to produce more at a particular quality and quantity.
It's access to markets, which is a big issue, but it's also the issue of scale. There's this concept in agriculture of an economic unit where below a certain threshold, you just can't make money. It becomes unviable. Yeah. Exactly. And so we have a lot of farmers that are operating just below that viable economic unit threshold. So essentially what we need is to scale up or find ways of aggregating produce to create the kind of scale that you need to access serious markets. Because if you are a big retailer of a big food processor, the transaction costs of dealing with a whole lot of small farmers are just not worth it. You might as well just go to the big guy.
Yeah.
So we need to create ways of lowering those costs and creating the scale that we need.
Yeah. But do you think policymakers understand all of that?
I think they do, but it's a really, really complex space. I mean, I've had the fortune or the misfortune, I don't know, of being involved in some of these discussions, and there's a lot of competing interests. And, you want to take the rational approach, but there are all sorts of human dynamics at play as well. And I don't envy the policymakers. I think it's very clearly understood. It's been in the literature for years. Yeah. But sometimes economic fundamentals are not supported by human issues or complexities generally.
But I mean, what are the stumbling blocks? One would think that we should all share the same view about the future. We all want a stable future. We all want a competitive economy, which basically means all the different sectors of the economy, inclusive of agriculture, must be competitive.
Yes.
And the people operating in that space must be competitive, which is it boils down to the farmer, the farm manager, and all his managers, and all the different people. So why is there a difficulty?
It's difficult because, and I repeat that, I mean, it's really about the complexity. Let's for instance look at the National Development Plan. So the National Development Plan highlights a few subsectors that we are going to focus on as a country to create jobs. These are fast-growing sectors. Yeah. But if you look at those kind of sectors, it includes things like citrus or blueberries, etc. Yeah. But those are at the same time, they're water intensive. We are a water scarce country. So you have now that interest. So do we now grow the economy at the expense of our natural resources? Or do we, that's just an example of, some of those competing interests when we say it's not really that simple. So we know what needs to be done, but we have these natural constraints as well. Yeah. Another issue has to do with communal land, where we think as economists, just give people free title and, let them be able to mortgage that land, and then that can just be that asset. But at the end of the day, those systems have persisted for hundreds of years, and there's a wisdom there. So there's this thing about, you want to have this land into generations, you want to be able to pasture together. And so those are the kind of issues that might not make sense for us as commercial players, but are very real and add complexity.
Yeah. But so in your experience at Mintiro, I'm sure you come across, some people own the land privately and some people are working in the communal space. Yeah. Does it make any difference for you? Based on your experience?
It does. So you get community schemes and you get community schemes. Some are very, very well managed, where the governance structures are very clear. There are clear leaders. The lines of communication are clear. There's accountability within that structure. And those are the kind of communities we like to work with. Yeah. And you get others where there's a lot of conflict, there's a lot of power plays in there that make it very difficult for an external financier to come in. Yeah. So it makes a very, very big difference what the management of the community structure looks like. So it doesn't mean that private land is superior to communal land, because you could still have all sorts of feuds within private structures. But really it boils down to, is there control, is there order, is there clarity in terms of who does what, who owns what, who's responsible for what, and that's all we look for.
Yeah. So the issue really is just access to land, regardless of what type of land, in terms of whether it's communally owned or privately owned land, for as long as there's good governance structures.
Exactly. As long as it's good governance structures, as long as that land has the potential to do what you think you can do with it, then I think that's, that should be something that all financiers need to be open to. And we've seen, people trying to bring innovative models like permissions to occupy, getting long-term leases from communities. So I think financiers are starting to wake up to the reality that we have all this communal land. We can't lock it out as financiers. There's a lot that can be done with it. There's money that needs to flow there, and everyone can win in the long term.
Yeah. So your kitty has run dry now, has it?
It hasn't run dry. So we have decided, we're fully deployed, and now we're really doing follow-on investments on our existing beneficiaries. And we thought that's actually a very good decision that we took, given what has happened with COVID-19.
Yeah.
So what we saw is that, a lot of our beneficiaries didn't perform as we had envisaged, much like any other business in this economy, and they require additional support. So had we really overextended ourselves, we would have found ourselves and our beneficiaries in a very difficult position. So at this point, we are very determined to make successes of the projects that we already fund, to take those to new heights, and to provide whatever follow-on support that they require, and that's largely what we're doing. But we have started the process of raising a second fund under Mintiro that we will then start to deploy once we have concluded that fundraising process.
Do you expect all the capital for the new round to come from your original source, which is Coca-Cola Bottlers SA?
Not all of it. I think we will be looking at a whole lot of partners for the second round. We have proven that we can do this. We have applied methods that have not been tried in the sector, and they have worked. And we've paid the school fees that we've had to pay, and now we feel that we've really proven ourselves as financiers, and we've had a lot of encouraging discussions with people that would like to partner with us and join this bandwagon. So I think the second round will be a lot broader. Yeah. We will be a lot more, I think, aggressive in terms of targeting specific areas that I spoke about earlier. Yeah. And we're hoping that it will be a little bit bigger so that we can stretch that a lot further.
Yeah. For information purposes, how does your structure work? I mean, if somebody is watching now and is thinking, I hear all this lady is talking about all these nice things about funding capital, but I have no clue. How do I access this thing? I mean, how does your structure work? I mean, if somebody somewhere is interested in finding out.
So, when we were open for funding, we basically had a broad call for applicants. It was all over the media, it was on the website, it was on social media, and you could really just apply with a business plan, with your projections, and a number of other different criteria that we required in there. Yeah. And you just submit your application through the online portal. It would then be sifted through by the investment team that is managed by our executive manager in Mintiro. It would then flow through to the investment committee that has an independent chairperson that would really put that transaction through its paces, get back to you with a few questions, etc. Ultimately, it would flow to the board of trustees, who would then approve that funding.
Yeah. So when is the new process going to start?
As soon as we raise the funding. It's fundraising, if you've ever been through that process, is a nightmare. We are no exception. The market is exceptionally difficult.
But your original funders should put the initial capital. How much are they going to put?
Well, you're really putting me in a corner here. I think, the COVID-19 has added a lot of uncertainty. So while we're hoping that we will still be able to get the same magnitude of support as we originally had, we really can't say at this point. I think CCBSA has said that it's quite interested in carrying this on, but the magnitude at this point is quite unclear, and we'd still also need to go back to our other funders and see where their appetites are, given this uncertainty of the past few months.
But one thing for sure, you're not going to stop the project.
We can't stop, because we've made commitments to our beneficiaries to be with them over the next 10, 15 years. So we can't stop. We have taken equity in these businesses. We've said that we want to partner with them. So whether we raise a fund 2 or not, that support will still continue. We've made provision to keep supporting our existing beneficiaries all the way until our commitments run out. So we're not going to just leave anyone in the lurch simply because, we don't raise a second fund or we change the way that we do things.
Yeah. Well, that brings us to the end of our session, and thanks for Nthabi for joining us, and good luck for the second round of raising money, and all the best to your beneficiaries.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for joining us in this session at AgriXtra at NAMPO Virtual. Until next time, goodbye.
Goeiemiddag en welkom by nog 'n gesprek op AgriXtra. Vanmiddag praat ons soja, bone. By ons het ons die manne van Graan SA, Corneille Lou, Dirk Strydom en Loan van der Walt. Baie welkom. Ek hoop ons gaan 'n lekker gesprek hê. Corneille, vertel ons bietjie. Ons is 'n mielieland. Ons boere weet hoe om mielies te plant, hulle ken 'n mielie. Waar kom die sojas vandaan? Waar was die beginpunt van die bedryf?
Chris, ja, dis 'n baie gelaaide vraag. Daar's nogal 'n ver pad wat ons nou al met soja stap. Maar Graan SA het op 'n stadium gaan kyk na die hele graanmandjie. Ons is 'n mielieland soos jy sê, maar amper te veel. Ons produseer 8 uit 10 van die jare produseer ons 'n surplus en ons moet 'n primêre produk uitvoer terwyl daar baie verwerkte produkte en ook primêre produkte weer is wat ons invoer. So ons het gaan kyk wat in die graanmandjie het ons plaaslike uitbreidingspotensiaal wat ons eerder invoer vervangend kan optree as wat ons heeltyd goed uitvoer en invoer. So ons het byvoorbeeld sojabone geïdentifiseer as een van hulle, koring natuurlik wat ons gister oor gepraat het is 'n ander een. Maar die sojaboon prentjie het ons toe begin aan werk net om vir jou 'n paar stats te gee. So 20 jaar terug het ons maar hier by 100,000 hektaar se sojas aangeplant. Ons is nou amper hier by die 800,000. So ons het geweldige groei gesien. So ons het begin om 'n strategie te implementeer om sojaproduksie in Suid-Afrika uitgebrei te kry.
So, maar wat was die strategie? Ek wil, dit was nou die langtermynvisie om nou 'n sojabedryf, en ek neem aan dit gaan oor die sojaoliekoek wat ingevoer is vir die veebedryf. Maar hoe oortuig jy 'n boer dat daar's 'n langtermynvisie in hierdie gewas? Ons moet dit plant. Dit gaan nie nou onmiddellik omgeskakel word in groot geld nie. Ouens moet net geduldig wees. Wat was die strategie wat julle met die boere gehad het?
Chris, ek dink dit was 'n kombinasie net. So ons het baie nou saam met die PNS op daai stadium gewerk om die vestiging van dit in te kry. En ek dink deel van dit het begin met rotasiesisteme ook. Om te sê wat is die voordele van 'n rotasiesisteem? Wat is daai voordeel van die stikstofvrystelling wat in jou grond kom? Al daai tipe van goed nê. En die Ruslandstelsels wat ook begin inkom het om te sê maar hierdie kan 'n alternatief wees om bietjie meer vir jou in jou spektrum in te bring. En die grootste uitdaging was waar ons gesê het maar as ons dit doen, wat doen ons met dit? So die oomblik wanneer ons begin produseer, wat doen ons met dit? En dis waar die hoë waarde goed ingekom het om te sê ons moet daai goed verwerk plaaslik en dit weer plaaslik terugploeg in die plaaslike bedryf en in plek van om hierdie verhandeling tussen lande te doen. En daar was op 'n stadium wat dit so halwe hoender-eier storie was om te sê wanneer produseer ons en is daar 'n vraag of gaan ons die vraag skep en dan produseer ons. En dis weer een van daai mooi stories waar die bedryf bymekaar gekom het en waar die produsente gesê het ons sal die commitment maak om die sojabone te produseer nie. Ons sal 'n commitment maak, skep julle die vraag en ons sal produseer. En die vraag was geskep met behulp van rolspelers, met behulp van iemand soos die IDC wat begin 'n deel vorm het, DTI wat deel gevorm het. En toe het ons 'n gemeenskaplike doel gehad om die hele sojaboonbedryf uit te rol. En dit het mooi saamgevloei net. Die produsente het begin produseer, die verwerkingskapasiteit het al hoe meer geword en dis hoekom ons daai sterk groei in die sojaboonbedryf gesien het.
Sorry Chris, ek wil eintlik 'n bietjie aansluit presies by wat Corneille en Dirk nou gesê het. En ek dink Corneille het 'n baie goeie punt eintlik daaraan geraak toe hy sê omdat ons 'n mielieland is, produseer ons 8 uit die 10 jaar surplus. So waarna ons ook gekyk het en hoe ons eintlik dan nou met die boere gekommunikeer het daaroor is om te sê ons moet ons graanmandjie in balans kry. Aan die een kant sit ons met 'n gewas wat ons elke jaar teen uitvoerpariteit moet verkoop van mielies, ons produseer te veel agter die 10 jaar soos in 'n uitvoerscenario en die winsgewendheid van mielies het baie onder druk gekom. En in die tyd wat die hele sojaboonstrategie besig was om geïmplementeer te word, was ons winsgewendheid van mielies baie onder druk en die vraag na sojabone het ewe skielik begin optel binnelands en dit het eintlik ons binnelandse pryse ook ondersteun. So toe is daar 'n hele swaai wat sojabone baie meer winsgewend is as mielies en daar was ewe skielik 'n groot uitbreiding in die oppervlakte van sojabone. En dit het maar hoofsaaklik gegaan oor die winsgewendheid relatief tot mekaar van die verskillende gewasse. En nou het ons ook die laaste jaar gesien dat daar wel weer 'n bietjie onsekerhede is, maar dis nou soos die mark amper, ek wil sê, sy plek begin kry en hoe hy begin insettel. Ja, so nou is dit weer terug, hang af ook maar seisoenaal, gaan ons nou weer 'n bietjie meer mielies plant of sojabone, want dit gaan nou weer eens oor die winsgewendheid van die gewasse relatief tot mekaar. Maar ek dink as 'n totale prentjie kyk, as ons na die totale prentjie kyk, het sojabone 'n redelike goeie voetspoor in groot gedeeltes van die land en dit begin nou selfs uitbrei meer na die westelike gedeeltes van die land toe waar daar nie tradisioneel baie sojabone geplant was nie, is maar meer 'n gewas in die ooste van die land. So
ek wil nog terugkom na die cultivars toe, maar toe die winsgewendheid van daai jare toe die winsgewendheid van sojabone opgetel het, was dit toe nog 'n oorwegende uitvoerproduk of het ons reeds redelike verwerkingskapasiteit in die land gehad op daai punt?
Chris, ja, die ding is, winsgewendheid was een ding en ons kan nie met eerlikheid sê dit was regtig winsgewend nie. Wat moes gebeur het was daai hoendereiers situasie waarvan Dirk praat. Daai trek aksie van die vraag moes eers gebeur het, want ons produsente, ons het begin gewoond raak en ons het begin stabiele opbrengste kry met sojas, maar daai verwerkingskapasiteit was nog nie daar nie. En toe daai projekte toe nou begin van die DTI met die sojaboonstrategie, het dit ewe skielik daai suigaksie van die vraag begin trek. En toe ewe skielik, toe begin die dinge gebeur en daai vraag word geskep. Ons het nou oor die stats gepraat, in die 20 jaar termyn het ons op stadiums amper om en by 1 miljoen ton se sojaboonoliekoek moes invoer in die land in. So is die vraag gestimuleer, maar die verwerking moes toe opvang. Nou is die verwerkingskapasiteit daar, nou is ons produksie besig om op te vang. So dis 'n geweldige mooi storie eintlik van hoe die vraag en aanbod en die stimulering van die mark plaaslik gebeur het om die sojaboonbedryf van die grond af te kry, waar ons nog 'n jong bedryf is, maar regtig 'n baie mooi groei storie wat ons kan vertel.
Wat vir my interessant is die betrokkenheid van die IDC en die DTI, né? So dit was was die vroeë 2000s met vroeë
so 5 jaar, 6 jaar terug,
2012 eintlik. Ja.
Daai samewerking ons gesien in die kantoenbedryf is weer ook het mooi saamgewerk, daar was die hoendermeesterplan so aan. Is daai kapasiteit en daai bereidwilligheid om nog steeds skouer in die wiel te sit, is dit nog daar met die IDC en die DTI? Ek wil, of is dit besig om te taan?
Ek dink Chris met 'n antwoord, die oomblik wanneer mens kan regtig sien daar's 'n clear picture in die ding en dit is iets wat dit regtig kan vorentoe vat, kan mens daar bereidwilligheid sien nie. So dit gaan als oor wat is die goal wat ons wil achieve nie. So veral is dit in term van verwerking en die tipe van goed is waarde toevoeging is, dan is dit makliker om by daai selfde goals uit te kom. En om eerlik te wees, as mens gaan kyk, hierdie is hoë kapitale intensiewe veranderinge wat moet plaasvind, nee. So vir enige iemand om te kom investeer in dit, moet hy die vertroue hê dat hy daai backing het, nee. En ek dink dit was waar die bedryf goed saamgevat het. So daar was 'n groot komponent van die bedryf ook wat gesê het, hier is 'n geleentheid wat ons moet inkom. En hulle het net daai bietjie backing nodig gehad om dit reg te kry. En dis waar die mooi deel uit is. En ons het daai eerste fase gemaak. Ons het begin in die weste, soos Luan gesê het, begin produseer. Daar was altyd maar 'n bietjie vrae, kan ons met die hitte-eenhede in die weste sojabone produseer en al sulke goed. In die bedryf het hom ontwikkel tot dit. En nou kom ons in 'n fase 2 waar ons nou weer sê, okay, wat's nou volgende? Waartoe moet ons nou volgende gaan? Wat is die volgende mikpunt? Is die volgende mikpunt 2 miljoen ton? Waartoe gaan ons met dit? Hoe doen ons dit? En dis die nuwe gesprekke wat binne die sojaboonbedryf aan die gang is, waar ons almal saam sit en sê, nou begin ons praat oor hoe kry ons konstante kwaliteit in die bedryf? Hoe maak ons die logistiek binne in die bedryf makliker, die hele aanbodketting om die goed te fasiliteer? En ons begin selfs praat van uitvoere. Ons begin praat oor, is daar moontlikheid van oliekoek uitvoere? Is daar moontlikheid van sojabone uitvoere? En dit stimuleer die hele nuwe gesprekke rondom om dit weer verder te vat.
Johan, jy wil iets byvoeg?
Ek dink een van die groot goed wat ek wil eintlik byvoeg wat Dirk nou sê van die logistiek. So een van die groot uitdagings waarmee ons nog tans sit is die meeste van ons verwerkingskapasiteit is hier in die Mpumalanga, Gauteng, Oos-Vrystaat area. So dit is omtrent waar die oorgroter meerderheid van ons verwerkingskapasiteit sit.
Dis ook waar die meeste sojas geproduseer word.
Dit is waar die meeste sojas geproduseer word, maar 'n groot gedeelte van die oliekoek word in die kusgebiede, naamlik Wes-Kaap en Oos-Kaap verbruik. So daar's ook baie voermeulens daar wat heelwat gebruik. So ons sit altyd met daai of die tendens is tans wat ons sien, daar's invoere van oliekoek wat van Argentinië afkom en dit gaan oor 'n hele logistieke stelsel dat dit
is net nader aan die verwerking.
Ja,
dit is goedkoper om in te bring.
Dis goedkoper om dit in te bring. Hoe simpel dit ook al mag klink, dis in baie gevalle goedkoper om oliekoek 9000 km met 'n skip van Argentinië af tot in die Kaap te bring as om met 1000 km van die binneland af tot in die Kaap te vervoer in ons huidige vervoerstelsel. So ek dink is Dirk verwys na die logistiek. Ja. Is dit ook een van die groot uitdagings waarmee ons sit en hoekom maar op hierdie stadium nog steeds 'n groot gedeelte of 'n redelike groot gedeelte oliekoek ingevoer word is omdat daar nie noodwendig 'n gunstige geleë verwerkingsaanleg is om ons kusgebiede te bedien nie. So as ons dalk sien die uitbreiding van sojabone in die weste dat daar meer produk daar is, dink ek sal iewers in daai rigting nogal 'n goeie strategie wees in die toekoms van jy het dan 'n groot oop spasie of vraagtrek eintlik in die kusgebiede ook wat bedien kan word uit daai areas uit.
So die voermeulens lê langs die kus. Dit is waar dit nou verwerk word. Dit word die perse lê binneland.
Ja, dit lê beide, nee. So dit binneland en die kant, so die komponent wat ons tans invoer wat in die orde van 170 000 ton oliekoek is wat ons invoer, is spesifiek vir daai kuslike verbruik. So die binneland het ook verbruik en dit neem die binnelandse komponent op. Maar ons het nog altyd 'n kusgedeelte wat moet invoer weens daai logistieke komponent in terme.
So kom ons praat net vinnig oor die logistiek. Ek bedoel, wat was al die positiewe geluide oor spoorverkeer of is dit nou net weer braaivleispraatjies? Maak ons vordering daar?
Ek dink dis tweeledig. Dirk kan dalk 'n bietjie hier ook aansluit, maar van die bedryf se kant af is daar beslis 'n dryf om weer, kom ons sê, die grane en oliesade meer op treine te laai. Nou ons weet daar's 'n groot uitdaging. Een van die uitdagings is die seilyne van die treinspore wat nie noodwendig meer in werking is nie, of wat nie eens goed in stand gehou is nie. So daar's baie risiko's rondom dit en in wie se hande dit is. Kan die privaat sektor dit hier, kan hulle dit nie hier nie, kan hulle dit koop. So daar's baie gesprekke rondom dit en ek dink dit is verseker iets uit die bedryf se kant uit wat aangespreek moet word en daar is 'n redelike dryf uit die bedryf uit om saam met Transnet te werk om te sê maar hoe kan ons hierdie probleme oplos om baie van die graan wat nou per vragmotor vervoer word weer terug te kry op treinspore, een om druk op die padinfrastruktuur te verlig en twee ook om die koste van vervoer in die hele graanbedryf goedkoper te maak.
Hoeveel goedkoper is dit?
Dis
'n relatiewe begrip want hoe meer dit gebruik word, hoe goedkoper raak jou eenheidskoste. Nou omdat dit weinig gebruik word, is dit eintlik baie keer duurder as per pad. So eintlik gaan jy jou stelsel so moet laat funksioneer dat jy dit dan deurlopend gebruik. En dit is waar die eenheidskoste dit gaan
behaal. Dit raak 'n funksie van volume.
Natuurlik.
Dis waaroor dit gaan.
So dit was dieselfde soos met die sojabedryf in die begin met die verwerking. Ja, dit is 'n hoender en eier situasie.
So jy kan meer op 'n slag vervoer en dan begin dit hoe meer jy dit kan doen, hoe goedkoper begin die stelsel raak. Maar dis 'n groot skip wat moet gedraai word. En daai groot skip draai jy nie oornag nie.
Ja natuurlik, maar wat se uptake het die privaat sektor om betrokke te raak? Want ek wil daai infrastruktuur, ek is nou nie 'n kenner nie, maar ek wil spoorinfrastruktuur as hy daar is hy daar. En hy het natuurlik hy het onderhoud nodig, maar dit is nie soos 'n pad nie.
Die uitdaging Chris is die aptyd by die privaat sektor is groot om dit weer te maak werk. Dus hoe funksioneer jy binne in die stelsels in, nee? Want onthou jy moet nou binne, soos jy nou genoem het, daar is 'n spoorlyn. Maar daai spoorlyn moet ook nog verkeer geallokeer word. Daai spoorlyn moet ook nog binne in stedelike stelsels ingaan waar daar metro en Prasa en al daai dele is waar allokasies kom, nee. En vir die privaat sektor gaan dit als oor effektiwiteit. So vinnig daai ding op is of gelaai is, so vinnig moet hy weer afgelaai word. So om die stelsel uit te werk, hierdie komplekse stelsel, want dit word meer kompleks omdat dit een lyn is wat klomp goed moet opbeweeg. Raak daai stelsel al hoe meer kompleks. So ons het al privaat maatskappye gesien wat begin het om deel te neem in daai goed, maar wat hulle ook op die ou end van die dag as hulle koste-effektiwiteit kyk, dan begin dit weer ook nie die som vir hulle sin maak. En dis hoekom ek sê dis 'n groot skip wat moet gedraai word met klomp efficiencies wat moet ingebou word. En daar is beweging met dit, maar dit is nie vinnig genoeg nie. Die honger is groot dat ons weer die spore aan die gang kry om maar effektiwiteit vir ons te lig. Ja.
As ons gou teruggaan weer na die vroeë dae van soja, wat was die uitdagings? Ek onthou in die Landbouweekblad het ons geskryf oor die bemesting van soja en party ouens het gevoel dit is nie nodig nie en die saadbehandeling. Wat was die paar van die groot uitdagings en hoe is hulle opgelos? Ek weet nie.
Chris, ek sal daarin vat. Ek dink dit het gegaan oor die konstantheid. Jy het 1 jaar het jy 'n goeie opbrengs gehad, die volgende jaar het hy heeltemal van die bus afgegooi. So ons het nie daai adaptability van die genetika dink ek in Suid-Afrika daai tyd al gehad en ek wil sê die produksiepraktyke van sojabone onder die knie gehad heeltemal nie.
Hoekom nie?
Omdat dit dis nie mielies nie.
Maar ons kon seker Argentinië toe gegaan het en 'n bietjie gaan kyk.
Nee, ons het baie van ons ouens is oor see. Ek meen Dirk het vroeër die PNS genoem. Hulle het verskriklik baie navorsingswerk oor sojabone gedoen en ons produsente kom leer oor wat doen ons reg, waarna moet ons kyk in ons produksieprosesse, hoe moet ons grond lyk. Iets soos rhizobium bakterieë, want hy moet stikstof maak in die grond, hy moet bind. En dit was goed wat ons onder die knie moes kry wat 'n mielieprodusent nie noodwendig aan gewoond was nie. Ek wil nie sê ons het al alles onder die knie, daar's nog verskriklik baie potensiaal en ek dink daai konstantheid is ook nog nie heeltemal daar nie. As jy vir 'n graanprodusent vra, hy moet kies wat hy wil plant hierdie jaar, sal hy 10-1 vir jou sê hy wil mielies plant want hy kan met 'n redelike sekerheid bank op die opbrengs. Met sojabone is ons nog nie heeltemal daar wil ek sê nie, maar ons is sterk op pad. Ek dink van die ooste af skuif ons weste toe met geleerdheid ook wat sojabone aanbetref en ons ouens in die weste leer maar by die ouens in die ooste wat al ver gevorder het met van hulle wat al op 'n 50-50 rotasiestelsel met mielies is. So ja, daar is al verskriklik baie navorsingswerk gedoen met sojas. Sojas is nie mielies nie. Ons is seker die beste mielieprodusente in die wêreld. Baie mense kom leer by ons. By sojas dink ek groei ons nog baie goed en ons begin dit so te sê onder die knie kry dink ek.
Ja, dit was 'n funksie van kultivar seleksie ook, nee.
Dis nou net wat ek wou vra.
Dit was 'n groot skuif van die ooste na die weste met hitte-eenhede en al daai om daai kultivar seleksies te kry. En ons weet mos 'n kultivar seleksie met ons veranderlike klimaatstoestande maak dit moeilik. Dit vat 'n lang proses om te weet watse kultivars werk regtig waar. En ons het groot deurbrake daar gemaak. En dit het gemakliker gemaak om in die weste te begin produseer, maar die uitdaging is nog steeds Chris daai konstantheid. So jy het 1 jaar het jy stroop jy 200 kg per hektaar. Ander jaar stroop jy naby aan 2 ton per hektaar. En daai variability as ek die Engelse woord kan gebruik is nog wat dit moeiliker maak vir produsente om nog daai keuse te maak om sojabone te plant. Dit gaan ons uitdaging vir die toekoms wees. Om daai faktor so klein, daai wisselvalligheid so klein as moontlik te kry, want tesame met dit begin die uitdagings kom, omdat ons nou 'n groot aanbodketting begin kry, is die konstantheid van kwaliteit. So as ons wil begin uitvoer, dan moet ons het goeie kwaliteit sojabone. maar ons moet dit konstant hê. Ons moet
So dit gaan nie oor
konstantheid
volume nie,
hê.
dit gaan ook oor kwaliteit. Die wisselvalligheid het natuurlik 'n hele reeks swak boeregrappe tot gevolg gehad so Luan, jy wil iets sê?
Yes, Chris, nee, ek dink een van die goed ook, ons het nou baie vroeër in die gesprek daarna verwys, maar toe daar vroeër nog nie regtig daai dryf en inisiatief van die bedryf se kant af gewees het om te sê, hoe vat ons dit vorentoe om ook die vraagtrek te skep nie. Was daar nie eintlik 'n groot fokus nie van wat doen jy met 'n klomp sojabone wat jy geproduseer het? Jy moet dit nou in elk geval uitvoer. So ek dink daai binnelandse vraagtrek was nie daar nie. En een van die goed wat ons nou eintlik ook mooi gehelp het met die ontwikkeling van die binnelandse vraagtrek is eintlik die makro-tendense in die internasionale mark. As ons kyk na die sojaverbruik in die internasionale mark, het dit ook hier sedert vroeg 2000s redelik skerp toegeneem. China wat die grootste invoerder is, sy invoere het omtrent elke 7 jaar verdubbel, die hoeveelheid sojabone wat hulle invoer sedert begin 2000. En dit het ook 'n groot makro-tendens eintlik gehad wat ons ook in daai hele, toe ons in die siklus begin kom, was die wêreld produksie asook verbruik in 'n goeie opwaartse tendens wat ons plaaslik dan nou geondersteun het in terme van pryse en so aan. So dit was toe ook 'n baie positiewe wending wat daar ingekom het.
Ook natuurlik is wat dit so 'n mooi storie maak en ek wil dit is altyd die geval is die samewerking tussen al die partye. So julle moes die inkoop van die verwerkers kry, julle moes die inkoop kry van die produsente en julle moes die inkoop kry van die saadmaatskappye. Want so kom ons praat bietjie oor cultivars want dit is nog steeds iets wat groot aandag geniet en daar's baie sprake van cultivars wat uit Argentinië uit gaan kom en dit gaan die groot verskil maak. Waar staan ons in terme van bestendige, betroubare cultivars?
Chris, ek dink om jou te antwoord die een gedeelte wat 'n mooi verhaal wat ons in die sojaboonbedryf gehad het, was in 2017-18 wat ons regtig 'n goeie sojaboon-oes in die land gehad het. En toe sien ons iewers skielik sit ons met 700 000 ton oordragvoorraad. En ons kon as 'n bedryf bymekaar sit en sê wat doen ons met die voorraad? Ons kon 'n bietjie feite op die tafel sit en sê hoe lyk ons sojakoek kwaliteit? Dit is goeie kwaliteit so dit kan benut word. Ons gaan kyk hoe lyk ons olie-inhoud van ons sojabone. So ons kon bymekaar sit en sê alright, hierdie is die bedryf soos wat hy tans lyk. Hoe maak ons dit? En dis waar die invoerders toe besluit het, die persone wat invoer om te sê ons gaan die lokale mark meer ondersteun. En ons het almal gesê hoe maak ons seker dat ons daai sekerheid, daai konstantheid gee sodat die plaaslike mark so goed meer verbruik kan word. En iewers skielik in 'n jaar is dit weggewerk gewees.
So die invoerders het 'n besluit gemaak, hulle gaan eerder die plaaslike bedryf, maar dit is eintlik ongehoord van, is nie?
Dis ongelooflik, ja.
Huh?
Ja, dis ek meen en dit was 'n stap, 'n eerste stap in die regte rigting gewees nie. Nou die volgende gedeeltes is nou om te sê alright, hoe kry ons nou daai konstantheid in? En dis waar die cultivars nou 'n belangrike deel begin vorm nie. So ons het gesien ons cultivar relatief tot die res van die wêreld is ons ver agter. En raak ons al hoe meer agter. En dis hoekom ons nuwe strategieë moes insit om te sê, hoe kry ons nuwe tegnologie in? En mens moet die twee ook skei van mekaar, nee. Daar's 'n cultivar en daar's 'n tegnologie kant. Jy moet die twee van mekaar skei. En ons het gesien as ons aanhou soos wat ons nou het, gaan ons ook soos die koringbedryf agterraak. En gaan ons nie opbou en mededingend met die res van die wêreld wees. En dis hoekom maar 'n nuwe opnuut strategie is in die goeie deel is, ek meen laas jaar as ek reg onthou was 8 nuwe cultivars in die land wat ingekom het. En dit gee weer daai nuwe momentum om weer die produksie vorentoe te vat. En weer eens, soos wat die produksie groei, moet die verbruik ook weer groei. Dit moet 'n samelopende gedeelte wees. En daar is nog spasie om nog meer te kan verbruik, want 'n ou moet ook saam met die verbruik in term van dierlike voeding, in term van meer proteïen dieet, moet mens ook groei, nee. Daai was op 'n stadium in 'n orde van 7% per jaar soos wat hy gegroei het.
So binnelandse verbruik. Hoe ver is ons van die versadigingspunt af? Ek bedoel, hoeveel uitbreiding is daar nog in die bedryf?
Chris,
dit is 'n moeilike vraag, maar ek wil
ek dink as ons kyk na wat ons nog invoer, is ek nou net daai som vat om te sê wat ons nog oliekoek invoer wat die grootste invoerkomponent van sojabone is dit gemiddeld hierso nog so in die orde van by die 400 000 ton. en ons skakel dit om te sê as ons al ons invoere wil vervang van oliekoek, dan moet ons ten minste nog so, kon sê jy kry so 75, amper 75%, is ons op 'n gemiddeld van 75% oliekoek wat jy uitkry. As ons dit dan gaan vat om te sê dit is die hoeveelheid wat ons, dan kan ons daai 400,000 ton deel deur 75% en ek gaan nie nou die somme doen soos ek hier sit nie, want ek het nie nou 'n calculator by my nie, meer so op 'n ligter lyn. So dan is dit seker nog hier so omtrent in die orde van oor die 600,000 ton wat ons nog addisioneel kan verwerk, voor ons dan nou by 'n teoretiese versadigingspunt behoort uit te kom. En dit is nou gegee as daar nie verdere groei plaasvind nie, maar ons weet mos nou met die hoenderstrategie of die poultry value chain strategie is daar nog baie goed in plek ook om ons plaaslike vraag na oliesaad en ander graanprodukte te groei. So daar is nog redelik spasie wat ons kan uitbrei in terme van verwerking plaaslik.
So dis natuurlik ook alles behoort deel van die groter strategie te wees. Ons moet ons pluimveebedryf beskerm. Ons moet beeste begin uitvoer. Ons moet al daai bedrywe gee stiekkrag aan die soeibedryf.
En dis hoekom ons so baie waarde heg in term van die nuwe waardeketting oor die hoenders. Want die oomblik wanneer ons dit reg kry, dan maak ons outomaties nog 'n addisionele 300,000 ton oop in die mark, nê. So al daai tipe van goederes is vir ons belangrik. Die soos jy genoem het, die beesuitvoer. Dit is 'n belangrike komponent want dit is die uiteindelike verbruiker van die koek op in die mark. En dis hoekom ons dryf daai baie hard. Ons maak seker dat daai strategie in plek bly, dat ons bydra tot daai strategie om seker te maak dat dit die nuwe vraag skep en vorentoe te kan gaan. En definitief soos jy genoem het, dit moet deel van die strategie wees. Die bedryf se strategie is om te sê by 1.8 miljoen ton begin ons nou hier in die versadigingskant, dan so op 80% van die verbruik maar die mikpunt gaan hier na 2 miljoen ton toe om te sê as ons soontoe kan werk, dan begin die bedryf al hoe meer volwassenheid kry. En dan die groot deel van dit is ons moet soontoe werk met produksie, maar ons moet ook klaar begin praat oor verwerking daarna.
Ja, presies. Ja.
Want dit vat 'n hele ruk om weer die verwerkingskapasiteit aan te gaan. En dis hoekom dit so belangrik is dat die waardeketting met mekaar praat en dat ons die hele tyd daai kommunikasie hou en dit kon ons in die sojaboon waardeketting baie goed regkry vir al die laaste 3 jaar. Het ons baie intensief aan dit gewerk.
Nou verstaan ons hoekom Chris Skutte deel is van die VIP lounge op NAMPO. Net vinnig ons hardloop by tyd, maar nou met die sojamark wat volwasse raak en het kom daar nuwe uitdagings. Ons weet almal van die DIF en ons het gister 'n bietjie daar gepraat, maar kom ons doen net 'n recap. Ek bedoel, waar staan ons daarmee? Ek bedoel, wat is die benadering? Hoe gaan ons nou om hierdie ongelukkigheid kom? Ek weet nie enigiemand, Luan, Dirk?
Ja, so.
Ek
sien Luan loer vir my, lyk my hy sal versadig met die een. Nee, Chris, ek dink die gedeelte waar die DIF net maar vandaan gekom het was in daai 2017-18 jaar waar daar oorskot voorrade was en waar daar opbou van voorrade by sekere silo's was en dit het toe die outomatiese druk geplaas dat daar nou 'n diferensiaal moet wees. Ons het daai tyd gevoel maar vraag en aanbod sal homself uitsort. Wat toe nou gebeur het is vraag en aanbod het homself uitgesort, maar die druk was nou klaar daar. Sodoende het die JSE nou 'n diferensiaal afgekondig. Dis alhoewel dit net 'n 25% diferensiaal is, dis nie 'n vol diferensiaal nie. So met al die verwikkelinge het ons saam met die Universiteit van die Vrystaat en die Universiteit van die Vrystaat ons genader met moontlike planne wat hulle op die tafel het om 'n unieke stelsel vir Suid-Afrika te ontwikkel. En die stelsel in kort is basies om die fisiese mark en die futures mark so naas moontlik aan mekaar te kry, om so naas moontlik die werklikheid in die stelsel te kry. Die Suid-Afrikaanse mark is baie uniek omdat ons so veel leweringspunte het. En wat die model basies doen is, hy gaan werk die relatiewe waarde van die kommoditeite by elke punt uit. En gebruik dit dan om 'n diferensiaalstelsel in te sit wat nader is aan die werklikheid van waantoe die graan werklik beweeg. En dis waarmee ons tans besig is. Ons is besig nou om binne in die bedryf dit te begin bespreek en te sê, is dit moontlik te kyk, is daar enige tegniese goed wat probleme kan skep met die model? En ons vorder goed met die gesprek en hopelik kan ons as 'n bedryf dan dit na die JSE toe vat om te sê, hier's 'n moontlikheid van 'n model wat pas maak is vir die Suid-Afrikaanse omgewing.
Ek dink ons is uit. Baie dankie vir 'n fascinerende gesprek. Dit bly 'n mooi storie en dit wys jou ook net wat jy weet wat die potensiaal nog ontsluit kan word as almal net saamwerk.
Ja, dis baie exciting, Chris. Ek meen daar's nog 'n paar goed wat ons kan noem in hierdie groeiperiode het ons 'n paar hobbeltjies gehad wat ons moes oorkom het. Iets soos kyk sojabone se oorbestuifde gewas, so 'n produsent kan hom terughou uit dieselfde genetiese potensiaal en daai het 'n bose kringloop geskep van maatskappye wat nie noodwendig nuwe kultivars en tegnologie na die tafel toe wil bring nie. So dis nog 'n suksesstorie. Ons het so 2-3 jaar terug het ons 'n teeling en tegnologie heffing ingestel vir sojabone en ewe skielik sien ons maatskappye wat ewe skielik belangstel in Suid-Afrika. Die grootste maatskappy in sojabone van Suid-Amerika het hulle wortels hier kom inskiet in Suid-Afrika. As dit nie vir dit was nie, sou ons dit nie gesien het nie. So daar's baie exciting goed wat nog kom in die sojaboonmark, nuwe tegnologie wat maatskappye bring na die mark toe wat hierdie groei nog net groter kan maak.
Ja, en ek bedoel is die samewerking, né, wat 'n mens bybly. Baie dankie vir julle tyd. Ons gaan julle toelaat om naweek te hou tot môreoggend toe wanneer dit almal weer terug is. Baie dankie dames en here. Dit was nog 'n uitsending van AgriXtra hier by Virtual NAMPO. Baie dankie dat julle ingeskakel het en ons sien julle môreoggend weer. Baie dankie.
Welcome to AgriXtra at NAMPO Virtual. In this session, we'll be talking about the National Development Plan and its future insofar as agriculture is concerned. And joining me in the studio is Professor Johan Christen, who is with the Stellenbosch Bureau of Economic Research and is also Professor of Agricultural Economics at the university.
Thank you.
And Wandile Sihlobo, who's Chief Economist at AgBiz. Gentlemen, the NDP has a remaining life of 10 years from now.
That's right.
And Wandile, from an agricultural perspective, is it relevant? Is it still relevant?
Yeah, it's still very relevant. It's still one of the important documents. It still carries the big messages about what to do to develop South Africa's agricultural sector, but also accelerate inclusion and transformation. But the question is, what has it delivered since the year 2012 up until to today? He might have been involved in some of the assisting when drafting it. I don't know what were some of the key thinking behind it at that time.
I think at that time and it's largely through the work with BFAP, that we argued the case that we should develop the sectors that can make a contribution in terms of employment, but also in terms of competitiveness and contribution to growth. So you had these two dimensions, and therefore you looked at your employment-intensive sectors and your export sectors, and also those that can contribute to better nutrition for our diet. So the nuts and these things became important, and fruits and so on. And we've seen, and I think we talked about this in the earlier, the reality that some of the targets that we set out in terms of growth at the various subsectors of agriculture has already been surpassed, despite the fact that we have 10 years left. So in terms of the growth dimension, there are, I think, the majority of those indicators that we've surpassed, but the reality is that our progress in terms of land reform and transformation and the inclusivity dimension is still lacking. And the development plan is quite clear on the process of land reform and what one should do in that respect. And I think there we've sort of neglected to find the common ground, taking the pun from Wandile's book, to find common ground in terms of...
maybe let's just zone in on the issue of what are the indicators that we surpassed, and maybe in summary, what is the balance that needs to be achieved in the next 10 years?
I think the hectares planted in citrus, berries, nuts, all of them have been surpassed.
The entire horticulture space, which Prof was alluding to as the having a greater potential for exports as well as value, we've surpassed that. But I think, Prof, one of the things to add to your point you've made is that growth in an area as well as inclusivity is the one that hasn't been aligned, because in the NDP you are very clear that we need to look at the former homelands, certain hectares, but we've just seen a switch in some of the areas that were already commercial.
Yeah, I think so land reform remains the bottleneck.
And then also the point that you made about the former homeland areas, I think the growth in terms of smallholders doing a full livelihood.
Yeah.
You know, if you think, what is a full livelihood? People with at least a minimum wage, but say 5,000 rand per month income from agriculture. That would be a full-time job.
Yeah.
And if we can translate all of those subsistence farmers into a full-time livelihood, we can easily get 500,000 permanent jobs in agriculture. You don't need to come from the commercial value chain only, but these sectors that we've just mentioned already make a contribution in terms of the employment intensity. But the reality is, if the transition from a subsistence farming household to a full-time livelihood, earning revenue from agriculture through link to the commercial value chain is very important.
But Prof, how much of those achievements can be directly attributed to the implementation of the NDP? Because if we evaluate whether it's successful or not, we should be able to link the outcome to the existence of the policy, of the plan.
The NDP is a vision.
Yeah.
It's a visionary statement with sort of key drivers. And as we've discussed earlier, the reality is that the implementation of the state and the state capacity dimensions is still lacking. The commercial agriculture has done wonders in terms of meeting the targets despite the absence of the state in most of those.
I would still, Prof, in addition to that, and say that, look, we can't really think that this growth in agriculture has been happening only because of private sector's efforts. Yes, as far as investments, that is true. But remembering the point that we are an export-orientated sector, and private sector doesn't individually negotiate those trade. It involves the government effort. So the guys at trade and industry and competition, back from Rob Davies, they might have had some of the failures and stuff, but I think they've done a fantastic job on opening up those markets, because all of this expansion that we have seen, it's on trade-orientated subsectors. So there is an element of bit of both, but obviously private sector capital.
Actually, just to pick up on that, have we seen any impact in terms of employment as a result of opening up of new markets?
Yeah, I mean, employment has grown. If you look at 2012 up until now, there's been about a 20% or so growth in agriculture employment. In the first quarter of this year, we had about 865,000 people. So that increase in planting in citrus and other crops, very labor intensive, blueberries, very labor intensive, that has helped.
It's the fixed capital investment in the orchards that takes a lot of labor. It's the harvesting dimensions eventually when it gets into its fruit season, and then the packing dimension, and then also through the value chain that also create a number of jobs, in the process. So those things are encouraging, but again, the point is that we are lacking behind in terms of the major role players, activities, and that's the former homelands and the land reform dimension.
And that's my key blockage there. No, I was saying that's my key worry, because at the end of the day, why are you having agriculture or prioritizing it in South Africa? You really want to deal with two twin challenges. The issue of poverty, and poverty intensity, if you look at it on a map, is largely within those former homelands areas. But it's also where you have underutilized pieces of land and some of the land reform farm failures. So how do you get those farms?
I think the issue, the question you're asking is why are we lacking behind? I think it's again a design issue in terms of the plans with land reform. The fact that the state has acquired a lot of land and has not transferred that to beneficiaries. There are many people that are renting land from the state, and then when they have rented and invested for 8 years in a specific farm, they're now being kicked off, and a rich businessman gets the land. So there's these stories that are frustrating for black entrepreneurs getting into agriculture, and it's not quickly done in terms of allowing them to be a beneficiary on the land, and then the support system behind that is also lacking. So I think it's the question of implementation plans and stalling on the delivery of the land reform process. But again, the private sector can also play an important role. So taking hands in this is a very, very critical
part. But I mean,
part.
is it not concerning, Prof, that we're having this debate about expropriation of land without compensation, or Section 25 of the it might eventually happen. We don't know what form it will take, but whether or not it happens in whatever form, but there's this issue of land that's still there anyway, which was acquired and it has to be redistributed, but it's not redistributed.
And that's precisely the point, and we've written together on that you would be unnecessary to go through this radical move from expropriation without compensation without dealing with the fundamental problems that you have in your delivery process of land.
Yeah.
The vacant state land, the land that belongs to the state already, the rental transactions, the written contracts, all of these things are things that should be in place to make sure that you actually empower people to farm. You know?
And I would even argue, because this is one of the things, if you look at the book that Prof mentioned, one of the essays that we had written with Prof in that was telling a story of an Eastern Cape farmer who we were listening to as we were trying to write those essays and talking to various people, who was explaining the very same frustration that you had alluded to, Prof. And I think that also adds into this thing where you hear about there's many land reform farm failures. If you can go to the gist of it on what causes these land reform farm failures, it draws back to the issue of people not really getting ownership or tradable long-term leases so that they may be able to tap into capital markets and invest into that. So those are some of the issues we need to focus on.
Yeah, but I mean, the debate is always reduced to access to land and access to money.
Yes.
But I'm not sure whether we talk about the issue of access to skills.
Precisely, yeah. So that again, if you want to unlock the value that is lying in the land, it requires an entrepreneurial skill, it requires access to markets, it requires capital, it requires bridging finance, because you need to invest now to harvest in 6 months or harvest in 5 years. So your bridging capital is a critical dimension of agriculture, because if it is not for the access to bridging capital, it will only be the rich that would be farming. So in any person, you know, and that's the other dimension. We get trapped in the smallholder, large-scale debate, which is frustrating, you know, because most of the farming operations in agriculture, commercial, VAT-registered farms, are all family-based operations below R1 million turnover, which is nothing. And so we confuse the land reform debate in terms of categories of farms and location, and then farmer associations, you know, to which farmer association do you belong, and how do you get access to land through this association, etc. So
but I think
there's also the issue of contract farming. I might actually own land, but I actually don't farm. Somebody farms for me.
Yes, you can.
Yes, and I think before even getting on to that point, one of the key things, and I think that in our earlier writing, and I'll take credit on this, that Prof and I really elevated this, it is now at a policy level, it's this issue of beneficiary selection. Yes. Because if you can ask me now and say, on a redistribution side of land reform, let alone the tenure and restitution, who actually gets to benefit? How do we select people who will benefit? The very same question we're asking about the skills and all of those things, because we were not very clear there. But now it's about coming up with the criteria on who benefit. How do you select people? And that will be key.
Yeah, and then the question is, should government select the beneficiaries?
Well, on that point, I mean, I heard in one of the COVID-19 press conferences, the Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni, mentioned that as part of building a new economy post-COVID, what the government would do would set up an agricultural advisory board, and then they would identify people that want to go into farming, and then they will be partnered with people that can give them the training and the skills, and then so that when land is acquired, people can then farm. Yeah. So he said that in one of the press conferences as part of saying, listen, we can
complicating things. No, not this idea is complicated because there's already a bit of some mechanisms. Because if you talk, let's say you pick up any agribusiness, you'll find that in their own community, they know who's doing what and all of those things. Then you can use those people to find the right jockeys. This thing of other panels in Pretoria discussing what should happen in Flagstaff.
But you don't think that, you know, when the government announces that, listen, we've got this so much hectares of land, we're now wanting people that want to get into farming to come on board, we're going to have the finance, we're going to have the technical support and all of that. Don't you think that you're going to have a long queue like you find in people queuing for RDP houses?
It's going to be a long queue, but it can also be a delayed queue because the time when the bureaucrat decided on who should get all of those things, it's 3 years down the line, and that was the experience in the earlier land reform programs. I decided I want to buy this farm from you, get to you, sign the deed, wanting to get the grant to access the farm. No, it's 3 years. Check your party membership, check your credentials, everything. And by the time everything is finished, the seller walks away. So the delay in much of the land reform things will precisely happen if you go the SKU route and the application route. While the other extreme cases where the private sector and the agribusiness define the beneficiary who they know do have the skills, the willingness, even donate the land to the individual and let them be linked to the value chain, because everybody says that you cannot have land reform if you're not linked, successful land reform if you're not linked to the value chain. And therefore you need to partner with the larger farmers, with the agribusinesses, and commercialize that land very effectively.
And I think it's fair on a redistribution side, because then on a restitution you can continue with the other methods of looking who was unjustly moved on the land. You continue with that. But on a redistribution one, especially if you have a key goal of really sparking up your agricultural economy, you need to allow this.
Because there is the restitution dimension which we all acknowledge, and those claim processes should happen.
That will carry its own course.
But in the redistribution dimension, the whole purpose is commercial entrepreneurs that you want to settle. And a commercial entrepreneur could be a 50,000 turnover, it could be 100,000 turnover. At least it's commercial. People make a full-time livelihood from that. So those are the things that we need to...
But tell me, I mean, how do you ensure this inclusiveness and bringing new people on board and still maintain the competitiveness of our agriculture? Because I don't think there's doubt about our competitiveness, broadly speaking. But so how do you ensure that as you bring these people, new people in, they also are as competitive as quickly as possible?
But then if they are linked to the process that Prof was talking about, working with some of the established farmers or some of the agribusinesses, because then the know-how is passed on, but also they are already interlinked to some of the value chains.
Actually now, that brings me to this issue of how do we do the partnerships that work?
Exactly, but I have it in my mind. The issue is one word, trust. And then I will talk to, then Wandile can jump in now. Because the issue of trust between government, private sector, and farmer associations and farmers. Those are the elements that are...
And I think it's trust even amongst farmer organizations that are in private sector. And also trust them as a collective with the government. Because even in these things, when you talk about the agricultural master plans and all of those things, what makes those processes stall and take forever and do all of these things is the fact that I don't trust that Mpumelel's ideas are truly, a representative of my interests. So it's about establishing that common vision.
Let's on a practicality, okay, trust is capital, right? But let's assume two scenarios where there is lack of it and where it exists. What would be the permutations?
Lack of it will lead to fragmentation, uncoordinated action, duplication, wastage of resources.
Why should partnerships arrangements be done through organizations? Is it necessary?
Not necessarily. But it facilitates a lot.
It facilitates a lot because in order to buy a mass vision or a bigger vision and everybody on board, you assume that through these commodity organizations and stuff, you will be able to do that. But the unfortunate part of all of this grouping is the same points that Prof has alluded to, that there isn't much of a stronger unity.
I was getting to the point of unity. Unity is critical if you want to have trust. Unity brings common vision.
Yes.
It's not like the unity in the party. I think we talk about two different, but it's got the same problem. The fact that we don't have a unified vision, a unified plan, that we are not mistrusting one another, and that delays land reform. It delays the inclusive nature of growth, because people don't want to spend time in meetings to find this unity.
But is the trust issue related to race?
Probably.
It might be linked to our historical difficulties.
Yeah.
So that's why you have these organizations, predominantly white, predominantly black, emerging and established, that kind of...
It's an element of thing, but that might be one of the factors.
Because, I mean, I look at, if you look at from a land tenure perspective, the people who live all their lives, they've lived on farms and as workers. And now with this new inclusive growth plans that we're talking about, so the established commercial farmer decides, listen, I want to give a slice of my land to these people, let them own, let them farm on their own. I can imagine there you don't need an organization to do it.
No, precisely. But then they, as farmers in their own right, should become part of the established organizations.
Oh yeah.
But sometimes they feel out. Sometimes the sort of ambiance sort of put people at a different situation, isn't it so?
Yeah.
That happens.
You want to feel, you want to associate.
Yeah, you want to associate, you want to feel at home, you know.
It's good to know that there's someone in Pretoria who takes care of your policy interest and stuff. But only then if those that are in Pretoria, their views can really be representative and reflective of what's on the ground. But also then if we can try amongst various organizations to sit in one table. And
because one of the things that I imagine could cause mistrust is if we doubt each other's intentions.
Precisely.
Yes.
That's the fundamental basis.
That's
the key.
Aren't we united about the fact that we need inclusiveness?
You know, the key thing, and Prof, you will add on to this. If you talk to anybody about the NDP, and I remember this because I sat at the secretariat at ASUF, which is the AgriXtra Unity Forum chaired by Yapi Grobler.
Yeah.
There you had AFASA buying in and embracing the NDP. You had AgriXtra buying in and embracing the NDP, AgBiz, NAFU, and everybody. But for some reason, there was something not working when it comes then to getting some of these things. TLU and everybody, all of these farmer organizations were under that one roof. Perhaps had we continued with that ASUF and rebuilt a stronger unit, maybe we would have been in a different position.
It's the interest and the asset base of the organizations.
I wonder whether the minority or the division among organizations when the panel on land reform was established and some people didn't accept the report and they had a minority report. I wonder whether that is a manifestation of that lack of trust we're talking about, broadly speaking.
I think so.
I mean,
you were involved.
No, I mean,
you're on the spotlight.
There were diversion of the views, but there was a mandate.
Yeah.
Some of us sticked on because we had signed on at the start of it that this will be the mandate of what needed to be done, and obviously articulated a number of things that we didn't like. For example, EWC is not productive for getting South Africa going forward.
Yeah,
but you're right. You're right. That element is a manifestation of the sort of fundamental problems of our discourse. You know, we don't see that the elements are aligned. Now, I've been argued for 20 years that there should be a united farmers association for South Africa that brings all these things together. But even within the various farmer associations, there are conflict and mistrust and different views.
Yeah.
And if we really want to move ahead with an inclusive future, this is the critical dimension that needs to happen. You can't have a unity forum on top of the factions based, you know, and if we don't integrate this by membership, by true belonging, and being a home for it, then it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's about all trying to find a trust amongst each other, regardless of what the structure. We could take a united, like the US, of the US Farm Bureau, which has very strong lobbyists sitting in Washington.
And the funny thing is, Mupulele, if you talk to farmers individually, the issues is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether they're small, black, brown, white, it's the same issue.
Yeah.
If there's no water, there's no water.
Yeah. If there's no electricity, there's no electricity. If the market is collapsing, if the price is down, it's the same problem.
Yeah.
No access to finance. It's the same
But
issue.
also, though, I would add that there needs to be some bit of understanding, I'm saying, on the transformational dynamics.
Yeah.
Are we all seeing those in the same
and
eye?
do we understand what it means?
Because that's where there usually tends to be a problem.
Yeah.
Because there's some who believe that the next person doesn't prioritize these transformational views that I deem very important for my job. And then that also does causes a bit of friction. So we do need
But
to
maybe
see
as we close, we should talk about how do we rebuild the trust? Where it's broken and where it exists, how do we reinforce? And then perhaps in the next 10 years of the remaining life of the NDP, we can get some outcome.
But then we need sociologists and political economists, not agriculture economists.
I think agriculture economists have solved the problems. We've done our part. Not solved in paper. On paper, we have done our part on mapping up where growth should be, what should be done where. And all of those things. It's about now the softer issues of the sector.
But think about our association, Mandile, the Agriculture Economic Association. 1993, we had this mainly white-based organization, and the black folk in the organization, no, this guy's is not moving yet, we're going to split.
Yeah.
And we decided, no, we're going to agree on where the route is. Now, it's 90% black members, the management is black, nobody feel out of place, out of home. They all together.
It's a battle of ideas.
It's a battle of ideas, which an association should have. But the discipline is the core issue.
Yeah.
There's no vested interest. There's no fight about assets or capital.
Yeah.
We have a profession at heart, and the association runs wonderful. And there's no contestation about race, etc.
Yeah.
So it's actually, it can show, or it's an illustration of what can be done if you have a common vision and you let the fundamental issue drive your organization.
But what I would say, though, in addition to what Prof is saying now, I think we need to encourage the continuous dialogue amongst all of these farmer groupings and government and other stakeholders for us to actually, be able to find that sweet spot where everybody feels that they've been accommodated. And I think until we find that, we're going to have a very tough time implementing some of his visions, because I'm going to feel that this is a Prof Kirsten vision. It's not my vision, so it might not be priority in my list. So until we all feel that we have been included, we have a part, and we are committed, then we'll see.
But I think your point about how do we find this common vision and how do we deal with this mistrust is the fundamental issue, because
but
people think people have ulterior motives.
But well, let's close it at that. Maybe we should say the two of you have an assignment. Your next project is to
bring everybody together.
It's a book on trust capital in the agricultural sector, how to build it, or maybe even to destroy it. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Kirsten and Wandile Slobo, for joining us. It's been a lovely discussion. And that brings us to the end of this session here at AgriXtra at NAMPO Virtual. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Tony Ndoro. Now, these are strange times, the new normal. and as is often said, you are on mute. But not really. These days, you're more visible, more palpable, and more audible than ever before. Now, as we all know, the agri-sector is an early adopter of new technology. Now, with this in mind, one of the biggest agricultural expos in the Southern Hemisphere is now going virtual. Now, virtual events, of course, mean endless possibilities and an even wider audience. But the question is, what does it actually look like? Well, let me give you a preview of the first ever NAMPO Virtual. So, enter the showground with me. From the main lobby, you gain access to all that NAMPO Virtual has to offer. Now, on the show floor, visitors can choose from a variety of exhibition areas to experience the latest products and services in the agri-marketplace. From the comfort of your own space, wherever in the world that might be, come connect, come engage, come network in this virtual space. Exhibitors create and plan their own stands and activities. You create the daily program and choose how visitors can interact with you. Live chats and chat rooms, video calls, webinars, new product launches, special offers, audio-visual material, social media engagements, and a whole lot more. And best of all, visitor registration is absolutely free. So your stand is a gateway to a true brand experience for visitors. In true NAMPO tradition, there's a lot more on offer. Right from the lobby, you'll be invited to join AgriXtra at NAMPO. Now, this is a live, fully digital television studio that will broadcast on all 4 show days. Enter the virtual studio and get immersed in daily agri-talks, panel discussions. There's product information, exhibition highlights, live giveaways, and much, much more. A dynamic lineup of speakers, including the familiar faces so often seen at NAMPO, will bring you your topical discussions on all matters agri. Through this live TV channel, you get updates on all the latest news in the agricultural space and all the activations and highlights on NAMPO Virtual. This will give exhibitors a chance to communicate their offerings to visitors. Another highlight is the NAMPO main stage, waiting to entertain all visitors. There'll be dynamic keynote speakers, information and training sessions, product launches and demonstrations, as well as a host of celebrities, cooking shows, artists, and so much more. All of this at your fingertips wherever you might be around the world. So keep doing business, keep engaging, cross all borders, and keep connecting with each other in an innovative way. The time is now. Embrace it.
Wandile, this COVID-19 is really presenting interesting stories to us. We would have thought that NAMPO Harvest Day would be done virtually. Normally we would have walked through the tractors and the goats and look at all the people at the beer tent. But now here we sit in a virtual atmosphere.
Yes, a virtual atmosphere, but I do think that it also offers an opportunity to be more reflective and have conversations about what's happening with agriculture. So we hope that you will join us online at the beginning of September at the NAMPO Virtual. Thank you.
En intussen gaan ek hoop om nie op TV die mayonnaise te skei nie. Die dis is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silwer skoon.
Producent, peer, prominent, die plakkie grond, die pro met die paypakkie pond, wie petrol trap en ry in 'n bakkie rond en plot en plan, plus die pakkers in 'n pakstoor, saam met al die ander plaaswerkers, maak almal die produsent. Is vir die rou produk wat gery word na 'n vars vrugfabriek van 'n waar jonk en oud dit pluk. Geen riskans, dra al maskers en rubberhandskoene van ouds, steeds gereed en getrou aan dit. Onthou die kruks, o Heer, die geoor en weer van corona-informasie voor 'n plaasjapie se oor deur. Mag hoop oor sy hoof loop, soos die groot hoof bo hom het oopskeer. Dankie vir my daaglikse brood weer, in fact, duisende dankies. Daadwerklik dankbaar, die klein huise en die companies. Jy's ons Dawid, wys Dawid die wortels begrawe is, wyl die Filistyne 'n man kies. Dit terwyl ons drink aan druiwe se drankies. Uiwe bring die transies, maar soos dit uitdrip, onthou dat uit dit kom eintlik vlywe wat uiteindelik in jou huis sit, terwyl jy 'n uil knip en 'n in- en uitvoerder dit uitdink. Mag dit tot die uiterste goed gaan, van die slagter tot die stoetman, waar hy tot satwordens toe swoeg saam, sy soldate in die son soggens, tot sommer laatsaans met somme en soekplan, waar hy of sy sadepitte, kultivare split en in die stilte hoop dit bring die soet saam, eerlikwaar, in 'n kreet of ek kan dit sag sê, as ek eet, weet ek van die ongerepte eet wat julle aflê, en van die eelt wat in jou hand lê, eerlik, dit is unfair. En nou, in hierdie noue ontkoming is dit noodsaaklik, met hierdie novel corona, dat ons hy onnodige nood in ons sak vind, en dit neem tot waar die noodkreet van 'n hongersnood se slag is. Die
Just imagine you were alive 20,000 years ago. What life would have been like. Completely different to what it is today. 20,000 years ago, we were hunter-gatherers. 20,000 years ago, if you kill something, you will eat it straight away. Because if you don't, somebody else is going to eat it. Or probably going to eat you. 20,000 years ago, life was short and brutal. 25 years old, if you are lucky. Certain concepts, like private property rights, did not exist. There was no government, which of course is mostly a good thing. But that's not all. Things started developing and things started happening gradually over time. And I want to make this point that everything, all breakthroughs, all discoveries, all decisions for that matter, are always economic decisions. And economics is only about one thing, and it is about people. 15,000 years ago, there was one of those major breakthroughs, and that's when we first domesticated animals. The dog was the first animal that was domesticated. It's important because for the first time in history, something belonged to us. And the concept of private property rights started to establish itself, and we started to trade animals initially. 8,000 years ago, for the first time, we domesticated plants. And gradually, we create this thing that we call a civilization. And with plants, the domestication of plants, we started to trade even more, and that is when money started to evolve the first time. And gradually, over time, money evolved until where it is today, which is quite interesting. Also, at around about the same time, we started to specialize in certain things, and that was the first time when we saw the creation of this institution called a government. Mostly city-states, but gradually this thing that we call governments and politicians started to become part of our lives. Most governments was mostly, or the most forms of governments was mostly in the form of city-states. National governments did not really exist the way that we understand it today, but something certainly what happened. The moment we started to create money, politicians started to wanted to have control over that, and what we have today is politicians, for all practical purposes, controlling money. We call that central banks. The modern economy today economists typically will divide the modern economy into three sections: the primary part, the secondary part, and the tertiary part. But that's busy, that's changing, and the economy is evolving very, very quickly, and things are completely different to what it was only a few years ago. Agriculture is an excellent example. Agriculture is typically one of those industries in the primary industries. It is like mining, supposed to be one of the dirty industries. But agriculture is not what it used to be 10 or 8,000 years ago. Agriculture today is actually very much part of the tertiary industry. Just think about genetic engineering as an example. These drones, specific agriculture, all those new kind of technologies that they're using in agriculture. Agriculture is certainly not a dirty industry anymore. It's certainly very much part of the fourth industrial revolution. The new economy, the things that matter in the new economy are digital and are services, and we see that more and more. And also new development with that. Money developed and evolved over time, and today more and more we see new kinds of money. It's got all sort of names, blockchain or Bitcoin, all sort of other things. I prefer to call it private money. But government today is the biggest they've ever been. And not only are governments big, they interfere in our lives everywhere, and they've got just about full control over normal money called central banks. And central banks are doing all sort of weird things. Good evening. My name is Davie Rood, and tonight we're going to talk about towards a futuristic economy. And I have an excellent, wonderful panel tonight here with me. Let me introduce them to you. And the first panelist, and he's down there in Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken, Russell Lamberti, founder and strategist at ETM. Russell, good evening. Very nice talking to you. I hope you can hear us.
Great to be here, Davie. Yep, hearing you well and looking forward to a good discussion. Thanks.
This is going to be a lot of fun. And of course, next to me is Chris Bakker. And Chris Bakker is a blockchain technologist specialist for Investec Private Bank. Chris, good evening to you and welcome.
Davie. Yeah, thanks. Good to be here.
And Piet Leroux. Piet Leroux is the CEO. I think we can call you the CEO of Sake Liga. Piet, always very nice talking to you. And I must tell you, there's one phrase or something that you've coined that I would like to share before we even start talking to you, and that is that you want to create state-proof businesses.
I think that's maybe the single most important thing that businesses in South Africa need to become, and maybe internationally, but we'll get into that. Yes.
We'll get to that. Russell, let's kick off with you. I gave a short introduction of let's call it the evolution of the economy, how economies evolved over time. Would you like to expand a little bit? Would you like to sort of try your hand at predicting what the future is going to be like? Are we going to continue to evolve this economy? What's the economy of the future going to look like?
Wow, that's actually a very difficult question, Davie, and quite broad. But I think it's I'm someone who sort of thinks that there's nothing new under the sun. We've seen everything before. Now, of course, that's not actually true. That's really just an expression of a sentiment of the fact that human nature doesn't really change. But we do, of course, advance. We do create new and better technologies. I think it's important to understand, though, that we don't always progress, certainly over shorter time periods. There are time periods through history where we do go backwards. Periods of maybe 10, 20, 30 years where we don't actually progress. And so when we think about the future, we shouldn't just think that it's an inevitable process of progress. Progress is actually created by good ideas, and it's defended and protected by good ideas. And it's really important that as a society, we understand that progress can be lost, bad ideas can creep in. We've seen very bad ideas in the form of Marxism over the last 100, 150 years, other kinds of statism, other kinds of state predation on private property. Societies have gotten it wrong from time to time, and we actually can go backwards. So when we think about the future, it's not necessarily just an exercise in thinking about good, nice, wonderful things. We've got to think about how we can defend against bad outcomes as well. So I think that's where we find ourselves very much now in 2020. The world is a little bit chaotic. The politics of major countries, geopolitical situations around the world are very uncertain, quite conflict-driven. There's a lot of disagreements. There's a lot of anger. So our political environments are becoming a lot less certain, and governments are failing. Not only the South African government, but many governments overseas, heavily over-indebted. They're bad at allocating resources and are generally performing very poorly. And you actually see this in opinion polls amongst voters around the world. There's very few governments around the world that have a high trust factor from their populations. So we find ourselves, I think, in a situation where the future is very much up for grabs. Now, I think that there are very exciting things going on. Chris is going to tell us a little bit about what's happening in cryptography and cryptocurrency and the kinds of ways in which that's changing traditional finance, the kinds of ways in which it's changing the internet in I think, very interesting and very compelling ways. So I think technology is a potentially wonderful tool, but I also think that technology can be a threat, and the deciding factor of that is very often human nature. So humans have to figure out a way to shape their reality in a much more constructive fashion, and to not engage in heavily conflict-driven behavior and behavior that would constitute essentially violence at the end of the day. And technology in the hands of the violent, as we know, can be very dangerous. So as we talk about the future, as we talk about and we bring technology into the discussion, we just need to be anchoring ourselves in good ideas that we've learned in the past. This is important. So actually, when we think about the future, it's really critical that we have a good grasp of history, what went wrong in history and what went right in history, and then taking that into the future as the lessons that we need.
I think we all agree, and I think the point you're making is technology will keep on evolving the way it has. Technology can be a source of good, and it can be a source of, can be used in the wrong hands incorrectly against individuals. But I think the main battle, the point that you're making here, there's a battle of ideas that need to be won, depending, of course, what you believe in. But there's a battle of ideas, and that's the real battleground. Thank you for that, Russell. Chris, maybe I can just get you in here as well. I gave a bit of a summary at the beginning of how I see how the economy's evolved over time. Russell expanded on that a little bit. Your initial comments, and maybe you can just make one or two comments about money, because you can. It's like a golden thread going through this history of economics, how money evolved gradually over time, and how money was actually used and still is being used by politicians to dominate the people, to suppress the people of a country. But maybe new technology can turn the tables.
Yeah, Davi, I think when I look at the way that money has evolved in South Africa over the last few centuries, let's just look at the 1800s, for example. Money in South Africa was primarily gold. Gold was money, and then private banks issued banknotes that were claims on that gold. And so you had these private banks issuing private banknotes that were a claim on gold that was held in the bank's vault. There was no central bank in the 1800s. The South African Reserve Bank was created in 1921. And for the first 40 years of its existence, it actually managed a foreign monetary standard. It managed the pound standard. So we used the pound sterling, and the rand didn't exist. The rand was first introduced in 1961. And when it was introduced, it was something quite different to what it is today. The advent of computing technologies in 1971, for example, with the microprocessor, changed the way that money looks and feels today. In fact, we can't feel it. It's mostly electronic. 97% of the money in South Africa is electronic today. But also what happened in 1971, of course, not only did the money begin to become more electronic, but the American president at the time, President Nixon, removed the gold from its actual gold backing. So it was an interesting coincidence of events. Both in 1971, money starts to become increasingly electronic, but also without its gold backing. So the supply of money can be expanded with the rate at which information can be expanded, and that has consequences. And some of those consequences are that money depreciates faster than it would have done in the past. So that's one big theme in the world of money. It leads to instability between countries. It leads to instability inside countries, economically. And I became first excited about blockchain technologies, things like Bitcoin and Ethereum, when I realized that it could potentially solve a lot of these ills, that unstable monies that are more electronic and controlled by governments, run by humans, and humans are fallible, so if they make mistakes, they destroy the currency. that heaps a lot of cost on the citizens of a nation. And suddenly you have this technology which runs on the internet. It gives people the ability to transact with each other outside of the traditional rails of money and banking, to connect around the world more seamlessly, to send value over the internet in the same way that you would send an email or a WhatsApp. And so tying into the theme that Russell was talking about, you've had this trend in the last century, I would say, around the world where politics, money, businesses have become increasingly centralized in terms of the centers of control. And that's why I think we're starting to see a lot more tension in politics. Because there's so much more power and influence in controlling the center, you have a lot more competition vying to take over that center. And that's where these technologies become so exciting, because they give people the ability to resolve some of these big existential ideological issues without having to resort to violence. You can kind of just opt out into a new type of system and way of doing things.
Yeah, not to necessarily be violent in order to solve certain conflicts. But let me just, before we go on, it's one or two things that people quite often mistake about money, is that money today is not gold-backed. The central bank can create money out of nothing as much as they like. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Secondly, if you make too much of this thing called money, then you create something called inflation. Money loses its value. The South African Reserve Bank, as an example, it's called fiat money that they issue, and the banking system actually creates more money. It's called the money multiplier. Is that correct?
That's true.
And is money important for an economy? Is it important if it's such a dangerous thing? If it can be misused to such an extent?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most important economic goods. It's an oil that facilitates trade, so to speak. It's a way that people communicate and express value amongst each other. It's the way that we store value that we've worked for, and then we can dispose of that to buy things from other people. And if you remove that money or destroy it, make it unstable, it creates so many negative consequences.
So there's no gold backing it today. So why has it got value?
Well, it's got value because of the governance and the systems that have been inherited to give it value. So the rand was linked to gold, and that's what gave it value.
Yeah.
It became unlinked from gold, and because it's just so widely used by people, it still has value. But the value is obviously going down. That's the definition of inflation.
Yeah.
It's going down at a rate of between 3 to 6% every year. And if you compound that over time, it becomes worthless reasonably quickly.
Piet, you are the CEO of Sakelige. That's essentially a business organization. I know ideologically you were pretty much a libertarian. I think it's the right word. I have to be careful because there are various different definitions. We are talking about how technology evolved over time, the history of the economy. We're talking about values. We're talking about the dangers of technology and how certain groups of people, especially politicians, can misuse these kind of technologies, and why they can misuse their position as government, especially in things like, for example, the control over money. So what do you want to achieve? Maybe ideologically, perhaps, start off with that, and maybe later on a little bit on a practical level. But what do you want to achieve at Sakelige? What are you envisaging in future for business?
I think tied in with the theme of this evening's discussion, the future of economies, as much as I want it to be, and I think it can be that, and I think we can work to achieve that, is more decentralized. More decentralized governance, more governance in the hands of communities or business groups or clubs or various associations rather than central governments. The past century, the past even couple of centuries, have been the epoch, the height, the apex of centralization. Never before in the history of society, all the history you've told us this tonight, was much more decentralized than what we have now. And this centralization gives us some problems. Now, in South Africa, we have our own way in which that manifests. In the place like the United States, you have the social unrest, or in Europe, you have sort of lots of lethargical, lots of welfare state ideas and so on. South Africa, you have a problem of state failure. So where in the rest of, let's say, the Western world and much of the rest of the world, you have governments with at least a semblance of ability still to maintain law and order, to maintain infrastructure, to maintain electricity, schools, etc. But in South Africa, that's changing. In South Africa, it's as if the state collapses under the weight of its own aspirations. So where does SAKLIG come into this? I think SAKLIG is just one of, many organizations that we will still see and that we need to see that says, let's internalize the locus of control and let's say, how can we improve the institutional environment ourselves? Take a practical example. If a municipality fails to remove the rubbish, remove the sewage, provide electricity, and keeps law and order, can we create a business part of that town that runs its own sewage, that runs its own water and electricity? If we can do that, then we benefit the members of this association, we benefit all the clients and customers and all the communities around that. So, if we talk about the future of economies that will work, they'll be more decentralized and they will be state-proof. They will say, we'll do it ourselves. We're not going to wait for somebody else to do it.
But we still need the state. We need the state for defense. We need the state for conflict resolution, for the courts. We need the state to make money, to give us money. We need politicians. We need a government.
I'll let you answer that one yourself, Davi. But look, I think that all through this history you've mentioned tonight, there has always been and there will always be centers of authority. There will be centers of authority that sometimes tell other people you can't do this or you should do this or we'll act in our defense and sometimes we'll use violence to do the right thing. That's always there. But I think as a matter of practical practice in South Africa, we will have to find ways for the business sector in South Africa to mobilize its capital, if that's at a local level or at a national level, it doesn't matter, or an international level, to think anew, create their own institutions and provide where they usually would have said the government should do this. That's not going to fly.
Russell, Piet reckons that the future is decentralized. Piet reckons that in future we're going to see smaller governments or smaller, let's call it institutions. But what we have been seeing in recent years is that, look at the big countries in the world, America, look at Europe, actually they're coming together, creating bigger countries. Look at the Chinese, those are massive big countries out there. How can that be possible? We're not going to see less centralization. We're going to see more centralization in future.
Davi, this is the defining political battle of the 21st century. Last century, we saw the virtually the outright victory of centralization. That has lingered on into the 21st century. And what you have is a group of political elites, whether it's European political elites, American, Chinese, who are pushing very, very hard for a heavily centralized world. And there are some people that indeed want a kind of global government. This is quite a common desire amongst a certain set of political elites. And it's the idea that we really have some kind of global federalism where there's a global government and it sort of dictates policy for the whole world. And we sort of solve global problems at a global scale. I think what people really want is decentralization. And I think where technology is helping us get to is decentralization. And let's just take one example of that. The internet, which is really in its full manifestation a 21st century technology. It started in the late 20th century, but it's really a 21st century technology. And it is it is an incredible information decentralizing machine. It's a truth finding machine. It's a fake news busting machine. We talk about fake news as a problem in the 21st century, but fake news was a much bigger problem 100 years ago. And probably an even bigger problem 100 years before that. Governments have been able to use fake news and propaganda extensively over many, many centuries. Now we have this incredible technology that has allowed information to penetrate all corners of the globe, and it's putting information power back in the hands of the little guy. It's an incredible decentralizing technology. Private currencies are an incredibly decentralizing technology, competition in currencies, as opposed to having centralized currencies. Now, Davi, I don't know where this ends up. It's not an inevitable victory for the little guy. The big guy is trying to centralize power. And I would argue that the period that we've been through in the last 6 months has seen governments latch onto this perceived health crisis to grow centralized power. We've seen that in South Africa. We've seen it in China. We've seen it in many countries across the world. And so when we talk about the future of the economy, it comes down to this political battle as people try and regain greater autonomy at the local level, and the centralizing mindset of most of the political elite seems to be going in the other direction. And that, I think, is the nexus of a lot of the conflict that we're actually seeing. And I hope that the decentralizing forces are going to win, because it's solutions only really happen at the local level. Certainly scale dependent solutions that require local solutions. We need a decentralized form of governance. We need an inversion of the fiscal pyramid. We're paying way too much money to the central government, and we have hardly any money to distribute in our local environments. And in many ways, that needs to flip around. And for a long time, the United States has broadly gotten that correct. People pay a lot of taxes to their state government and their local government, and a few taxes to the federal government. Increasingly, that's changing. And in South Africa, it's the opposite way around. We pay all our taxes to Pretoria, and then we have to see what we can kind of claw back into our local environment. Yeah. And it's a very roundabout and inefficient way of solving local problems. So I think Pete is on absolutely the right track and the right idea. But I think what I would say is that, to your point, Davi, there are forces trying to take this in the other direction. And as long as those forces are there and are dominant and are powerful, we face a very, very difficult conflict. And we've got to be really smart about how we oppose those centralizing forces. If the centralizing forces win, I think we're in really bad shape in the next few decades.
Yeah, then we're talking about the real communism, real centralization. And I just want to be, Russell, just on a slightly different point, is that we're talking about this technology and a new technology, and how economies are changing, are primarily focused on technology, and of course that means service industry to a large extent, and digital stuff, the internet stuff. That's what we've been talking about. And there are many people that's not going to be part of this new economy. They simply do not have the skills. They simply do not have the necessary qualification. They do not have a connection. Isn't that a major, significant danger, apart from the battle of ideas? I'm just talking in practical terms. Are a lot of people not going to stay behind as economies evolve?
Look, I would say two things about that. I think in the first instance, the more that governments try to centralize and control education, the more of a disconnect is going to be between young people coming out of school and the reality of the economy that they have to grapple with. So as part of decentralizing the system, we need decentralized education. We need a much more heterogeneous education system that offers a much wider variety of educational options and training and skilling options. That's the first thing. The second thing I would say, though, is that we talk about a digital economy and this modern economy where everyone's got to learn to write code and all this sort of stuff. But we still need water, we still need land, we still need to build houses. We still operate in a physical reality. And so if we take our eye off the traditional old real resource economy, we'll make a big mistake. If we let governments control that portion of the economy and we forget about that, and we forget about offering good solutions in those areas, then you can have all the digital technology that you like, but if you don't have any water to drink, then you can't survive. So I think we mustn't get ahead of ourselves in futurism or sort of excessive futuristic thinking. I think we've got to say to ourselves, yes, there's a digital path. Education needs to be flexible enough to train people appropriately for that. Not everyone's going to go there. We still need farmers, and we still need builders, and we still need all kinds of other things. And then we need to make sure that there's no centralization of these critical resources. And I mean, in the South African context, we have a government that wants to nationalize water even more than it already has. They've already nationalized electricity, and we can see what a disaster that's been. And the water is semi-nationalized, and we've had major water crises in South Africa.
Yeah.
So I think it's really important. Again, I'm reaching back into the history again. As we think about the future, let's also think about the past. What are the traditional things that we still need to do really well? And in fact, that we still need to do better. Critical resources that we mustn't lose sight of. So let's not overthink the digital economy. Let's also think about good ideas about managing real resources.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think in future there certainly will be room for everybody. We still need everybody. We need tech boffins, but we need everybody. Like you've said, we need just the normal stuff like houses and water and stuff like that as well. Chris, talk to us about money, because that keeps on popping up. It seems to me as if politicians are misusing money to control countries. They've got, because that's a monopoly, a central bank is a monopoly. In South Africa, we're only allowed to use rands, and I'm not even allowed to take my own rands and take it out of the country. There are exchange control regulations, and of course taxes. You have to pay your taxes in rands, forcing me into this rand system. But there's this new system now, you call it the blockchain, and there are weird things like you've mentioned things like Ethereum or Bitcoin and all sort of other so-called cryptocurrencies, which I prefer to call private currencies. Is that the thing? Is that the tool that we as free-minded individuals can eventually use to get away from this huge burden called government?
Davy, I think so, definitely. Just to pick up on some of the points that Russ was making, I want to reiterate that a lot of these political tensions that we're seeing around the world is really between forces who want to centralize, increase centralized control, and forces who want to strip away that control and bring it back to communities, local authorities, so to speak. We've got this thing now called cryptocurrencies, private money. They utilize blockchains to work. We don't have to get into the technical detail of how these things work, but people can think about it like this. When you send an email to a group of 10 people and you put an attachment on that email, you're replicating that attachment and the information in that email tenfold, 10 times to 10 different people. You can replicate that an infinite number of times. So the internet's great and computers are great for communicating because you can scale information. You can reach a lot of people around the world instantly, almost for free. You just need an internet connection. But that's not a good characteristic for money, because as money's become electronic, you need ways to keep it scarce. And I think the situation that we found ourselves in the mid-70s, as money became increasingly electronic, is that we were in this governance environment where control was becoming increasingly centralized. And so I think, to an extent, it's just by chance, by accident, that governments had the responsibility to make sure that this new electronic money that's becoming more widely used, as money was becoming more electronic, you had to have some level of control to prevent that people could just print as much as they wanted to. So it's kind of an accident of history. Let's call it that. But now there's a new technology that can solve this problem. It means that you don't need governments and central banks and auditors and banks and regulators, a bunch of regulators to make sure that the electronic money stays scarce. These internet protocols, private currencies like Bitcoin, self-regulate. It's what they do. So if I've got, let's say, Bitcoin on my phone, and I want to send some to you, the network checks that I've not sent that to 10 other people like I can do with an email. So this computer protocol, which we don't have to get into the detail and to understand. People don't know how a WhatsApp routes or a VoIP FaceTime call routes through the internet, or how the simple mail transfer protocol works. But you know what an email does. You know how to send it, and You put in a name and an @ and when it was first invented, the email, people were like, what's the @ for? Why is that there? But now you just kind of do it. It's just the way it's done. So if we're going to get into blockchain tech, it's going to be a similar thing. We're going to get stuck on details that we don't need to understand. But what this technology gives us the ability to do now is to use money and currency that self-regulates supply, meaning you can't just destroy it and create inflation. It's quite fair. It's an equal weight and measure, if we want to call it that. And anyone can use it.
What's interesting with Bitcoin and Ethereum and these cryptocurrencies, they still have a long way to go as they develop. But hyperinflation is never going to be the same again. Zimbabwe is going to experience more currency turmoil, but with access to alternatives, you're going to see more discipline in central banks because there's competition now.
Competition in the form of private banks.
Yeah, and if they do it too bad, people are going to substitute.
Just one or two simple questions. Is it safe? The blockchain or Bitcoin? Safe?
So Bitcoin is extremely safe. What's not safe is the user. So if you get hacked on your phone or on your computer and your computer is not safe, your Bitcoin can get stolen.
Same as with your email.
Same as with your email. So the endpoint where you access this technology needs to be safe.
It's called cryptocurrency. It means it's encrypted.
Yeah.
So nobody can see what you're doing. There's a degree of.
I think that's a misconception. People can see what you're doing if they know what your address is. So, like for example, in this instance, if they knew your email address, they'd actually be able to see your emails.
Okay.
That's how public the information is.
And will it be easier if we transact only in Bitcoin, as an example, to evade taxes in future?
Again, these systems are not as invisible as people think. So you need to be careful if you think you can just evade all regulatory scrutiny or any scrutiny of any sort. People could be hiding money for a variety of reasons. But I think those technological issues could be solved in the future and are being solved in order to bring privacy to these systems and networks. But really the important point is you don't have to rely on a large bank and a centralized governance system in order to access money now. You can be your own bank effectively.
It seems to me, if we all agree, Pete, is that the decentralization is the thing. Now, when you talk about decentralization, it doesn't mean we're going to all live in a city necessarily. Because of the internet, of new technology, a local community can be a digital community as well. And I guess that is, when you talk about a community, it's not necessarily a city or a town or a security estate for that matter. That's my first question to you. And the second question to you is do you see private money as one of those ways of making your local communities more independent and to make them more state-proof, to use your word?
Well, let's start with the first question. So can the technologies as we see them develop now facilitate community in a new kind of way? And I think they can. South Africa, our viewers would know, we know people overseas who've emigrated. As the world has become globalized, we've not only come in contact with people from other cultures and other places, but people from our place, our immediate family and friends that we consider our community have left, and they live all over the world now. And without the modern communications technology we have, we would have lost contact with them. But we now have some tenuous contact with them, and I think that the ability of technology to serve meaningful relationships between people from concrete communities will increase. And so we'll see a more integrated diaspora. The South African diaspora now, be it Afrikaans diaspora or English and so on, it'll last much longer than it would otherwise have lasted because of technology. Now bring that back to private money and cryptocurrency and what crypto technology can facilitate, because it's not only money, it's also other kinds of transactions, information sharing in private ways and so on. And what that enables us to do is, I think, to state-proof these communities, because not only because against the state that they are in, if it's a bad governance model, because not all states are equally good. Switzerland's a very good state. South African state is not so good. And so you have less of a challenge if you live in Switzerland than if you have here, compared to how state-proof you need to be. But now in the world we're increasingly moving into, people are multiple jurisdictionally exposed. And so they can move from one jurisdiction to another. You can see jurisdictional arbitrage. Again, that's competition. But you're also going to see that this technology enables them to facilitate their affairs against multiple jurisdictions in the most favorable way.
Okay, but so a couple of things here, and I want to ask you a lot of questions, but you're simply running out of time. One thing is that you can make use of private money in order to service this local community, which is not necessarily, it can be global, but it can be digital. And so another question, and this is why we need a government. There are conflicts that need to be resolved. We need a judiciary. Can you provide that through this technology as well on a private basis?
Yeah, I think private dispute resolution has a long and honorable history. In fact, before the state became the primary dispute resolver, it was private. It was aristocrats or lords and so on, not the state. It was respectable people, said, you two are fighting, we'll solve this, this is how we're going to do it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just as like with courts today, except they're overflowing, you wait a year or 2 or 3 and you don't know what the quality of the jurisprudence is going to be. So I think private dispute resolution is going to be increasingly important internationally, especially as you move between jurisdictions, but also within a country like South Africa, simply to alleviate, it's like an institutional amplification or an additional way of solving disputes. We're going to see private solutions next to government solutions, and whoever's going to be best, that's what people are going to migrate to. Then private money, of course, in the sense of, look, we all know the idea of the old kerk bazaar. Now, we'll go to the church bazaar and you would, in the old days, you would get this sort of coupon with a stamp and you buy pies and pannekoek. Now, in a digital world, with Bitcoin and so on, you can have ways in facilitating community-trusted coupons. And there are interesting experiments being done, and I think we'll see more of those, with communities feeling some sort of attachment with some sort of coupon. You can call it a money and so on, and you'll see a divergence of money. You'll see some big ones. The dollar will be there, Bitcoin might be there, etc., the euro, but you'll also see interesting coupon experiments now digital, whereas before they used to be physical.
Gentlemen, we're running out of time, but I'm going to give each one of you just a short sort of a summary on what you think what the future is going to look like. Russell, let's start with you. Give us an idea, just a minute or 2, 3. What is the future going to look like? Are you as optimistic as Spit? Do you think it's going to be decentralized? Are we going to get rid of this huge governments that mismanage the countries and the economies? Give us a glimpse. How do you see the future?
Davy, I think the next 10 years at least are going to be a very rough ride. I think we have a tremendous pull from central governments and from large constituencies within countries to centralize control, to centralize political control. And I think that this is going to lead to major governance failures. I think we're already seeing this, not just in South Africa, and I'd actually take slight exception to what Pete said, and I think he will agree with this, though, is that we're actually starting to see state failure in very sophisticated economies. And a good example of that currently would be California. We're seeing rolling blackouts in California due to an overemphasis on green technology ahead of the actual technological capabilities. So that's where politics has overridden sound economics. And as a result, you've got an effective load shedding happening in California. You've got terrible governance in California around forest management. I suspect that's because it's very centralized and very, again, subject to heavy political influence. And so you get forest fires. We've got cities being trashed and burned. We've got problematic governance around police. In South Africa, we've got a raft of governance failures. And how does the government respond? To try and centralize even more. Now what they want to do is centralize the healthcare system. And there's various other things that they want to do. So we shouldn't have rose-tinted glasses, Davy, about what the next 10 or 15 years is going to be like. I think it's going to be very tough. I think what we've got to do and the way we've got to think about this period is, as all this chaos is happening in governance, we need to be building and creating alternative governance structures. And that's precisely what a group like Sakelich is doing. Yeah. And that's precisely what the Bitcoin development people are doing and the Ethereum developers are doing. They're actually creating institutional governance structures And there's many other examples of where this can start to take place. So in the short to medium term, I'm actually quite pessimistic, Davy. In the longer term, I'm very optimistic. I think we will get over this hump. I think people will see that centralization is failing. And I think that in parallel, if these good institutional structures are being built and have been created, as the centralized systems fail, these other systems can take their place. And in some ways, Pete has already alluded to that hyperinflation is very unlikely in this kind of world, because we've got alternatives now to take the place of state and fiat currencies. So I think it's going to be a very messy next 10 years. The battle is on. The future economy in the immediate future is not a lovely place with flying cars and perfect prosperity for everyone. It's a place of urban decay, central government decay, and a lot of people are going to move out of big cities. I think they're going to move to safer areas where they can rebuild physically and rebuild digitally. And I think that's going to be a very interesting dynamic. And the last thing I would say, Davy, is that I think walls are coming up a little bit rather than going down. And in a lot of instances, I think that's a good thing. And Chris might just talk a little bit about the power of cryptocurrency, not just for money, but for a new kind of internet, an internet that's got a lot more security, an internet that's got more walls, and where we can actually have digital scarcity across a range of factors, not just money.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a fascinating world. The next 10 years, I believe, Davy, is going to be a very rough ride.
Yeah, and the thing about technology, everybody, I don't know how old is Bitcoin now. It's probably more than 10 years old. And the thing about technology is is hyped up about the new technology, but it always takes longer for this technology to really take hold. And when it eventually takes hold, it happens much, much quicker. So when's that going to happen, Chris?
Let me give some context to that. So Russ spoke about the development of the internet earlier as this 21st century thing. Well, the internet protocols were first being spun out in the early 60s. The ARPANET and the DARPANET in America. It was actually being built as a anti-fragile, robust communications network in the event that the Russians nuked America. So that's where it was being developed. 50 years later, suddenly it's used by everybody. So we're 10 years into this technology. I would say the future is here for this stuff, but it's just not evenly distributed. Some communities within South Africa are very advanced and sophisticated around using this, like extremely. Some of the best in the world are sitting in our backyards, in their garages and coding up stuff, really interesting stuff. But it's going to take time for these changes to happen. We're in a season of conflict, as Russell has spoken about. You can call it a fourth turning season. People can go and read about fourth turnings. Every 80 years, you get this generational crisis of conflict. In America, for example, 1776 was the War of Independence. Then 80 years later, 1850 was the Civil War. 80 years later, Great Depression, World War II era, and we 80 years later. So this, as Russell says, it's an era of crisis, it's an era of conflict. We need to fight this battle and come up with solutions to the conflict. And I think where people can allocate capital to do that and facilitate a more peaceful transition into a new way of doing things and living, there's huge opportunities there.
So the next 10 years is going to be a rough ride, Pete, but that's what you want. That's exactly what you want, because this will give you an opportunity to establish all those communities that you are wanting to do.
Davy, I think if I can express some wishes for the next 10, 20 years, it would be that business people take pride in making money. Because we've been told for many years now that it's bad to be rich, bad to make money, and if we can change that, that's a good thing for the future. So be proud of making money because you're adding value. Then be additionally proud if you minimize your taxes and use the money you make to improve the world around you out of your own accord. And then thirdly, be even more proud if you compensate for state failure and if you make your community state-proof or regulatory-proof wherever is necessary, so that people can live prosperously and flourishingly.
Pete Leroux, CEO from Sakeliga. Pete, thank you very much for joining us tonight. It's really nice having you with the other two gentlemen here. Chris Becker. Chris is a blockchain technology specialist in Investec Private Bank. Chris, that was really nice having you here as well. And of course, Russell. Thank you very much. Russell Lamberti from ETA. Wonderful having you on the panel as well. And a couple of very interesting ideas that you guys were talking about.
Thanks,
that's from me. Thank you very much for watching tonight, and we've been talking about the future or futuristic economy, what the future holds. I am very, very excited, but I absolutely have to agree. I think the next couple of years is going to be very, very tough. But my advice, and I would like to echo what the other panelists have said, my advice is remember the most important person out there is you. So look after yourself, firstly, look after your business, look after your people, and do not break any laws, but pay as little tax as possible. Thank you, and good evening.
Cause you never know when you might walk chicken licken or a Kentucky fried. Pedi unor, pedi Kentucky fried, pedi unor, pedi lemon in the ham, pedi unor, pedi Kentucky fried chicken licken, pedi full chicken braigado. Pedi unor, pedi Kentucky fried, pedi unor, pedi lemon in the ham, pedi unor, pedi Kentucky fried chicken licken, pedi full chicken braigado. John van der Merwe, when he was very young, he got abducted by a big bobjan. He was playing in the field all alone under the tree, and the bobjan took him and he said, "Come with me." John was scared, he said, "Ah, please bobjan, take me back to my father, I'm his only son." But the bobjan laughed and he said, "Ah, please, I will be your father, you will come with me." You will eat like a bobjan, drink like a bobjan, sleep like a real bobjan. You will cry like a bobjan, love like a bobjan, run like a real bobjan. You will fight like a bobjan, shout like a bobjan, sing like a real bobjan. And if anybody asks you what is your name, you will say your name is Bobjan. John was crying every day, he was wanting to go back home. But the bobjan said he must stop to cry, he mustn't be so alone. He must play and sing with the other bobjan, he will say they are all very nice. He must eat the banana, he must climb in the tree, he must catch for him some lice. He will eat like a bobjan, drink like a bobjan, sleep like a real bobjan. He will cry like a bobjan, laugh like a bobjan, run like a real bobjan. He will fight like a bobjan, shout like a bobjan, sing like a real bobjan. And if anybody asks you what is your name, you will say your name is Bobjan. One day John was sitting in a tree, still wanting to go back home. He was missing his father, he was missing his mother, he was missing his best friend Joe. And the bobjan said, "Hey John, my son, it is time for you to go. You are missing your father, you are missing your mother, you are missing your best friend Joe. You will eat like a bobjan, drink like a bobjan, sleep like a real bobjan. You will cry like a bobjan, laugh like a bobjan, run like a real bobjan. You will fight like a bobjan, shout like a bobjan, sing like a real bobjan. And if anybody asks you what is your name, you will say your name is Bobjan." John was happy but also sad, he was leaving his friends behind. He was starting to feel like a real bobjan in his body and in his mind. He was running back home like a real bobjan with his hands and his feet on the ground, shouting and crying like a real bobjan with a real bobjan sound. You will eat like a bobjan, drink like a bobjan, sleep like a real bobjan. You will cry like a bobjan, laugh like a bobjan, run like a real bobjan. You will shout like a bobjan, fight like a bobjan, sing like a real bobjan. And if anybody asks you what is your name, he'll say your name is Bobjan. Back home his mother and his father is stressed, their son is a different man. He eats like a bobjan, drinks like a bobjan, sleeps like a bobjan can. And they ask him, "Son, what is your name?" And he says, "My name is Bobjan." And they say, "No son, your name is John." "No, my name is Bobjan." I will eat like a popchan, drink like a popchan, sleep like a real popchan. I will cry like a popchan, laugh like a popchan, run like a real popchan. I will fight like a popchan, shout like a popchan, sing like a real popchan. And if anybody asks you what is your name, you will say your name is Popchan. Now Johnny is working 9 to 5 in the office in Joburg East. He also have a wife and lots of kids, and every time they have a feast, John's wife, they asked him nice, please behave tonight. Then he says, my wife, I'm a man in my heart, but a Popchan in my mind. I will eat like a Popchan, drink like a Popchan, sleep like a real Popchan. I will cry like a Popchan, laugh like a Popchan, run like a real Popchan. I will fight like a Popchan, shout like a Popchan, sing like a real Popchan. And if anybody asks me what is my name, I will say my name is Popchan. Daar sê Suid-Afrika, wat 'n voorreg om tydens hierdie lockdown saam met die great band in hierdie outfit te kan sing op hierdie verhoog. Ek voel gemaklik, verskriklik gemaklik in die outfit. Daarom het ek besluit om die volgende lied ook vir julle te doen in die outfit. Julle ken hom dalk. Dis ook 'n Bosveld storie. Sy naam is Leeuloop. Tennisballe, cricketballe, snookerballe as jy wil. Tennisballe, cricketballe, snookerballe as jy wil. Daar's 'n lelike ding wat kopwys in Parys. Iets helemaal anders as 'n bikereis of 'n koppelhuis of by bachelor parties muiswys. Op 'n barstoel by 'n braai sit 'n ou en eet sy slaai. Asseblief my lief sê ja, kan ek leeuloop? Die ouens het mooi gevra. Nou as jy weet wat die leeuloop is en jy weet wat die leeumoeder is, maak jou broek en jou belt los geleidelik. Die leeuloop is baie verleidelik en ek gaan hom nou stap vir stap verduidelik. Knyp 2 balle vas tussen jou been, met jou hande en jou knie op die steen. Trek af jou broek en bron, as jy wil, solank jy net leeuloop. Jy gaat hom. Tennisballe, cricketballe, snookerballe, as jy wil. Jy gaat hom. Tennisballe, cricketballe, snookerballe, as jy wil. My boetie brolloks nou die leeuloop uitdraai, by 'n spitbraai. Ek sta een kant en ek kou in 'n garage paai. Toe ek omdraai, staan die SABC daar wil het uitsaai. Hy het geweet wat die leeuloop is, en hy het geweet wat die leeumoeder is. Hy maak sy broek en sy belt los geleidelik. Hy weet die leeuloop is baie verleidelik. Op SABC 2 het hy hom stap vir stap verduidelik. Hy knyp 2 balle vas tussen sy been, met sy hande en sy knie op die steen. Hy trek af sy broek en hy brul, want hy wil, hy weet hy moet leeuloop. Hy gaat ons. Tennisballe, cricketballe, snookerballe, as jy wil. Jy daar by die huis sing saam. Tennisballe, cricketballe, snookerballe, as jy wil. Ek hoor julle nie. Knyp 2 balle vas tussen jou been, jou hande en jou knie op die steen. Strek aan jou broek en brul, as jy wil. Knyp 2 balle vas tussen jou been, met jou hande en jou knie op die steen. Strek aan jou broek en brul, as jy wil. Solank jy net leeuloop.
Solank jy net leeuloop.
Solank jy net leeuloop. Solank jy net leeuloop. Dankie vir 'n lekker aand. Sien julle weer in die verre toekoms. Baie groete.
En so het die derde dag, die einde van die derde dag aangebreek by NAMPO Virtual. Dit was absoluut heerlik, but we cannot end it without the stats. And Elzina Gomes, welcome.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah. No, you're having us. Grain SA. And the stats, first, before we get to the stats, your experience. I mean, it's the new world. It's just, I think it's amazing. People are loving it. So what was your experience?
NAMPO Virtual it's completely something different for us. Also, I always thought NAMPO was hectic. But this one is in a very close second place. So because it's online and because of the capabilities of the NAMPO Virtual platform, it lends itself to so much interaction, and there's so many things going on at one stage that you really, I think, like Dirk mentioned the first night, you must really plan your day to get to everything and decide what it is that you want to prioritize and what you want to see. So yes, we've been kept busy. The exhibitors have been kept busy. Lots of visitors. The stats also will show that. So no, it's still very exciting.
This is like the bingo numbers. Give us the stats. So yeah,
so
that's interesting.
So over the 3 days, we're currently on 22,200 visitors. So the stats were drawn a bit earlier today. So we're just over 8,500 visitors today. That was for the platform. The TV channel, we've had about almost close to 16,000 visitors that logged into the AgriXtra channel and the Agri in Motion, so that's very exciting. And then obviously our webpage, which was very exciting, is we've had a lot of interest and a lot of visitors from the Southern African regions. So behind South Africa and the US, of course, we've almost had 3,000 visitors to our webpage from Namibia, Tanzania, Kenya, yes. So that's very exciting. We're reaching so many audiences with a passion for agriculture, so that's great. And we're currently on 34,000 unique users. So furthermore, our reach across the social media channels, which is the NAMPO Facebook page predominantly, has reached over 1 million audiences so far. And the engagements we are receiving is phenomenal. It's really, really great.
Do you think it's going to be a balance keeping the virtual one with the real one that we're definitely going to have next year?
There's a lot of demand for another virtual NAMPO. I doubt it can be at the same time as NAMPO. I think for a lot of exhibitors that would be far reaching, to juggle both of them. But I definitely think there's a place for a virtual platform and for a virtual fair, and the reach for international visitors and just people that cannot get to NAMPO Park, because of when it is and where it's based and so forth. We can definitely reach them. And there's the interaction. The platform provides so much possibility to interact directly with the chat function. And I mean, I think next year we'll be a lot cleverer. We'll be more savvy, more tech savvy. No, this is a big learning school for everybody, but agriculture has never been an industry that sort of shies away from challenges. So now I think everybody is having fun. It's like the Friday of NAMPO, and tomorrow, for the first time ever, we will have NAMPO on Saturday.
It's going to be the first time ever on a Saturday?
The first time ever on a
Sure.
Saturday.
I'm so glad I'm part of that.
Yes, people always request NAMPO must go over to a Saturday,
Yes.
but logistically it's very, very difficult to manage. But yeah, so next year, everybody that tunes in next year tomorrow will be part of history. NAMPO history.
Ja, en sommer die startshoppies. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dit was Elzina van Graan SA. So onthou, wat sy nou net gesê het, môreoggend 9 tot 3 is die eerste Saterdag, NAMPO Saterdag is NAMPO Virtual, maar daar's vermaak, daar's ongelooflike lekker praatjies en moenie die stalletjies mis nie. Jy kan vir jouself 'n paar lekker dinge koop, van 'n trekker tot 'n skoen tot 'n hoed. So vang jou môreoggend 9:00 net hier.
is nogal mooi as mens om uit die oond uit haal en die bene is almal so silwerskoon.